Okay, we is streaming. Let's see if we can get our friends on the phone here and make this an honest transmission. Okay, there you are. Okay. Let's see if this works. Seems like it works so far because I'm hearing something. Okay, so he's not responsive. Aaron isn't online. Huh. It says you are not online. Okay. Alright. So that's distressing. He's typing back. Weird. I'm in the app. So call me. Call me. Let's see if this works out. There we are. Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Excellent. The show is yours. I'm here. By all means, we're live. Yes.
All right. I
Introduce yourself, of course.
So I'm Aaron. I'm a friend of Peter's and Douglas, and I come on occasionally to help out. And it's a beautiful day in the world. How's everything on your end, Douglas?
Oh, wonderful. Much the better for speaking with you, I assure you. Once you're here, everything is safe. So we have a safe opening hour. And so our man has quite a bit to talk about. I'll be listening and giving him feedback where I feel it's constructive. Other than that,
Sure.
he's the man of the hour.
All right. So I've really been chomping on your generous regurgitation of old material for yourself based on the alien endeavor and my question a couple of weeks ago. That was really interesting. I really appreciated that because it helped kind of realign the figure points in my brain from all the years of research. So that made a lot of sense. So anybody that hasn't listened to that, go back a couple of weeks, and it was in the first, I think, hour.
I believe so. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And Douglas just took about 10 minutes and just pieced everything together so coherently that it will help anyone who's searching for answers along those lines. Now, another section of my research over the years that I picked up, put down, because it's hard to follow the rabbit hole too far because it's usually a dark path.
That's right.
Is the story of cloning. And when I was in grade school, I think it was 7th grade, maybe 6th, I don't remember exactly, but that's when all the scientific magazines had the story of Dolly the sheep that was cloned. And it's been a long time since then. It's 30 years or so, something to that extent.
Oh,
28 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So cloning is nothing new, but yet it's really kept out of the mainstream for the most part, which is interesting because it was kind of like the subliminal advertising that had a report in the newspaper how it exploded sales at a theater and then you never saw it again. Like they just take certain things off the market. So the cloning subject, I hear in a lot of different circles, the gossip was Bernie Mac was taken to a cloning center, and he was one of my favorite comics and comedians and then later actors, and he refused to get cloned, and that's why he was supposedly killed. A lot of his friends talk about it. Some refused to talk about it. But then recently I had sent Douglas a little clip of Kevin Hart, and he's really popular right now. But if you remember, Kevin Hart not that long ago was in a horrendous car accident, and at first nobody knew if he would walk again or perform, and now he's everywhere again, like nothing happened. They just take the accident away from the viewer's eyes and nobody thinks about it. And in the little clip, the person says, you're everywhere. How do you do it? And he said, well, breaking news, I have a clone. The regular body wasn't ready. It wasn't ready yet. So they used the clone. I'm doing it. Breaking news. My clone is out there. I have 3 of them. And I was like, that's interesting that he just says it like that. And so, Douglas has talked about cloning, about the elite class in Japan having clones.
Yes.
I always heard that our elite political figures had body doubles, but they always call them body doubles. But what if indeed they are clones? I always heard that your consciousness could be downloaded to a CD-ROM, uploaded to a clone, but there were glitches, which some of these people that have that happen are in old folks' homes. I've studied Hollywood elites generationally. And if you study like the William Holdens and the Gene Kellys, and then you look at the Ben Afflecks and you don't see nearly identical body, facial, cranial construction, then you're blind, Jamie Priestley to Margot Robbie. The list goes on and on. Like, are they children of the previous Hollywood elite or are they clones of them? I don't know. So the cloning story is really interesting to me. And it seems to be way, way, way more prevalent than anyone would give it credit for.
Right.
And then the other thing I sent to Douglas was something on John D. Rockefeller, because really the world kind of went haywire once John D. took over. And that's kind of like you could argue it was with the Jesuits and Ignatius Loyola, but you could also argue that in the West, it was with John D. Rockefeller. And you could argue that he's one of them. I don't know. That's very possible. But John D. was also cloned, according to Douglas. So there's just so many tributaries of this main river of cloning. And there's so many rabbit holes to go down. And there's so much that no one knows. And most people just can't even talk about it. So that's what I'm curious on. Those are the things I don't need to know, but any enlightenment on this subject is just interesting because it's just never talked about. It's one of those things you can't talk about these days.
Right. And when you do, you're basically people will begin to look at you strangely.
Exactly. They look at you like, what are you talking about? I go to work at 9, I come home at 5, I make my car payment, we go out to dinner, and that's really all most people have the consciousness to absorb. But I've met so many people in a career in sales that I could even tell you that Battlestar Galactica interests me because I've met people over the years that were identical replicas of other people I've met. Yes. And that's weird. Yeah. But it happened many times. Like, how do you explain that? You don't. You just absorb it and move on. But it's something that bothers me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Understandably.
So that's, it's weird.
and believe me, it's something that I feel is, as you say, completely underreported. There's obviously a cover-up in the sense that there's a conspiracy of silence, and so.
Oh yes,
yeah,
yes.
So, by all means, go on with.
So that really intrigues me. It's almost as if, in my opinion, from observation, if you really step back, especially in the West, the political elite and Hollywood elite might all be blue bloods or true bloods. And entertainment like the WWE may not be just the WWE. It may be like our political system is for entertainment and distraction. Because it seems like they're just untouchable for the most part, unless they step out of line or say something they shouldn't. But the cloning definitely intrigues me. And, when you get into the conspiracy circles, which I tend to stay away from because they are very...
just a downer.
It's a downer. It's not good for your quality of life. But when you do get into it, the hardcore rap circles are the ones that talk about it the most.
Interesting. And why do you think that is?
Well, I believe if you're politically correct, if you're African American, you know what it's like to be manipulated and lied to your entire life. So I think that community accepts an inconvenient truth a little bit more quickly.
Okay.
And it's easier for them to rationalize. I think if you're somewhat middle class and have an easier life, you tend to look at the ruling establishment, aristocracy, with a little bit more convenience and authority, and you never had a bum deal. But if you're used to getting lied to and misrepresented, it's easier to think that your leaders are liars. I think that's the quick answer to that. You could probably elaborate, but that's my quick answer to that particular question.
Right. It's just that they have a much more jaundiced eye.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't blame them. I would too, but that's typically where these topics surface the most, And, there's even rumors that it wasn't Tupac Shakur that was killed in the crash. It was his clone, but then he was taken out after. And it always comes down to dollars. The entertainment industry, the political industry, it's all dollars. If you follow the dollars, you always find your answers. It's dollars, dollars, dollars. Follow the money trail. How much money can we make? How much money can we keep making? That seems to be the story of it all. And I think if you were to publicize the fact that people are cloned regularly, I think that would probably be worse than blowing up religion or any other great, stable mental aspect of the human populace. I think it would create
just because it would be so. Yeah, why do you think that? I mean, I'm not arguing with you, but I'd like some thoughts on why you personally think that would be so mind blowing to everybody that it would kind of almost be revolutionary. I don't know if that's where you're coming from, that it would provoke revolution, but you're coming from the point it would be a revolutionary perspective, at least, right?
Yeah, I think people's paradigms are sacred, and especially since COVID and the insanity that's ensued, I think a lot of people are a little bit more unhinged and a little bit closer to unraveling. Mm-hmm. And I think when your foundational paradigms get rocked, with an earthquake that big, it's very easy to just lose control. You start spinning and you can't find your ground base. That's why religion is so good for most mental health. It creates a ground base for people. Even if it's not good for other people, it creates a basis of morality, a home base, a safe place where your mind can rest and not have to think about things too much. Well, the big guy upstairs says, don't do this, this, or this. And if I don't, I'm okay. And then you get to rest a little bit.
Right.
It seems to be a stabilizing factor in a lot of people's lives, especially people recovering from drugs or alcohol or bad relationships or whatever they're recovering from. People have a lot of issues. So to think that maybe your father was a clone or your uncle was a clone or you are, but you were told in a religious class at one point in time you were sacred and you're a son or daughter of the Heavenly Father. I mean, it really calls into question everything that is holy and would make you question your birth, your birthright, your parents, I think everything about your life. So I think it could be a very huge upheaval, mentally speaking, for a lot of people if they were to consider the fact that this is a regular thing, if in fact it is a regular thing, which I don't know. I don't have facts. I've never seen
I can assure
things.
You it is, but go on.
I figured. So, I mean, if I were weak-minded and it came to my attention that maybe my father was a clone and then I was his child, I mean, it's kind of like you were raised by someone who adopted you, your real father gave you up, and then you have to find your biological father, whatever the case may be. It seems to be something as disturbing as that might be to someone. So I could see it being very, very traumatic and very earth-shattering for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. It shouldn't be, though, but I'll explain why. But basically, it's kind of like, we have our friend Sammy Romero and his brother Isaac, who was on all too briefly and hopefully will be on again in the future, and they're identical twins, and that's basically, God's clones. I mean,
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. See, you bring out little truths that are so logically based that they help settle the questions. That's an awesome way to put it, But yeah, that makes sense. But then you see the stories of, Coney Island, and I think they had incubator babies.
Right.
And things like that. So to me, the idea of cloning probably goes way further back than we care to admit.
Right.
Because because, I mean, when you see newspaper articles from, I think it was the 20s or 30s, 1920s, 1930s, in that range, they had incubator babies. You could adopt them. You know, they would advertise them, adopt this child. It's healthy. This or that is wrong with it. You know, that tells me that either there was a lot of late-term abortions or there were cloning humans way back when. So all of these things kind of tie in and play together and make me wonder what's really going on. And the man with all the answers is none other than Douglas Dietrich, the renegade military historian.
Oh, bless you. Well, you know, now that you bring that up, before I give a response to that, which I'm going to ask you if you want to go further with your train of thought, and before we go there, I do want to remind everyone one of the things we do in the opening hour about this time, about a quarter of an hour in, is we remind everyone who's gathered with us, and God bless you all, Mirth Ling and T. Tank Barry, two wonderful people, both contributors. Of course, T. Tank Barry is a preeminent contributor, and Mirth Ling has helped out to the best of her abilities, and that was impressive, and God bless her. And Brando is in there, and that's Brandon Young. He says, hey, Douglas, sending a like and hello. And wonderful, Brandon, if you're available, we might give you a call around the top of the hour. Depends on how long Aaron can last with us. And when Aaron, you know, if he's able to stay a little bit after that for a few minutes or so, we'll find out. And then he might participate in a little roundtable with people I bring on.
Sure.
And wonderful. And so I do want to remind everyone, the enemy hits us as soon as we start transmission. And they do so by cheap Autobots. And the cheap Autobots all do a downvote. And this keeps us off of searches. You know, this is a YouTube venue that operates on a popularity aggregate, which is really stupid. This is why people stay so stupid. That being said, after that snarky snide remark that I just have to get out there, everybody who's here, the enemy fights really dirty, and thankfully they're also really fucking cheap, and the Autobots that they throw at us get filtered out by YouTube, but it takes around an hour or more to do that, by which time a lot of people, you know, they've accomplished their mission. We're not found on searches from the beginning of the transmission. Later on, if people look, they may find us, but they're not here from the very beginning. So to help us out, do an upvote and do it from every IP port you got, whatever you think has a different IP address, your laptop, your cell phone, your iPad, your personal computer. Just use everything. The enemy fights dirty, and if you don't fight dirty, they will wipe you out if you don't lower yourself to the same level of combat. So here we are. We're in the thick of it. And part of that battle is a battle for the truth and for understanding. And, you know, I will tell the truth to our man, Mr. Aaron Tice. And that is that, you know, when I was writing to him about John D. Rockefeller, and I said, of course, he would have had himself cloned. You know, I was considering putting a little face next to it, one of the emojis, with the elongated nose or something, just to show that I was somewhat facetious. But, you know, I am and I'm not. In the case of John D. Rockefeller, he was alive at the time of the man that I know was pursuing cloning, who was the man who crossed the Atlantic, Charles Lindbergh. And Charles Lindbergh was presented with a number of issues. And Brandon says, great, he's open to maybe dropping in at the top of the hour. But Charles Lindbergh was presented with a number of issues that rendered him kind of like a man before his time. And he knew that, and he wanted to see if he could extend his life or do something that would enable him to come back. So he was the man who began investigating this. There's an entire book on this that's highly recommended. That's titled The Immortalists. And The Immortalists deals with the MDs that Charles Lindbergh employed to render him immortal. Or this is not fiction. This isn't like some historical fiction, like somebody writing what they call an allo-historical novel. This is all nonfiction. Photographs, everything. And this was something he was seriously pursuing. And therefore, because John D. Rockefeller was only a little bit ahead of him, you can bet the thought was crossing his mind as well. So the one thing that I can tell you about, whenever you take a look at the Fortune 500 list, and you get these magazines like Fortune, who do their best to present you, hey, who are the richest people in the world? And they'll present you a list of the richest people in the world around this time. But the reality is, not that they're necessarily being malevolent about this, but the reality is that list is just all wrong. What you get on that list, is a list of the nouveau riche. And the nouveau riche, that's fine. If you say, okay, let's take a look at the nouveau riche. These are like people who make it. And when they make it, it's like you can't hide yourself when you're doing that. There's no way you can like really make it and be secret. You know, I mean, honestly, unless you were like doing it all with crypto and pulled out before the crypto bubble burst and then got away with it, which basically makes you a criminal, then you're, you know, secret and rich. But it's like, okay, they don't really count that. They don't count that because technically that's criminal and it's not encouraged. So what they would say is basically those people who are doing it legally. So those people who make it legally, you can wind up on the Fortune 500 list if you make them enough money. But the old riche, the people who are dynastic, the people who have inherited their wealth, they're not on that list. Generally, they're not. And it's like a telephone book back in the old days where you used to pay a small fee to have an unlisted number. And believe it or not, that's how it used to work. And so it's like the extremely wealthy kind of do that. Either that or they send strongmen over to the office and threaten to bully the staff, you know, unless they keep their, you know, quiet about this man's status or whatever. So John D. Rockefeller would fall into the old riche by the time that he was dead. He would have been so established that, as our man Aaron is saying, basically, he was at such a level of wealth that the world changed because of his presence. So idiots like Elon Musk or Bezos, these people just jerk off. They pretend they're changing the world, but they're not.
At all.
Thank you. Thank you. Except in the most stupid and venal possible way. They're not. But none of this necessarily has to do with cloning, and yet it most certainly does. Because the wealthy are the people who would be pursuing it. In Japan, of course, because the society is so much more coordinated and runs so much more smoothly, and people have a set place, then something like this obviously manifests with a great deal of coordination and is smooth and just basically it wouldn't be controversial like here. But here's why it would be controversial here is basically what it would imply is that the overwhelming majority of us do not need to die. That's what it would imply. At this point, your death becomes almost a choice. Almost. So when you're at that level of access to medical technology, then that's how it changes the world. But here's another reason why it's also, in a sense, under the radar. It is something as innocuous, though I don't agree with it really in principle, because it's really a stupid principle, but it's really something almost as innocuous as what they would call patient privacy. This is how they would rationalize it to you. But basically understand this. Gene-engineered or genetically engineered humans were first publicly acknowledged as extant via the medical journal that's titled Human Reproduction, which I believe is still in circulation. And this is a reputable journal. Human Reproduction is all about gynecology, obstetrics, dealing with the natal condition of babies, etc. But there was this headline that appeared, what year was it? It was, I remember the headline, but I'm trying to grab at the year that it was published. But the headline just would have been, without medical training, you would have had no fucking idea what they were talking about. The headline was mitochondria in human offspring derived from euplasmic transplantation. And that's a double O plasmic, OOPlasmic, OOPLASMIC. And the popularly accessible media followed up by immediately announcing what was nothing less than an evolutionary turning point for our species via heavy rotation for but a single span of 24 hours prior scrubbing it completely. Now, since that point in time, the world has been populated by thousands and thousands of children who were gene-engineered long prior admission of such activity. As a matter of fact, this was going on well before that article was published. So at this point in time, I would dare say that clones number in at least the hundreds of thousands. That would be, I wouldn't say more than 1 million necessarily, but quite a bit. Now, in the first openly admitted application of germline gene therapy, in which an individual's genes are altered in such a way that they can be passed on to offspring, doctors at the reproductive facility in New Jersey, and that's the name of the facility, reproductive facility in New Jersey, they announced around March of 2001 that no less than 30 healthy infants had been born with DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, from 3 contributive agents each, meaning they each had 3 parents: the sire, the Siress, the father and the mother, and a second female. And 15 were products of the fertility clinic, with the other 15 sourcing from, quote unquote, elsewhere. It was a mystery lab that's just like, totally not even on the books. Now, what doctors believe is that one of the causes for failure of women to conceive is that their ova contain old mitochondria, the component of the cell that provides energy. So such sluggish eggs fail to attach to the uterine wall when they're fertilized. So scientists upgrade these enervated gametes, these female sex cells, by injecting them with mitochondria from younger women. And since mitochondria contain DNA, the resultant offspring bear the genetic material of all 3 parents. So you've had 3 parents at that point. And so the DNA from the other woman, often, and almost exclusively, mind you, of pre-adolescent age, it would have to be, to get the quality young material. They're all underage. So this is a form of underage sex, albeit removed. Nobody would really, unless you were a crazed Puritan, nobody would care. But nevertheless, that DNA from the other woman of pre-adolescent age, the young girl, can even be passed down along the female line. Now, no one within conventional medicine knows what effects this will have on consequent children or their progeny. In fact, substitution of mitochondria has not been studied extensively on animals, let alone Homo sapiens sapiens, the wisest of the wise, as our species is known. Now, doctors reported then that the GMO, the genetically modified organismal children, these are GMO kids, they reported that they were healthy, but they intentionally neglected to disseminate a crucial fact. Because although the fertility clinic's technique resulted in 15 GMO infants, a total of 17 fetuses had been created. One had been aborted, the other miscarried. So both GMO infant fatalities manifested a rare genetic disorder known as Turner syndrome, which only strikes females. Ordinarily, but 1 in 2,500 females is born with that condition, in which one of the X chromosomes is incomplete or missing entirely. Yet 2 out of these 17 fetuses developed it. So if we assume that 9 of the fetuses so generated were female, which would be approximately 50%, and 2 of the 9 fetuses manifested this rare condition, then this exceptionally high rate is most likely due to the ooplasmic transfer, as ultimately confirmed by internal documents from the fertility clinic involved. Now, even before the revelation about Turner syndrome became known, many experts were appalled that the technique had even been employed. A responding article in Human Reproduction, the same magazine, asserted that neither the safety nor efficacy of this method has been adequately investigated. Now, the British bioethics attorney and the House of Lords crossbench peer, the Baroness Ruth Lynn Deach of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, with her maiden name of Frankel, I believe, so she was actually Jewish. She informed the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation at the time, that there is a risk, not just to the baby, but to future generations, which we really can't assess at the moment. So, the one thing we do know is that the number of children born resultant this technique is completely unknown. Nobody is allowed to monitor it. So the original article gave the number for that specific facility as nearly 30. Can you imagine trying to get away with that when you're writing an engineering paper or a medical paper, to say something like, oh, we got nearly 30 of this, nearly 30 of that, half a dozen here, well, this was early 2001. And at that time, at least 2 of the mutant children were already a year old. Understand this, when this was published, these kids were already a year old. So the Professor Emeritus of Genetics at the University of Western Ontario, Dr. Joseph Edward Cummins, he exposed that no further information about those particular 30 children has ever appeared in the medical literature or the mass media. And as far as additional children born of 2 mothers and a sire, 2 moms and a dad, Dr. Cummins revealed that a report out of Kongeriket Norge, or the Kingdom of Norway, in 2003, if I remember, indicated that euplasmic transfer is being used to correct mitochondrial disease, and therefore they're using the same technique to kind of correct diseases that they've caused by using the technique. Yeah, so he says it seems likely. In fact, he said, the one thing I know is this: the transplants are going on, but very, very quietly and in a complete regulatory vacuum. So there's no regulations covering this at all. And so basically, at this point in history, there's nothing to fear about these kinds of people. It's not like they're soulless. Those that are able to function would be just like Isaac and Sammy Romero. They're just twins. It's just like an identical twin kind of a thing. I mean, this is a bit different what I'm taking this angle from, but when it comes to actual clones, like somebody takes you and uses your cells to reproduce you. But here's the one thing that everybody seems to get wrong, and this is why somebody like, say, for instance, the black comedian that our man Aaron Tice is talking about, I would presume is joking because he's a comedian and he just thinks it's funny. The only reason I would presume that is think about what I presented about the Japanese situation with cloning. It's that you can't, you take somebody's clone, or you take cells from somebody and then you produce an infant through those cells. That infant's an infant. You can't make it grow to be the contributor's age. So whenever if we took cells from Aaron and we said, let's make a clone of Aaron, all of that's doable. But we can't make it the same size and age as Aaron overnight. In fact, there's nothing we can do other than let it grow organically, in which case we've got a twin of Aaron. It's just basically an identical twin of Aaron. It would be like Sammy and Isaac, except they would have a massive age difference. So it would be as if, it's an identical twin of Aaron Tice, but it's like, however old he is now, 30, I guess. It'd be like 30 years younger. So that's basically what we're stuck with. This is where all the confusion comes in. People think it's like 3D printing. They think it's like...
I make that mistake too, yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's the thing to remember. In Japan, all of this has been done for years. So the one thing they understand is that it's basically the person is adopted into the family as a child, but you exist in Japan. They're very pragmatic, as they are all over Asia. It's basically you exist so that in case something happens to your dad, how are you holding up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, good, good. I heard a glitch there in the audio, and I
thought... I heard a glitch, and it went off for a second, but it's back.
Okay, cool. And so just so people understand this, it's just understood that a person like that, their existence in Japan is in case something happens to their dad, the person who cells they're derived from, or they wouldn't be here, then they give up their organs to save his life. So in the case of someone like the comedian, basically what he would have, and this is where it would be truly controversial, and some people would find this horrific, is that, say he had the clone produced only a few years ago, and it wasn't the way he made it sound. He made it sound like, I don't know how many years ago, but it would be like as if he had a horrible car accident, and they just took the clone and gutted it for all the replacement organs. And it might have been under 18. And I shouldn't even use the term it, the person, the individual who would have his own personality at that point. Understand that cloning, it's not like you're transferring the consciousness. The thing with identical twins is they share a lot of consciousness. They tend to have a psychic bond or a psychic link. But at the same time, they're still technically different people. They just behave very much alike because there's so much about them that is alike. And so it would be something like that. It'd be a child that was just like you in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So then how, of course, like I said, in Asia, they're very pragmatic, and these children are raised understanding the deal. In other words, they're raised understanding the social contract. This is what it would be called, would be the social contract. But in America or the West, it would be like, okay, where do you keep this child? How would you raise them? And then ultimately, when you need it, whatever, you would gut them. First off, you'd certainly want them to be raised in an environment where they wouldn't be abusing a lot of drugs because,
right.
Yeah, that wouldn't help you, would it?
Exactly.
You wouldn't want them raised in an environment where they're just having sex left and right because they might contract some hideous disease. I mean, there's basically, you'd have to, by default, you'd have to keep them fairly isolated, not necessarily imprisoned, but, it'd be like if you were benevolent, if you were a nice, kind, decent human being, you'd raise them like your own child. But, but then again, at that point...
It's hard then.
Yeah, I need your heart.
How do you do it then? Yeah. Now, Douglas, as this came across, it makes a lot of sense. But what if you combine the science of cloning and now you add in David Anderson's time reactor? Like, perhaps this is why the time reactor is so sought after and all these governments are clamoring for his technology, because that would definitely change the nature of the entire process.
Conceivably. As Peter Moon himself said, the original purpose of the time dilator, or whatever we could call it, the time machine, basically, of David Lewis Anderson, was to preserve organs so that they wouldn't basically rot before you get them into the other person or anything had happened to them. Of course, with the kind of that obviously that makes sense, but I personally would find it hard to conceive of how that would help in the case of the clone. Basically, what would you do? It would be kind of like, here's the problem. It's like, okay, we've got this, we've just cloned somebody, and we've got this infant, and then what? You transport the infant future in time to when the guy... It's kind of like, well, you're stuck. It's like...
it would be a good script. It would be an excellent script. Let's put it that way.
Right. Because what I'm trying to wrap my brain around is, okay, so maybe there's some way someone could figure out how to work that. But the first thing I would think is, like, okay, then the guy a number of years later gets injured, says, I need kidneys and whatever. And then they say, okay, well... I mean, this doesn't seem to be a point. I mean, you'd want the kid to grow to the point where, I mean, just because you're pushing someone forward in time, you're obviously not going to send backward in that case. So, but if you're pushing them forward in time, that doesn't age them, right? I mean, that's not. In fact, it just makes it worse. It's like, obviously, if you clone yourself, you want the clone to be mature enough where the organs are transferable, right?
Sure. Well, yeah, and that's all just conjecture and such. But if people have trouble with the whole cloning idea, like
But wait a second, it's not conjecture. No, it's not conjecture. There are obviously people who have had to deal with this issue, right?
Sure.
We've come to that agreement.
Sure.
We hold that consensus.
Absolutely.
So it's not that it's conjecture. We're just trying to figure out how they might be doing this. That's basically what we're trying to figure out. So, and by the way, I did see on the MSN newsfeed, I saw in the MSN newsfeed they have like their own version of the Google Doodle. You know the Google Doodle, the search engine has the So just for people who don't know what we're talking about, you've all seen it, but maybe none of you cared enough to ask what it is. But Google puts out on a search engine, generally daily, somebody that they're trying to bring attention to, meaning some historical figure that they feel deserves some credit. And so MSN does the same thing. And it was only a matter of days ago. It was this month I saw MSN put up a little doodle of their own for Dolly the sheep. And they said, it was so many years ago that Dolly the sheep was cloned. And this was
interesting.
Yeah. And so it's not like she's forgotten or unacknowledged. It's just that nobody follows up after that. It's like kind of like, hey, we cloned a sheep. And it's kind of like, moving right along, like the traffic accident, kind of like.
Moment in time to be forgotten,
Yeah, and, but and obviously Dolly was kind of like just a public outing of the technology. That's all that was.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. But for the public that's listening that maybe you're struggling with the concept, I will say this, Chinese companies now, and I've been to the websites and I know people who've done it, for around $10,000 you can clone your pet. You just need to give them a certain amount of organic material and they will clone your pet for you. And it's very common. And if you want further proof, I mean, as far as genetic modified babies, look at Michael Jackson's two children, the one daughter Paris and the other, I forget the boy's name, but they look nothing like Michael Jackson. Like, nothing. They're, I think, blonde hair and blue eyed.
Absolutely.
So obviously he had all the money in the world and he could pay for gene modification for his children, and he obviously did. So there's evidence everywhere if you really look, but it's not smacking anybody in the face because everybody's just going on living their lives, So that's just for the public that struggles with the idea. It's out there and it's pretty common, actually. It's just not talked about.
Yeah, thank you, and that's very important. It's so that being said, go ahead and kind of take it from there. Take us to the top of the hour about what else comes to mind with this, because I think that obviously this is a very important topic, and it's important because what it would be. Let's say we use the stupid fantasy analogy. The fantasy analogy would be like the myth of the vampire. The myth. I'm not talking about the reality of vampires, which I've always tried to educate people about. But let's say the myth that, say, they're immortal and they drink human blood. And obviously, at this point in history, because of media exposure, which has done so much to romanticize the fucking vampire, if you were to say, look, this guy became a vampire, and of course the stupid myth, the stupidest of all, one of them bites you, you become one. Which, the world would be seething with vampires, right? There'd be nothing left to feed on. So let's say that were true, that you say it was like something a bit more controlled than that, because obviously if it worked like that, basically vampires would not... vampires would be the greatest vampire slayers because they would kill every new vampire just to prevent competition. So everyone they bit, they'd make certain to stake and hang out. So this is like something that is completely stupid, but at the same time as a parable, so people can understand, a thought experiment. Say vampires in the mythical sense were real and it worked like that. Then at this point in history, say you had an elite that were vampires, the old, again, the stereotype, the nobility. Basically, the peasantry would hold uprisings because they'd all want to become vampires. They'd say, "Oh, I want to be immortal. I want to, I want to live forever and stay young." And so the whole thing would be share that with us. So, very few people, unless you were extraordinarily religious, would say, no, I will not have it. I mean, I could easily imagine in such a scenario that there would be no vampires in the Muslim world, which I explained don't exist anyway, but in the Muslim world, because it's a desert, arid region in general where it's not conducive for vampire health because they don't sweat, and that's why you don't have Semitic peoples eating pigs, neither the Jews nor the Arabs, because these are desert tribes, and they can't maintain pigs in the desert because that would steal all of their water, because pigs don't sweat. You'd have to keep them hydrated all the time.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I always wondered.
Thank you. Yeah, that's where that comes from. Yeah.
Oh, that's the best. That's awesome. My whole life I wondered about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. And so since vampires, like pigs, are mammals that don't sweat, then that's why you don't see them in Arab culture. Have you ever wondered why Jews and Arabs never have any myth about vampires? There you go.
It makes total sense.
There. And so when it comes to, this sort of subject, basically what Aaron is saying is that this would be socially dislocating in the sense that if everybody knew the elite were getting cloned and just harvesting these organs, then people would say the obvious, because this would be conceivable. We could do this.
Yeah.
Why not just have banks of cloned organs? Then we could all donate ourselves so that our organs are cloned when we need them, when we have accidents. In other words, it would take some time, but all you need is it couldn't be more than fucking months, really. Maybe a few years at the longest to clone a new heart, a new kidney, so people would who had the money, even middle-class people could do this. I'm contributing myself and I want the normal bank of organs in case I need them. Heart, lungs, kidney, all that shit. And then that way transplants could be performed immediately if there's an accident. So that you would have a card for that. See, you would have a card that I'm a clone carrier and that, I've got a bank of organs waiting for me. And they could
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so the public would say, why can't we do this? And at that point, then now, is there any reason why the elite would hold that from the general public? I think it's mostly the public holding it from themselves. It's mostly the public is so reactionary. Most people would think that that's somehow evil. And just... Yeah. So I think that it's time for humanity to grow up. It's really... You know what it is in the end? In the end, don't blame the elite. They're not persecuting you. They're not keeping you down. It's you yourself.
I would agree, because when especially in the West here and the many different religions, you would get into a debate that is somewhat similar to the abortion situation that was resurrected recently, and divinity and divine life and afterlife, and God didn't make you, man made you. This is the work of the devil. I think it's fodder for preachers, especially down in the Bible Belt and the highly religious areas. And quite possibly the elite and the politicians just don't want to touch the laws that would ensue, are you a citizen if you're cloned? Are you not? What is the story? What are your rights? And then all of a sudden, what are the rights of an organ if it's being raised? I mean, at this particular moment, you could fathom, out of all the laws they already had, how many more that would have to be written or even just thought about. And politicians aren't that great at thinking, let alone acting.
Absolutely.
So it would be a real disaster, I think, if this were to come into the public forum. We can't even handle simple, basic humanity, helping a neighbor, sharing a meal without kicking each other down every chance we get. So I agree with you. I think it's the populace at large that keeps it from themselves.
Thank you. Yes, and that's the problem. So what we need is an educated populace. Now, what's interesting is that whether this is good or bad, generally the younger population in America is less and less religious. This is probably the most atheistic we've ever been, really. The kids are generally, not necessarily atheists, but certainly a good number of them are. But most of them would be what I would call agnostic. So there's definitely an agnosticism, a kind of spirituality as opposed to religiosity. So the kids would be basically more open to this. So we have a better chance now of evolving towards that social stage where then we can have the organ banks. And then everybody can live a longer life, and also through genetics, a higher quality life. I mean, ultimately, you could have children that would be born without defects if people take advantage of this as parents. This would, of course, then what we have, of course, is a very rabid minority of religious voices that are preaching against any of this. And I'm not saying, oh, that's what's holding us back, get rid of them. Rather, what I do foresee happening is basically a second Confederate States of America, but based on baptism. So the Baptist states of America would be a good chunk of, well, basically the heart and core of the Dixie geographic area. And
the Bible Belt. The Bible Belt, Douglas, is every corner has, I don't care if it's the most poor neighborhood, has a huge brick Baptist church on it. And I'm not saying anything for or against it. I'm just saying the best real estate are the Baptist churches in the Bible Belt of the South. I've traveled many states. I'm on the road all the time. It's a real thing. If you're in a place that doesn't have that, you've never seen anything like it, trust me, it's real.
Thank you. Thank you. And, you know, for a lot of you, it would be highly recommended that you never see that.
Well, you know, we traveled through a year ago, and what you realize is on Sunday, the population is so large that is at the Baptist churches, the local police are out directing traffic so that there's not accidents as service emerges and people pull onto the streets. They're literally stopping traffic so that there's no accidents. Like, that's the police force's duty on Sunday morning. Yeah. Now, in the more liberal states, that would be like a lawsuit and a complaint to the, you know, head of the police and whatever, you know, but that's how it happens in the southern states. So it's a very different world for people who don't know that.
Thank you. No, and I think that that's important. And so it would be that part of America, most certainly, that would just not have these services. They would just refrain from these services, whereas,
correct,
other parts of America could take these services on. Not necessarily all the rest of America, but certainly other parts of it. So that's what I foresee happening. I mean, definitely humanity will continue bifurcating based on these religious principles, as we always have. So when it comes to what we will see, what kind of technology would the Baptists take advantage of? Well, think of the Mormons. I mean, the one thing that I noticed about the Mormons was they really keep their wives doped up and pregnant. I mean, they prescribe like psychotropics for the wives like mad in the Mormon world.
I did not know that. I'm not surprised, but I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I could foresee a kind of pharma Baptist kind of society emerging in which pharmaceuticals would be exploited in that sense. In other words, towards a kind of general placidity.
Okay. Yeah.
And so that would be the kind of technology. I mean, technology is always going to be used and evolving, and based on the society, the social prerequisites. And so when it comes to the world that Aaron, of course, has been trying to explore, tell us about some of these really dark paths that you've seen, because like you said, there's only so far you can stick your toes in the water because there's sharks in the shallows.
Sure. It's interesting, you know, and when you talk about, you know, the religious states opting out of such services, you know, you have to remember not to discount the power of those states either, because when you get into the Bible Belt and you speak specifically of the Baptists, you can't forget the power they held, especially in the early 1900s, mid 1900s. I mean, these Baptist organizations were primarily white. They were primarily run by the good old boys. A lot of them were Masons and KKK. And they held tremendous political power. And they still do to an extent. You can't discount the connections of these states. Like, this is a big part of how America was formed. And, you know, integration rather than segregation was not that long ago, and these states held it up for a long, long time. Yeah. So there is a tremendous amount of power in those organizations. I mean, but people don't realize that, because if you live in a state that's more progressive and liberal, without being progressive or liberal, you know, just more open-minded, let's say, you don't see those things. But in some of the southern states, you couldn't get a tattoo 10 years ago. It was illegal. Liquor stores weren't allowed to be open on Sunday. I mean, these are things that are really simple things, but like you take them for granted in a more open-minded state.
Right.
So those are some of those things.
In other words, it's a totally different world. Go on.
It is a totally different world. And again, an educated population is the best, and it's just simply a lack of education. And sometimes poverty just holds that back, because if you're grinding it out at a 12-hour-a-day physical labor job, how much time do you have for education? You really don't have a lot. So I understand that part of it too. So it's all in the mix, you know, that is all in the mix. But as far as the cloning, it's just so interesting. And the other interesting point is you brought up Charles Lindbergh. Yeah. And I have to say that Charles Lindbergh gets brought up at the most random, monumental times. This guy was connected with a lot more than anybody ever would consider. Yeah. He was part of, I mean, his child was stolen, and it was maybe a farce, maybe not. I mean, he flew over the ocean. Now he was dabbling in immortality with cloning. I mean, who was the real Charles Lindbergh? I think the story that emerged from this conversation is, who the hell is Charles Lindbergh?
Right. Well, I can answer that again to an extent. The one thing I will say is that Charles Lindbergh, first off, we have to remember, was someone who was very proud of his German heritage. And when you go back in time, before World War II, and everybody was thinking in terms of just this severe Teutophobia after World War II, the severe pathological Germanophobia, just a hatred of German culture that Americans have. The overwhelming majority of Americans, white Americans, are of German descent, and yet they hate themselves, and they're raised on video games to kill themselves, literally kill other Germans, kill themselves, so to speak. And so this is, and that's the way to see it, really. I mean, when you're raised on these video games where how many Nazis can you kill, and they're, you know, all speaking German, and they're all presented as German culture, etc., you're learning to kill yourself. And this is...
Wow, I never... Douglas, I hate to interrupt you. I never thought of it that way, but I played all those video games.
Thank you. And
I am part German. I never saw it that way. That is enlightening. I can't believe that's the first time I've thought of it that way.
Yes, thank you. And so when you have someone like Charles Lindbergh, this was before World War II, he was part of that German community that was very proud of its heritage and not going to stand for any kind of stigma being applied to them. So he was very pro-Nazi, because to him, the Nazis represented German culture in Renaissance. And so he was a Nazi. There's no other word for it. That being said, he followed an American Nazism. This is not to be confused with neo-Nazis in America. Think of it more along the lines of its last manifestation was Commander George Lincoln Rockwell. And George Lincoln Rockwell, the assassination day for George Lincoln Rockwell is coming up the month of August. He was assassinated, I think, around the 27th of August. And everybody talks, of course, about Martin Luther King Jr. being assassinated, John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Malcolm X, but never any people like George Lincoln Rockwell or Richard Oakes the Mohawk. I mean, a Native American leader, and the other one a leader of the white community, and these two people are completely ignored. So it's like, well, they were assassinated too at the same fucking decade. I mean, practically all of these people were killed within months of each other, basically. So, wow. And they were all assassinated at the same time. So these were considered the most dangerous men in America. And so when it comes to someone like George Lincoln Rockwell, understand that he was carrying forth the Lindbergh tradition of Nazism. It's very different from American neo-Nazis today, totally different trip. So when it comes to Charles Lindbergh, however, the American form of Nazism is far more eugenics oriented than German Nazism. And so when he had his son, who lives in San Francisco, this is the one that was abducted and quote unquote killed. This kid was born with some deformities, and he was, I hate to say it, basically, you know, I've talked to him personally, and he's basically kind of retarded, or he's mildly retarded, and he's functional, but he's mildly, you know who he reminds me of? Who is the Asian guy who on that Star Search type series kept singing the shebang? Who was that guy? Do you remember that Chinese guy?
Oh yeah. I forget his name though, but I know who you mean.
Yeah, shebang, and he never got the point where he thought everybody was laughing with him, but no, they're all laughing at him.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and
gotcha.
Yeah, and it's like Charles Lindbergh's son is kind of like that. So Charles Lindbergh was like, basically, I got to get rid of this thing. He said, I got to get rid of this kid. So he paid somebody, he offered somebody, look, I'll support your family the rest of their life, but take the fall, say you abducted and killed my son, and, you know, and we'll run you up on a flagpole, but your family's going to get supported the rest of their life. So he made a deal with him. The guy said, okay, I'll take that. And that's why he was a member of the German community. He was a member of the German community, and it was a Depression era. And he said, I've got no way to support my family. And he made a contract with Charles Lindbergh. Okay, support my family. I'll do this for you. So he took the rap, got electrocuted, you know, and the kid, quote unquote, was killed. But the reality was he was sent to San Francisco where, you know, they dump everybody. How was it? Charles Lindbergh expressed it. You know, San Francisco's like a cereal bowl. It's full of fruits and nuts or something. He said something to that effect. And, you know, shove the kid there where the kid grew up. And that poor kid has been, you know, all his life trying to say, hey, I'm really a member of the Lindbergh family. I need some money. And, you know, and of course the Lindbergh family just, you know, says, get away, you know, go away. And so he just lives his life in San Francisco. He's been, I will go so far as to say he's even been persecuted and hounded by the FBI to a degree simply to try and get him to shut up. But,
gotcha. But how did you come to speak to him?
Oh, because he lived in San Francisco, and he was like...
That's the only reason. Okay, so you just bumped into him.
Yeah, I just bumped into him, but I knew him because of my father pointed out. My father pointed out. I don't know how my father knew this, but my father pointed it out and said, that's Charles Lindbergh's son. And
oh, my God.
Yeah, so when I, when I talked to him, he said, yeah, I'm Charles Lindbergh's son. And like I said, he was kind of borderline retarded. He's been on radio. He was on Coast to Coast. He was on Coast to Coast.
Yeah, oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. And he came up there and he said, "Oh, I want to be, I want people to recognize that I'm the son of Charles Lindbergh." And he started talking about the FBI guy who was persecuting him. And he said, "Oh, there's this one agent who's been bullying me." And that's when Ian Punnett shut him down and said, "How dare you, impugn on our great FBI?"
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, just like, shut up about that, and go on about the more inane bullshit. And, it was just like that. Basically he's mildly deformed. He's got like, a club foot. He's got like a club foot and some other shit, twisted fingers. Polydactylism and shit. Like where you're born with 6 fingers and shit. Yeah, he's got like that. He's like club foot, 6, of course, that's, most of us think that. We think of the devil, right? I said, holy shit, this. So that's why Charles Lindbergh said, I got to get rid of this freak. But you know what I told him? I just told him, look, why don't you just be happy your dad didn't fucking kill you? He paid some other guy to take the fall for you and get killed when he could have just killed you. And I said, I don't know what you're bitching about. It's what I told him.
Little gratitude, right?
Yeah. I said, Jesus. Well, I know it sucks, but it could have been, you could have been dead. But of course,
there's a lot of researchers that actually take that group, because that group that Charles Lindbergh was in, I didn't know it was an American group versus the German group of Nazi party, but that group seemed to have polydactylism as a rampant figurehead. And it's interesting. That's a whole nother rabbit hole, but that's something I've realized is that group had that a lot.
Wow.
And that group was very powerful in that turn of the country in that time. So it's interesting. They seem to be very powerful behind the scenes.
Right.
And you've talked about it, but I mean, the story goes, London, the world above London rules the West, and the underground German world rules London. And I don't know how accurate that is, but that would make sense that Charles Lindbergh was part of that underground German world, perhaps.
Interesting. Fascinating. And again, another rabbit hole for us to dive into in the near future.
There's so many.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's so many.
I'm going to turn on the screen share so our man Aaron can see this. Basically, for those of you who don't know, Anne, which I always expected, Anne Christine Fontaine, is basically, she was always transitional, and so she's just kind of checked out. All of that is just, none of it is in terms of acrimony. I told her I'd keep calling her unless she told me not to. I don't expect her to answer, but I'm sharing screen now. So in terms of our man Aaron, can you see this? Just curious.
Yes, I can.
Cursor's moving around. Okay, good. So what I'm going to do is go down to add participants. Someday our man Aaron might be doing this. Add participants. And then we're going to grab two people in particular, Brandon Young and our man Sammy Romero. So I'm going to grab these two people and I'm going to add them on because we know they're going to answer. Later on, if I feel the need to, I might add some other people. But I believe these two people will definitely come on from what's been indicated, and that will enable me to make myself my tea while everybody talks.
Sure, yeah, and I apologize. I just enjoy your conversation. I didn't mean to keep you. I wanted you to make your tea, but I'll stay till the bottom of the hour and chat with these gentlemen and then yourself when you come back, and it's always fun.
Oh, bless you, and bless both these wonderful gentlemen for responding. Let's make certain everybody's audio works. Brandon, say hello to our man Aaron, see if he can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. Sammy, say hello to everyone. Let's see if everyone can hear you.
Oh, hello, King Dietrich. How you guys doing?
Hello. And could everybody hear that?
Yes.
Yeah, Brandon, did you hear that?
No.
Are you joking? Is that a joke? I just kidding.
No.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Brendan. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Am I audible? Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Now it sounds like, okay, so he our man Sammy went to, it's kind of like people with tuberculosis where they sent them to camps. It's like Sammy went to some kind of rehab center. This is what you this is what you hear in the background is the birds chirping. Sammy, I'm so sorry, I couldn't resist that. I'm sorry. So are you still in isolation, right?
Hold on. Let me get off my my Bluetooth headset.
Okay. Oh my God, he's like in an aviary.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Yeah, that's my sister's bird. She has a pet bird.
Okay, so wonderful.
He squeaks around and yeah, he's annoying.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. And so is it like a parrot or what?
Yeah, it's one of those parrots. He says a bunch of cuss words in Spanish, all the nice things they teach animals. It's just all the swear words, but yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so funny.
Oh. Chinga tu madre, stuff like that. Stuff like that, It's just, instead of love thy neighbor, my sister teaches them that. Okay. There you go.
Oh God. Too bad Salmon Shake didn't wind up visiting you. Then you could have heard the parrot say "pendijo," and
no, they probably call him Hoto, but that's another. That's another. Anyways.
Oh my God. So, my love to all of you gentlemen. Before I go make my tea, what do you two gentlemen think of the subject we were just discussing? Any observations are welcome. Don't everybody jump in. But yeah, go on, Brendan.
Well, I said that, everyone else can go first.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay, that's okay. So I trust you gentlemen can all hold a round table while I make tea.
Yeah,
It's not gonna.
No, we'll keep it going. Douglas,
Yes.
you go make tea and we'll keep it going.
Thank you. Thank you. So you
So-
gentlemen, here's one thing
Yeah,
I can
so-
start it with. Before, I mean, I'm sure you guys will do fine with this, but I do want to ask Sammy. So, Sammy, were you able to complete the episode the other day where I was speaking about the abortion? You did hear it through to the end, I take it.
Yeah, yes, I did. I thought it was very, very good.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. As far as your explanation of things.
So,
yes, I did.
So in context of what we're talking about, because abortion kind of fits like a puzzle piece with the cloning, because these are all about life engineering, really. It's about engineering our lives and our personal destinies. So maybe you could talk a little bit about whatever impressions you had of that might be relevant to what we were talking about with cloning, and that would get all three of you started while I go mute and I make tea. And my love to all of you gentlemen. None of this would be possible without you. And with that, I'll be mute and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Take the floor, Sammy.
Well, then you guys I just want to ask before, and then you guys listen to transmission that he's talking about. This is about maybe about four shows prior.
Yep.
Okay. Well, really what I got out of it, because I was pretty much quarantined and kind of half asleep, but what I got from it pretty much what they was talking about is the many aspects of how abortion really a lot of the time is natural, as far as how photos and pretty much the many instances and how really abortion is really the only choice, and how at least what statistics he was talking about, most of the time it's pretty much almost biblical in the sense of how it's happening. It's not criminal, in other words.
Right. Well, tonight we were talking about cloning,
right,
and the issue of cloning tied in with mass consciousness and religion and people's rationality and sanity, and linking it to a similar argument to abortion. But yeah.
Oh, okay. As far as the cloning part, I'm not very well versed in that, in the sense of, because to me, when I think of cloning, I think of that sheep clone. But I also do remember, for example, Dr. Mangela doing twinning in South America, where he, they speak about him having some type of serum. I don't know if it's a serum, maybe some type of enzyme that allowed women to have twins. And I remember my mother telling me that my mother had about 4 sets of twins.
Oh my God.
She had her first set were a pair of it was one of my sisters is a twin. It's a boy and a girl. She survived, and her twin unfortunately didn't. He was stillborn. And then about a year after that, she had a set of twin baby girls, and they were stillborn. They both born stillborn. After that, she had another set, and they were stillborn as well. And then it was my brother and I, and we were lucky enough to be born premature, but we were alive. So I don't know where I'm trying to get at this, but is it genetically? I don't know, but it is something very intriguing in the sense of it can be possible.
Yeah, that's interesting. That must have been very hard for your mom.
Yes, it probably. I'm sure it was, because they were doing it. They were trying for a boy after, having so many sisters, and obviously this isn't exact or chronological order. I'm just saying she had a lot of twins.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting, and you're right. It goes back to Mengele, and I think Douglas has talked about it. He did, horrific studies on these twins, but at the same time, the twins that survived his horrific studies had incredibly long, healthy lives, which is, really odd. A lot of them are still alive for interviews, or some of them are still alive for interviews. So that's really interesting. And But yeah, it is. It all goes back to that. And you brought up Mengele, and that's the German component. And in the cloning, Douglas brought up Charles Lindbergh and how he was searching to extend his life through cloning. And there's a book that he mentioned, The Immortalists, and I looked it up while we were on the air. And this book is rare, and it's $100 to a couple $100, which is pretty expensive. And so that means it won't be around forever. So that's interesting. So it seems it's tied to all the things that all the other conspiracies are tied to for the most part. So I don't know what that means, but that's what we've ascertained so far this evening.
Well, I'm going to share a little something. You know, being a twin myself, you know, a life-changing event happened to me not too long ago. I'll think about if I want to talk about it as far as what it is, but I'll talk around it.
Okay.
My twin was having hives. He was breaking out in hives, in the sense of something was worrying him. And you know, being a man. And, by the way, that's my sister's King Corso. Apologies. He was wondering why he was worried, and he knew it was about me, and he was having dreams about me. My brother was dreaming about me a lot, and you know, he approached me and said, "Hey, what's going on? You know, I'm worried about you." And you know, I'm very the type where this was a very personal issue, mine, and you know, I just didn't want to share it.
Yeah.
So I eventually told him, and he's all, "Look, man, I couldn't sleep. Something was telling me that, you know, and he prayed and stuff, and you know, we worked it out, and I explained to him. But you know, I don't know if this has ever happened to you guys, but is this mostly a twin thing? Is it a sibling thing? Maybe you guys can answer me that. As far as are you guys ever close to a sibling where your connection to them is that close?
Yeah, I've had things like that with people and siblings, but traditionally that's your level of connection with that person. And with a twin, it's going to be more of a strong connection. So I think that's more of the psychic component or the intertwining component, your sensitivity, your empathy, and your, you know, but again, these connections and sympathies and intertwinedness, for lack of a better word, is way more strong with twins. So I think you're going to experience it exponentially larger and more strong than the average human being that is not a twin. That's just my opinion.
Well, I'm going to tell you something very kind of freaky too. Is I had a childhood friend. She went to school with us, and we used to walk home. And at times, you know, depending on you know, some my brother and I used to play sports. Depending, you know, sometimes we walked with her, sometimes we didn't. But I remember I got up first, and I was walking with her, and I asked her a question like, "Hey, what did you eat today?" You know, I don't know. I don't remember if I asked her a question like that. Not even that. Something more specific, actually. Anyways, my brother asked her the same question in the same type of tone, exactly alike, and it freaked her out in the sense like, "Man, you guys are twins." Excuse me. So you know, I don't know. It's just sometimes some things we do say the same. Some things we do.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, no problem. Sounds like you need some water there, my friend. Brandon, did you want to add anything to the discussion and mention anything about the topic?
No, I don't have a twin. No, I've never had a twin, so I can't relate to that. But I appreciate it. You know.
Oh, yeah. Anything on cloning or anything of that nature?
Like what?
Well, the first hour we talked entirely on cloning. I just didn't know if you wanted to add anything to that discussion or you wanted to bring anything up.
Yeah. Well, I think cloning is. I don't know. I think it's an interesting topic. I don't know if I believe that it's 100% proficient. at this point, impractical to the point where people think that they're clones of themselves, clones of Akhenaten, and so forth. I don't think the technology is there yet. But could it be there? Maybe soon.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, so it's just an interesting topic. I mean, it's pretty interesting that nobody talks about it, but you can clone your pet for $10,000, and it's very common now. So that's it. It's I think it's more common than people realize. But Sammy, that stuff's very interesting as well. I'm sure it did freak you out quite a bit to experience those things.
It did. But my brother and I, through time growing up, we've noticed that's one of the things about being a twin, especially you're very close to them. I've met other twins where they're not even close. They're not close. It's almost strange in a sense because, for example, there was another pair of twins in my school, but one of them was taller than the other and like more stockier. But they had a weird relationship. I don't know if there was abuse involved in their family, but they really didn't care for each other.
Yeah, well, there might have been. You never know.
Yeah, yes. So I always kind of was cognizant of that, like maybe something happened to them. But they would always talk to us like, "Hey, you guys are really close, huh? You and your twin are really close." I'm like, "Yeah, it's my twin." That's me. And my brother and I were always around each other. But as older as we get, you have to establish your own identity, and you have to, as much as you love each other, you are both a little different in a sense of your personality.
Sure.
Trying to hammer that out, and you go through your struggles in the sense of questioning certain things, but it's just part of being an individual. But in a sense, you never really grow apart. It's just being adults, and as anybody can tell, anybody being an adult when you're aware of the adult world, there's reasons why certain things don't make sense, but that's just the way they are. It's just you don't owe no one an explanation. It's just you deal with it and move on.
That's just, I mean, that's a sibling thing too. So you don't have to be a twin to experience that. As children, you all have similar interests. You all ride bikes and play sports. But then as you grow older, your interests become more specific and specialized because there's only so much time. And so that's where siblings grow apart. But I'm sure, especially with you, I'm positive that as that happens with twins, it's more painful because the connection is so much more close.
Well,
so
that's
natural.
That's one of the things with Isaac and I, though. We were sometimes, I was always referred sometimes as a twin. They wouldn't call him by my name. "Oh, you guys are the Romero twins." "Oh, you're the twin." Oh, even in church, like I grew up in a church setting. People didn't know my name. And I'm 25 years old and they're still calling me, "Oh, you're the twin." And I'm an adult and, "Oh, you're the Romero twin."
Yeah,
And
I can see that that's upsetting.
It's a little annoying. It is.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can't feed it energy because, like anything, people are ignorant. They know they're ignorant, and at times it doesn't matter in the sense of in the scheme of things because as long as you know who you are, and it's just like take a number. Like everybody has a struggle.
That is indeed the truth. But no, I could see that being way more intense for twins.
Yeah.
And and that's what older brother, younger brother, especially when one of the brothers like eclipses the other, sports or academia, whichever it is, you're living in someone else's shadow. At least you were even with your brother. You were one of the two twins that were on par, so to speak. So it's a little less, but it's still annoying and devastating. I get it.
Can I ask you a question, Aaron?
Sure.
You grew up in the church.
Yeah.
Was it ever not a problem, but because of the church environment, how it is, and people know you as, your parents, "Oh, your brother so-and-so's, son." that's how they think. That's how they know you for. You know what I mean? It's almost like, oh, brother Aaron, and you're like, no, I have an identity. Nothing wrong with that, part, but I'm always leery in a sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was interesting. Yes, there was that delineation, and it was almost like, so I'll tell it to you, but I'm not tooting my own horn. It was more like, oh, you're Aaron's parents type thing. They were kind of known for being my parents in the church. That was more of, but yes, there was that delineation. It was and it was a strange thing. Everybody was very respectful to me, but not very respectful to my parents. So that's a very weird thing, and that's a whole nother story.
Wow. Okay, I see. Oh, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I don't think of that often. You made me go back in the old memory banks. But yeah, I remember those days of everybody being brother so and so and brother so and so, and you watch. Well, it was hard growing up, having all basically you look up to the deacons and the pastor and their wives and families and children, and you watch them run amok, and you're told that they're how you should behave like. I'm like, well, they're not behaving. You know what I mean? It's just that whole
exactly.
The hierarchy system that is so off-putting once you have any form of logic. But that being said, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Preacher's kids, so to speak.
Well, yes. That's unfortunately my dad was a pastor, so
you're a preacher's kid, so you're a PK. Yes. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Exactly, and even to this day, I'm in my parents' home, and it's one of those things where when I'm around here, not that I have nothing against it. It's always in my heart. I'm never ashamed of it. It's just when you're on the real world and you deal with the public that doesn't care. Not doesn't care. It's just that's not really relevant in a sense.
Correct.
Because
correct.
It's just it's not. You can't really transfer that there because it's just not that.
Well, let me put it this way. It just kind of came to me. This is what I don't like about it, because I don't like broad statements. So I want to specify. What I don't like about it is the hierarchy in the church. The children in the church are taught to be highly respectful of the hierarchy because of the position they're in. Right. So you're taught to be respectful and subservient to a position rather than someone who deserves respect and authority. And the problem is a lot of the people in a position of power or authority in the church does not deserve that position. And yet you are told to blindly respect that person. And that's not how to raise children, because that person should be respected if they earn the respect of that child. Now, I'm not saying disrespect your elders, but I'm saying do not blindly follow and chime behind your parents because they think this guy or gal is very special. Like, I think that's a very important delineation. I don't know if I'm making that clear enough, but that's how I feel about that.
No, it's you make a very good, concise point. I think really what I've learned really, because the thing about it is they can very quickly to break you down. Yes. And as much as they can pick you up, and it's abusive because you do it with love. You're in a vulnerable position. You're vulnerable.
Yeah.
I've had to deal with this like anybody that grew up in church. And what I've learned is a lot of these people are very damaged. And how you love, they will never love. They can never love how you love. And that's to their misfortune. And their heart is sick. Their heart is sick in a sense of they can't go. They can't let go. But just
I did a lot of thinking on this, Sammy, and I'll give you this. Yeah. So I wrote this article, and I think it's a very common tactic in churches and any other establishment with hierarchy, and I call it the inferiority-superiority complex. So the goal is to maintain subscribers, right? Unless it's a real heartfelt church, small, congregation doing it from the heart, not for the money. So the goal is to break you down with guilt, hellfire, apocalypse, whatever the goal is, we don't need you. You need to stop sinning, etc., etc. But then by the end of the service, pick you up and say, you're God's chosen people. Keep at it. Keep trying. You're forgiven. And that's what I call the inferiority-superiority complex. So people are conflicted. They're not good enough, but they're the best. And that you cannot fix that going to church every Sunday unless you really dig down deep and try to figure out what's happening to you during a service. So I think that's what you were kind of describing. And if not, I apologize, but that's something I thought deeply on for a long time.
No, I totally agree with you. I think, well, I have to put it in this terms because for some reason, having COVID, I was binge watching a lot of prison videos. Of all things.
That's interesting, but keep going, Sammy.
It's because I have family. And they're not close, but they're maybe a couple of people removed, but they're in gangs. Unfortunately, being in California and being Hispanic, somebody in your family is connected to a gang. Most of, especially in Los Angeles, it's usually the Mexican mafia. And their hierarchy is it's a rat race, pretty much. I was going into their history and so on and so forth, and certain movies that came out, American Me, and how mostly the staff in that movie ended up getting killed because of bad representation, in other words, quote unquote organization.
Sure.
But everything in that world is about quote unquote respect. Well, I feel disrespected. Yeah. Or you need to, quote unquote, show respect to the shot callers, whatever. And, I had to compare to church because that's just what my background is.
Sure.
And I started thinking of things, for example, and I started realizing that a lot of these people that are leaders are just, how can I say it? They're manipulators in the sense of forgetting what it's all about as far as the love of God. Giving.
Yeah.
Giving. Because, and I think people forget, I'm just talking about myself. When you give so much, you forget the fact that people have to give back to you.
Correct.
And if someone who is in authority can give you what you give them, then that makes them insecure. I knew someone that didn't have a father. He became a pastor and he was my former pastor, but because he didn't have a father and I did, I could tell that was an insecurity of his. I didn't really care, but I know he cared. And every time when it wasn't really a fallout, it was more, this relates to my twin now. Him and my twin, he really was very, started being abusive to my twin in the sense of, almost like, the things that he did it through other people. Instead of being a man and coming up to me and saying, X, Y, and Z, hey, can you do this for me?
But
so there was a lot of, go ahead.
In the church, typically passive aggressive is the way it goes. There's no face-to-face confrontation. It's always that pass through another because it keeps a picture of everything's okay. Plausible deniability. That's how. But that's every infrastructure that way works. That way, it's always passive aggressive. Always.
Right. Okay. No, and you know what? That's you probably have a point there because I do work in a big company. Yeah. But the problem is with this. I'll give you a quick story. The reason why I'm telling you this because we only dealt with him directly. That's the difference between everybody that worked with him. Really, when I started going to this church, the first day I went straight to him.
Yeah.
We bypassed my brother and I. Literally, these two twins are walking towards you. And we just straight shook his hand.
That's intimidating in and of itself to anybody who's a little insecure, right?
We're kids, though. That's the thing. Yeah. We're kids. Yeah. And we've been around the ministry. We were around ministry. We're around bishops and pastors all my life. Yeah. So these people, to me, they're just, they're human beings.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I don't disrespect them or anything, but I think part of it, he liked that. And we developed a great friendship, but at the same time, men are men. Men got egos. Okay.
Sure.
And like anything, he liked us because we did everything. It was very automatic with Isaac and I, as far as how to set up the service. Me and Isaac are musicians, so we did Bible studies. Everything involved in the ministry we know how to do. Yeah. So we had a value. The problem is what Isaac and I never took into consideration was the human element of this man. It has to deal with, they deal with, human possession, people like this. Now, don't get me wrong, I sometimes have a problem with that in the sense of an exorcism is not really an exorcism. And the reason how Douglas explained it to me is people are not necessarily, you can't really extract. Pretty much those entities are not really ever gone, in other words. So, the background that I come from, it's not as technical as the Catholic Church, which is more technical in the sense of complicated. Excuse me. And so these entities affect a person. So years of all this too, and being around different type of people, I'm sure he became more and more callous.
Well, I think more specifically, so when you're taking a position of power, typically you want your followers to be very docile and non-questioning and lack logic and intelligence, right? So when you're approached by two strong, logical thinking people that actually love the religion of it rather than the pomp and circumstance and self-righteousness of it, that's very threatening to your position. So that's a person who knows that you could quickly unravel a lot of what he was doing.
There. Okay, so I just came back to hear that, and it sounds like our man Aaron has brought, along with Brandon and Sammy, everyone to the bottom of the hour. You're welcome, of course, to stay throughout the night, as far as I'm concerned. But
I would love to. I'll stay a few more minutes. Sammy brought out some great points. Wonderful. And he shared some awesome stuff, and he asked me some good questions, which made me think, because I don't think that far back these days. So thank you for that.
I understand.
My bad. But yeah.
That was interesting. What? I'm sorry, Sammy. Repeat that. It sounded to me like a bunch of grunts.
Oh, no. I mean, if I did, I didn't mean to open up both scars and wounds.
No. It's just it's so far gone. It feels like a lifetime ago. You know how you mature and you grow, and then
right.
Life is different. I left that a long time ago, but when I think back, I remember it, and it was a very interesting time, and it was the entire formative years was in the church. I went quite a bit for many years, so it was very interesting. But it helped form a lot of question asking, which changed my trajectory. So I wouldn't ever change any of that.
Right, and that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I think it's good to hear that, in the sense of people dealing with what everybody deals with. I think
sure, yeah, we're humans. It's humanity, right? But before I forget this thread, so Douglas, while you were making your tea and having your tea ceremony,
yes,
I had brought up you bringing up Charles Lindbergh, and then Sammy brought up Mengele, and as all of these discussions always come back to singular centric topics. Right. Why does it always wind up on Germany?
Because, of course, Germany was so far ahead of its time. And because of that, then what happened was it becomes a natural question in the sense of the obvious with Joseph Mengele, because Mengele was working on twinning, quote unquote, which is cloning, of course, by another name.
Right.
So, by the way, I'm just multitasking here since I've just got back and I'm settling into the environment.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you with a heavy question.
No, it is a heavy question. It's a heavy question, and it does bear pursuit. But something like that, as you well know, requires a book in response, right? I mean,
sure. But only Douglas can sum something like that up in probably 10 minutes when you put your mind to it. I've never heard sum ups like yours.
You're very gracious. You're very gracious. So to the best of my ability to sum that up would be that when it goes back to Joseph Mengele, because he was honestly working on that field so far ahead of everyone else, and he took it from what it used to be in the days before DNA, before the Jewess, Rosalind Franklin, isolated the helical structure of DNA. All of biology was considered, quote unquote, a soft science, and this is why the Americans in the West, they would, in their minds or by their cultural paradigm, they would, quote unquote, separate the men from the boys. And this is the kind of language they would use by who was doing the hard science, like physics and mathematics and chemistry, and who was doing the soft sciences, which would be the biological sciences, because they considered the biological sciences to be inexact because they could not be measured to the degree of exactitude that the physical sciences could. And therefore, it was perceived could not be applied the way the physical sciences could. And this is why the West put all of its eggs in one basket with basically physics bombs, mechanical implements, and that's why the Asians, on the other hand, went for the biologicals, and that's because Emperor Hirohito understood innately that the biological sciences were the key to winning the war. When it came to dealing with someone like Joseph Mengele's accomplishments, before Rosalind Franklin isolated the helical structure of the DNA, which changed all of biology into two calendrical periods. It's like our calendars, of course, before Christ and Anno Domini in the year of our Lord, whereas for the science of biology, everything is a BDNA, or before DNA, and aDNA, or after DNA. But before DNA, Joseph Mengele did what no one else could do. He basically took the original science of genetics, which was where genes were perceived as mathematical units of inheritance, and he changed it into something that could be surgically manipulated. So he was doing this before there was an understanding of the helical structure of DNA. So in other words, he was kind of working with genetic engineering before there was a microbiological platform on which to work. This is what made him so exceptionally unique, and this is why it goes back to him. So in other words, he's like the only man prior Rosalind Franklin to comprehend and work with what she would later discover. Does that make sense?
It does. So basically what I'm hearing is he changed DNA via blunt force trauma.
Yes.
Versus a more finesse method, which is DNA structuring as we see it today in the hidden circles.
That's correct. In other words, he was manipulating the material without the fine tools that would otherwise have made what he was doing less conspicuous. So, and he could do this because he had an endless amount of raw materials. So since he had an endless amount of raw materials and the raw material was expendable, he could do something that no one else was allowed to do. So it does always go back to Germany. This is why. And so the when he was working with the other Nazi doctors in that field, this is what they were pioneering. And this is ultimately, for those of anybody who has any skepticism and anybody who says, oh, nothing good came of that, everything they did was evil, or that nothing constructive came of it, this was all just gratuitous sadism. All you need to do is take a look at the Holocaust survivors. The Holocaust survivors are universally living to over 100 years of age. They are generally, if not almost universally, in perfect health. And the majority of Holocaust survivors are in far better health than your average American at the age of mid-50s.
And I've heard you mention this, and I brought it up when Sammy mentioned Mengele. I said the people that he experimented on so brutally lived very healthy, happy lives where they can walk upstairs at 90 or 100 years old, whereas the average 60-year-old struggles in America.
Thank you. By the way, to qualify that, of course, in all fairness, those that survived.
Correct.
Yes,
That's a very good qualifying statement. Absolutely, those that survived. Yeah. Very fair.
But those that did survive, many of them, like that Jewish lady who was a Holocaust survivor and was confronted with her camp guard at his trial, she went up to him and she kissed him. And this was, she felt a depth of gratitude, or as Peter Moon brought up when he was talking about the dwarves, that in particular Mengele basically entertained himself with. There was something that was borderline entertainment, but when it came to the dwarves, as one of them who was interviewed said, if he were ever captured and put on trial, I would never stand witness against him. And so there was this incredible, bizarre bond that developed between him and men like him and the victims that survived. In many cases, of course, that we have to be extraordinarily qualifying with a statement like that, because it's intrinsically just so sensitive an area. But when it comes to Brandon, did he talk at all when it came to the subject, or Brandon?
No, Brandon didn't talk at all on the subject.
Okay. Okay. Is he okay?
He said, he wasn't sure that cloning was at that level, and it's an interesting topic. And so then we went back to Sammy's stories of himself and his twin, and the church stories with that, and it was
and that brought us to your church stories.
Yes,
which is so important. And when it comes to, this is where the rubber meets the road. It really comes down to, I remember this one guy I was dealing with, Richard McGuire, who, like I said, was this super engineer. He was this guy who was like one of the last engineering prodigies that was produced by the United States. And then when he, and he never got employment anywhere. By the way, the dear lady Diane Hillis Buchberger brings to our attention the mildly retarded Chinese guy that I was talking about, who used to sing She Bangs, and that his name was William Hung. And I mean, his very name, as in hung, as if he had a dick, is I'm sorry, that is so funny. He's intrinsically funny, and the poor bastard never got it. Everybody was laughing at him and not with him. It was kind of like, that was the feeling I kind of got with someone like, Charles Lindbergh's son. But when it came to what we were talking about with Mengele and with DNA and genetics, I think we kind of put that in some perspective. So the difference was when it came to World War II and Emperor Hirohito winning the war the way he did due to biologicals, it shows how the Western world really just had a system of values that did not necessarily serve its ultimate intentions, which were purely malevolent anyway. They were genocidal towards Asians. They were generally genocidal towards everyone who was not considered an Anglo-Saxon Protestant, essentially. But when it came to they ultimately paid the price for that. And then with Rosalind Franklin's discovery, then what happened was, of course, two Jewish assholes who were part of the male patriarchy of that subculture. And I call it a subculture because they were all basically British citizens or members of the Commonwealth, I believe. Watson and Crick, I think, were both Canadian. Maybe one was American, but they were both Jewish. And I think, and I might be wrong, one of them definitely was. The one portrayed by Jeff Goldblum, who made him 6 inches taller than he was in real life or something. But
oh god, at least he's tall.
Thank you. And then what happened was that those assholes ran off with all the credit, because that's the kind of patriarchal culture that unfortunately Judaism represented for all too long. But in the end, Rosalind Franklin got her credit. But it was after that then they could manipulate the genes without looking so cruel and monstrous. And it really makes me sick, because in the end it really is a matter of you can do that because you've got the tools where you can do everything in vitro and in test tubes and just make yourself look humane. But we all know if they didn't have the DNA, they'd be doing just what Mengele did. We all know that.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Russians did when, or rather more properly, the Soviets did when I write about vampirology. So if people want to see an example of this kind of brute force manipulation where they're trying to change the physiology of people into vampires, as they were trying in the Soviet Union, then if you purchase my book Vampirology, then you'll get that in heavy detail. This is where the Soviets were trying to accomplish what requires DNA manipulation they were trying to accomplish with simple mechanical surgery. And so, of course, the results are incredibly ugly. You've got people today that are capable of working with scalpels, splicing gene after gene, whereas in those days, and the Soviets well into the modern age, I'm talking like the fucking 70s and 80s, were working with sledgehammers. So, yeah.
And let me interject quick. Everybody should buy that book.
Oh, bless you.
Period. Like, buy the book. It's breathtaking. It's amazing. And, you know, another thing I'll interject. Also, when I was a child, I went to the library, and it was when the internet first started. And I remember my home economics teacher took me to the computer, and he's like, "This is the internet, and these are the pages you pull up, and anything that's highlighted, you can click on it." And I remember him telling me, "See, this is the Human Genome Project." And he goes, "Currently, they're working on mapping all of the genes in the human DNA sequence." And what's so compelling to me is it's really in my lifetime, and I'm not that old, that a lot of this has come to fruition. You know, they were talking about it then, but they're not talking about it now unless you have a lot of money. They've mapped the human genome. They can manipulate the genes. This science is, there's a portion of the book that's closed and understood. Now I think how to propel it into the future is really the next question, if my synopsis is correct.
Which we know it is. And believe me, of course, I'm so glad that you brought this up and that we were able to speak about this tonight. And honestly, it's always an honor having you. Will you be able to join us on Wednesday in the opening hour?
Wednesday would be very difficult, so let's shoot for Sunday, if that's okay with you.
Sure, sounds good. Yes.
We'll do Sunday, and I have another topic for Sunday I'm still working on. It was too much to bring up two topics tonight, but it's another unique topic, and I'm interested to see where it goes. I want to do a little bit more digging on it, but if you prefer, I can bring it to you in private, and then we can discuss it to see if it's something you're able to air.
Well, you know I trust you implicitly. Whatever it is,
that.
Yeah, I know whatever you bring up's fine by me. It's not like...
Awesome. What amazes me is, like, when I first would listen to you based on Peter's recommendation, I always thought you were possibly like reading web pages you pulled up. And over the years, I've realized this is just your recall. And it just blows my mind. Like, I learn things and then I can kind of regurgitate gross details about said things. And people can tell that I study them in detail, but I can't prove it with details. Right. However, when you talk about a subject, it's like you read it last night, this morning, this afternoon. It's incredible. What a memory.
You know, you're very generous, and I'll tell you the truth. I mean, think of how I used to be before before all the drugs and alcohol that I intentionally...
I can't even imagine it.
Yeah,
I can't even imagine it.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, this is why, Michael Aquino referred to me as Data, and I formed at that time in history, certainly, even though I've always personally related far more to the Spock character, Data is the character that far more people have compared me to. And
gotcha.
So it's been, certainly in the old days, people could understand why. These days, I can come up when I go into the zone with this kind of recall, but at the same time, it definitely has its own, how do I say it, just its own difficulties in the sense that I can no longer do so necessarily as fluidly as I used to be able to do it. But definitely thanks to whenever I'm triggered, like somebody like our man Aaron brings up a particular subject, then suddenly I'm there. So it's kind of like I'm blessed in the sense that most of the time I can recall when it's needed. But other than that, I definitely look forward to Sunday with you. Keep me updated, but of course I'm going to assume not to call you on Wednesday then. I'll assume not to call you unless you...
Yeah, if anything changes, I'll message you or I'll just pop on quick if I can, and I'll keep you posted on that. But it was an awesome night. Sammy, are you there?
Yeah, he's here. Right, Sammy?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. Good talk to you.
I just want to say thanks for the time and the conversation. I appreciate it. It was fun, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Yes.
Thank you. Likewise.
Bless you so much.
Thank you.
And you have a blessed evening, and our best wishes to your son. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All
Talk
right.
to you next week. Bye-bye.
And to your wife, of course. Yes.
Of course. Of course.
Bye for now. Yeah. And that was our man, Aaron Tice. And Sammy, let's check to see if Brandon's okay. Brandon, are you all right? Are you there? Oh my God. Yeah.
Hey, Brandon.
If he checked out, that's all right. That's cool. I mean, hopefully he'll check in later. We'll see what happens. It's going to be kind of an...
Sorry, just had to unmute.
Oh, there we are.
Hi.
Oh my God. Oh, so tell us how things have been going. How was your weekend?
Fantastic.
Oh, good.
It was a little hot,
Okay.
a little humid,
Okay.
but made it through,
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, interesting guy, the former guest there. I forget, Aaron Tice is his name?
Yeah, Aaron Tice. Yeah, and he was, it's not only the religious trip, he also has participated heavily in the martial arts, but it's kind of like he doesn't...
Oh, really?
Yeah, he doesn't emphasize that much. He doesn't emphasize that much. He's very, how would I say it, very modest in that regard. I wouldn't say that he was... any mixed martial artist prize champion, but he certainly has.
Who is?
Yeah, who is? So true. It's and with that, how is oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Your lady's name. What's her name?
Kelsey.
Again? Kelsey. Oh my God, that's such a beautiful name,
Kelsey.
and it's exotic enough where I forgot it. It's hard to Kelsey. Kelsey. It's like Chelsea. But it's spelled. How is it spelled again?
With a K, K-E-L-S-E-Y.
K-E-L-S-E-Y. Oh, that's so unusual. Was that inspired by something in literature? What inspired that?
I don't know.
Okay.
So I yearn to find out.
Okay.
But yeah, we went to a show on Providence, Rhode Island.
Wonderful. Tell us about that a little bit.
Oh, it's just fantastic. It was the Two Tim show,
Never heard of him.
And basically, this guy goes up. He's a comedian, and he you ever see these comedians who are terrible, and they go to the San Francisco Comedy Club all the time.
Yes, yeah.
I'm going to tell the truth.
Sean David Morton.
Like
Sean David Morton was one of those. Go on.
I can see Sean David Morton doing something like that.
Yes.
But it's like, no more bullshit. No more bullshit. And he comes up, he's like, you see all these people with these apps on their watch these days, Ooh, yeah. Not on my watch, it's just like, it's the worst comedy.
Okay.
He pretends to be the biggest douchebag white guy that you could ever be, like kind of like most comics,
Right. Right. Yeah. Okay.
So it was fun.
Okay. Yeah. No. Thank you for sharing that. That's cool. And so, Sammy, what about yourself? How are you progressing with combating the coronavirus? How is that progressing?
I'm doing a lot better. I just have a little dry cough and stuffy nose, but there's some stuff I have to relate to you behind the scenes. But other than that, it's I'm blessed. I'm blessed to say that I'm getting better.
Okay, yeah, I look forward to speaking with you privately, and hopefully we can do that soon. And I definitely want to thank everybody in the chat room, and I want to apologize to everybody who has suffered through my continually dropping my microphone. So do understand that I do host this transmission basically sitting on my bed, and I've got the screen on what is now a different kind of stand than what I used to have, and this is why the microphone keeps slipping. So I'm getting used to how to position the microphone on what's a much smaller plastic tray that was actually purchased for me by the Laura Lee Solomon and Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who, by the way, I gave a shout out to the other day and was shout out to again for the $100 she contributed. Helped immensely. And, you know, it's what happens is after I pay the rent, which is due on the 1st, then there's this desert before my check deposits on the 3rd of every month. So it's like 72 hours in which conceivably, well, I'll never starve to death because of Meals on Wheels, but conceivably I could dehydrate to death because I have to buy liquids on my own. And so it helps me with that immensely. And aside from that, I do want people to understand, because I'm getting some questions in emails and private messages about my photograph and thumbnail of tonight's live stream, and understand that this is to celebrate Ghost Month. So this is a very important month in China. And I provided a link both in the summary of tonight's program and, of course, on the promotional banner for tonight's program. So anybody can go there for just kind of a general overview in English about what Ghost Month is all about. But it's also the month in which it's Chinese Valentine's Day. So, basically it's it's just a big Chinese holiday month. So you're going to see a lot of Asian thematics this month. And of course, that's what I'm most comfortable with. And you can even see the serpentine bloodline actually really comes out in this photograph. So I certainly appreciate that. And other than that, when it comes to some of the questions in the chat room, let's take a look. Arthur McDonald says, what the fuck has happened since Presidio, bud? Is this Douglas? Shout out from the TW Infinite Plane X, Presidio Post Library. Did not have a basement or an incinerator, and my research proves he was never employed at the Presidio as a DOD research librarian. Okay, that's like, so you're a fucking troll. I mean, it's like a big deal. You're no threat to me. You're stupid. I mean, I showed, of course, Sammy Romero where all of that was. And one of the things that Sammy could talk about is with the renewal of my, shall we say, Meals on Wheels, then what happened was that I found out what the library is being used for now. And it is where, of course, they maintain a number of incredibly Alzheimer's-ridden people who are suffering from severe dementia. And in terms of Arthur McDonald, you know what? I fucked your mother and she stank. You know, you're just a piece of shit. And you're a liar. And Sammy Romero can testify to that. So,
well, and Doug, if you allow me,
sure, by all means.
The fact that you're on a Sunday night, think about this, on a Sunday afternoon, you find the time to go into a podcast that nobody listens to.
Yeah, thank
nobody,
you.
Except government officials.
Yeah,
that are probably, you know, NSA or whatever, that are probably paid to listen to, which, you know, half the time they're probably not. To enter a comment, lets you know how much of a loser you are.
Thank you.
In a sense of, no one cares. Nobody cares. Like, really going on with people when there was no internet. Do people realize that it doesn't fucking matter if this was an easy bake oven that you destroy these documents? That's not your, how do I say it? That's not what you push. You push actual history.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it doesn't matter. So,
but you see,
no, yes, there was.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference where all of these gang stalkers come from. So we've got a new gang stalker, basically introducing everybody to Arthur McDonald. Arthur McDonald is a white trash piece of shit who's just another gang stalker. He's introduced to all of you formally now, so that all of you understand these are the people we're up against. He's a cultist of the Kings of Edom. He wants total destruction of the world. By the way, we got a lot of background noise in the back. I don't know where that's coming from. So just everybody be cautious about going mute if you're doing anything that's creating some background noise, or you have a background that's fairly noisy. But in terms of, let's just again kind of contextualize this, because I think it's important and it's educational. let's take a look at the logic of this. Here's where the Spock in me comes out as your Vulcan intervention. Here's something that if anyone argues with this, then they're obviously coming from a perspective of pure insanity. It's a military base. It has to have incinerators. It's that simple. Not only is it a military base, it was the largest military base in the United States outside of the Pentagon, and considered the most important aside from the Pentagon in all the years that functioned. It was the Western Defense Command Center for 17 Western states, which is the majority of physical landmass in the continental United States, plus the Hawaiian Islands. So all of the invasions, not only of Korea and Vietnam, but all of the Latin American nations with a Pacific coast, Chile, the Panama area, the Colombia, Peru, all of them were accessed from the Presidio military base in terms of what they would call banana republic warfare. So the idea that there would be no incinerator on a base of that importance, how insane must you be? How stupid must you be to think everyone is that stupid that they would accept what you say? Aside from the fact that, as Sammy Romero said, nobody gives a shit anyway. The point is the message, but you continue assassinating my character. Which is what's so strange about this. Everyone, help me out here. Brandon Young and Sammy Romero, come together on this. I have never presented myself as anything other than an irresponsibly narcotized, cross-dressing sexaholic. You would think I would have assassinated my own character in a kind of auto-destructive character suicide. Just by that. But that's not enough. They have to come along and they have to say, oh, no, it's not enough that he's a deeply narcotized, cross-dressing sexaholic who shows up hungover to his own transmissions. We have to attack him and say that everything, no matter what it is a lie about him. But that would mean that I was working instead as, say, for instance, instead of being a mercenary or private security or in the military or working with the Department of Defense, if I did none of that, then how did I live? Was I a bag boy? Was I working in a gas station? Where was I? Where are the photographs of myself bagging groceries? Like, where are the witnesses to come forward and say, hey, Douglas Dietrich was working at that gas station with me when he said he was in Africa? Or Douglas Dietrich was bagging groceries with me? Yes, none of that is available because it doesn't exist. There's no photographs of myself bagging groceries or pumping gas because I was busy working for your stupid government. And, of course, destroying documents, this is all they're good at. In fact, it's almost impossible for them to save any documents. They are the least documented and therefore the least accountable entity that you've got in your culture. Because everyone else maintains much better records than the government, which is the bottom of the barrel when it comes to record keeping. That's how they get away with murder. So there you have that. So we have someone here, again, as Sammy Romero said, who's obviously paid to do what he does. And what's so funny about it is it's like, what the fuck has happened since the Presidio, bud? As if I haven't been talking about everything that happened since then. So shout out from the TW Infinite Plane X. This is, of course, a sign of the cult of the Kings of Edom. For those of you who don't know, that means that he worships the anti-gods. He's saying so right there. And Troy Bellamy, God bless him. And I hope you saw, sir, I sent you a private message on Facebook that they took away my other Facebook timeline, Maria Gregorich. Basically took that away because she thinks that now she can move in with J-Mo Reese. who thinks he can move in with her. So you've got two deranged people who think they can leech off each the other because they're both about to lose their homes. J. Maurice, because his parents are going to evict him for terrorizing them for an untold number of years. How old's J. Maurice? That's how many years he's been terrorizing his parents. And they want to evict him and escape. And Maria Grigorich, because her own family rejects her because she's a bitch. And so now they're thinking each can move into the other's home when they're both about to lose their own. Well, they'll both be homeless together, hopefully. But one's in Canada and one's in America, but they're within traveling distance, theoretically. But Troy Bellamy says, the information that you have can only come from access you had to the library at the Presidio. Do not try to explain yourself to small-minded people. No, I appreciate that, Troy. Thank you very much. But you understand, this isn't to explain myself to the individual in question. This is an education for the public because, you know, it's educational. People will hear about this and they understand the dynamic, that there is an attack on my character, which again, I think is comedic in the sense of what I do to myself. I mean, look at the image. I'm sprawled on the ground. I'm high out of my fucking mind, which is why my eyes are pinned and you get the serpentine effect. This is how you can see the sideways slit in my eye as if I were draconic, which is what gets people freaked out. And they say I'm of the devil, but, you know, that's simply the serpent bloodline that I got through my mother, which was the same bloodline of the Buddha. And this appears when I'm narcotized enough and my eyes get pinned and you see me just pinned out and high on the ground in a woman's dress. And you would think that that would be enough for most people to say, I can't handle this. But no! Instead, they come in and talk about my career and try to quote-unquote disqualify it on the most asinine of pretexts. So it is educational to respond because, as anyone knows, and they're assailed with a incoming barrage of information. So when the information consumer is hit by an info dump, then it often just bewilders them and they don't know where to go and they shut down. So to prevent people from shutting down, this enables me to say, use your heads, use your minds. Think about the logic of what this individual is saying, that the Presidio military base, the largest military base in the United States outside of the Pentagon, and the most important military base the United States has outside of the Pentagon, has no incinerators. Think about that. This is what this individual is claiming. And at that point, you now know where the gang stalkers are coming from the field of insanity. They expect you to be stupid. They're insulting you. And the only way for you all, I'm talking not Troy Bellamy personally, but everybody, the only way for everyone to escape their influence is to confront their stupidity. And ultimately confront them. As Shelley Raines has said, she was basically saying, when they say bad things, we know they are reflecting their own faults. Yes, so true. And in Arthur McDonald's part, it's inability to think logically. As Troy Bellamy says, keep educating. I know you have taught me so much. I listen faithfully, even when I don't post. Bless you, Troy Bellamy. Love you dearly. Hugs. And Shelley Raines, hi there. Mirthling, love you, honey. And aside from that, T-Tank Berry is out there. Hugs to you, dear sir. And with that, we turn back towards Sammy Romero and Brandon Young, and if he's still with us. And let's check in and talk a little bit before we basically bring on maybe the Real Tech Geek around midnight Western time, so that won't be for a while yet. And then we'll see if I do that. His wife might come home, so might do that. We'll see how it works out. But definitely I'll have to monologue tonight. There is a lot to talk about. So, dear Brandon and Sammy, anything that comes to your mind, doesn't have to deal with anything that the gang stalker is saying, but whatever you want to bring up, feel free to do so. There's certainly a lot going on in the world that needs to be addressed.
Sammy, go ahead. You can go ahead if he's there.
He should be. Though I think there was a lot of noise going on in his background. It sounded like they were. You sound like he was at work, but but I know he's not.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with regard to everything that you just said. I didn't get a chance to look at this new person.
Our new game stalker. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just expect them to come with the territory at this point. If you're out there saying something, there's going to be somebody behind the keyboard that can't do what you do and therefore hates you. Yes. And therefore wants to see your destruction for whatever reason. And then these people are like little gnats that go away as you just persist in your goal. And that's it. Yeah. These people are nothing, essentially. So,
it's true in one sense, and certainly what you say is appreciated and well taken. But we do have to acknowledge the fact that the relentlessness of it does impact people. It does impact people who otherwise might listen and then become distracted by the attacks. So sure. The attacks do need to be addressed in a certain sense. It's always a careful balance. Shelley Rains asks some very wonderful questions. She brings up, "Hi, Doug. My parents also made me respectful to all adults, even a male friend who flashed his dick at me." That just fucking sucks. No, your parents were wrong. Yes. Oh, my God. I had to call them either Mr. or Uncle. That is just awful. Yeah, Uncle Cockflash. Oh, my fucking God. It's like... It's just, that's so upsetting. And then she says, "I realize how young some of those adults were. Now that I'm older, I have bad feelings about this. It was confusing after I became older. Some of these were sickos." Obviously. Thank you, honey. I'm glad you realized that. Mirthling was saying, she said, "I decided after private complaint I'll see about listening on." Yeah, she's probably talking to me about the quality of sound. So I know she has a lot of problems receiving us. So, we'll do our best to deal with that. Shelley Rains asks a very logical question. Aside from a wonderful comment she made about the gang stalker, she says, "Jealousy is a bitch." Thank you, honey. And as for the other question, she says, "Are the Chinese released from their buildings to celebrate?" And this is not trolling. This is actually, obviously, there's a lot of COVID lockdowns going on in mainland China. So it's a, it's a toss-up on which part of China they're located in. Obviously, if they're in the countryside, you're going to have much less of that lockdown effect. And on the cities, depending on whether they're under lockdown or not, you're going to have people trying to celebrate with their families. But I'm not quite sure how far the communist Chinese government will allow them to get there. This is one of those things where, in other words, are they allowed to basically leave their area? Theoretically, they are going to be quarantined if they're under lockdown, some kind of COVID lockdown. Also, there've been some other cholera showed up and some other places, and they're just dealing with a lot. And as Shelley Rain says, I feel sorry for these people immensely. She could be talking about the gang stalkers or the Chinese on the mainland. Either way, with that one. So is that Sammy or is that Brandon? Oh my God, she says the Chinese.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah.
I thought I was on mute.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Oh my God. So since we can hear you, by all means, go ahead and talk. Yeah.
Oh, nothing. I just got out of Walmart. I was calling the.
Oh, that was all the noise. Okay, you were.
Yes, I was. Yeah. Like, the redneck, the capital of the world.
Yes.
No, I mean, actually, today there wasn't that many ugly people. Usually, Walmart is riddled with ugly people, but and I hate to sound this way, but they're hitting it. Especially where I'm at, there's just a lot of inbred back yokel, folk. That's what it is. But no, there's actually a pretty attractive, raza, especially with women. That was surprising. That was a nice, little treat.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just think this guy telling you this comment about there was no one sitting here in the Presidio. It's so lame because you don't even have to defend yourself. One, I mean, what you showed me, Doug, was it was. I mean, you blew the doors off of what I thought you were going to show me. No, there's damn right there was a incinerator. The remnants are there. You showed me, where the ashes go.
Yeah.
You might as well construct it yourself.
Thank you.
It's just, to me, it's one of those things where this is how weak they are, and your detractors. They're weak in the sense of, you're more than just the Presidio. That's what I never understood about them. The fact that, you're breaking down what you broke down with this, with really any subject, especially with the anti-gods and stuff like abortion and, all these subjects that you talk about, the fact that they're still on the Presidio just lets me know how weak they are. They're weak.
But it also exposes how important that is to them, because that was their child trafficking center point. They lost their meat market. So they're so hateful and resentful about losing their meat market.
Yeah.
That's what they're attacking.
It's pathetic. To me, it's pathetic in a sense of, yes, did you shut down the operation? Absolutely, you did. But here's the reality. The reality is it's still going on.
Yes.
It's still going on. And yes, it's not to that scale as far as the way that military base was very convenient, because it was also, a UN headquartered there.
Yeah.
It was great. You talk about, the pick of the litters, they was there, of all nationalities.
Yes.
So you struck where it hurt them, but at the same time, it's not enough for them. It's still not enough for them, in the sense of they still do what they do all across the world.
Yeah.
All the military bases all across the world. It's not enough for them.
Yeah.
That's how sick they are, in the sense of they're pigs.
Yeah.
They're pigs in the sense of, and I hate to even not even insult them.
You insult pigs. You hate to insult pigs like that. Yes, go on.
All pigs, because at least pigs, at least they're somewhat intelligent creatures.
Yes, that's right.
These people are not. These self-humans are not, because they're still focused on something that, if it was so irrelevant, why bring it up? Why? If anybody meets Doug, when you meet him, he knows he's the real deal. His presence, how he carries himself. Doug is very aware of who he is. He's not. Yes, don't get me wrong. I'm sure he parties, but Doug is not a slob. Doug is not this person that you would think. He's not the Martian Marine, in other words, what I'm saying.
Thank you.
What they're describing the Martian Marine.
Yes.
Because this person does not know how to articulate themselves. This person is really a joke. And you can't even call him human, he's a subhuman. So no, whoever left that comment, Doug, I have to tell him that you're late to the party. You're late.
Yeah.
You're 11 years too late. Doug is blowing out. Doug blew out that time ago. Doug, we're dealing with, he's still on his arithmetic. We're dealing with Trig here. With the stuff that you deal with, I'm not trying to not say that's not important, but if you do talk about that, Doug, you made so many connections when it comes to the scandal that it's sex Swiss cheese. You can go any direction with that. Yes. When you talk about the Dietrich Arlick, and I'm sure you'll visit that in the near future. That saga that you talk about, Dietrich Arlick, it's so intricate. It's so it's so complicated, or it's so special, really, that you're left speechless. So that person is just a loser. It's a loser.
Right. By the way, I just want to say, Sammy, you just started breaking up right after you brought up the Dietrich Art-elect, and so that's not unexpected, by the way. That could be interference, or it could be he's in a bad cell space. But I think he's driving home from Walmart, is what I think. So let us know as soon as you're home and you're in a better cell space.
Hello?
Yeah, there we are. Gotcha. So as soon as you brought up the
okay.
Dietrich Art-elect and it being intricate, a subject that leaves us speechless, it was right after that you got cut off. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
It's probably the communists, but
That's true too. Yes.
I mean, they effed up my training that first day. What I told you.
Yes. Tell people
was...
about that who didn't hear the story. By the way, this was Zoom. They made him use Zoom. His work. Oh my God. And that makes sense because it's Cathay Pacific and they got taken over. Hong Kong got taken over by the communists, so they're enforcing Zoom, which was all a bunch of shit. So Brandon Young is going to listen off call. He says goodnight. So do say goodnight to our listeners, Brandon, before you go. If you wish. Oh my God. Okay, we love him dearly. And so Sammy, yes, if he wishes, he can come back on. And let's do a sound check here. And
Yes.
There we are. Okay. Sound check is... yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to go on about the Zoom story, go ahead. How the communists messed up your training.
Yes.
Oh gosh, we might have to wait till he gets home. So what I can do is just kind of help burn bandwidth for a while. Till you get in a better cell space. Do us a favor, Sammy, when you get home, we'll resume. Take your time. Of course, stay on the phone in case you do get into a better cell space around your home where you probably got better wireless. Right now, here's the problem. He's in Red, California, and they are in the middle of nowhere. So he's basically in fire territory, in what's called the, I forget what they call this again. The, oh God, there's a technical term for the area that he's in that has to do with the interface. Okay, interface in California wildfire, the California wildfire interface area. So it's basically what they call a wildland urban interface. It's a WUI, or a WUI. So the listing of the wildland urban interface, that's where he's in, essentially. They're out in the middle of where all the wildfires start, and this is because it's like they're settling. It's like they're settling pioneers into an area of wilderness that has not been really settled, and therefore they're extraordinarily vulnerable to wildfire because of that. And as I was explaining to Peter Moon, it's year long. The fire season is now all year long in California. Okay. So a shout out to Diane Hillis-Buchberger. Oh, there we are. And so let's see if we can hear you better now. See if we can get a full sentence. And I think he's still out there in the wildland. He might have gotten home. If he's home, then hopefully things will be better with his ability to talk. And in the interim, we can check in with a few other people, see if we can bring them on, because if not, in a worst case scenario, then let's see now. The Real Tech Geek says, okay, cool, thanks. I just finished eating. So I'm going to ask him if I can bring him on. Okay, I'll tell him I will call you now. I will call you now. Now, we're still streaming, but the call with Sammy has dropped. So we're going to try and establish a new call with the Real Tech Geek. And let's see if that works. And that way we can speak to him for a little bit before, and bring Sammy back on as well, before I go into monologue for tonight, and try to address any number of issues that we were touching on in the opening hour. And so you can be entertained by the sound of that that ringing. There's no other ring in the world like a Skype ring, the Skype tone. And hopefully our man, the Real Tech Geek, picks up. And not quite sure if that's his photograph that he has on his icon. But aside from all of that, let me take a look at what... Okay.
Hello?
There we are. Thank goodness. So, tell us, again, I'm going to refer to you as Real Tech, and Sammy Romero started a call, so what I'm going to do is bring Sammy Romero back on. We'll have him with us for a few minutes, and then we're going to kind of go into where you're at on a more personal level. Give me a second here to call Sammy. Here we are. And in the interim, how are you doing, Real Tech?
I'm okay.
Good.
Fine.
Good.
Had a good day.
Wonderful. There we are, and here's Sammy's back with us. There we are. So, are you at home? So to speak.
No, I'm driving.
Oh, still driving.
I'm driving.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yes.
there were some bad cells there, and I was explaining to everyone how you're out in the wildland urban interface with basically a kind of very poor wireless reception area. So when we are able to get you on, it's certainly a treat. And we have the Real Tech Geek with us, and he will be helping us for a little bit, and then I will be speaking to him more personally in a short amount of time, but get something out of him about some of what he wants to share with us. But in the meantime, Sammy, by all means, tell us about when you were at the whatever we were talking about. You were bringing up, of course, the Dietrich Art-elect. I don't know if you want to continue along that train of thought, because that's what got us knocked off. That's what got us knocked off last time. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'll just talk about how my training was sabotaged by Zoom, the communists, really.
Yeah.
I had a very important training with the airline, and their whole system went to shit through Zoom, and we were doing our class via the East Coast. We're on East Coast time. This is around 7 in the morning, which, I'm half asleep. I work nights, by the way, if anybody wondering. We were doing our class. We're listening to a cell phone, really. That's how things were messed up. So they finally, fixed the Zoom issue, but it was about pretty much a whole lesson was pretty much ruined because of Zoom, and very glitchy, and it was just very annoying. But as far as Zoom, I hate Zoom.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know, just again to put this into perspective, because these things can sound paranoid to people who just don't know the background or the context. Basically, Zoom is owned by the Communist Chinese. There is an ethnically Chinese U.S. citizen who owns Zoom, but he obeys the Communist Chinese Party line. He's the man who cut off all contact with the Tiananmen Square at the time of the Tiananmen Square massacre, back when Zoom was a far more primitive communications platform. And everybody who was on Zoom at that point got everything censored via the Communist Chinese Party, basically through this Chinese man who holds U.S. citizenship in the United States. And so when he is running Zoom, he basically is running it for the Communist Chinese Party, and therefore all of your communications are being monitored by the Communist Chinese Party, and they are basically leeching everything for intelligence purposes. A lot of it, of course, is just pure entertainment to them, maybe even voyeurism. But other than that, all of the business meetings or various other briefings held on Zoom, they're draining it all. And there was no escape for Sammy Romero because he works with Cathay Pacific, which was a Hong Kong airline, but of course now is indirectly controlled by the communists ever since they took over Hong Kong. So they're basically forcing the Zoom onto everyone, and it's just really a shitty platform. And I remember even Salman Sheikh was telling me that when I told him to drop Zoom and go to Skype, he told me that, oh my God, everything was easier for him. He said he couldn't believe how much easier it was to work with Microsoft Skype than it was to work with Zoom. So all that hopefully puts something into context for everyone. With that, we're going to introduce the Real Tech geek, or I will simply call him Real Tech to our listeners. Real Tech has been listening to me forever, apparently since the days I started calling into Coast to Coast AM. And so he'll share with us what he feels comfortable sharing, and I'll leave it to Real Tech to introduce himself and talk a little bit about himself. So Real Tech, by all means, tell us a little bit about yourself, what's been going on with you, and we'll take it from there.
Well, talking about Zoom, I've used it. I haven't had any issues with it, but I've always had a better experience with Skype also.
Thank you.
I completely agree about that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it does drop. It's just issues with it. I mean, it's not that perfect. And Kathy Wood, who's the hedge fund manager, they want to call email Warren Buffett. She's not, and she thinks Zoom's going to go to like I think $700 or $1,000. She's smoking.
Oh my God. Thank you for sharing that. And aside from all of that, of course, that's appreciated. And what is your technical background? Or are you mostly just autodidactic in that sense? Did you grow up with technology and just familiarized yourself with everything as it was coming out, or did you have some professional involvement with high technology in the past?
Technology was always the part of me. I learned myself. I taught myself how to use a computer at 6 years old, in the New York Library on 23rd Street.
Oh wow!
So it's just something I figured out.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the side effect, of course, about computers is that one day when I was 7 years old, looking up Pokemon cards, or 8 years old, whatever age, I can't remember. Oh, that led me to pornography instead of Pokemon. Yeah. Oh man!
You found it, you found it. It's better than Pokemon, better than catching the stupid little critter and putting it in a ball. Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. WhiteHouse.com. I'll never forget that website. Oh man. Oh,
now
man.
tell us a little bit about that. Did that lead you down a rabbit hole, or tell us?
Yeah, of course it did. Yeah, it's discovering masturbation too early. Oh man, looking for Pokemon again and getting pussy instead. Oh man.
And so once you okay, so our man Peter Moon, he's going to do an audio check, and what we're going to do is potentially bring him on. At that point, he's going to kind of take over in a sense, but what I'm going to do is also tell him what I found out the other day from the man who was reevaluating me for Meals on Wheels, which was, what the library, the Presidio library, is used for these days, which is essentially exercise for the elderly and the demented. So he says, okay, so I'm going to bring him on, and we'll just say hi, and he'll pretty much dominate the conversation with myself. So let's try this. I'm gonna let me put him calling. I'm gonna say calling, and okay. And with that, we're going to add people. So let's press the add people button and enter Peter Moon, and then press the done button. Okay, and so, N-O? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so he says no. Not yet. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so there we are. So I'll stop calling. Or he just doesn't need to answer. That's one way to do it too. I don't know how to hang up the call. So, yeah, I'll say, just don't answer now. Just don't answer now. Don't answer right now. Just don't answer right now. Okay. All right, there. That being out of the way. So aside from, okay, you discovered this at an early age, but so how did your, I mean, I don't want to start interrogating you, so whatever you feel comfortable sharing, I presume, or at least most people would presume, that somewhere along the line you got a job. But if you didn't, I don't hold that against you myself. It's kind of like when our man, oh God, what was his name again? Ian West. When our man Ian West, just the other night, the episode before last. And by the way, for everyone listening out there, that man left me psychologically scarred for life. Okay. I'm, oh my God. Now, one of the things he said was he insisted on saying, I don't do meth. And that's when I made the comment, maybe you should start. He sent me a photograph of his arm, and it's just got chunks taken out of it. He was going to try and show me where he had the queen of what he feels is a colony of parasites within him, isolated. And I said, I'm sorry, I can't look at that. I just can't. I'm just sorry. He just, I may never get over that. He may be on again in the future, but it's just one of those things where, you know, this is maybe a point he didn't get, which was when he said, I don't do meth, and he was insistent on that. You know, I'm who am I to judge somebody if they do? It's not something I would have jumped on. It's like if he did, which he's insistent he does not, we'll go into that when the man is here. Whenever the man's with us, we can go into that. But what I can say is that if he did do it, I would not condemn him. So it's one of those things where, obviously, with the kind of people I've worked with all my life, there are many people who are in very unusual situations, and that would be the norm for this transmission. Obviously, it's people who are not living normal lives, who have the time available to even come on this transmission, who have the time available to listen to me in the first place. So when it comes to that, share with us what you feel comfortable with, and I'll ask the obvious question that most people do, especially when they're talking to males, and this has got to change. We really got to change how we approach asking people about themselves. But it's hard to think of a different question. So, hey, what did you do for a living? Or did you ever get to that point where you did anything for a living? And I don't mind if you say no, I didn't. So, but cut loose. Tell us what you're willing to share.
Yeah, I sell on Amazon.
Okay.
I go to the shop and I get things very low price and sell it higher. On Amazon, I'm going to start selling on eBay. I work in IT. Not saying I don't, not saying I haven't. Yeah, but the pandemic, they fired a bunch of people, including myself. So I'm trying to get back into it with another company.
Okay. Yeah, and so. For security reasons, are you not going to share the company that you worked with, or is that cool that you can share the name of the company you worked with, or a few of the companies? I presume you've worked with more than one company in your life, right? Of course, I don't want to come straight out and say how old are you, but I'm presuming you're in your 30s or something like that. Yeah. Okay. So you haven't been around that long, but long enough. Might have worked with a couple of companies. Did this involve location in Silicon Valley? Because my understanding is that's certainly not where you're living now. You're what time zone are you in, if I might ask? Central or Eastern or Pacific?
It's so right now it's 10:41. So
okay,
where I'm at.
Okay. All right, so I think 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to... Yeah, Eastern. You're in Eastern Daylight Time. Okay, so there you have... So obviously now you live essentially on the Atlantic seaboard, or within reach.
Yes.
Yeah, so that being said, did you ever spend time in California or in Silicon Valley, or was your technical industry involvement always on the Atlantic side of the continent?
No, it's always been on the Atlantic side of the continent.
Okay.
I've been close to set foot in California, but I never did. I do want to go there, but just how extreme they are, Yeah. I don't know.
By that you mean politically?
No, just with the mandates and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like still have, and they still have with San Diego Comic-Con, they still have mandates. Still got to wear a mask, things like that.
Right. It's strange because I'll tell you, when I go outside, I wear gloves and 2 masks, and of course to protect my eyes, I wear essentially some kind of eye frame, some kind of eyewear, and I am the only person I see doing this. It's like I even go into, in San Francisco, I even go into workplaces where they're working with food and I don't see them wearing masks. They're just wearing like gloves maybe to work with the food, but they're not wearing masks. And everybody looks at me. They do everything but point and laugh. I seem to be the only person who's upholding any mask mandate in San Francisco. So everything in San Francisco is definitely loosened up. Nobody's enforcing shit here. So I don't know about San Diego. Maybe they're doing that at the Comic-Con, and if so, I'm rather surprised, and pleasantly so, because I think that's healthier for everyone. But obviously, a lot of people are intimidated by that and don't enjoy that. And so you yourself, do you feel like the mask is suffocating or what? Or you just feel that, what do you feel about that?
Yeah, I wear it most of the time, and I have it around my chin right now, but I have asthma, so it can become suffocating. Just a little while ago, in the mall, I was eating on the food court, when I was going up the escalator, it was off, so I was going up the stairs with my mask on, and when I got off, I was out of breath already, so really out of breath.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So,
right.
I mean, I'm still weight. I gained a ton of weight in 2020, so I lost a lot, but it's still only got to get out for it. I got so used to being indoors for the pandemic. So.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, during the pandemic, you gained some weight because everyone did, basically. It's like we all gained weight during wintertime, during the holidays, and basically the pandemic was like a forced furlough. So I presume pretty much everybody gained weight in general. And is that the case with most people you know as well, right? Aside yourself, right?
Oh, yeah. My friend Oscar, he ballooned like ridiculously.
Wow.
He looks like Santa Claus right now.
Oh, God. Oh, I'm so sorry. By the way, we're going to bring Peter Moon on, and if we do me a favor. Of course, there'll be the introductions, and then what'll happen is you'll probably have him dominate for as long as he can, and then we're going to bring you back on. Just stay in area, okay? Stay in area, so to speak, and we should be able to bring you on not too long from now. He's in Romania, so I don't know how long he can stay with us. Peter Moon joined. Excellent. So, Peter, we are here with Sammy Romero and the Real Tech Geek on the Atlantic Seaboard, and we're just kind of having a casual conversation. So glad you dropped in, and so many good things to share with you. This is a month full of Asian holidays, Chinese Valentine's Day. It's Chinese Ghost Month, so I'm all dressed for the part, and definitely wanted you to know that the Montauk rhythm, the Montauk biorhythm will be, as Peter Moon well knows, it'll be this coming month on the 12th, and it will be synonymous or happening on the same day with the Chinese Ghost Festival, which will be the apex of Chinese Ghost Month. This will be the Chinese Ghost Festival on the same day as the Montauk phenomenon, which Peter Moon will tell us all a little bit about. And as well, this month, just a lot going on. And as I explained to Sammy Romero, I had my Meals on Wheels renewed recently. And the man at the Institute on Aging, who was in charge of that reevaluation, told me that the Presidio Military Base Library, which both ̔ CHUỷNGG-GUÍYUÈ and Peter Moon saw, that they're using it now for senior citizens who are extremely Alzheimer's ridden and demented to make them exercise. So they're making them exercise to get them back into their bodies at the old Presidio Military Base Library. Isn't that wild? So we bring on Peter Moon, and he's going to tell us what's going on his side of the Atlantic now. As a matter of fact, the other side of the Mediterranean.
It's interesting. Somebody just told me anti-aging. He was a doctor, very advanced doctor. Surprised me. His first time here. We say about he says anti-aging. He says this is not the right word. But it was very logical what he said. It's just healthy aging. I think he called it healthy aging.
Okay.
Because you're not really turning back to age. It's kind of a misnomer, anti-aging.
Right.
But in any case, I'd like to see you in ghost uniform. That would be interesting.
Cool. Well, you see me kind of on the thumbnail of the photograph
I can't see.
Oh, I see.
I can't see. I mean, things. I'm on an iPad here.
I'll send it to you in private message while you're talking. So you keep talking. Yeah.
I still won't see it because.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't want to. If I mess with the iPad, things might go away.
Understood. When you come back, either that or I'll send it to you and you can look at it.
Well, I can see. You can.
Yeah.
Send it to me. I can see it.
Okay.
I just won't be able to see it while we talk. That's all.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll do that then. Yeah.
Yes.
So what he's talking about is aging gracefully. Go on.
Yeah, I forget what he said, but the biorhythm is August 10th to 14th, 12th being the middle of the key date, and we will perhaps see the ghosts of ̔CHUºING. I had I don't know if we call them ghosts, we call them entities, very friendly entities that greeted me in my hotel room last night in Bucharest.
Oh, wonderful!
Where I spent the first night. They're very friendly. They get very excited when I'm here. It's kind of hard to explain. I have friends in unusual places.
Yeah.
So let me see here. I've been traveling a lot. I suppose you could say I'm jet lagged. I went to bed at 1:30 here.
Yeah.
It's now about 5:30 here. What time is it there? 8:30?
It's 7:49 in the Pacific Daylight Time Zone. It's about 10:49.
Okay, so it's 10:49
in your time zone of the Eastern Seaboard. Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of weird. Well, traveling was okay to Amsterdam. I don't like KLM. It's the airlines.
Yeah.
That was okay. But when I got on the airport, or before I got on the airport, in what was it, New York? No, when I got on the airport in New York, I was sitting next to this woman who was from Singapore. She was American, CBS journalist formerly. Her husband, now she travels all around. She works for a nonprofit that promotes America overseas. In other words, if you have 20,000 Americans in Germany or wherever, or wherever, could be Singapore, could be Asia. They will talk up America. They'll have 4th of July celebrations just to make the Americans feel at home.
Yeah. Wow.
And I can understand it. I mean, any country would want to do that. It's kind of weird, though. Of course, she understands all the false patriotism. She says it's never been so bad. She says she agrees journalism doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And I showed her your book.
Oh, wow.
And she says, oh, wow. She looked at it. Wow. I explained to her a little bit about it. I wasn't going to give her, I only have 2 copies. Mm-hmm. And I gave 1 copy to Roberto Quaglia, because he's an old friend from Italy, and he used to live in Bucharest. Now he's living in Italy, and he's on talk shows all the time. It's mostly about Italian politics, though. Mm-hmm. Okay. Italian politics are a hot item. I mean, This is the Portland of Europe. Yeah. Portland, Oregon of Europe, because there's all sorts of, and he knows what's going on, and they were debating it last night. Not debating it, talking about it, and talking about a little bit about the world situation. But I was gonna give a book to Serene, the director of the camp, but I've known his daughters since they were little, and one of them speaks Russian. The older one speaks Russian.
Right.
She spent a lot of time in St. Petersburg.
Wow.
Says how crazy Russians are.
Yeah. True.
And she's read a lot of Russian history.
Yeah.
And she says what they have done to people is horrible, what they've done to themselves. Yeah. So she says she can't read it anymore. It's just so horrible. So I said, God, I got to. So I said, I have a book for you, and I'm going to give it to her to give to her father.
Wonderful.
But her father doesn't have time to read books. I mean, he's just not going to do it. So I said, give it to him. And then I was going to give a book to my Grand Master friend, who I met or saw. He's here, and the first thing he did was congratulate me on the book I did with you.
Right. Oh, wonderful.
It was really weird. He congratulated. He said, "Congratulations on your book." Now, how the hell would he know about it? In other words, it's not like I'm invisible, but he doesn't have time to follow me. Right. He is so busy. I never try and talk to him because I finally got this is like 10 years ago. I took the email of his secretary, right? Because I said I'm never going to get in touch with him, so I took her email.
Right.
But even then, it's hard.
Yeah.
But when he's here with me for the week. He's, and he said, congratulated me. So I said, when she finishes the book, I'm gonna ask her to give it to him.
Wonderful.
Or to give it to the father, to give to him, whatever it is. Yeah. But I brought one for him, and I gave it to Roberto because Roberto he calls himself the dean of science fiction in Italy, and he really was interested. He's
wonderful.
Another thing, I'm going to interview him if I can. He's a great guy, very, what do you call it, television presentable. I mean, just the way he presents himself and the way he talks is very good.
Yes.
So he's going to try. He said he would try and send me the movie we did years ago that is in his archives.
Right.
So many gigabytes. He escorted Robert ษ์chíny, the science fiction author, around Romania,
right,
and the Soviet Union many years ago.
Yes.
And he even gave me a picture of David Anderson and Robert ษ์chíny on a panel together in 1999.
Oh wow, that's incredible.
Yeah. I have that picture that I'll share when I get back.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was very interesting. So for those of you who don't know, Robert ษ์chíny was a very unique science fiction author who I happened to read when I was in high school.
Right.
Really, really strange and unique. And Roberto had a whole weird experience with ษ์chíny. He actually wrote him a letter, and it took years to get there, and he finally did, and they developed a strange friendship. And what it had to do with, it was a story. We shared a dreams one time in a seminar, me and him and the camp director. We all shared our dreams. I think I shared the white bat, he shared his, and the director shared his dream of creating this science fiction camp on the island here.
Right.
And Roberto said, I forget how, and I tell him the story. I say, I mess up the story every time. I can't remember it. So I said, if I do this media program, I want to interview him about the story, so I have him saying it instead of me talking about it. But basically, he writes a letter to ษ์chíny, and it takes forever to get there, and somehow he gets a hold of ษ์chíny by the phone, and they develop a relationship. But the thing is, the stories, it might have to do with this book he wrote. I don't know if it's the same, fits in, but he once wrote this book, and it didn't really go anywhere, except it got into the hands of one person. And I believe they were in Bucharest. And somehow this set him up with I guess what you'd say, occupation in Bucharest, where he actually, so in other words, the book, although it only really got to one person, kind of created a huge change, a positive change in his life, because It got to the right person who read it, loved it, appreciated it, and I think set him up with a gainful employment or something in Bucharest. And he lived in Bucharest for a long time.
Right.
And then when I saw him 4 years ago, I think, the last time I saw him was we worked on a movie for a whole week together one year, and I was reminding him of he'd gotten married to some Russian, and now, or not, and then he says, no, that didn't happen. He said, of course it happened. He was just pretending it didn't happen. So he's okay. I like him better single. Okay. Because I don't know, sometimes people get married and they go away.
It's true. Yeah. It's like a mini death for some people. Go on.
Yeah, I don't go away. Yeah. So,
thank God.
It's like I didn't. And the first thing I noticed when I got into the airport in Amsterdam, I didn't finish saying about how much I hated the flight from Amsterdam to to Bucharest because it's KLM new seats. But you know what's about the new seats? They're not comfortable, and you can't tilt them back.
Oh my God, that sucks.
So I complained about. I said, how do you tilt these back? And they said, oh, push the button. I go, there is no button. And they I'll get back to you. They don't get back. I asked another one, flight attendant. No, and they're all looking, and finally they said, no, this is a new plane. They don't have it. If you want tilt back seats, you have to go to business class. So it's like,
oh my God.
I said, these are the most uncomfortable seats I've ever sit in. And she says, well, tell KLM. And then the guy next to me, I think he was Dutch, he says, I don't like KLM. I don't have anything good to say about KLM. The flight attendants are very nice. In fact, the Dutch people are so predisposed to being nice and pleasant. It's not funny. They're just very pleasant people. You know, they're not like other nationalities. And you know, my young friend Atlanticron was telling me here how the French people. I've never heard this before, and I've certainly never experienced it with any of the French people I've known. She says it's nothing for them to fart at the table. It's totally natural.
Oh my God.
It's French. That's French. That's French. I have to. I know Paula won't believe me when I tell her that. She won't believe me. But you never know. You never know. I have to ask Nicole. She'll know. She spent time in France.
Yeah.
She should know. But it's. I think, you know, it's easy for people to want to bash the French.
Yes, I was about to say that sounds almost like one of those negative stereotypes that people just propagate. But go on. Yes.
Well, it's probably based on something, because we were I was talking. Somehow the subject came up about stench in France. Mm-hmm. And because that's where they invented perfume.
Right, that's right.
And because the stench was so bad. And I said, that's true. When I flew through Paris one time, I was confronted with it. The bathroom had this odor coming up. Like, you know, airports aren't like that, but it was in France.
Wow.
So, so be it. I fly back through France. Probably won't have time to use the restroom there. But, I won't be there very long. And then I have an hour and 20-minute layover. That's not long. So I gotta, you know, hope my flight is on time. Otherwise, I won't have time to do anything but go to the restroom. So, but that's 2 weeks from now.
Right.
Today is Sunday, in your time. It's Monday morning here.
That's right.
I got some sleep on the island for a little bit. I'm not rolling in the sleep. Right. And not because I haven't had time. It's because, you know, the jet lag and whatnot.
Understood.
I got to, so anyway, I got to Bucharest, met my friend Greg, who listens to you.
Wonderful.
He stopped listening for a while until when all that shit was going on with, you know, with the guys.
Understood.
And then now he listens when he can. He listens, you know, and he's very good though. He's a yoga instructor, and he'll be teaching over here on the island with me in about 4 hours or something, or 5 hours, when 9:45. So he's very compatible traveling companion. He's read all my books except for yours. He has it, he just hasn't read it. And we went into Bucharest, got settled, and then, you know, I'm very tired, and we meet my friend Adelina, who helped me translate what was the book, Inside the Earth. So I hadn't seen this young woman in, when did I last see her? 2014. That was the trip I went to see Paula.
Oh, wow.
We traced her down. I tracked her down to her little humble abode in Hateg, which is a really old area of Transylvania.
Yeah.
And I went there with Paula's mother and Paula's best friend, because Paula and Theo were getting doing their test for their master's degree that day. And they had to drive away. So I visited my friend, and she was living with an older guy who was a musician. That musician, conductor. He was a major conductor in Bucharest, at the University of Bucharest or something like that, or whatever their version of the Philharmonic. And he had quit all that. He had quit society to form an ecologically conscious, domain.
Right.
Community. Well, yeah. And he was living but he was living in squalor, by any American standard. And Tamarinda was just, really pissed off that this young woman was living with this old guy, and not, the bathroom was very rustic, to say the least.
Wow.
And she is an artist. And I met her right after a David Anderson lecture. She was either attending or with me. I was doing the lecture too, and she just started, I think she was talking to me about Qigong or something, but she was only like 17, and she was like studying science. So she's real scientific, and she's real artistic, sculptress.
Yeah.
So I said, if we do this workshop next year, I said, I think I want to have the people sculpting.
Great.
Yeah, and she told me where to get the clay, generally where to get the clay.
Right.
So I'll ask the people where to get the clay. If we can do this. I don't think I'll be so lucky as to have her there leading the clay.
Right.
Indoctrination or whatever it is. But she was like living with this guy, and it wasn't. So anyway, she's now out of that.
Right.
She's in Bucharest studying to be, I guess, what you call a botanist, and she's a community there.
Oh, so glad she escaped. Yeah, so glad
she has a life.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has a life, and that's really what I was wanting to see her about, but I don't really need to do anything for her because she's doing it herself. And I told her that I saw great intelligence and ability in her.
Right.
And she said, yes, I'm learning this. In other words, she didn't see it in herself because other people, but she didn't see it in herself. And I guess you could say she was young and had to learn these things for herself. Her parents are very happy that she's not with that guy anymore.
No doubt. Yeah.
But the one thing about the guy, I said, I think he had his old age stroke, and she stayed with him until she got him through that. She warned him about the stroke because he wasn't eating right, even though he's ecological. And it's the way it works. It's hard to get people off of their diet.
Yeah.
And she said that his stuff is really valid. She does not, I guess what you'd say, what's the word? I can't think too well.
No worries. It's
disparage. She does not disparage his efforts and goals. And Tamarinda was highly questioning whether he really was in touch with Florin Montanu, the professor who, is very esteemed here and who's a friend of mine. And he really, and I asked him, and he said, yeah, he has been in touch with this guy. So it's a whole ecological community. In fact, I'm only realizing now, and just saying this, that if this stuff that I'm doing with Stephanie and ̔CHUḵINGG-GUÍYUÈ with the whole Earth, whole galactic consciousness, he would probably fit right in. The question is, well, these connections can take years to develop as I learn. I might retrieve the footage from my Italian friend for the movie that I did on the white bat.
Right.
And that would be something. He says there's 500 gigabytes of footage. So I've got to, talk to him about how to do the transfer.
Yeah.
And we talked about it, but there's a tech expert here who can tell us the best way to do it. The only problem is when he gets back to Italy is if he'll actually do it. Because he didn't show any interest in doing anything for me last time I saw him. Of course, he was married then, too.
Good point. It's hard to tell how these people will swing on that. Yes.
Yeah, it's like, and then if he does send it to me, will I do anything with it? Because it's, it's intensive just to look at the footage. And of course it would bring back memories and all that. And then it's, you know, it's not going to be a great movie. It's going to be campy, you know, but I mean, we're working with limited resources, which is an island. Of course, that's what I set it on, the island. And I don't know, it just went through so much. Yeah. It might be even more interesting if I took footage of the movie telling what happened in the whole story of making the movie.
Right.
And why what happened with this guy, what happened with this guy. You know, this guy he was my producer, but he took over as the actor. And then when his parents found out he was in the movie, they got upset and wanted him to be out of the movie. Then the next thing we know, he's smashing somebody's guitar. So he got kicked off the island.
Oh God, I remember that. I remember you describing that. Go on.
Yeah, it was really weird. I've never seen him since. Although he's, you know, his hometown is half hour away or something. But so that was we'll see what digs up. So anyway, this friend of mine, I wanted to take her out to eat, but I was not in, I guess what you'd say, I was jet lagged.
Yeah.
And maybe if I wasn't meeting her at 4:00, I would have just gone and slept. But she took us to the park, which wasn't far, and we sat there and talked for a while. And then she started talking about this street in she's beginning to like Bucharest. She's from the country, and she's a country girl, and she loves it. But now she's beginning to appreciate Bucharest for the first time in her life. And, you know, some things good about it, some things not. But there's a lot of intriguing. And she took us, she went to the street. She said, it's all quiet on this street. It's like legendary, quiet.
Wow.
I think there's ghosts there, I think. I really didn't get into it because I took a few pictures of it. And we walked down to the street, and there were cars on the street, so that made it noisy. But she says often there's no cars, and when there's no cars, it was uncharacteristically silent. But this is a town a city of 3 million people. And when we were driving here, it was like taking forever to get out of the town. It reminded me of driving out of LA or something from the center of LA. It's going to take a long time before you get out into the open spaces. Or the open highway. But then she said she wanted to take us to this tea garden. So we started walking to the tea garden, and this was a lot of walking. It was good to walk because, you know, you don't get much exercise on the plane. So we went looking for the tea garden, and we found something called the Zen Garden, which looked like a beautiful Japanese restaurant, but it was closed.
Oh,
I wanted to go in there.
Yeah.
And these things are all kind of like, it's a little bit like San Francisco, because I wouldn't say it's not like San Francisco because the streets are so curlicued. What can I say?
Right.
Not sequitur. They're not. Well, they're like San Francisco, straight up and down. You know, crosswise.
Yeah. It was a grid that was overlaid the hills, whereas Bucharest is something that's evolved organically. Go on.
Exactly. And there's, you know, circles and fountains. A lot of, you know, rich people would make fountains and to actually give the water to the people.
Right.
And the water was, you know, it was on display. It was like a gift.
Yes.
It was just a different mentality. So we got to the tea garden, and the tea garden, it was as if it was in somebody's backyard, and they carved these pathways with all these tables in it's like a garden, but it's not like a really super manicured garden like you might see in Japan or something. In fact, if it was super manicured, it would have been less beautiful.
Right.
It was natural, and basically they serve tea. My favorite drink, right?
Yeah.
But it actually was incredible tea, and I was kind of looking to eat something, but kind of, because I probably had too much food. I don't know. It's like, and so we sat down, the three of us, and we ordered tea. And it was like iced tea. It was big, with honey.
Wow!
And it was so soothing. I ordered another one. I had to order another one.
Wow!
These are like 2 huge glasses of tea.
Great.
And we talked, and it was like I achieved a Zen moment there, just relaxing, because up to that time I was saying, God, we got to take a taxi back. I'm so tired from the jet lag. But I was able to, the 2 glasses of tea just made my day. And we were able to walk back. She walked us back to the hotel, say goodbye. And, you know, I proceeded to sleep for, 3 hours.
Right. That's incredible. And I'm so glad that you were able to...
Qigong.
Yeah. And
did some Qigong, and that enabled me to get another 3 hours. And then I could have probably used another 2. And then we got up and came here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there
what
we
were you going to say?
Oh, I was just saying it. And not to mention the kind of supernatural experience, that visit in the night by those entities who so much appreciate... They're really after new blood, is what I was going to say.
They're after my blood, you said?
Well, they're after new blood. I said they're after new blood.
Oh, after new blood.
Yes. The entities who... you can feel how excited they are to have you there.
Well, it's like I play a special role here because one of my friends was saying last night, this is a character. This is a character. What's his name? Andre. This guy he's got long hair. He actually took me around the island my very first time here. And he's usually here. And he's a real character. He told me, okay, so, and I see him. And I guess he claimed years ago that he had ran into Emil Stranu in Nepal, I think. And Emil Stranu was the one who's the Stanton Friedman of Romania. Yeah. I talked about him before. And with my first trip here, David said that he was supposed to appear here, but he didn't come because of me. He suspected.
Right.
Anyway, this
no
guy
loss.
yeah, he had run into Emil in Nepal and told him that something about Radu Sinamar, and this guy just totally dismissed him. And then he told him, look, I really know that this is not bullshit. And then apparently he said that this guy was able to get him in touch with Radu. It wouldn't surprise me if Radu knew him, but I'm also suspicious of whether the call is authentic.
Right.
It sounded authentic. I don't know. And he doesn't know either.
Right.
But what was, so anyway, I mean, this kind of diatribe has gone back forth through the years. And when I went to my last trip here in 2019, I was staying at my friend's apartment in Bucharest, and we went to the mall before I went to țHUÐE:LÍN to meet Andrei Kiriak. This is a different Andrei. Went to meet Andrei Kiriak. He is the producer of the movie Egregore, which is about to debut in a couple of weeks. I think on August 13th, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to do its debut premiere. And so I don't know if it was, and then I met him in the mall on the way back as well. Told him, because he's the one who made the arrangement. Andrei Kiriak is the one who made the arrangements for me to stay in țHUÐE:LÍN. So I go to meet him, and this other Andrei is with him. I go, well, what the hell are you doing here? I mean, I haven't seen him. What are you doing here? It's like I don't even know the two know each other. And then I told everybody last night, because we were all having drinks on one of the boats, and some of, I guess, the guests and stuff. And I said, he's a movie star. I said, this guy's a movie star. He says, I'm not a movie star, because he does play a role. They dress him up as a knight or soldier, probably one of Vlad's people.
I like that. Yes. Go on.
maybe he's one of the enemy. I don't remember. But he says, I am not a movie star. I just have a play. I said, no. I said, yeah. And I said, but when I saw you, I had to totally reject the scene because I said, well, I know this guy. He's not anything. He's just, it's kind of disturbing when you see somebody in a movie.
Yeah.
It takes away the,
it ruins the movie's ambience totally. Go.
Yeah, it takes away the, I guess what you'd say, the false.
Well, the magic disappears.
Yeah, the magic of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But certainly, and I said to Heather, who was next to him, I said, he was talking about this mystery in Bucharest, or no, in Romania. I don't know, some mystery. Right. I don't remember where the hell it was. Talking about some mystery, and I said, yeah, there's a mystery. The greatest mystery is, I said, nobody can figure out how you travel around the world and where your money comes from. And I said, the greatest mystery is that you don't even know yourself. He can never give a straight answer. And I don't really think he says, well, yes, he says, I spend more, I make it, but then I spend it. I said, but you still don't say where you make it. Right. And he doesn't look like a rich person. He doesn't act like a rich person. He acts like a vagabond. And, and it's like, I really think he doesn't know. I think it just kind of, I just think he's in the flow.
Okay.
Of some flow. So he's traveled to so many countries.
Wow.
And he's a character, but I've been seeing him from 2008. He's almost always here. And, he told me he's going to come to America. He's fascinated with the Grand Canyon. Mm-hmm. It's on his bucket list. So he says, if I come to New York, we'll have coffee. I said, okay. Mm-hmm. Where are you going to get the money for the coffee? I'll buy you some coffee. I'll buy you coffee. It's really funny, how he travels and what he travels. So it's really, I think the magic of the island came alive last night because they don't have any forum for me to speak, which normally I don't care about, but they're going to have a guy talk for 2 hours on UFOs and aliens, and I know this guy, and no, they shouldn't do it.
Good point.
And yeah, in fact, one time I remember I just had to get up and walk away from the table from him many years ago because he just hard to listen to.
Thank you.
But so I think talking about your stuff might be a bit much, mm-hmm. But it doesn't really matter because the one thing I've realized, and not because I'd be talking about my stuff, which is very important. But one thing thinks this friend, this is why I brought him up, was because he said, many Romanians don't care about their history. Right. He says it's just about money. Right. All they care about is money. Exactly. And of course, one of the biggest problems in Romania as a country is they have a brain drain. They've had it for decades. Yeah. And because they don't have enough to pay people.
That's right.
And even this gets down to the docks. They have the same dock situation, the truck driving situation that we have in the U.S.
Right.
And then you have to sometimes, often you have to pay people off to get a good job. So if you had, 1,000 people who knew how to truck, they'd have to do the backsheesh to get the license.
Right.
So I think the real problem here is certain people in positions of power don't let the energy flow. Right. They want their bribe.
Yeah.
And this is, so why would anybody want to stay here?
Yeah.
So, and then he says the people, so many people don't care. It's all about making money. Who cares about, why do you want to promote the history of this country? It doesn't make any money. So this is a materialistic value that is very destructive.
It is.
To the culture of Romania itself.
That's true. And it's a scar left from communism. and it made everybody who couldn't have anything under communism scrabble for as much as they could get once capitalism was introduced. And the horror is that if people were to invest in their history, that's where the money is, because Romania's history is what attracts all the visitors. They're all attracted because of course, Dracula and the romance. And if people were to understand there was more beyond that, that would make it an even more attractive destination.
I don't know how many people are attracted here by tourists. I don't see many tourists. I see people who are going here going about their business and whatever it might be. But that's on, and you see them in the airport. You don't see them on the streets and stuff so much.
Right.
But you see the most visited place in Romania for tourism is the Sphinx, and that has nothing to do with Radu's book. It's just the hottest place to go.
Interesting.
And it's not Bran Castle. That might be second. I don't know, but it's a very interesting place. I think a lot of the tourism used to come on the Danube and these ships and stuff that would stop here and go here and go there. And even there is a certain amount of what you would call synthetic tourism that goes on here.
Right.
But it certainly doesn't go deep, because synthetic tourism doesn't really do anything. It'll show you. You'll be lucky to see a relic of the True Cross. Not necessarily here, but they have all these relics all across Europe.
Yeah.
Piece of the cross here, you could probably build a stadium with all the cross relics.
True enough.
I don't know.
Yes.
So I'm just getting into the swing of the trip here. I've had my first night at Atlanticron. And of course, I'm in a tent this year. It's a very comfortable tent, but we had to negotiate rain.
Right.
It's going to be a rainy week, which creates a different dynamic.
Yeah.
Where people go inside, what inside there is to go, and you might connect in a different way than if you're out in the sun. The island is also not an island this year. You can walk right on to it because of I guess what you call the lack of water in the Danube.
Is there a drought? I know that a lot of these rivers are kind of drying up. Go on.
Yeah, well, I don't know that it's permanently drying up, but it's you could see the corn and the sunflowers were really taking a beating this year.
Wow.
Really taking a beating. I saw on the news, on the TV, they were showing the temperature, and I was trying to gauge the temperature for. It's a world globe, and it said Marrakesh was 44 degrees Celsius. Now, that's damned high.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know what it equates to in Fahrenheit, but I'm thinking like 140 or because if 70 degrees is 22, it's sounds like 140 degrees to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
oh my God.
That was the hottest one I saw, Marrakesh in Morocco. When they do the global screening. So
this is global burning. Yeah, it's global burning, climate change. It's definitely, as you said, it's not necessary. Hopefully, prayerfully, the rivers aren't drying up permanently or irreversibly, but they're definitely drying up for now. This is many of the major rivers in Europe. At least they're not burning up like Greece in terms of actual wildfires being on the loose in the countryside and in the capital, like in England, where London was burning during the hottest days recently. But go on.
No, I didn't know that about. I heard that about Greece a little bit, and I just think of Greece as a bunch of hilly, mountainous rocks.
Yeah.
I don't really, have any personal experience there, so I mean, it's just my own stereotyping of Greece, and I heard a little bit about London. So yes, it's. And one thing when you travel, and I noticed so much when we were driving here, which is a 2.5 hour drive. It's like, you're under the influence of mercury when you're traveling. You're going far, far away.
Yeah.
And you're going to communicate with all sorts of different people. And then it's so funny when I sit down. I mean, you know, it felt sort of awkward that my work isn't being honored here in the way that it could, would, or should be, and has in the past.
Right.
I was introduced to everybody. What people were in the tent last night because it rained on the amphitheater. So it was like, okay, you know, I told them who I was and what I'm here for. I'll be doing Qigong. But and then I get talking to everybody last night. It's like we're sitting around the table in the dark on the boat. And it's like, wow, it's so neat to be talking to these people I see year after year. I haven't seen them in 3 years, year after year after year. It's like talking to old friends. But keep in mind, half the conversation is in Romanian. You don't understand a word of it. And then I was amazed that the whole first part of the discussion was in English, you know. It just was. So it's kind of really surreal. And when I come here, I think, like, what in the hell am I doing here? I can always have these. And this was interesting. One of my friends, I hadn't seen him in a while, and we got into this deep discussion. He wanted to buy me a beer that's made out of grapefruit. He says it's not alcoholic. It tasted like beer. There's a little hint of grapefruit. And I don't think it was alcoholic because I certainly didn't feel any alcohol. Mm-hmm. He insisted on it. So he's a science fiction writer who's a psychiatrist by profession. He doesn't make money writing science fiction books. Especially in Romania. He writes them in Romanian.
I'd like to see them. It'd be interesting to see what kind of stories he writes. That's what Robert ൡCHUÍ was there for, was to introduce the Western world to science fiction behind the Iron Curtain. So he was helping, like many people were at the time, to publish anthologies where they had basically, at that time, communist science fiction. So it was like just really a different experience, a different cultural experience for people who would investigate that. And
Russians were fascinated by him, and Romanians too.
Yeah.
But Roberto helped make that happen because he was, you know, an expatriate. He's now back in Italy, in Genoa. I also asked him, I said, you really don't use the exaggerated hand motions of Italians.
Right.
And he said, no, it's true. But he says if he does get into heated discussions with Italians, that the hands will start to come out.
Yes.
It's kind of like, you know, doing Tai Chi super fast, you know?
Yes.
Hyper exaggerated Tai Chi.
Yes.
When they start moving with their hands. Where was I going with this? The science fiction. Yes. Yeah. So we start. Well, one night, this is probably 10 years ago, I was getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and I had to go over the boat, and I go there, and it's like 2 o'clock in the morning,
right? And
I see him with all these people.
Uh-huh.
They might be students, but whatever they are, they're sitting around this table by candlelight, and he's reading a science fiction book to them.
Wow.
I said, this is so weird. It was so quaint. In other words, This is like really dedicated to, this camp was originally a science fiction camp.
Right. Wow.
And it was just really moving and touching. Yeah. Of course, I couldn't understand a word of it because it was all in Romanian, nor was I was just using the bathroom. I went back to sleep. But he, we started talking, and we're talking about all sorts of things. I was telling him about my journeys and stuff, and then he started talking about his science fiction story that he wrote.
Uh-huh.
He began having a very hard time because as he got more into, and I was asking questions, his English was failing him. He speaks good English, conversationally, but if he gets into a deep subject, his words start to fail him. So, but then he said something about an ＡRYAN creating a plasma field. And he was talking, it was getting very interesting because when he talked about the plasma field, it makes me think of David Anderson's plasma
Right.
like field that he does for the time reactor. So I was getting real interested. I'm saying, oh God, you're creating this science fiction with a plasma field. Well, this is getting interesting, and I'm going to try and bridge it. The bridging never fully happened because I think he said he was going to come back, and he never came back, and then we all went over to the boat. So it didn't happen. I think his words failed him. I'll probably resurrect that conversation. It might be difficult because I was really hitting up against a super language barrier, which seems that it didn't have to be there, but because he speaks, as far as I'm concerned, he speaks good English conversationally. He's always apologizing for it, but it's very, I mean, I've known this guy for years.
Right.
And he said, what was interesting is that the plasma field has consciousness. Right. And that intrigued me because I said, I even said to Heather, I said, what if David's field has consciousness? Oh, that's interesting. And then I got into discussion, like, what if David Anderson's time reactor field has consciousness? Independent. It has its own consciousness. And it stands to reason that it probably does, or this whole concept wouldn't have come up. And I told her the story of Elias Artista, which Elias Artista is a spirit that will appear to an alchemist when the alchemist becomes frustrated and can no longer, make his elixir. He just gets blocked, like a writer's block, only it's alchemist block. Right. When he gets blocked, Elias Artista will appear and tell him what to do.
Interesting.
And I had once commented on this to David on a podcast, and I said, have you ever had that experience where Elias Artista or something like that appears when you get blocked? He says, no comment.
Interesting.
Which tells me, he does get communication from elsewhere, and that he's very cognizant of it, and he's also manicured enough to not present himself that way.
Right.
And it tells me that the field itself would have a consciousness. In fact, it makes total sense. And then, of course, then it gets more into your territory with the AI and the Artilect.
Yes.
That discussion, that came up from somewhere, because, see, people here have a lot of perceptions and ideas that are very different from the West. It's a whole different culture. Mm-hmm. We're in the U.S. we're worried about what crazy thing's going to happen next in Portland, Oregon, or I don't even know. It's nice to be away. I don't even remember what crazy thing's going on. What is inflation? Inflation.
And by the way, your U.S. dollar must be stretching pretty far in Romania, so that's cool.
Well, yeah, the exchange rate helps make up for it, though. It's like when I first started coming here, it was about 25 cents. Wait, see, a dollar would get you about 25 lea, and now a dollar will get you about 50. I think it's doubled. It's about doubled. But then again, if you stay at a hotel, I stayed at a nice hotel. It wasn't the cheapest room. It's about $100 a night with breakfast included.
Right.
Now, it used to be, and the breakfast is like 15 euros. Okay, or if you buy it. It's a pretty expensive breakfast.
Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, they used to give you the breakfast for free.
Oh.
So basically, the difference now is you're paying for the breakfast. You're paying for the breakfast, but you're getting the same price.
Okay.
So it really hasn't changed, except that you're getting, I could have paid like $85.
Right.
But I paid $100. I think they give you a bargain. I don't know what the hell is it. I actually had breakfast for two, in case I, needed to fill that room with. My guy didn't have his room or whatever. So, and it wasn't, they gave me a sofa bed. Mm-hmm. Okay. With the regular bed. So it was like, that's reasonable. That's a very reasonable price. Yeah. About $100 for a room.
Yeah.
Very reasonable.
Yeah.
And so it's, your dollar does stretch further here.
Okay.
I haven't figured out the gas because it's like $8 a liter. $8, €8. I don't know if it's 8 lea or €8 a liter. They might do the price in euros. So I have no idea. I know the gas is expensive.
So they're still using like their national currency to a degree, even though they're integrated into the European Union?
No, they never use the euro is not. No, they never went on the euro.
Okay.
Because they weren't allowed to.
Oh. Okay.
It would have helped them. I think it would have caused a lot of trouble, though. It would have caused a lot of strife if they went on the euro. Euros are somewhat. They'll quote prices in euros. They'll. But you basically use the currency.
Wow. I had no idea. Okay.
Yeah. You use the currency, always have. And it's the economy. I mean, people seem to have, at least the people I run into, the taxi driver was talking about, I think, what did he say he was making? I think €600 a month.
Right.
I think he said that. And I think that was before, and then they take out all this taxes up to 40%.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's like
well, I assume they have free medicine for all, but go on. Yeah.
Okay. So my friend, she said, what did she say she was making? €1,300. I think what the hell did she mean? €1,300. Her and her boyfriend, I forget what she said, but it says, how would that go in America? Whatever she said would definitely buy them a 1-bedroom apartment, or maybe better not in New York, but in some, middle of the road income-wise place.
Yeah.
She's, because she's been to Manhattan. I remember the first thing she said when we were in Manhattan, she says, how much does it cost to live here? She was sounded really interested.
Yeah.
In living in Manhattan.
Well, it's an exciting place. Anybody who goes there, you'd love to live there.
For a couple of days.
Yeah.
It's Manhattan is so negative to your soul.
Yes.
Because it's like after you're there for about, you don't get proper air. The food is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of good, and that's not kind of good. It's like you end up eating stuff you'd rather not eat just to survive.
Oh.
And it's like I do have one friend in Manhattan who done very well, and it's kind of like, her space is, she can go in there. It's pretty quiet. So it's in the Times Square area. It's very very busy, but it's very, like, it always seems very quiet when we're inside her house.
Mm-hmm.
Very peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, she's carved out a world for herself.
Right.
In Manhattan.
May I interrupt a second?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what? Yeah. And?
Yeah, I'm from Manhattan. I live in Flushing, Queens, and he's absolutely correct about that. So I'm a night owl, like I said. I've walked around the streets late at night all the time in Manhattan for years. Now, since the pandemic has come and the crime is crazy, I had a dude last year in Times Square, 11 o'clock at night, with hundreds of people, thousands of people in Times Square. He wanted to beat me up. He was high and drunk. He wanted to beat me up for my ring. He thinking he was gold. It's a $15.
Can you speak a little slower so I can hear you?
Yeah, you do speak a little fast, so slow down a little bit the pace of your words so it's easier for us to follow. But basically, the real tech geek is telling us that he has a cheap ring that this guy, some drunk, thought was gold and was going to beat him up for it. And this was while you were walking around late at night in Manhattan. And basically, he's confirming everything Peter said, verifying and validating it. But this interesting experience, do go on sharing it. You were walking around late at night, and apparently there was a huge crowd. What was that crowd for at Times Square? Real tech?
Oh, no.
Just normally there?
No, I said that it was about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
Okay.
In November of last year.
Okay. Go on.
Wow. I have another question for you, though. This is about Flushing. We went to Flushing several months ago, my wife and I wanted to take her. I don't know. We're actually going to Jackson Heights, but we ended up in Flushing. And any of these places, how the hell do you park? You can find a place to park in Manhattan. You pay money, but in Flushing, it's like you can't park anymore. Well, tell me the secret to parking in Flushing.
I don't know. I don't drive like any other New Yorker.
Yeah, because
you couldn't park. Yeah. Yes.
I couldn't not even find a place to pay to park.
Well, when I live they pay $200 a month for parking in the building, but a lot of times when I order DoorDash, food from DoorDash or Uber Eats, I have to go downstairs to get it because I can't find parking.
See, I'm not. Yeah, and it was just completely impossible because Manhattan, you can sometimes find a place, and it might be easier to find a place in Manhattan, but you can always pay to park in Manhattan. I suppose you've got to park in Manhattan and then take the subway out to Flushing, which is quite a haul.
Probably. That makes
find parking in 80th Street and take the subway to Flushing. It's probably the only way to do it.
Yeah. And then the other thing about, it's not so easy to get from Long Island to Flushing by train and railroad. You can do it, but it's anyway. I'm glad you can survive there, and thank you for your story.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll pry into that a bit more later. It's certainly the
you can go into
the one thing I want to tell Peter about before it dribbles out of my ear, and we gotta get back to Peter again, definitely where he's coming from, because of course this is I just feel so blessed to have him with us, speaking from across the Atlantic in the magical Balkans, that of course it's just magical in and of itself that he's able to speak to us, and that the quality of his sound is so good. We were really concerned about that, so thank God
it's amazing. It is amazing. It is amazing.
Yeah.
My sound, let's see, today is Sunday.
Yeah.
I might be able to
Monday. It's Monday where you're at. It's Monday where you're at.
It's Monday morning. I might be able to check with you on what would be Thursday morning.
Yeah.
Maybe. Depends. Yeah. It depends how I'm sleeping, what's going on.
Right.
And what it'll be a whole different world on Thursday.
That's right.
We'll be at Veterans, and then we'll all be getting ready to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Goodbye is always, I guess, certain emotional, because this is the first time Atlanticron has been held like it has in 3 years. It's a little. Last year they had a very watered down one for a few days.
Right.
And this one's a little watered down because we only have 2 boats instead of 3.
Right.
The kitchen is there. It's working.
Right.
It's actually, I'm very pleased with it, considering if they didn't have one a few months ago, they didn't have anybody to do it.
Wow.
So it's worked out very good. Yeah. And we're just getting into the swing of things. So maybe on Thursday, but when it comes to Sunday, I don't think I'll have any connection.
Right.
When I go to ̔CHUˈ because you can talk to people, can get cell phone calls back and forth, but those are few and far between.
Right.
They have to be in the right spot at the right time. Not that I'll be thinking of it, but maybe when I go to visit my brother-in-law and we'll go to ̔SarmaChU̔, I might be able to say hello then, but it doesn't really make any sense to, because I'll be, I don't even know if I'll have my iPad with me.
Right.
It won't necessarily be taken in the car with me. But I'll be completely, you never know. Maybe they've got a new 5G tower up there in the cave. Who the hell? I want to put a ham radio station there, and maybe they've already beat me with a 5G tower, but I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I doubt that. Our friend Sammy Romero was just driving through Red, California, meaning the what I call the wildland urban interface area, and he was just, his phone call was dropping every few moments. So by the way, Peggy Wood Amalal asks what time it is where you're at. So you can tell her again.
I think it's 6 o'clock. I don't even have a watch. It was 5 o'clock when I got up about an hour ago.
Wow. Okay.
So 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, and I will go back to sleep. I've got to be on the deck at 9:45.
Right.
For qigong and yoga. We're gonna do a combined class of qigong and yoga, and Yeah.
Very cool.
And then, but what was the most interesting thing? That they do a dream workshop, a dream catcher workshop.
Right.
I did this last time I was here.
Yes.
The camp director's younger daughter was doing that with Heather, and I did. I was attacked in my dreams and stuff when I got sick and all that, and so I went to the workshop and started making a dream catcher.
Right.
It was a very poorly constructed dream catcher, very poorly constructed by myself. I just felt so clumsy at it. So then I think, my friend Gabby, she said, I'm going over there to the workshop. And I said, well, I'm being late. Can I come? I said to Heather, can I come late? She says, yeah, you can come late. So I got there late, and I was like really striking out again. Because I missed the initial instruction. But I finally got to where I made a halfway decent dream catcher. Now, it's not complete. Today we're supposed to go back and put the tails on them. And I had a big enlightenment on the dream catcher. I did dream last night. I don't remember what it was.
Wow.
But I'm going to be doing this workshop in ̵CHUỷＮGG-GUÍYUÈ next year. That's the plan. And it's on dreams. It's all about activating the dreams, like ̶Jose did, creating a whole Earth week, consciousness of the whole Earth. And I'm thinking, I've got to export this dream catcher workshop. This will be part of the workshop, is actually making a dream catcher. Because you're you're creating a dream. This is part of it. So I'm already formulating the workshop. Because, great, I've got some ideas. I could sit there and talk about activating dreams. But this is going to be a 5-day workshop. And it's like, you gotta fill the days with something. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
You can't just be gabbing,
right,
or talking. You have to, formulate the dream. It's somewhat experimental, but I said this is part of the workshop dream. The other thing is, I've had a lot of people contact me at the last moment, not the very last moment, and say, yes, I want to come with you. I want to meet you there. And of course, this is very nice, but it doesn't work because I have very specific regimented reservations.
Right.
At the camp, to say nothing of time. There's going to be, as far as I'm concerned, there's going to be plenty of time to explore and create. I don't have a specific agenda when I get up there. I do want to spend one day to see my in-laws and to go to ̔CHUÏNGG-GUÍYUÈ. I'm hoping to go in the dry cave. Mm-hmm. That's yet to be determined. I'm hoping to go in the wet cave. And also to see people and explore.
Right.
And there's nothing to stop people from making their way there and going to the camp and saying hi. However, good luck. I have put in so much time in work, what you call paying the dues, right, just to be able to have the contacts and the people to be able to get there. Right. It's like I can't be bringing people with me because it just, what I'm saying, it doesn't make any sense. Even if they're driving side by side. Okay, well, you get to the camp, maybe he can put you in there, maybe he can't. How the hell do I know? I can't even pick up the phone and call him.
Right.
And I'm certainly not going to be calling so-and-so to call so-and-so to find out. It's like playing phone tag.
Right.
It's I don't even have a phone here.
Right.
You see, I do have a phone, and I can, if I get Wi-Fi, I can communicate. There's also something my friend Chad told me called Signal app. Mm-hmm. And he says Signal app is something that will work when everything goes down. Mm-hmm. He says when the internet goes down. Mm-hmm. He says, and I don't know how he knows this or why he knows this.
I was about to say, I don't even understand how that's technologically possible, but go on.
Well, what he said is the military uses it and will use it.
Okay, so then it must be going via the satellite. It's got to be going through satellites in orbit for that to work.
Exactly. So I don't know. But the thing is, I noticed that WhatsApp, which is the only reason I'm on WhatsApp is because of football.
I like that. Yes.
Well, because they got us all on WhatsApp. I was managing the, what do you call it, the group chat,
right?
Because I had all the phone numbers, and I kind of created the whole forum for it, thanks to my daughter. I was in California. She showed me how to make my phone amenable to group chat. She fixed my phone just with common sense to her. And then so I had everybody, and I started organizing the group chat. I've kind of backed off for that. And now they got us all on WhatsApp. So we all communicate on that. But WhatsApp seems to work with with just a phone. Doesn't need the internet.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I haven't totally figured that out yet.
Right.
So Signal app is kind of like WhatsApp. And so what I'm saying, yeah, if it's satellite, who the hell knows? And what Heather was saying about the radio, I went to the ham radio workshop yesterday as well. And she's saying, she didn't say it's not if when the internet goes down, it's when the internet goes
yes, down. That makes sense. Yes.
And so that's something that she believes in very strongly. And I mean, everything is so internet dependent right now. It would seem that, it's like the globalists never want to crash the economy because it will crash their power.
I would think, yes. So that's
so
why
the internet is like, Bill Gates and Elon Musk, but Bill Gates and people like people of his ilk and all the Silicon Valley people wouldn't want the internet to go out. In fact, they do everything to keep it going, I would think. And it's backed up so many times. It's backed up all over the place. So I don't know. And ham radio, she was saying, is on the cutting edge, always on the cutting edge of technology. Things come out in the world of ham radio before they come out. There was internet on ham radio before there was internet anywhere else.
Interesting. That makes sense.
Whether using Morse code or whatever they were doing.
Right. It's the geeks. The geeks will use the tech. So, yeah, that makes sense. And
yeah, so go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just, no, go ahead. Yeah, by all means.
Yeah, so I've also got, I guess what you call automated emails going out to the people of the Time Travel Education Center. They're getting one almost every day.
Wow, how did you manage that?
It's what my website. I don't use all the bells and whistles on my website, the Javi software. I just don't. I don't have time to get into it. But so I just set it up. It says release this email at such and such a time. And so I did it day by day, saying now I'm at Atlanticron. Here's a video of Atlanticron. Here's the video of this. Here's me talking about my journey. All of this. So people they're going to be hearing more from me.
Yeah.
While I'm gone than they do while I'm here.
Right.
Interesting.
That's true.
I'm in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of fun to do that, to set it up.
Yeah.
And then when I go to CHUÇHUÍ, I'll have some videos on August 12th here and there, and kind of telling people what I'm doing.
Right.
Not like I am now, because I don't know if it would be worth writing about.
It will be in a few days.
There are some things, but it's not, it's not coherent.
Right. Got it. Yeah.
So yeah, it's this is just the beginning of the journey, and if I can connect Thursday, I will.
Excellent.
Thursday morning for me, Wednesday night for you.
That's right. And just so you know, Thursday will be you'll be in the time zone where it's Thursday, and we'll be transitioning here into Thursday sometime during that Wednesday transmission, and basically that will be Chinese Valentine's Day. So just so you know. And so that will be when you're kind of saying your goodbyes to everyone in one area to go to another area will be on Chinese Valentine's Day. And then after that, on Saturday, the 6th, will be the 77th Hiroshima commemoration. And then on the 8th, Monday, first on the weekend, Sunday of that weekend, the transmission after our Wednesday transmission, after hopefully you'll be able to join us for what will be the last time for, about a full week at least, a week and a weekend. Sunday the 7th will be National Sister Day here in the United States. There's, like Mother's Day or Father's Day, but it's Sister's Day. And perhaps I'll even, honor my sister a little bit after a fashion. But Monday...
It wouldn't hurt to honor her a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. And then on Monday the 8th, right after that, will be Taiwanese Father's Day. So, my son will be taking me out both Thursday and on Monday. And so I've got a lot to look forward to over the next few weeks. Then the 9th Tuesday of next week will be the 77th Nagasaki commemoration. And then, of course, it's about the day after that, Wednesday the 10th, you said that the Montauk biorhythm actually starts, kind of commences? Is that
goes
right?
from the 10th to the 14th. That was what Preston always said. That was Preston's...
Right. Yeah.
Wisdom.
Yeah. And
so
the 12th will be the height of it. It'll be at the zenith, and will be the Chinese Ghost Festival. This is all Ghost Month. The Ghost Month it kicked in right after my latest transmission, and then it lasts until basically the 26th of August. So it's 30 days, but it's based on the Chinese lunar calendar. But its apex will be on the same day as the Montauk biorhythm. So that's going to be a hell of a day. And that weekend, the 13th through the 14th, will be the Japanese Halloween, as the Westerners perceive it. Of course, they take it much more deeply than that, but the way the ancient Celts would take Halloween is how the Japanese treat Oban Matsuri. So that will be going on through that weekend of the 13th through Monday the 15th. And then on Monday the 15th, just a day or so before you return, will be, of course, August 15th, when, of course, Emperor Hirohito essentially declared the prosecution of violence during the war to be ended. Basically, that's when the voice of the sacred crane was heard throughout Japan, and that's when he essentially was proclaiming a kind of end to proactive prosecution of hostilities and entering a kind of ceasefire phase. So
that's covered in the book.
Yes.
Covered in the book Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, which people are encouraged to go out and purchase if they have not already.
Absolutely.
That's very good, and it's very true. And it reminds me of my most amusing thing I read in the paper in 1973, when and it was the Los Angeles Times, when they had and I want to say something a little deeper about this. Yeah. When a Pepsi had put up a advertising board in Hong Kong, and whoever translated it for Pepsi, it was the come alive with the Pepsi generation. The translation read to Chinese as, Pepsi will make your dead ancestors rise up from the grave.
Oh, that's so typical. That's yes. Oh my God, that's so typical. And
I wonder if what the Chinese in Hong Kong, who are probably much more sophisticated than any of the other Chinese in the world at that time,
right?
What they thought of it. They thought it was funny, if they felt offended, or just they thought it was stupid or whatever.
It could have been all of that. Probably the entire spectrum of reactions would be provoked by that. And it's just so typical. I mean, I saw the fucking British, because they hire so many Pakistanis like Salman Sheikh to do their translations for them. and whether this was malevolent on their part or
I don't think so.
yeah, probably not. It's just sheer stupidity. They were during the year of the horse, which of course is my year. I was born in the year of the fire horse, but the year of the horse a few years ago, I saw the BBC and they had their big logo up celebrating the Chinese year of the horse, and it was spelled WHORES. That's how they literally wrote it out. And this is for BBC for all the English readers to read. So that went through some Pakistani flunky who was working for BBC and just translated the Chinese into year of the whores, as in prostitutes. I mean, but at any rate, by Wednesday the 17th, Peter will very likely, prayerfully, be home safely, and he'll be on the show again. And so it's not that long.
Well, I want to say something about the dead ancestors. It's like people forget that the Japanese have their whole dead ancestors working behind them.
Yes.
This is something that we don't have in America. We really don't. The Native Americans have some element of that, but it's kind of very broken.
Yes, it's very lost. It's sad.
And it's very distant. It's present, but so this is something that is makes the Japanese people very powerful.
Thank you.
And
it's true.
Yeah, and so I do feel really touched that my Grandmaster friend said that he congratulated me on the book. He knew of the book.
That's incredible.
And I brought the copy for him, but I gave it to Roberto because I thought but I see if I can get it into his hands one way or another. But maybe talk to him more deeply about it. He shared. He says, I will share a secret with you. And he shared me a secret. It was basically common sense about 7 gates of initiation.
Yes.
But on my own journey. Basically, one door opens, another door opens, another door opens, another door. That might sound rather mundane and stupid, but it's true. You're opening a door. I'm opening a door. As I'm here. Yeah. Every time I come here, I'm opening a door. And all these doorways open at Atlanticron. And then, because it's opened every door to me in Romania.
Yeah.
This is the a priori door. And it's meant to be that way. But when I leave here, I go into a completely different mode. Mm-hmm. It's just I'm going to a totally different part of the country. The only consistency is the language. So it's just like, going from phase 1 to phase 2. And I've done this so many times. It's fascinating. And then I also must not neglect Shasta,
right,
which I'll be going to in September.
That's so exciting.
Michigan, where I'd just been, and the energy of and just before I left, 10 minutes before Paula came to take me to the airport, because she had to come from work to take me to the airport. I got a call from John Hardy. John Hardy is the guy who they, built the original pyramid for in Michigan.
That's right.
And he called me and I said, nice to hear from you, John. Wow, you just called me right there. And he says, I got your phone number from Chad. He said, I'd love to talk to you. I said, I've just got about 10 minutes here. He says, what can you tell me about Romania? He says, I'm rather cluttered right now. I'm still processing the weekend. It was so busy. Mm-hmm. And he really wanted to talk to me, which was, in its own way, is really an honor because he's such a savant. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't reach out to people. Yeah. He told me, he says, when you go in the cave, clear your head. That's good advice.
Yeah.
And it gets cleared for you.
Yes.
But I will remember that. And we have a spectrum analyzer. Mm-hmm. As far as we know, David has never been to the cave.
Right.
But because he hasn't been to the cave by normal means, right, who the hell knows?
Right.
Who the hell knows
what we were discussing David earlier, both Aaron Tice and I. Aaron Tice was on for the opening hour and a half at least. And we were discussing David because he was discussing the subject of cloning, and it brought up the preservation of organs, and of course the original sales pitch for the time machine being that medical use. So he's always with us in one way or another, wherever we're at.
Well, you can tell Aaron that, if I'm not going to have time to message him, I won't remember it. But if you could message him to let him know that I was on.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
He'll want to listen to it.
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah. So it's like, all of this stuff, all of these, abundant avenues of wisdom that I'm exposed to from different people from a completely different culture. Mm-hmm. It all adds up to it all adds up to my journey, and David is part of it. He's sort of a background part of it, right? But he's a big part of it, because without him, I wouldn't be here in the first place.
Right. That's right.
No way. And and he didn't bring me just here. He brought gobs. I remember sitting at a table with 6 other people from New York, just from New York.
Right.
And I didn't really enjoy that so much, because I would much rather, even when I was on the tour in 2012 with Jeanette, I went and sat at the table with all these Romanians,
right?
And rather than sit with the people I could speak to, I sat with the people I couldn't speak to, I couldn't hear, because, but they speak English for me,
right?
And then I because it's like, this is what I'm learning. It's nothing against the other people, but I'm saying I'm here to learn about Romania.
That's right.
And when I look back, my, I was mining copper then compared to silver or gold, which and then you go into the silver realm, and then gold. It's gotten much richer over the years. So it's very interesting just to get different perspectives, and I forget how much I belong here. It's weird. It's very weird, because, as they say, I got 2 other Americans with me here this time,
right? And
they're having a great time. So you just my friend Greg has fit. Oh, I didn't tell this story. So we're coming back with my friend Adelina back to the hotel, and this beggar comes out of the woodwork.
Right.
Comes out of the woodwork, and I said to Greg, "There's your Solomonari."
Yes.
So I gave her 10 lea, which is about $2, and I said, okay, there's your. And he gave her something. I don't know. I never asked him what he gave her, but she was waving kisses all the way down the block. They don't always do that.
Right. It
was really special. And then I said, you won't have another one come up. And then we were on the taxi here. The car was stopped. We were in Bucharest, and this gypsy kid comes out, and he's going from car to car, asking for something. But when he went by our car, he didn't even stop. He didn't look at us. He just went right by.
Interesting.
Which I said, see,
yeah.
Not going to come.
Right.
And so he did the right thing, and he did it seamlessly. Mm-hmm. But as they say, also this fosters me, this whole experience that I'm having with people wanting to go. I'm saying, well, so many people want to go, and they want to go at the last minute. My game is to take 12 people, and they're kind of already preset who's going to come because of contacts and people that I know, people that I'm semi-obligated to. Not obligated, but feel like, okay, you said you wanted to go, we talked about it, you can go. You put a deposit on it by such and such a date, and this is what I'll say. Then I have to see, should I have a spillover proposition, which means either could I have a contingency for other people who want to come and just say, and then, or do I do another thing and bring other people back a different time at a different time?
Right.
I probably don't want to do that. Well, it's not that I don't. It's not that I wouldn't do it, but it's like you want to fill a need. If you see a need,
right.
Try and fill a need.
Yeah.
it's just like, you know, if the New York Yankees do not have a Twitter account, and at one point they didn't, they put up a Twitter account. I assume they have a Twitter account too, you know, because people want to follow them on Twitter. So they fill the need.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that's beyond a real business need. They're going to fill up this. They don't need a Twitter account, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
It might. It's good. It's you're filling a need. It's part of social media. You should do it. So I don't need to be taking people up here. I really don't.
Right.
It's not, you know, it's not a profession, nor is it a profession I want to have. And what would be the relative value of it? I don't know. But because there's a need, you kind of want to say, okay, do I want to fill that? And what I would say is that, oh boy, an animal has appeared. Oh,
cool.
It's a mouse.
Oh,
It's a cute little mouse.
Oh my
This
goodness.
does not look like. I've never seen a mouse on this island.
wow.
It looks like a hamster.
Wow.
I don't know what it is. Wow. It's a rodent.
Yeah.
The cute one too.
Incredible.
It's brown. It's brownish.
Mm-hmm.
It's send my regards to Rat Girl.
Yes. Yes. That's it. I like it. Yes. The resonance.
Yeah. So the mouse. I'm trying to see what it is. It's. I guess you could call it. It looks more like a hamster. But whatever.
Yeah. That's
He's
incredible.
going.
Yeah.
He's the house. The hamster's leaving the tent. What did you say?
I was about to say maybe he's someone's pet who got loose, but you know, probably not. It's sounds like he's adapted to the wild with that brown coat of his. But yeah, it's I just think that's very fortuitous. Again, part of the magic.
He's not a pet for sure. This is a wild island.
Yeah.
I think it's a UNESCO protected site as well.
Wow.
Although it's not being very protected when people come out here and trample on it, but it's okay. It's quite well. What was I saying about anything?
Oh, we were just talking about the everything that was happening and kind of like the magic of everything, and basically how you just don't want to be a tour guide for a bunch of people who want to come.
Oh, right, yeah. The tour thing, yeah, that's not really, because then you're really it's like it's taken so much work to get to where I've gotten to, and it's not like I don't consider it work, but it's like journeying, and all these connections. Like to say, my friend Vonda, when she did organize a tour, and she tried to, get pricing and stuff from our Romanian counterparts,
Mm-hmm.
they wouldn't give her an answer.
Mm-hmm.
They told her finally to stop asking. And it didn't, you don't do business this way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how much is it going to cost to do X, Y, Z, Z, Z? And she's having to hustle and bustle and give deals to get people to go. And she did. And as I said, I think the whole tour ended up, I think we both spent $500 out of pocket for the whole tour,
Mm-hmm.
which is actually very good if you consider you went to Romania for $500,
Yeah.
and did all we did for a period of 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's really a good deal.
Yeah.
But she's in the tour business to make money.
Yeah.
All it did for me was defray expenses. And I had a wonderful experience. But I was doing it. I was not the entrepreneur here. She was. And I was, part of the attraction and whatever. She utilized me, and I, played along with her, and I was very happy with the tour. But as I said to her at the end, I said, I know we're not going to do this again. And she bit off way more than she could chew.
Yeah.
Emotionally, not financially. Yes, the thing is, this is not a tour it's a sacred journey, no matter how you look at it. And I watch people get knocked off of it. Now it's my journey. So they get knocked off of it. Some of the people come along. You know, my friend that he'll be traveling with us. Two of my friends, our driver, he's been with me on my journey before. He's qualified. My other friend who'll be accompanying us in the car, yes, he's been there. So it's like some people are meant to go, some people are not. Yeah. And next year I do want to take people, but it's not a tour. I think everybody knows that. It's a journey. Right. And
I think maybe not everybody knows that. That's hard for a lot of people to grasp.
Well, I don't know. Of course, it's interesting and intriguing, and they'd like to go, and it's interesting. I can understand this, and it's okay, and they can journey here by themselves. They certainly can. Nobody's to stop them. But it's like my ability to facilitate them is limited by my own resources. Now, I'm not talking about my money resources. Even if I had tons of money to spend to help them, that wouldn't really do the trick at all. It's a matter of getting so and so to such and such a point, and reserving this, and it's just, I guess, all very specialized. And who knows what the journey will be? It'll be interesting. It'll be exciting, and we're just at the beginning. So I'm starting to fade.
Understood.
If you haven't noticed.
Yeah, and no, you're holding up great, but definitely get your rest. You need it, and we hear a lot of voices behind you. Is this outside the tent? The people around the environment?
I am in a tent. I don't even know what the hell tent this is. There's nobody in it. It's people. It's covered, and I guess you can come in here and eat and get out of the rain. It's just at one table, and there's other tents over there and that are open. This is not open. This is closed. I came here because I figured my voice wouldn't carry, and they're all
awake anyway.
Well, no, there's just a few people. There's just a few people awake. I went away from my own tent because I might be waking up people.
Understood.
In the tents next to me. This isn't going to be disturbing anybody. And I'm right near the cantina, and people are just muttering and doing whatever they're doing.
Well, we definitely would love. We definitely really loved having you, and it's so enjoyable, and love you dearly, and share that with everybody. And we look forward to your checking in, if at all possible, on Thursday morning, which will be Wednesday night here, and that'll be Chinese Valentine's Day Eve day, on the night that I'm communicating with you, and so it'll be a perfect way to transition.
One other question.
Yeah.
One other question. You don't. Paula is not a Facebook friend for you, is she?
Oh yeah, she is, but I never tag her.
I was going to ask her, when you send that, you'd always send me the link with the timestamp.
Yeah.
If you could send her a timestamp of when I'm on,
absolutely,
so she can hear this, if she has time, and if she wants to, if you could send her a timestamp, and with also just the introduction saying, that I asked to send this so you can hear my updated,
absolutely,
talking about Romania, because you'll have the time. She can listen to me if she feels. She said she missed me. We'll see how much she misses me.
Oh, she does.
If she wants to hear all this gab.
Yeah. Oh, she'll definitely scan through it at the very least, and so I'll do that for both Aaron Tice and Paula. So
you'd be surprised. The one thing is, she hasn't looked at Facebook in a long time because she's been too busy.
Right.
She doesn't have time to, see what people I'm irritating on Facebook.
Well, I know one thing is that she's young and she's very technologically savvy, so she'll get the notification. So when she gets that notification, I sent her something, I'm certain she'll be curious enough to see what I sent her. So
I'll also tell her that she'll send it when I write to her.
Excellent. So we'll double team.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Good night, and thank you for your information on Flushing Tech Geek. It really helped me understand.
Yes, sounds great. And there you have it. Love you dearly. Enjoy yourself. And this is so exciting. With that, we're bringing back on whoever's with us on the call, which hopefully is still both Sammy Romero and the Real Tech. So that I'm hoping these two gentlemen will be able to burn bandwidth for a few minutes while I refresh myself. Let's see if we can make that happen. Peter Moon will, of course, hang up at his own leisure. Let's see what, obviously, okay, so we don't have Sammy on with us right now. But let's see if we can pull him back on. Oh, Real Tech is here. Excellent. And so, by the way, could you explain a little bit about what you were trying to explain? So you were out there late at night, and there was was this an unusual crowd or a normal crowd of people around Times Square where suddenly this idiot was trying to beat you up or attack you or something? What was going on there exactly?
Well, my friend was just looking for finding a bathroom before he was going back home to Jersey City. We were hanging, and I suggested for him to go to the Irish pub. I used to go hanging out there. It's just a regular evening. I think that was on a Friday. I think it was a Friday night. So it was a Friday night in November, and I because of the pandemic, I didn't go out around Manhattan too much for a long time. So I was kind of tracing my steps back and forth trying to find the place for a little while. Then I finally found it, and then the guy was just standing there, and around 42nd Street they all want to sell weed and stuff, and I don't do drugs. And he just same guy, same thing, want to sell weed, and I said no. And I always have a camera with me majority of the time. I'm a photo it's a Shutterbug, and I thought at first maybe he wanted the camera, but he just kept pointing out to my ring, and he wanted to step in my way, and I kept trying to step out of his way, and then he was going back and forth. I was going across the street, and I was kind of walking really fast. After a while, my friend was protecting me, and he kept pointing at the ring and stuff, it's just a gold ring, gold-plated ring. It's $15. It's a dragon ring. It's very nice. It's a very nice ring, though. The design is it's nice. Everybody always compliments me about it. But he just was going bananas, and he was high and drunk. He tried to swing at me, actually. And if my friend was not pushing me to walk more faster and run, he probably knocked me out or something. And I walked around with my wife and my friends, with different people late nights in Manhattan, around Fifth Avenue and places like that, and Houston Street, and before the pandemic, and none of this has ever happened to me. Right. None of it.
Wow. Yeah, well, definitely. I think that I'm just glad that you survived it, and it's so that being said, what else? Tell us a bit more. Now, we left off essentially, if we're starting off with an arc of narrative concerning your development as a personality that people can understand and relate to, we kind of left off with you're going to the library, learning to use the computer, and why you wound up discovering pornography, which I presume could have been at the library or anywhere else on the computer. But, thank God, Sammy's joined us. Sammy, let's check your audio. When I come back, we'll continue with this arc of narrative, but both of you gentlemen can hopefully speak to each other while I refresh myself. So let's test your audio. How are you?
I'm good. How's my audio?
Excellent. A little echoey, but you're definitely coming through loud and clear, as is the Real Tech Geek. His audio improved infinitely, and we want to take advantage of this time after midnight because basically his significant other isn't coming home just yet. How long before she returns home, Real Tech?
She might return maybe like 4.
Around 4. So how many hours from now, or minutes? How many minutes or hours from now? How much of a time span have we got?
It's 12:25 right now. So
okay, so we got about 3 or 4 hours if we wanted to stretch it that long, conceivably, right? Something like that.
Yeah, she may not. If I hear the door opening, she's working, but she doesn't have a lot of energy sometimes, so she just passes out.
Understood.
I mean, I've been telling her to stay at her friend's house anyway for a couple of days because I do get tired of people anyway. So
I understand. I understand. So, if both of you gentlemen, I will beseech you to maintain a conversation. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes at the absolute longest. I'm going to just refresh myself. I'm going to go mute, and I'm sure you gentlemen don't need me to start you on a specific path of conversation. I'm sure both of you can do this organically quite well. So I'll leave you both to that. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, okay? All right, thank you.
All right.
Hey, hi, Real Tech. How you doing?
Hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you. What was your name again?
I'm Sammy.
Okay. Sorry, I'm thinking of this other guy named Solomon Sheikh that he used to talk to. He always has a lot of on, so.
No, my name is Sammy. He's Pakistani and I'm Mexican. But
Okay.
anyways, well, he's no longer affiliated with the show. How you been? How's everything?
Everything's good. I mean, I got my mother here for a few weeks, and she's a little handful. So
Great, man. That sounds good. And enjoy your company with your mom, man.
Yeah. We're working on getting her housing. So.
Okay, that's very honorable. That's good.
Well, it reminds me of my situation with my grandmother. So, everybody else wanted to abandon on her, and I didn't. I took care of her. I took care of her until she died in the fire in March 11, 2014. So.
No, that's very honorable. That's we're blessed.
Yeah.
But
you're the guy,
no.
Right?
What happened?
You're the guy who lives in you live in Michigan, right?
No, I live in Los Angeles.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused with another guy.
That's that used to be what's that guy's name? He's Rasa too. What's his name? I forget his name. But yeah, well he also used to be affiliated.
Pat
no longer.
Or something,
Taquan,
right?
there you go. Taquan, yeah, Morales. But he bailed, but it's okay. It is what it is. But how long you been listening to Doug?
I've been listening to Doug since he started going calling in on the Coast to Coast Name show and being on the show also.
Oh, okay, cool.
So,
what drew you to Doug? What fascinated you about him?
I've always been fascinated. Well, my major was history in college, so I have I have a degree in it, so 2 degrees. I just always been fascinated about alternative history or hidden history or things that people don't want to talk about, things they want to put on under the rug. And history in general is just very complex.
Of course.
So that's what attracted me.
How do you feel about when he talks about the non-minorities, the whites in this country? What is that? Does that offend you or no?
In what context do you mean? Like,
well, the privilege, white privilege, and stuff that he talks about.
Oh no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't offend me because it is true about the white privilege. And I mean, I'm half white. No, I'm Indian, German, Lithuanian, Polish, Jewish. So.
Oh, okay. Wow.
But I always will point out about these things. And African American also. My grandpa was African American. But I also will point out about these things too, because it is true about the white privilege. And it's just like, it's a YouTuber. His name is Chris Norland, and mostly makes financial videos. He's you can look up his video about which was, he's a orphan of the Vietnam War. He lost his parents when he was a baby. They died trying to come to America. And he'll make videos about Trump and certain things about that and talking good things or bad things, whatever the news is sometimes. And these stupid white people tell him to go back to China when he's Vietnamese, And you telling somebody to go back to China or Vietnam when they don't know anything else but this country?
Right. No,
You know,
that's
you know,
that's very common. I mean, to tell you the truth, I used to be that way. I literally was very. I also thought all Asians were the same. I I couldn't. I really couldn't. I kind of Filipino is the same thing as a Japanese, a Chinese, or a Korean. I always thought they all knew each other. I thought they're all related. Um, and
yeah,
that's very ignorant and that's very bigoted because I'm no different than the oppressor that oppresses me. So once you grow up and you realize that that's not, you have to think of the United States as a global empire that it really is. And we don't like to admit that we're a global empire, and we should. I think we'll get over the fact that as a global empire, as the more we conquer other nations or other enclaves or ethnicities, we're a part of them as much as they're a part of us. Whether they're serving us or or in this case the military, we're raping the children. But either way, they're much as part of us. Go ahead.
exactly. We're all human beings. Well, one of the reasons why they don't admit it that it's an empire is because of the fact that the British Empire always admitted that and was very open about that. And towards the end of their 400-year reign, I guess I think it is, it just politically didn't go well for them. So I mean that's one reason why.
Right.
But you're absolutely correct about that. They it should because it is an empire. Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons why I think we should, because as Americans, I'm sorry, as U.S. citizens, we're very prideful. We're very hard-headed, and we just don't give a damn. We're not only are we ignorant, but we just don't care. And we like to think we're world police. We like to think we're the righteous country and that we're the standard of the world, which is obviously backwards. But with that bravado, we should call ourselves an empire. I think in a way it'll be good because then we can integrate more people. This is quote unquote the land of the free, but it's that's not good enough in my opinion. I think as an empire, that's a great moniker because when I say we need to, because we need to utilize our global dominance, not just for violence and and terrible things that we do. I think we need to utilize our global reach to really integrate the world into our country because we know our country's we're very much behind. But go ahead, ̔CHUმაგრ.
Okay, Sammy. Yeah, we are, and there needs to be more. There needs to be more openness about being an empire because, and to utilize and bring in more nations. Because you're right about that. Because what the problem we're having, in many ways, it's also the fault of all these politicians is the rise of China and of course the globalism. It's the right. China is like a modern day in many ways. In many ways, yes. Many ways, not. But I mean, modern day Nazi Germany, and of course it's another Cold War again. But they are winning. They are winning, and land of the free, home of the brave, versus the land of the Soviet Union and surveillance state. So gonna get together to combat something like that. You have to admit it. You're right. Absolutely correct.
What is your opinion on, you've been in the tech world, the suppression of certain information, like, the history that Doug talks about. It's not that it's not accessible, you just have to know what to look for. Well, what's your opinion about that?
Well, when it comes to technology or history or things like that, you really don't know. You really don't know much of it, because all they do is put things under the rug, and there's so much stuff that's being suppressed, and Michael Cremo, maybe you know about him, which is ancient forbidden archaeology. He believes that, and I absolutely believe it too. There's so much evidence about that, that there have been millions of years of civilizations and cultures, and that's have come and gone. And then, in India, there's evidence of nuclear radiation and fallout, nuclear weapons being used. And the Vedas and Brahmata. I'm not too well versed in Indian history and mythology, Hinduism, but a lot of it is about ancient weapons and technology. And Douglas had mentioned about that before. That a lot of the aliens are just us from the future, from the past. So from the past.
Right.
I believe he has conquered the stars before.
What do you think about Alan Turing? Alan Turing, the father of modern day computer. Are you familiar with his story?
Not just briefly, not entirely.
Oh, okay.
But I know that a lot of his information is still suppressed by the U.S. government.
Right. Okay.
You know more. You can tell me.
Oh, okay. So I just got back. So I heard the question about Alan Turing, and of course, the people who more than likely suppressed everything that he's produced that we haven't learned of yet would be the British government. So he was the British guy that came up with the Turing test. I mean, you're familiar with the Turing test, no doubt. That which can kind of ascertain whether a artificial intelligence has truly achieved a artificial intelligence because it's able to interact with a person to the degree that the person is unable to ascertain whether or not he's dealing with a person or an artificial intelligence. That's basically what the Turing test is. And we actually passed that, as I've explained long time ago, we passed that boundary. There were plenty of times with even primitive, just kind of expert systems where people were the expert systems were put behind a wall and they were communicating via the kind of like telegraphy, mostly like a ticker tape kind of machine with human beings that were on the other side of the wall. And in these experiments, the human beings were completely unable to tell that they were dealing with an artificial entity. I mean, and this was like the fucking 60s. So you can imagine what it's like in this day and age. Here's the horror story, is that people would have to look this up because I've bleached it from my mind. And I'm trying to remember, Realtek might be able to tell us just off the top of his head. I forget which venue it was, but I think it was Reddit or some other venue that they released an artificial intelligence, and it was just named after an Asian woman, of course, Asian female, Asian girl, really. That was kind of like its avatar, and of course everybody just slammed her with bullshit, and of course the artilect is primitive and just responds to whatever is being fed them, and that's what develops a personality, like a child. It's just a feedback system that a child has. So just within, they killed it. They took the artificial intelligence and they killed it within about 24 hours, scrubbed it because within 24 hours it was just spouting racist garbage because that's all anybody was feeding it. Racist, sexist garbage. So there you go with that. That's the typical human response to any child. This is a form of child rape, except it's done en masse. And this is what the internet users do. And I mean, I was just astonished when I ran across the gymnast Ohashi. I couldn't remember her name, and I hadn't seen her in years, and I hadn't really thought about it because I just thought that she had gone on to a successful career and wasn't really paying attention. But her name was Caitlin Ohashi, and Caitlin Ohashi was the hottest thing in the world for a while. And then what happened was you just stopped hearing about her. And this was like, what, it's 2022 right now? So she was around 2019, not that long ago. But it turns out that the short time that Caitlin Ohashi, who's obviously Japanese ethnicity, but a U.S. citizen, she was out there. Everybody just slammed her so much with racist garbage as if she were an artificial intelligence. Just saying, hey, you piece of shit, goo core, Jap, all this stuff. That's all she got all day. She just gave up. She just quit. And I was appalled. I only found that out just by cruising through YouTube and ran into just old YouTube videos where she had trainers who were saying, oh yeah, she gave up because, you know, she's Asian, her body's built differently, she's thick, and because she's thick and has melanin, everybody was just slamming her as, hey, you yellow mustard colored, you know, fat ass bitch, you look like you swallowed a pig and shit. And she was doing things physically that was physically impossible for any other gymnast. No other gymnast could do what she did. And she just, you know, just slammed down and basically started contemplating suicide because this was the only feedback she got. By the way, just so people know, that's my life in a nutshell since I became a public informant, is just, and I'll tell everybody this, I'll be quite honest about it. If I could do my life again, where instead of saving the thousands of children that I did, and ultimately millions because of the creation of that stupid military child month bullshit that the military had to dream up to cover its ass, I would let all those children continue getting raped and cannibalized and all several thousands of them die rather than go what I went through. It just wasn't worth it for me. My entire life was destroyed by saving those children. It did me nothing other than grief. And all I get every day is the same fucking bullshit. Oh, you never worked at the Presidio. That same shit, which, you know, the guy said, oh, my research proves you never worked at the Presidio. I mean, there is no research that can prove that because there's no records that anyone worked at the Presidio. Those records are all destroyed. And we know that for a fact because George Knight contacted the man who was in charge of civilian records. And the man who was in charge of civilian records told George Knight specifically any records of Douglas Dietrich would have been destroyed. There's no records of anyone kept by the military that was a civilian contractor. So there you have that. It's just the kind of nightmare world that I've been living in. And but of course, now that I'm stuck in the struggle, I'm stuck in the struggle. What I couldn't understand was why Caitlin Ohashi allowed them to destroy her like that. That she just gave up after everything that she had been through instead of going on to accomplish even more like she should have. So that's the real tragedy. But of course, this is what it's like to be a minority in the United States. So when we basically talk about this kind of culture system that we have, of course, I can go into it a bit more deeply and articulately later tonight in monologue, concentrating on current events and speaking about the relevance of this so-called Christian nationalism, which is beginning to emerge and is coming to represent the Republican Party and basically what we're struggling against. This is, of course, something that I'm stuck doing, and I'm stuck doing it in a vacuum. I'm basically completely suppressed, and the suppression isn't enough. There's got to be nonstop harassment. Good example of this is from, of course, former gang stalkers like Lena Shea just continuing what they're doing. and my contacting law enforcement to basically try and talk to them about her pedophilia, and my providing them all the evidence that they need. And nothing is done because she's a cultist and she's protected. So when I provide them photographic evidence that she sent to me, all these screenshots of her telling me about fucking an underage boy, I get nothing but responses like, basically, who cares? It's along those lines where Peter Moon said I was lucky they just didn't start accusing me of fucking the boy. Of course, they can't do that practically because they would be left with a huge gap in geographic distance. But yeah, Peter Moon was just saying, you're lucky it didn't get to that point because this is the level of bullshit that we're dealing with. So it just goes on and on. And it's endless. But notice what they have in common here is the pedopredation. So when it all comes down to it, it's just an endless waking nightmare. And in terms of where we're at now, certainly we brought on this individual named Ian West just the other day. He may be on again in the future. I would ask him, of course, to refrain from basically his conclusions that he drew about health, because I just think it's just too dangerous when you reflect on the fact that you have someone, and of course I made everyone know my stance. I disagree with him completely what he said, but who knows where anyone's coming from. We don't know where the real tech is coming from, at least not right now, until we get to know him better. But when it comes to someone like Ian West, it could be that he's sincerely afflicted, or but you got to watch out for that shit, because that Miles Johnston, the guy who worked with Christine Joanna Hart was basically exploiting her, who, by the way, has contacted me. And if you're listening, Christine Joanna Hart, and I'm sure this will get to her because people will just run to her like a relay and tell her that I brought her up. She sent me 2 messages, one through Skype and one through the email. And I appreciate what she says. And for all I know, this might be an attempt at entrapment or something. But basically, she's saying, we were friends once. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be friends again. I'd like you to stop talking about my son and saying that he's gay or that he's a victim. Now, I want her to understand, and this will be relayed to her. Basically, I'm not saying, and never have said, your son is gay. I've said he was a victim. I can basically, let's just put it this way. The only time I ever bring him up is in response to the gang stalkers bringing him up. When you accepted that interview from Solomon Sheikh, and that was the subject, that rates a response from myself, because that's the way it works. The way that we can make this work is simply that you never talk about me again, and I never speak about you or your son again. I mean, that's just the way it works. The only time he comes up is when basically the cultists bring him up. So the way to make that work, and who knows, maybe in the future, I might contact her soon, maybe discuss this with her personally, or but be patient with me, Christine, and whether that happens or not, I can certainly agree simply never to bring him up again. But I never do bring him up. Whenever I bring him up, it's a response to the gang stalkers bringing him up. And so they're the ones who are weaponizing your son. It has nothing to do with me. So I'll happily not bring him up again as a subject. And we'll leave it at that for the moment. And hopefully I can speak to her personally about this. But hopefully people understand the important thing is the message, and anyone, of course, generally should understand this. But again, the puzzling aspect of it is the constant attack on myself as a character, as a personality, as opposed to the messages at all. It's the same with, say, for instance, Caitlin Ohashi. Nobody was attacking what she was doing as a gymnast. They couldn't. She was unsurpassable. She is probably the greatest gymnast that ever lived. And all you have to do is look at what she does. And again, what she did was literally physically impossible for any other gymnast as a human being. And yet everybody was hating on her because they consider her to be thick and non-white. So it was, this is the sewer that we live in. we live in a Western sewer. And this is why when you see Gene Roddenberry and what he was aiming for was this racially cosmogony federation. Go on.
Did you say thick, not white? That's my type. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes, and and I'll be honest with you. I mean, when it comes to my early, we were just talking with the Real Tech about his cultivating a taste for pornography when he was really young, running across it online. One of my early pornographic, shall I say, actresses who caught my eye and kind of helped to shape my taste in woman was actually, of all people, oh God, what was her name? now I can't remember her name. Oh my God. Oh, Vanessa Del Rio, who was Puerto Rican, and I think is still alive. And of course, she's much darker, much more mocha colored skin. I mean, I'm very eclectic and I go for all kinds, but the caramel and mocha skin color often excited me just as much as any other type. And so Caitlin Ohashi is, I thought she looked fabulous. But of course, people are stupid, and they just they're not even hating on her for any rational reason. They're just hating on her because she's a target minority. But in the case of everything else that I'm contending with, then you get someone like, say, for instance, Christine Joanna Hart bringing up what she's doing. She doesn't seem to grasp that none of this is necessary. She didn't need to even take that interview with Salman Sheikh and bring her son up. So when it comes to my highlighting his victimization, certainly Christine Joanna Hart was victimized, and this sort of phenomena goes on generationally. And these families are subsumed into a system that victimizes themselves and their children. Now, I understand to empower him, it is probably necessary for his sake of psychological well-being, to not publicly concentrate on his victimization, whether or not someone denies that or acknowledges it. How about to favor Christine Joanna Hart? I'll say publicly here right now, I have no intention of bringing him up again. So, but then again, she didn't need to take that interview with Salman Sheikh, and the subject would not have come up again. So it's one of those things where I'm happy that she handled that interview the way she did. But of course, there's claims that from certain people, I don't know if these are true or not, that she was cooperating with Salman Sheikh in calling people and trying to tell people I was some kind of dark sorcerer who was out to kill their cats or dogs or something stupid like that. I know Salman Sheikh definitively was doing that. Whether she was joining him saying that is hopefully not the case. But in any rate, the best way to avoid my speaking of yourself or your son is basically Christine Joanna Hart is just not to deal with these people that are constantly attacking my character. And of course they're running out. They're running out of steam because there's how many people can they dig off park benches to basically quote unquote push their line. And besides, they're all under investigation themselves. For either, in Lena Shea's case, she is a pedophile. And I have the evidence to prove that, and it's not something that is at all insubstantial. This is simply something that if anyone just pursues that, and we can talk with Real Tech about any ideas on this just for the sake of bringing the subject up, because she's out there attacking me relentlessly nonstop, and that's her job. I mean, she gets up in the morning and she contacts people who don't know me and don't know her. And she tells them, oh, I want to tell you about Douglas Dietrich, and starts attacking me. Now, the reason I know this for a fact is because I've been contacted by at least a dozen people who had no idea who I was. And they said, are you Douglas Dietrich? And I said, yeah, why? Some crazy bitch named Lena Shea's called me up this morning. I have no idea how she got my number. And all she wanted to do was tell me what a piece of shit you are. And they do bring up the fact that she's working for Richard K. Cole Jr. because she brings this up because she wants to push his articles. Oh, I want you to read. This is like somebody who's like a Jehovah's Witness and is knocking on people's door. So she gets up in the morning, she does this. She can't be taking care of her kids. She can't be working any job because this is literally, if a dozen people contacted me, and she must be contacting about 120 people a day. This is like what she gets up in the morning and does, and then goes. I'm hoping she gets paid for this, because I can't imagine anyone that crazed where they would just get up and just do this voluntarily. But then again, she's that insane. So anyhow, some questions I might ask Realtek later about this and see what ideas he has. But in a general, both of you gentlemen, what were you talking about before I came back? You started talking about Alan Turing because I'm assuming the computer subject, but in terms of before that, what was being covered exactly? How did we get to Alan Turing? Or?
I was just asking him, how's he doing? I kind of forgot what I asked him.
No worries.
It wasn't really of importance.
That's fine. That's fine. And just so...
just about ancient technology and hidden technology,
Yeah.
Something like that.
I'm sorry?
Oh, he was going into about different technology that are suppressed.
Yeah.
Things like that type of matter.
Oh,
kind of
okay.
going a few different subjects. So.
Okay, and that's fine. And I thank you both for that. Thank you so much for giving me that that opportunity to refresh myself. Now, so while we're kind of exploring the background of Realtek, so Realtek, tell us a bit more. So, like when I left off, you had just discovered pornography at way too young an age. It's your judgment. You feel that it was way too young an age, that you were basically, but all I can say is that if so, I'm in the same basket you are. I mean, obviously I was hypersexualized as a child for reasons I've explained in depth before. But in your case, at some point, and here's where we get sensitive, and of course, I will qualify this for everyone. It was alluded to myself that Realtek has experienced some abuse, and obviously you don't need to go in depth if you don't feel comfortable with this. But obviously I've gone rather in depth and was very graphic about my first encounter with sexuality in the most direct sense was my grandfather attempting to rape myself and becoming essentially my first kill, even though apparently he took a lot longer to die than we were led on to. My parents just simply took me and we evacuated the area as we were advised to do by the police, and the family broke off all contact back east. So we were told he was dying right then and there. Apparently it took him maybe several months to maybe even over a year or so to die. He was lingering, and apparently the rest of the family was taking all that time to make certain they all got their cut. They were all keeping him alive for as long as possible to make certain that they all had an equal share of the pie in the inheritance, which apparently, by all evidence, was quite substantial from what I saw when I went back to New York. So in terms of your own self, I take it that something happened, but was this due to the computer, or how did, whatever you're willing to share about this, that seems to have been a rather defining moment in your life, kind of like a primal trauma, and I'd be interested in finding out whether that came before or after you became affiliated with the information industry.
Okay.
Professional.
Just before you go, yes. Just before we get into that, maybe you're not aware of, but there was a gymnast for the Olympics who was a doctor named Larry Nasser, and he raped like about, including Simone Biles. I'm not sure about Caitlin Owen-Hashey, but I know it definitely was Simone Biles. He raped them, and the FBI knew about them. It was like 13 women, I think. So
oh God! It was more like 160. What do you? There may have been 13 that carried the investigation all the way through. In other words, that was able to get him prosecuted. And this is what they'll do with those mass victim cases: is like they'll prosecute you for the number of women who are able to stick with it in terms of like have the strength and the fortitude to carry through the witnessing and everything else all the way through the end of the trial. But in terms of women who said that man raped me, there were hundreds. That was, this was the individual you're talking about. And he is just this sleazy, small built kind of glassy, mousy guy who was raping gymnasts because he was like working with the Olympics committee, right? Something like that.
Yeah. Well, he would actually put them into like some paralysis with some medication or something. Mm-hmm. So it's horrible. Yeah.
It sounds a lot like Dr. John Henry Hagman. Those two probably know each other, probably networked. This is just horrible. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So about me. So by
the way, before you go there, just to give you a few more minutes to prepare, I just want to bring something up that before it dribbles out of my ear. When I was thinking about Christine Joanna Hart and her being exploited by Miles Johnston, the reason the Miles Johnston channel was taken down was because he was basically promoting anti-COVID, what the conventional medical industrial complex considers to be misinformation. He was probably promoting outright lies, knowing Miles Johnston, but this is what we have to be cautious about. Now, Ian West, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I think he's totally sincere. I also think he's incredibly impacted by any number of issues that, I won't talk about unless he's here to speak about them himself. But when he was bringing up all this COVID is whatever and monkeypox is whatever, and you really have to be careful with that sort of thing, because that's YouTube can shut you down for that. And that's why I was kind of, and maybe I should have been even more emphatic to say how much I disagree with much of what he was saying. But just something to bear in mind. That's what took down Miles Johnston. And, of course, that fucker deserves it. When it comes to something like this, just to reemphasize, I did not agree with anything that Ian West said in terms of medical self-treatment, which is basically what he's doing. He's self-diagnosing as well as self-treating. It's just something, look, that's not recommended for anybody. Don't do that. Don't self-diagnose. That's, at the point that he got to. So just had to emphasize that again. And that with that, we go back to Realtek, because Realtek joined us. Realtek joined us in the last hour of the last episode. And so you just be careful with what you say about that as well. It's one of those things where we can bring up the fact that you are suspicious about vaccines, certain vaccines like these mRNA vaccines, but we have to be careful how we phrase that. And certainly that's not the major topic we're hitting right now. Right now, we're going back to where you were going before I rudely interrupted you, but I've had to get that out there. So yes, please find your space, get back into where you were at. You were kind of like, with all my apologies, probing something before I interrupted.
Well, generally with YouTube, with the live streams, about 10 minutes into it, you can talk about the general topic you want to talk about, but 10 minutes after, you can talk about different things. Yeah. But yes, you have to be careful in anyway, because they could take you down anyway. I've seen copyrighted live streams just get taken down in the middle of it. Yeah. So I absolutely agree about that. Yeah. Okay. So, like I was saying, that like you were mentioning something about hypersexualization.
Yeah.
In the last episode, I don't remember the time it was. Mm-hmm. But I went through sexual abuse when I was a child. I was probably 3 or 4 years old. I don't remember much of it, and I suppressed it for a very, very, very long time. But it was because my mother. She just wasn't ready to be a mother. Mm-hmm. She didn't raise me. My grandmother raised me, and I was at her house one day, and she wanted the guy upstairs, Mr. Roberts. This is in Jersey City, and she wanted to sleep in the afternoon, and had him take care of me. Oh yeah, he definitely took care of me.
Oh,
putting hot dogs up my behind. Yeah, sure.
Oh my God.
Yeah. yeah, like I said, I didn't think about or even remembered it until 15, 20 years after. So
that's and how did the memory reemerge? What brought it back?
it's just talking to my mother one time in her apartment in Jersey City at the door, and mentioning something about Mr. Roberts, and it just emerged right there, and it was terrible. I mean, Grandma knew what was going on, and she told her about that, but Grandma couldn't be everywhere, so.
Well, that's kind of like, I mean, I'm so sorry. It's this is where it's kind of like, I'm sorry, that doesn't cut it. Grandma couldn't be everywhere. That's awful.
I don't know what the situation was. Maybe because of the fact that I think it was, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I think it was because she had a slip herniated disc. Okay. She fell down one time when I was a child, right. When I was like a baby or 1 or 2 years old, I think, and she couldn't walk for like a year or two. So I think that's what it was.
Okay. So basically, your grandmother could barely take care of herself, if at all. In fact, she couldn't. I can't presume anyone could take care of themselves with that condition. And you were kind of foisted onto her, so she was totally helpless and basically had to drift off into sleep to rest. And this individual took advantage of that, like the predator he was. Right?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, several wonderful things from the chat room here. Shelley Rain says, "Thank you, Doug. Your sacrifice is priceless, to say the least." And George Knight, who's welcome to come on with us if he wishes. Let me know if you want to be brought on, George. Basically, he says, the interview with Christine Joanna Hart is now deleted off YouTube. So, okay, there you have it. It was too positive towards Douglas Dietrich, and therefore Salman Sheikh deleted it off YouTube. Sammy Romero, did you think it was that positive where he did that? Or do you think when both you and I and George Knight, the three of us, were talking about that with our latest transmission, that he thought, oh God, I got to take it down now? I guess with what we were saying, that's so bizarre to me that he would be so chicken shit. It really just displays everything about the enemy, the cultists.
You want my opinion?
Yes. Oh yeah.
She didn't have a penis. I'm sorry. No. No. I just don't think he can talk to women. Yeah. Period. Yeah. And he's not a good interviewer. Okay. Yeah. Because of his facade of, the peace-loving Muslim / Mason. Okay. Yeah. So no. What I have to give credit to Christine Joanna Hart was she kept it real with your relationship with her, with you, as far as what you helped her with. She really didn't have nothing bad to say other than, the whole thing with her son. And she confirmed a lot of what you talked about with Colonel Kino. And I just think that, and the fact that, she's a fairly attractive lady. I'm not gonna, even for her age. I don't think that was his bag, to put it in the British term. Okay. Yeah. I think he was kind of off-putted by that already, and the fact that she spoke, she kept it real with them. It wasn't the controlled conversation, or the controlled
character assassination
interview
he wanted.
Yes, she was too real with it, and he's that feminine energy. He already doesn't like it. So on top of that, she's complimenting you. That's not gonna go very well with their narrative and agenda.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. That with their own agenda. That's bless you. Thank you for your input on that, and that makes perfect sense. And that's that about says it all. So when it comes to what the Real Tech suffered, obviously this is horrible, and I want to congratulate you on your courage for sharing that. And so obviously you said that this may have taken about 15 years. So by that time, I'm presuming You were talking to your mother at that time. Were you still a teenager, so to speak, or regularly employed, kind of gainfully, professionally employed at that time?
I was just going to community college at the time, so.
Okay.
I think it was fall of 2006. I think it was.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do us a favor. Sometimes you sound really good in terms of quality, and sometimes maybe you're moving away from the mic or something like that. So if you could repeat the last sentence. It was when you were going to community college, and I kind of lost you after that. It was like maybe the years was what you were. Okay.
Okay. I just was drinking some coffee. Maybe that's the reason why.
Okay. Yeah. I understand these topics can drive one to kind of bring the coffee up to the lips like kind of a shield and just kind of slurp on it while you're talking. It's something I would do. So were you telling us the year that this kind of like was emerging or something like that? You were going to community college and your major at the time was, if you care to share that, just curious.
History.
Oh, wow! Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it was history at first. Okay. Yeah.
And at first. And so that's a liberal arts major. And but ultimately you went towards technology, some kind of information science or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cybersecurity and minor political science.
Oh, so. Wow. That's so impressive. And in terms of the political science, so when you were studying that, what kind of politics did you feel you were leaning towards? I mean, our identities change with time, but tell us a little bit about that. What do you feel your politics are? If you were to define your politics, what would you define them as?
Well, I don't like both the parties. I really don't. I mean, I am registered as a Republican. Mm-hmm. I voted for Trump, and I wish I never did.
Oh God! Thanks for having the courage to share that. Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's not easy to share that. People become really crazy about that. So you're a very open-minded person, but I have to be very selective. You're welcome. I have to be very selective about that because, man. I've had friends I talk to who don't even want to talk to me anymore because of that.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, good neighbors, they don't talk to me anymore.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
And now, at the time, I presume you voted for him because you were thinking that as a businessman, that he might be what the country needs in terms of, I'm presuming that was your motivation with that, right?
Oh yeah, yes, that. And I didn't want Hillary. I don't want a woman as president in this country, no. Okay. I don't have a problem with a woman as president. I mean, I just didn't want her. She's not the right person, so.
Well, I mean, as I mentioned before, certainly Hillary Clinton is not a nice person, and the horror of the situation is that, not to rationalize Hillary Clinton, but basically, any nice woman would never make it to even having the potential to run for president. So she'd have to be a bitch on wheels and a murderous one at that to even get to that point, the way the power structure is established right now. Hopefully things will change in history with that. And this is part of what I spoke about when it comes to police woman. My experience has been with two types of women in power in particular stand out for me. One is those who are like administrative law judges of all people, which would be like most people say, what the fuck is that? But basically bureaucratic judges that deal without juries. I've had to deal with that when I was care provider for my parents to try and get things done with the state of California, as I've explained in the past. And basically, I had to establish several hearings, get them going, which are without juries. There's no jury of one's peers. These are conducted, in the case of my parents, we turned our home into a court of law so that a judge could come and judge whether or not my parents would be allowed to be put on basically Medicare and Medi-Cal when they were both military. My mother in the sense of, quote unquote, a military dependent, and my father a military veteran. And then it would be a state judge that would decide that. And we had to deal with several women as state judges, and they were just vicious and callous, capricious, and cruel. And all of them said no. It was only simply because the city and county of San Francisco got tired of fighting me that they just surrendered to it, ultimately, without any administrative law judge input from the state of California. It involved them bribing the state of California by forcing myself to give all the money that I earned to the state of California. And then the state of California said, sure, we'll take that. Where basically I was paying them to take care of my own parents so that my parents' medical bills would be covered. So that horror showed me that many women have been so disempowered and cruelly treated all their lives that when they get into a position of power, they take this as their opportunity for vengeance, to just ram it down someone else's throat. And oftentimes this is by denying them something that they need, just as women feel they've been denied something they feel they need, whether it's love, sex, or respect, or anything. When it comes to policewomen, it's the same way, because there's not enough of them and they're in an environment of men and they try to prove they're just as man as any man. And so they overcompensate by being cruel, capricious, and completely unprofessional as police officers. And they're just horrible. They're the worst police in the world. And yet I recommend an all-female police force as a draft force, because that would universalize the experience and that would put an end to that. And so that being said, people have heard me state this before. I don't need to go into depth with it now while we have the real tech with us. But I'm presuming, just to contextualize his attitude, even though it seems it was more focused on basically Hillary Clinton is a bitch on wheels, I would guess that there was also that intuitive feeling that that woman who attained power in the environment as it is today would be bad news. I mean, it's kind of that as well, maybe.
It depends, you know. I like Tulsi Gabbard a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard. Okay.
Yeah, but it's you don't know what these people are going to do when they get in office. Really, you know, it's a lot of times it's just lies to tell people,
Right.
just to keep.
Yeah.
But the thing that turned me off the most by Hillary Clinton was when she was being interviewed by the Senate committee about Benghazi, and she just said one time about those brave Navy SEALs. I can't remember which special force unit the French military was. Mm-hmm. I think it was Navy SEALs. She was just like, so what? But so what? They're dead. CIA, sorry. Mm-hmm. But so what? They're dead. Which is horrible. Okay. Horrible to say that about people that overseas to defend other people's lives.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and so that's pretty callous. Yeah, yes, that's pretty callous. That being, so what else was there? It was for what it's worth, this is like what I told people about Ronald Reagan and George Bush Sr. Effectively George Bush Sr. kind of gave up when he was like running first against William Jefferson Clinton, by the way, just so people know this, and many people may not know this, because I pointed out before about the Republicans, like Bush Jr. and Trump winning only through the Electoral College, that they lost the popular vote by a landslide in both cases every time they ran. But when it came to William Jefferson Clinton, he never won the majority. He only won through the fact that Ross Perot kept stealing the extreme and radicalized right-wing end of the Republican spectrum's votes, and therefore divided the Republican vote. Otherwise, if it were not for Ross Perot, Clinton would never have been president either time. So this is why George Bush Sr. ultimately threatened to kill him which Ross Perot himself said. Don't take my word for it. It's Ross Perot who said that Bush Sr. threatened to kill me and my family, and that he was going to bomb my daughter's wedding. It's pretty much, he came out and said this. And believe me, I know that's true because I know what that George Bush Sr. tried to have Clinton killed when he was running for president. And that was something that I told people about Operation Mount Rushmore when I was talking about what happened at the Presidio, one of the final nails in the coffin that led to the Presidio military base being closed. But in terms of what happened with the that whole affair, just as a lot of people really don't get it, that Reagan was never really functionally president in the sense that he was administering the country. It was really George Bush Sr., and which is why, in the end, George Bush Sr. had actually been running the country for 3 terms. He just kind of just said, fuck it, at that point, rather than going all out and actually pursuing real aggressive assault and finally, carrying out the job until it was done with Clinton or with Ross Perot. He just finally just said, fuck it, I'll retire. Because he'd been running the country for about effectively, 12 years. With Hillary Rodham Clinton, she was the one who was really running the country for about 8 years because William Jefferson Clinton was just basically fucking everything in sight. He wasn't running the country. It was Hillary Rodham Clinton who was running the country. Now, the only reason that that is important is because at that time, for those of you who can't ever remember a time where America had a budget surplus, we had a budget surplus. So, for what it's worth, we had this enormous surplus during the Clinton administration. And then after that, the Republicans came in and everything went to shit, and it's been shit ever since. We haven't been able to crawl out of the hole. So for what that's worth, of course, people could argue that Hillary wasn't responsible for that, but it all just worked out where it was it happened on her watch. So when it comes to that being placed aside, we've got kind of like a general impression of where you're coming from, but so what is it that you're willing to talk about in terms of work? Was there anything outstanding that you remember that you can relate about how you got your career and how it kind of developed or whatnot? I mean, obviously something eventually happened because, forgive me, I'm under the impression you're not working right now. Is that the case, or is it freelance or something?
Yeah, it's more freelance.
Okay.
I just mostly do sales and troubleshooting with computers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really do too much cybersecurity.
Okay.
It's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
I invest in cybersecurity companies. I definitely do that.
Okay. Excellent. And I think that that's important. And so in terms of the other things, how about how good are you at just taking the lead here? I mean, I don't need to ask you questions. I mean, certainly, you know how people get on a roll, they start talking about memories and it takes them down a kind of free association. Can you kind of, I'm happy to be here and kind of respond, but certainly, it's one of these things where I'm not quite sure what to ask you. Is it like there's some memories you might want to share and some stories you might want to share that takes you down a certain path of conversation, and that would organically provoke some more questions from myself. But can you take us down a certain road, take us down something that you remember that you think it might be important to share about yourself, or something you'd feel comfortable sharing? Like, life experience, story, something?
Okay.
I mean, you've had a full life. I mean, somehow you met a woman that you married. It's maybe stories around that. You don't need to cover her in particular, but stories around that or something. Human experience and interaction. You call yourself a geek, so I'm presuming that you may not be a party animal, but you are online a lot, so I presume that you have kind of like some online stories to tell or something, right? Anything you wish. I mean,
Okay. Well, my wife is from China. So.
You're kidding?
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Oh
Yeah.
my God! Wait, which province?
Guangxi.
Okay, we'll see. And so incredible. And so in terms of just how did you meet?
I just met in a restaurant in Flushing. You know, I knew a friend who I was screwing around with.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. And then you kind of both hit it off, and she sounds really American. There's no trace of an accent.
Oh, she has an accent.
Okay.
Please.
All right, comes out of
I
time.
mean, she's been here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I said, I guess it comes out at times, I'm sure.
Yes.
I didn't hear much of what she said, but, the other night that I heard it, I just assumed she was a white woman just by her voice. But that was, of course, distorted kind of from a distance. Wow. And so you've learned a lot about Chinese culture. Do you understand much about the Chinese internet, communicate with people in China, or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was school at JCU, I met a lot. I was part of the Asian Culture Club, so I met a lot of Chinese people, and I got introduced to WeChat and things like that,
Mm-hmm.
And I got into Korean pop and those type of things.
Mm-hmm.
I had a great time. I had a great time with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I still talk to people, they're back in China, most of them. So
yeah. And that's wonderful. I mean, and what is your impression about? Obviously, I'll talk about China, when I start going into monologue because it's an inescapable topic. But what's your impression of what they're going through right now, and what their impression is of? I mean, do they bitch to you about Americans and why are Americans treating us like this? That sort of. I mean, so what's going on?
I don't. Yeah, I never have heard any Chinese people tell me that. Complain about Americans are. I mean, I haven't met anybody that has been abused or beat up by Americans either. I'm not saying it does not happen. Of course, it happens, and especially since of that fucking dumbass Trump calling the fucking coronavirus the Kung flu and saying everything was to blame on China, which started all this whole slew of attacks. But that's also because of Steve Bannon paying off all these paying all these people to do these attacks. Also, I forgot what the organization was called. But I've heard great. I've only heard great things about America to Chinese. Plus, you speak Chinese. I hope. I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that America and China and in Chinese, which is 美国, that means beautiful country. That's where it translates from.
Yeah.
I mean into.
Yeah.
In English. So they consider America to be Chinese people consider America to be a beautiful country. My wife is crazy about New York. I'm sick of New York. I'm tired of New York. I can't wait to get out of New York.
Wow.
Yeah, she wants to get a house in Bayside, and just the average houses there are $1 million, and no thank you. Plus, I'd rather get a house when it's $500,000 because the housing market is about to go through a super major crash anyway. So,
yeah, go on.
Yeah.
And,
and you don't know about maybe you know also about the terrible and biggest housing bubble there is in China. That it's going to be a huge domino effect when it finally does burst.
Yeah. And so, yes, very much so. You're very familiar then with the Chinese real estate market bubble, and so I mean, and so what you're saying, and I see no reason to argue with it, is that worldwide we're going to have basically a kind of a housing bubble burst in America and China at least, across the Pacific, and probably worldwide as a domino effect. So yeah, in terms of that horror, yeah, your wife loves New York, like you said, and you're sick and tired of it. But she wants to essentially move into a place in New York, and you'd rather move out. So I won't pursue that because this is the sort of thing that could lead to both of you severing, and we'll see how that goes. But it's something that obviously both of you have different tastes. And aside from that, when you speak of Meiguo, of course, this is the classical Chinese perspective of America, the beautiful nation, because this is like back in the days when Chinese saw this as a land of opportunity, potential opportunity, and the name still sticks, but that doesn't mean that everybody necessarily feels that way. At the same time, I'm surprised that I'm not surprised in a sense. I mean, when you're online and you're talking with all of these people, they'll be friendly to you. And I'm not saying that they're not friendly to you behind your back or saying anything behind your back. It's just I'm surprised you don't run into more of this kind of like Chinese nationalism and responding to a kind of what they feel is kind of American hubris, because that's what I run into a lot, and my gang brother Beaver runs into a lot when it comes to mainland Chinese attitudes. It's something that is out there. It's out there. The fact that you don't personally encounter that probably shows that you've got some really good friends in China, and they probably don't think like that, and that's why they're friendly with you. They don't think like that. But yeah, I'm sure you understand this. Of all people, China's internet is pretty isolated. It's kind of like it's its own world, the Sinosphere, and they just aren't. They have a totally different perspective of reality than say what we've got this side of the Pacific. I mean, you would agree with that, right?
Yes, the Great Firewall of China, as it's called.
Yeah, yeah, and so that being said, then what about your anything that you encounter in that regard that comes to mind now, or just whatever you want to talk about before I kind of ask some other questions about because this Chinese connection, I'm just so fascinated by it. I never knew this part about you, of course, and learning about it, it's like exciting. How did your family, your mother, respond to you marrying a Chinese girl?
Oh, she was happy. She gave me maybe like $3,000 when we got married.
Wonderful.
So we got married in Las Vegas.
Okay, wonderful.
A wedding chapel with downtown Las Vegas with Elvis Presley singing and stuff. I love Elvis Presley, so that was definitely a bucket list.
Right. And
well,
So yeah. That being said, that's fascinating. And so aside from that, I take it neither one of you wants children.
Yeah, she wants children.
Oh, okay.
The thing with her, I'm feeling more open-minded about it.
Okay.
The thing with her is that I understand from the culture perspective what she wants to do, but I just think it's just. I just don't like it as much. But she wants to have the child and children or whatever, and send the children back to China and have her parents raise the children. And I just don't. I understand, but I just don't like it. I because my father was not there for me. My father abused me when I was a child, not as 1-2 years old, and that's why I grew my grandmother anyway. And to me, that's like another cycle happening. It's just an abandonment. I have a lot of I'm trying to think of the right word. I have a lot of anger and hatred towards my father. Because of that. Because of those type of things, just wasn't there. Just wanted to drink,
right.
So your
father was an alcoholic.
Yeah, he was an alcoholic.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm so sorry to hear that. And so is he still with us? Still alive?
No,
Okay.
no. He died in 2011 from cirrhosis of the liver.
Okay. That's not unexpected at all. So when he checked out, did your life change? Was there any inheritance?
No, not with him. No.
Okay.
No. I mean, it could have been. I mean, you know, my grandmother always gave him a lot of money to have different businesses. He had had businesses in right next to the World Trade Center in the late 80s and then early 90s, and he just didn't care after a while. It just wasn't consistent. Just wanted to drink. You know, he wanted to take care of his business. So it just he even let the lights go off. He didn't care.
Wow. What was his business, if I may ask?
A deli and a newsstand, a couple of different ones at once.
Mm-hmm.
He probably had a franchise, to tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
He was very smart with business. He only had a third year education, but he really was very smart with business for what I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. And so that being said, what about so you had that on your father's side, on so your mother is kind of coming to live with you now, right, for care, and I take it your wife's not too happy about that, or is that very awkward, or?
No, I'm not too happy about it.
Yeah.
She doesn't mind, but she does see and understand that she's not mentally well, and there's a lot of lunacy with her.
Okay.
And she wants to get medical help from the doctor and stuff, and I'm looking. I've looked some more, but I'm looking for more senior housing or whatever it is. I mean, she's basically homeless,
Okay.
you know, and she's had many times of having money, and she went through her inheritance with her husband, who died, and he literally died just after he went through her money.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And so that's. I mean, this is hard. It's been hard on you, and but nevertheless, you've managed to through all this. You own your home, right?
Oh no, just renting here.
Oh, okay. Still, that's that's good to know. Now, here we are. I've put some things in the security box. Our friend George Knight says he may be joining us soon. In the text box, I've gotten Skype something that both Sammy Romero and the Real Tech are invited to look at. So this is from Lena Shea. Now, it's conceivable that using a program like the Wayback Machine or the Wayback Program, the photograph she sent me of the boy she had sex with can be retrieved. And that would be the evidence that would cinch everything beyond what's already provided. But is that technically feasible? And you don't need to answer that here on air. I'm just bringing this up on air so that people know that I'm consulting with people. By the way, just so everybody knows, Realtek is not going to answer the question, and he's not going to respond to it live. He might talk to me privately, and he may do absolutely nothing about this. If something comes where there's a result, it might be someone else who does it. Just saying that, and then for the rest of the listeners, we can move on. But I just wanted these men to be able to access this while they're with us, so that both men understand what I've presented to authorities, and just the kind of bullshit I've been dealing with when authorities tell me, yeah, like, so what? And it's like, I think the best one was from Child Protective Services telling me that what I sent was inappropriate. The young girl who was like working on the case said, inappropriate. I'm not going to name her. She said, oh, this is inappropriate. You sent me this. So that's like, why don't you find a different job? I mean, she like responded as if I were sending this to her to titillate her, as if like, hey, honey, you get any ideas? You and me, babe. Like it was a MASH note. I mean, if anyone finds something offensive, it should be myself towards that kind of unprofessional behavior that someone working with Child Protective Services would have that kind of response. This is the kind of world we're living in, and people wonder why children are continually victimized. It's like Sammy Romero when he was like in a jury, and he personally saw that they weren't taking children's testimony in the state of California, which is, as I exposed. And by the way, you know, I hate to gloat and expose and say I talked about this years ago, but oh my God, some of the stuff I'll cover tonight will certainly deal with that. I mean, for instance, you know, our man George Nye, should wait for him to come on to bring this up. Basically, he was asking me earlier, several months ago, about monkeypox, and I said, yeah, basically it's emerging in the gay community. And then finally, the World Health Organization director comes out and says, maybe you men who have sex with men, maybe if you just had a little less sex with so many men, you wouldn't get this monkeypox. It's basically their way of saying that, yeah, this is, you know, effectively, you know, and this is something I should not say, but it's, in effect, it's basically right now manifesting as a gay disease. but people shouldn't take that and run with it. That gives no one any excuse for homophobia. It's just basically a lot of guys just, by the way, for those of you who don't know, San Francisco's under a state of emergency due to monkeypox. For those of you who don't know, I'll bring a bit of that up later. But, you know, it's like I bring these things up months before everybody else is talking about them. You know, there you go. And hopefully, you know, people understand where I'm coming from when I have this frustration. As a matter of fact, you know what? This is what's frustrating is like what I brought up in the past suddenly becomes like public discourse. And then it's almost like if I were really narcissistic, I would almost say, yeah, they were listening to me. But honestly, when I was talking to George Knight a few months ago and said, yeah, you know, monkeypox, you don't really need to worry about that unless you're just rolling around with any number of men on any given day. And then the World Health Organizational director finally comes out and says, yeah, maybe if all you guys having sex with other men would just have a little less sex with so many men, that would help us keep this monkeypox down. Yeah, it's like they're listening to me. One of the weirdest things, which people have noticed and they've relayed to me, is that the gang stalkers continually use my terms. I've told people before about 4 being an unlucky number in China, and yet my life has been so full of death of people around me, and so much that I've kind of embraced the number 4, and it's just basically it's like part of my phone number as issued to me. I didn't choose it. The prefix is 444 for my cellular unit. So I've told people before about this 444 affinity that I have, which would be the Chinese version of 666. And bigger and shit, Diane Hillis-Buchberger the other day is saying something about, I'm seeing 4-4s everywhere, you know, 4444. And then Jameson Reese comes up to her, you summoned me and shit. And it's like, dude, now you're like trying to affiliate yourself with my number. It's like these people are thinking they can discredit me, kind of like David John West, claim that, you know, that vampirology book was never published so that he could ultimately publish it himself, except he would claim it's fiction and therefore probably would have succeeded because people would say, I want to read some vampire fiction. Yeah, he probably would have succeeded with that and it probably would have sold well. But since I was saying, no, you can't do that, it's historical, and I beat him to the punch by just getting out what we could in that vampirology book immediately, thanks to Peter Moon's help. It's like these people all have the same idea. They're all using my terminology. It's like, you know, I was told that, you know, when Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese are talking about me, along with Richard K. Cole Jr., they all use terms like, yeah, Douglas Dietrich's biological father, Adolf Hitler, or what he says is his biological father. And it's like, you know, I say something like biological father because I'm the kind of personality that I am. And it's to disambiguate from the man who raised and guided me. But your average person, if you just said, hey, you know, Douglas Dietrich's father, Adolf Hitler, or he says his father's Adolf Hitler, most people would assume that it was biological. They wouldn't assume Hitler adopted me. They wouldn't assume that Hitler somehow became my stepdad by marrying my mom at some point. It's because historically they don't remember any such thing. So it's like they use my terms, and it's not even that. It's that they're not even using my terms in a context that makes any sense. They're just using it because they just ape and mimic everything I do. It's part of the insanity of this whole phenomenon. And they think that if they can take me down, somehow discredit me, then they can suddenly take everything that I've ever said and run with it themselves or something like that. It's very bizarre. So at any rate, not that I want to dwell on that, but, you know, that does come up and it's a point to be made. So with the Real Tech, you know, do me a favor and just download those materials. And when you download those materials, you know, you and I can talk about that privately later. But I'm sure you find that, I mean, she's sending pictures of her tits to underage boy. I mean, to me, that's pretty damning. So, by the way, Sammy will be back later. He's typing, he's entering, he's going off the call for now. Understandable. And we want to thank him for the time he spent with us. And basically going to, you know, pray that he gets well from his COVID. He sounds pretty good, really. For somebody who's got the COVID, he sounds pretty fucking good. Have you ever had it? Real Tech? COVID? Exposure?
Sorry. How are you doing? I'm beating in between you talking, so.
Yeah.
Just like Peter Moon said earlier, yeah, that about New York, about when it comes to food, yeah, it's very strange and it doesn't fill you up sometimes. But I never had COVID. No, never.
Yeah, good.
Never.
I mean,
even my wife had it before in the same apartment. Nothing happened to me.
Wow. Holy shit. Then how the fuck did you pull that off? I'm impressed. Holy shit. That's oh my god.
I mean, I had a slight fever, slight sinus issues, but it really wasn't anything. I don't know how I throw off. I don't know. I take a lot of vitamins every day, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, I think that helps. Go on.
I gotta find it again, but it's this British doctor that uploads videos on YouTube. There's actual articles about the different genes, different DNA genes, like from African Americans, like I said.
Oh yes, they're speculating that some people may be immune to the COVID, genetically.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. No, so it might be that, because like I said, my grandfather was African American.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Maybe that.
That's amazing. So your grandfather was half Native American, right? Is that what you're saying?
White, black, and Irish, and Cherokee Indian.
Okay, wow. Quite the combination. That's impressive. So you've got quite a genetic soup in yourself already.
I do.
Yeah. And so when it came to, by the way, and not that I mean to dwell on this, but I'm sorry. You said you're exploring perhaps places where your mother can be taken care of. By that you mean like a adult facility, like a adult community, what they used to call like a senior home. Is that within your budget range? I mean, at all, or is that just beyond it?
She won't have the money. She won't have the money for it.
Okay.
She. I don't know why she gets all these chances in life to have to get money from lawsuits and this and that, but she will. She will soon.
Okay.
But she goes through it. But she goes through it like it's
water.
It's money to strangers. Well, like water, yeah. She gets money to strangers.
So she's clearly not mentally. It's what you would call. She's not a mentally competent adult, and she's not responsible. She's not a responsible, mentally competent adult. And so, have you thought of getting power of attorney because of that? I mean, that should be pretty easy to prove. I mean, obviously, if this kind of subject is something you want to stay off of, I can do that. But you do remember I've had so much experience taking care of the elderly that what I say might be of some help. But then there's many people, and I don't blame them, who their parents might have been total assholes, and they may not want to help their parents. And I can understand that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Nothing. Something I can really do about that right now.
I understand.
Until because of the grandma's wrongful death lawsuit.
Okay.
I remember asking my lawyer about that once, and he said if I did that, because I'm part of it, they started to sue me for $4 million in 2017.
Oh shit.
There was a fire, and she died in the fire. I didn't want to say that I was the hoarding. I caused the hoarding the fire and this and that. So.
Oh my god.
And of course, legal fees. They wanted that too. Of course, they always say that too.
Who tried to sue you? Who was it? Her family or something? Relations? Or who was it?
Landlord.
The landlord. Oh, what a bunch of what an asshole. Oh god. Yeah. Oh god. So I'm sure you fought that off. You fought that off, right? Successfully.
Yeah, I'm fighting it off.
Okay. Still.
No, it's a lot of it got delayed because of her.
Okay.
She didn't want to show up for depositions until she went broke.
Right.
So,
right.
And homeless on the street, basically. I mean, living in a hotel instead of living in a household. I mean, she should one time in 2018, but it just she just kept dragging it on, and then the pandemic come, and everything else just gets postponed because of the pandemic. Everything was shut down.
Okay.
So, and when that was happening, I did ask my lawyer if I could, get power of attorney or interveners, and then he said if I did that, it would damage the case, and it might even reset everything.
Okay.
It might be go through another 7-10 years. And I said, okay.
Yeah.
So, it's something I do want to do, and she thinks everybody's her enemy.
That's very common for. By the way, this is biological. Because women are more physically vulnerable than men, and because so many women have been so victimized all of their lives, it's very common in women as they get older to begin to perceive that everyone is a threat, and because this has been generally their life experience. And so that's almost par for the course. It would actually be surprising if she didn't think like that, but it certainly doesn't make anything any easier. Oh my God, I'm just so sorry. And so, but you're on a roll here. And so she's definitely, okay. So she's definitely been a central problem, a central problem in this drama.
Yeah. The other day or something, I was like half asleep, and my wife heard the water running in the bathroom, and it was almost to the tile. And she told my mother, well, why you have the water on? And then she turned the water off. She turns the water on. She goes clean something, leaves it soaking for a while, and then she forgets about it. And then my wife was saying that if her and I going outside for a long time, she probably flood the whole apartment.
Okay. Oh my God. So.
And my mother was obsessed with this freaking water stuff, and always saying, "Oh, the flooding is good. That means money's coming. Jesus gonna get money."
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's very Chinese, but she's not Chinese. That sounds almost like something a Chinese person would say. But it's also the kind of superstitious that, where does that come from, do you think, in the case of your mom?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I'm not a lunatic, so how can I relate to a lunatic,
Yeah. No, I get it. It's
always been a religious fanatic, so.
I'm sorry?
She's always been a religious fanatic.
Okay, that doesn't help. Any denomination, or just a general, self-induced religious mania?
Born again.
Okay. Yeah. Just sorry to hear that. That's a lot to deal with, a lot to go through. Oh, by the way, there's one more to stick in the text box. I will stick this other email in there for both our men here to take a look at, and this will give them again some impression of what we're dealing with. This, by the way, is again something I provided the authorities Again, part of the mania that I was dealing with Child Protective Services was the young lady put on the case saying this was inappropriate. And, I talked to her supervisor, of course, but I think that they've completely failed in their job in terms of interrogation of the victim in question. So this is the kind of bullshit we're dealing with. So when it comes to all this, again, no need to reference it out loud. This is something that I ask you to download. We can speak of it privately later. And then I'll present my question to you about, basically, I've already said it publicly. If potentially, and this is not something Realtek is going to do, but potentially I'll ask him about the possibility of hacking her Facebook account, which is in getting that out of there or something. The photograph, that would be something that would, anyhow, we'll go into that another time. Everyone, though, I do want them to be aware of the fact that this is something that's still unsettled as of yet. So they know that I'm definitely responding to her constant terrorism against myself and my son, which she's dedicated herself to like a lunatic. That she is, and doing that on behalf of Richard K. Cole Jr., a man whose face she's never seen, a man who, like with Daniel Arola, who said that he identified the Martian Marine as Richard K. Cole Jr. just by comparing the voices multiple times, and then runs over to join him eventually. Again, the bizarre nature of these people and what they decide to affiliate themselves with when they could simply sever. Instead, they decide to affiliate themselves in basically a domestic terrorist pedophile network and spend all their time attacking me. This goes to show that they were always there. It's not a question of what the Realtek asked the other day. The Realtek asked, so when you were talking about these people betraying you, it's not really a betrayal if they were always on the enemy side. It's something that... it's like they were always on the other side and just kind of infiltrating here, which is, you can't really use the term infiltration because I don't really have an organization. I use the term Team Dietrich, but it's, there's no real organization that I have. It's just me. So they all just hook up and then run back to the cult that they were always a part of. There's nothing else that makes sense for anybody who has any grasp of the situation. Nothing else makes sense. There's no other way to look at it because no normal person would affiliate themselves with Richard K. Cole Jr. and spend all day contacting strangers to attack myself. It's something only a lunatic would do. So we're back into that maniacal territory, in this case of the Chaos Cultists. So with Realtek, everything that you've experienced, and certainly when we were dealing with, say, for instance, some of what Ian West and I were covering the other night, what did you feel about what he said about anything in particular stood out to you about the tunnels? I mean, it was basically, he became what everybody thought was really morbidly funny when he started talking about all these illnesses. But prior to that, he was on what I would consider more solid ground. So when he was talking about the tunnels and whatnot, did this strike you as technologically feasible, what he was speaking of? Obviously, certain companies would put out what they would call studies, kind of like, what do you call these conceptual studies or prospectus for engineering plans for like underground tunnels or whatnot, but that doesn't necessarily mean the tunnels were completed, but I've no doubt that many of them were. But so all in all, how did that impress you? The point is, obviously, when you and I take into consideration the vast amount of work that goes into such tunneling and those tunnels, I'm presuming, of course, there's other things that they're used for aside from transporting children, which is probably a good deal of it, but I'm presuming they would transfer missiles, they would transfer just supplies, but altogether, yeah, this would be like an underground economy that would essentially ignore what's going on the surface to a great degree. It would be like a state within a state economy where they're kind of preparing for basically a kind of global apocalypse, potentially global warming. There's no place to go other than underground in such things. So they probably have hydroponic farms and the like. So I don't know if you've ever considered tackling that question or if any of that has ever come to your attention. So what was your impression with what was said, and if you have any at all?
Well, listening to him about the tunnels was remind me of the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. And you ever watched the movie series Iron Sky? Just kind of remind me of that.
Oh God! Well, Iron Sky is awful, but
of course,
yeah. Just so people understand, Iron Sky was produced in Finland, and I never forgave the Finnish people for that. That's a Finnish movie franchise, and it's just awful. And this is just the Finnish people trying to somehow disaffiliate themselves with the fact that they were a member of the Axis in World War II. So they're just producing shit. But as for Unterland, of course, Unterland is deeper than what we're talking about with Ian West. Not deeper just philosophically, I don't mean that, but physically deeper. It's physically, we're talking about basically natural caverns that have been expanded in the case of the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, whereas, what Ian West was talking about was simply artificial tunneling. So what the Allies have limited themselves to has been artificial tunneling. They are essentially not going to dare go near any of the real natural caverns because the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile occupies them. So there's the division for you. That's the division of the two worlds. They may as well be on separate planets, but they're like the tunnels that are to give people some perspective on this, like what Ian West was describing. And of course, there's always the potential that Ian West is delusional, but putting that aside, basically Ian West talks about his own home and the underground railroad, maglev, passes underneath his home, and it basically impacts his house. He can feel it as if he's in New York. By the way, the Real Tech Geek can speak to this. There are places in New York, of course, where poor people live in these apartments where the subway or the tram or what do they call it? The line that's on the rails right by their windows and shit. I mean, that stuff will happen all day long, and it just rattles their apartment, and they just get used to it. Because they're paying cheap rent, so they can sleep through that shit. So he basically feels that. He feels the maglev when it goes under his home. So this is obviously not something that's deep. These are not deep tunnels. These are tunnels that are like, what? They'd have to be only, 20 feet under the ground or something like that for somebody to be able to feel the train when it goes by underneath their home. So, very different from the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile and the enormous caverns that they've inhabited. But that being said, and that disambiguation being made, so where do you take it from there? So you thought of that, and anything else come to mind, Real Tech, based on what I've just responded with?
Well, the equivalent of the trains, when I first came to Flushing, Queens, it was so annoying. It got used to it now, but the planes are constantly landing all the time. So,
oh my God!
I remember living with who was my girlfriend, my wife at the time, in a room for a while, and it was a lot closer to there. Oh man, 6, 7 in the morning will wake me up.
Okay.
Plane flying right over the building,
right. Landing. Oh my God. So,
it's now I just block it out now. Well, I don't know if you know about Elon Musk, but he does have a company that does drilling. Boring company.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Post-product design for intercity loop transit systems.
Okay. So thank you for sharing that. And so he has that company, and of course, whatever he's doing with it, he's like probably fantasizing about using that technology on Mars.
Yeah.
And,
like it's been fantasized many times in science fiction.
Right. By the way, George and I. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh yeah. There's certain episodes like Babylon 5 that had a transit loop system that had.
Right. Who was I speaking to the other day where I was kind of like, it was Eric Hecker who was talking about the Antarctic array when I was talking to him. Is there any parallel you can make with a Babylon 5 or no, it was Stargate. I was asking him to make kind of like a parallel with Stargate. Yeah.
Maybe the week before, I don't always constantly listen to your show.
Understood. And that's fine. By the way, George Knight brings up even the Hanabu in that movie, Iron Sky, have jet propulsion in their thrust drive. The real Hanabus have 3 times Joule tachiosators for the propulsion drive. Thank you, sir. Very good. And if you want to come on now, George, feel free. You can jump on. Otherwise, what I'll start doing soon is I'll start basically monologuing. And of course, if George wants to come on soon, that's fine. But I might as well take advantage of the fact that I'm still breathing and start using that breath to suck all the oxygen out of the room as I do. And when I do that, like I said, everybody in the room tends to die. We are, have about 6 hours left. And what I feel that there's probably enough material to cover that. And then if I end a little early, then we should be able to bring some people on if they are hanging out at the time. That's around the time a lot of people are just waking up. But let me know, George, if you want to come on now or a few minutes from now. Let me know if you can come on, what time you might come on, then I'll hold off on that. Otherwise, if I don't hear from him in about 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes, then I'll start monologuing. But I'm happy that we were able to introduce you to our listeners. And, I'm happy to be able to relay this information to you, present you with some questions, and present you with a kind of like a question that I'll pursue with you privately. But I wanted people to publicly know that I'm asking people like the Real Tech about this. Not just the Real Tech, but people like him. And he seems to be the guy to ask. And I'm very impressed with his background and what he's done. Of course, I'll find out a bit more about it from him privately. I suspect that because you work in cybersecurity, that you're just naturally kind of reticent about talking about the stuff you work with. I presume that you're protecting the privacy of your clientele to a great degree, yes?
Yes.
Okay, completely understandable. And but other than that, in terms of, say, for instance, some of the what you've encountered, are there any particular stories or experiences that stand out to you that you can relate publicly about that sort of field? Say, for instance, something to do with crypto coin or something like that. Anything like that come to mind?
Yeah. I I've been having an argument with some of these some people that believe in so much in crypto, and I was telling them it was going to go down in 2017. And they were working for a different company. Well, they hacked the hell out of my stuff and destroyed my equipment.
Oh my god! And by the way, the Real Tech can back me up here. He's been listening to me forever. The Real Tech always knew, you heard me in the past express my skepticism about crypto. And oh my god, I told people that, this is just a Ponzi scheme. And I said this years ago. And oh my god, look what happened. I mean, it's a tragedy that so many people, there are people out there who lost everything. And, this is why I haven't been expressing Schadenfreude about it, the joy of other people's pain. I haven't been expressing that about crypto coin because I'm sorry, it just cuts too close to home. There are people I know who really were excited about it. I mean, who doesn't want to be a millionaire? Who doesn't want to but I'm so sorry. I mean, we already invented money. So I don't understand how people were saying, got any idea that this was somehow another form of something new. Like this was like something revolutionary. I mean, it's just, you know, we already have money. So it's like, what is this? It was senseless, and and look what happened. But basically, you're telling me that these vested interests in it, they basically were powerful enough where they threatened you. They intimidated you. It's what you're telling us, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah. And so you must feel some degree of satisfaction or vindication with what's happened. I take it to a degree. Can you tell us a little bit about that? I mean, has anyone come up to you and say, I bet nobody does this, but people should come up to you and say, hey man, I remember when you said this was dangerous and that I shouldn't get into it. Did anyone do that for you? Give you that much?
Yeah, it's a couple people I know. And some of those idiots that just hacked my computers and destroyed my equipment. Yeah, they admitted to me after they lost either lost money from crypto or the exchange, like what happened with Celsius or Voyager. Would just lock up your money. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. These people got locked up. They can't get it out. They can't do nothing. They can't sue.
Yeah, that's right. yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. It's awful. It's awful.
Yes.
There's no recourse. There's no recourse because this was always criminal. This was always criminal. I mean, this is what I said. Did I not say that, Real Tech, years ago? Did I not say that?
Yes, you said about Bitcoin and that hitmen use it for payments.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and Real Tech knew this too, and he could see this because, you know, he knows his shit. He knew that, and oh my God. So you and I knew, and we saw it coming, and people ought to be giving us credit. Oh my God. That's like...
I was going to invest like 100,000 in the Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. I mean, sure, it's great how high it's gotten to once, but it was better off investing 100,000 in a freaking Tesla.
Yeah, or something. Yeah, God, and
yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. I mean, it's been good to get to know you to a degree, and I think you've exposed yourself as a fairly straightforward person. And you don't seem to be hiding something or in particular other than your identity. And, you don't seem to have any particular agenda that I can ascertain. So, but definitely glad to have you with us and appearing. And honestly, now I'll take some risk here and just basically. Now, you know, obviously with what happened with Ian West, as I told everybody, basically I'm left psychologically scarred for life. But going along the lines, because this was how the Real Tech actually transitioned into bandwidth conversations. Just kind of going with that for a second. What he said when it comes to COVID, what do you feel COVID is? And I can't remember whether you were the person who said it was weaponized, or I think, if I remember correctly, you were highly suspect of the mRNA vaccines. But did you? Yeah, okay. But did you? Which, by the way, just so people know, I've had both mRNA boosters. It's the Moderna. I've had both Moderna boosters. My original shot was just a regular Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Called the Janssen vaccine, one shot and you're done, that didn't even require a booster because it was based on the old vaccine methods. But I've been happy to get the boosters just as reinforcement. I presume, of course, our friend Real Tech has not gotten and he seems to be fine. Yeah.
My wife has all three of them. I think it's Moderna.
Okay.
She's fine.
Okay. Glad to hear that. So, and of course, like Real Tech, Brendan Zągit, I always have to be careful saying his name because I keep confusing it with Brandon, as everyone does. Brendan Zągit, he is a militant vegan, so he got none of the vaccines, but he continually uses a bunch of vitamin remedies and seems to have avoided COVID unless something happened that I missed, but he seems to have avoided it just the way Realtek did. So vitamins seem to be an important option here. And so that's appreciated. So I forgot. I think it was, so it was Ian West who said the virus was the weapon and not you, right? Or do you also feel something like that? Whatever opinion you have on COVID, feel free to share it. We just got to be careful how we phrase it, of course.
Okay. I was saying that virus was the like a early warning system, and that the vaccines are like the weapon.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is about it is that I'm not a doctor. I mean, I can have my opinion. It is my First Amendment right.
Yes.
You know, but you know, I have a friend that I have several different friends that have illnesses that like multiple sclerosis. And I'm not a doctor, and if his doctor tells him to take it, even though it'll help him like 60 or 70% or half a percentage of it, fine. Also my cousin, he got bit by a spider in the 90s or something, I think. Oh, sorry, or 2005 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he was sleeping 23 hours a day, and the only thing keeping him alive is a vegan diet, and he takes the vaccine. He's completely immune compromised. You know, I can't be against those type of things when a situation like that is so terrible for him. You know, he's still stuck in his home most of the time because, you know, he can't interact with people. So
what did the spider give him? Holy shit!
I don't know. I need to ask him again. But it completely destroyed its immunity, completely.
I mean, that's one of the scariest things I've ever heard. Oh my fucking god!
I know.
How old was he when he was bitten?
I
mean, I'm just trying. I'm sorry, go.
30s.
So, oh my god.
Late,
okay.
Yeah.
So I mean,
20.
Okay, so
yeah.
I'm just trying to picture having a normal life, for about 20 into your 30s, you know, into your late 20s or 30s, and then having some spider bite you and having everything go to shit like that. What keeps him from killing himself?
I don't know. Maybe his mother.
Okay.
You know, he lives in Israel now. He's from South Africa.
Okay.
Maybe his mother.
Uh-huh.
I really don't know. I talk to him as much as I can.
Uh-huh. But like you said, he's sleeping a lot. He's sleeping, like you said, about, you know, he's awake for basically an hour a day, is what you're saying, right?
Oh, not now. I slept before.
Okay.
Before that.
Okay, I see.
I haven't seen him in a long time, over a decade.
Okay.
I should have seen him between 2014 and 2016. Really got to go see him.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, the violence in Israel can be erratic.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't want to be in between that.
Right. Well, just to how would I say this? In all fairness, Israel is not necessarily. I mean, believe me, violence happens in Israel. There's no doubt of that. Statistically, however, it's probably rare enough that it's probably safer in Israel than many other places. Really, it's just it's certainly safer there than in South Africa. But there's the South African-Israeli connection. It's as I brought up before, because South Africa and Taiwan and Israel were all effectively in their own way kind of like white settler regimes or apartheid states, and they were all allied at one point. The Iron Triangle, where they were basically cooperating with technology exchanges and the like, because they were surrounded by basically an infinity of enemies. The Arabs in terms of the Israelis, Black Africa in terms of the South Africans under the apartheid regime, and in terms of the Taiwanese, of course, communist China. So they all had a mutual situation. They were all in the same boat. And so the Taiwan was much more different from the other two cases. But the other two cases, Israel and South Africa, they essentially formed a very deep partnership. And the South Africans, of course, under apartheid, always considered both Japanese and Taiwanese to be honorary whites. But in the case of the Israelis and South Africans, they really got along. They really had a lot in common. So it's not surprising to me that you had someone who was born in South Africa, right, and then moved to Israel. That's essentially what happened, right? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he only moved to Israel because of the
Healthcare?
treatment for condition.
Yeah. So the healthcare. Yeah. So he moved to Israel for the healthcare. So I mean, fascinating. I mean, and I'm happy that it's worked for him. So, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start earning my pay. George Knight, if he gets back to us later, that's fine. I'm going to start monologuing, and I do ask Realtek to hang out as long as he wants, and he can interject, kind of like he did with Peter Moon, which was fine. I'm glad Peter Moon handled that gracefully, and he, is rather cautious because of your anonymity. But we'll see if you decide to change that at any point in the future. And but definitely, I certainly appreciate that you have appeared and introduced yourself to a degree. And Guanji in the chat room says that he's talking about Taiwan, Israel, South Africa, or at least Israel and South Africa. And he says they shared much armament technology. Yes, this is true. Very much so. Yeah.
I'll have to look it up. I mean, it's a lot to know everything. It's you can't know everything.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Oh yeah,
I know that. But...
Yeah, and but I appreciate the fact that I relate to a lot of your struggles. I appreciate that, and I certainly appreciate the fact that you do what you can to enjoy life. And it hasn't been easy for you, and you've been courageous enough to share some of what you did. And a question: once you remembered that this asshole had abused you, did you ever try to see that justice was done in any way, or did you feel that at that point in history it was hopeless, or you just wanted to move on? What was your way of dealing with that?
Mr. Roberts, you mean?
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I almost didn't want you to say that, because every time you say that, I start thinking of a real perverted version of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Mr. Roberts' Neighborhood, won't you be my neighbor? Yeah, hey kids, can you say cunnilingus? Good. I knew that you could. Yeah. And I'm so sorry. I just, whenever I pull something like that, I get all this angry feedback about people telling me I'm this gratuitous sadist who enjoys other people's suffering. And yeah. At any rate, so yeah, Mr. Roberts, did he ever face justice, or what?
I don't think so. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay, so at this point, basically you wanted to move on. Is how
he moved out. So he retired from his job and he moved out to a different state. So I mean, I think it was Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So, whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Live and let live, man. Okay. I forgive him. Okay. I got to learn to forgive people. So it's okay.
By the way, an argument can be made that that's the healthiest way to handle it. An argument can be made that psychologically that relieves the mind of an enormous burden. It's so it's an option. It's an option for people to understand. He's out there, and so okay. That being said, love you dearly. You have a blessed night at this point, and I'll get started. And do check in, and if you have anything to say in the chat, as well as if you want to break in, just always remember this: once you're on the call, you can jump back on the call anytime you want. Matter of fact, that's how Peter Moon caught Jameson Reese bragging about casting a binding spell on him and shit. So you have that option too, where you can just jump back in and say something. And so that being said, have a blessed night, and best way. Oh, by the way, does your wife celebrate any of the Chinese holidays? I mean, is she still retaining her culture to that extent where it's like, hey, it's Chinese Ghost Festival, let's do something, eat something special, something like that? Is she like that, or?
I never really heard of that one before. I know Chinese people have a lot of holidays. She celebrates Chinese New Year. She when she got her green card, she tries to go back to China as much as possible. She was I told her not to go, but she was stuck for a while in China during the beginning of the pandemic.
Right. Yeah.
So, but she's not really too much in traditional. I'm more into it.
Well,
I was photographing earlier the Dragon Ball Festival they're having in Corona Metals Park, I think it was.
Wow.
Flushing Metal. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, just a race. They were just doing racing.
Yeah. Wonderful. So thank you for sharing that. All right then. You take care. We'll speak again soon. And anything else you want to bring up? Say goodnight to the audience, of course, and bring up whatever you want to bring to our attention.
Okay. I'm sorry if I did interrupt Peter Moon. I didn't. I did my best.
No, that was great. No, that was he enjoyed it. He appreciated you doing that. So by all means, just follow your instinct on that. Follow your instinct, and you did great. You did great. So go on.
Oh, nothing else. I'll interject later on.
Okay.
Thank you for listening to me in the audience.
Okay, great.
It's interesting to be talking to the audience because most of the time I'm the audience. So.
Yes, that's right. And that's what makes us one big extended electronic family. So thank you so much. And most blessed be. Have yourself a wonderful ghost month. And the next time we're on Wednesday, it will be Eve Day, Chinese Valentine's Day, Eve Day. And that will be, of course, Peter Moon will also be joining us that day, most likely for a bit. And I will remember to timestamp this, send it to Aaron Tice and to Paula. And in the interim, all right, everybody check into, oh yeah, this is going to be a stupid question because you're here anonymously. I take it you have no website or YouTube channel you want to push people to, but you're welcome if you want to push them towards.
Yeah, sure. The Real Tech Geek on YouTube, and you can, I mostly just videos about technology. So I haven't uploaded in a while, but that's one.
Okay.
I mean, that's one of them, and then there's some social. I think there's social media links on there also, or Instagram or Facebook.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. And all right then. You have a blessed day. With that, I'll commence monologuing, start talking to people about first an announcement to everyone. What happened was back around so Sammy Ramirez is going to... Oh, yes. Wait a second. Sammy, can you come on for a second? Sammy? If you can jump back on the call for just a moment, Sammy. I deeply appreciate that profoundly because you know how I want everyone to say goodnight to the listeners. So let me tell them, jump on for a second. Oops. There we are. Jump on for a second. Jump on to say goodnight. Say goodnight. And hopefully he responds. Otherwise, this will be, we'll see. I don't get the feeling he's going to respond. Oh, shit. If he doesn't jump on in the next few minutes, then what might happen is if Realtek hangs up, then the call ends, meaning that I would have to, start another one with George Knight if he wanted to come on. So if that happens, you're stuck with me monologuing because there would be no option. I would have to be checking up into the chat room and seeing George Knight saying, bring me on to do otherwise. So with that being said, it is what it is, and we will proceed with the announcement now. Crystal River talked me into putting timestamps on episodes starting on the 55th anniversary of the first airing of Star Trek back on June 6th of 1966 was its first airing. So the 55th anniversary was in 2021. So going back to the June 6th episode of 2021, 55th anniversary of the first airing of Star Trek back on 6/6/66, June 6, 1966, where it aired in Canada before it aired in the United States. Crystal River was talking me into timestamping, so I began to timestamp at that episode. Now, the problem was it took me months before I recognized that the timestamps were completely wrong, in the sense that I didn't realize how pinpointing the timestamps were on YouTube. I had been dealing with some other venues where timestamps were based on hour and minutes, but YouTube was hour, minutes, and seconds. So for months, all of the timestamps were basically wrong and just glitching into the opening hours of opening minutes of each program. Now, no one ever complained to me about it, and no one ever said anything. So by the time I found out, the damage had been done. But I did take the time the other day to go into YouTube and correct all of those timestamps going back to June 6th of 2021. So you now have the option of listening to episodes correctly timestamped going all the way back to June 6th of 2021, the 55th anniversary of the first airing of Star Trek, way back in the year that I was born. And with that being said, take advantage of that and do provide me feedback about the timestamps and the episodes going back to at least that time. And with that being said, I want everyone to understand that the city and county of San Francisco has declared a legal state of emergency to help us deal with monkeypox spread. So that and the new World Health Organization monkeypox advisement urges men who have sex with men to start limiting partners. Now, the new guidance is a shift in messaging for the Public Health Agency. In this unprecedented global outbreak, men who have sex with men comprise the vast majority of monkeypox cases. Effectively, I could say basically all of them, statistically and demographically. Arman Gwanji, or lady, he or she could specify their gender if they wish. Basically says, I remember when it first came on, I was a boy in New York City. Now, I've just received a message from Arman, the Real Tech, who says that, oh gosh, he just sent me a message. I got the notification where somebody just died. Nicole Nicholas, who was she? She's not 7 of 9. I'm sorry, could you come on and tell us who that character was, Real Tech? Come on for a second. Tell us, Nicole Nichols died, Star Trek or something. So, yeah, what character was she?
Yes, she was Uhura from the original series.
Oh, okay, so that's why I saw the news I did earlier. Thank you so much. Yes, that's so tragic. She had Alzheimer's dementia, of course. So
yeah, she had a lot of different strokes.
Yeah,
I met 2014 at the WinterCon, first WinterCon, in the Jamaica Resorts Casino.
Wow,
nice lady.
Oh God,
very nice.
I'm sure. And
sweet.
Was she still healthy? Like, I mean, able to speak coherently?
I think that was her first stroke at the time, or like a couple years before. But she was fine.
Okay.
She was healthy and coherent at the time.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that, and that's important. I appreciate you bringing that up. Her family, it was awful, as she was passing into senile dementia. Her family and other people were just fighting over her and her care and
her money.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her money, of course.
Yeah, her money.
It's horrible. The same thing would happen to Stan Lee.
Yeah.
You had the people taking care of him and taking his blood and trying to sell it.
I'm sorry, that's awful. Go on.
Yeah, it's horrible. And his freaking manager, there's videos of him going to conventions and signing things, and he doesn't even know where he's at. He says, "Where am I? What am I doing here?"
Oh my
Horrible.
God. Oh my.
Elder. Yeah.
And by the way, this, yeah, it is elder abuse. And that's so there you go. Thank you for sharing that. And so a lesson for us all in how not to behave. And so at any rate, thus on Thursday, the mayoress of San Francisco, our Black African American mayoress, London Breed, announced a legal state of emergency over the growing number of monkeypox cases, allowing officials to cut through red tape and fight a public health crisis, all too reminiscent of the AIDS epidemic that began devastating our city in the 1980s, where both New York City and San Francisco were the epicenters of that AIDS quake that ultimately enveloped so much of the world. And right now, I'm taking a look at Nichelle Nichols, this link provided by the Real Tech Geek. She died at the age of 89, 2 years older than both my parents, both died at the age of 87. And of course, her castmate, ̿Geopolitical, wrote, "We live long and prospered together. We lived long and prospered together." I think it's interesting that they have a quote from him as opposed to William Shatner. That tells us something, doesn't it? That's maybe there's a quote from William Shatner out there, but obviously the fact that they went with ̿Geopolitical first tells you something. In fact, both San Francisco and the state of New York have declared public health emergencies on Thursday amid the growing monkeypox outbreak. New York State issuing a declaration calling the disease an imminent threat. Now, since the monkeypox outbreak was first reported by the World Health Organization in May, public health officials have sought to balance the need for outreach to the community experiencing the bulk of transmission, men who have sex with men, including gay and bisexual men, and the desire not to stigmatize members of that community or give the impression that monkeypox exclusively affects men who have sex with men. Still, as it has become clear that monkeypox is, for now, mostly spreading among men who have sex with men, calls have grown for health agencies and governments to do more specific outreach to members of that community. More than 18,000 cases of monkeypox have been reported to the World Health Organization from 78 countries as of July 2022, although the bulk of the cases are in Europe, the epicenter of the outbreak. The World Health Organization testifies that only 5 of those cases have resulted in death. Although, from what I understand, whoever suffers it wishes they were dead. Now, more than 4,600 monkeypox infections have been reported in these United States, where President Biden is weighing whether to declare the outbreak a public health emergency on a national scale. Now, on Thursday, Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra said that officials had not yet made a decision on whether to declare a public health emergency in these United States, saying that monkeypox had yet to become as formidable a threat as coronavirus. He reiterated that officials believed they could still end the outbreak in these United States with vaccines, testing, and a coordinated response with local leaders. Becerra also announced that health officials would begin distributing 786,000 additional doses of vaccine to state and local officials in the next several weeks. Federal regulators earlier this week finished clearing those doses, which had been held up for review in Denmark for more than a month. The delay prompted complaints from local officials and patient advocates who said that more vaccine was sorely needed, American officials have already distributed about 330,000 doses of vaccine. For its part, the World Health Organization declared monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern. Yeah, it's its highest level of threat over this weekend. And that's after an emergency committee convened by the global health body declined once last month to recommend the World Health Organization take that step. Although monkeypox has spread mostly among men who have sex with men in this outbreak, it has been endemic for decades outside that community in West and Central African countries, as the Washington Post so reported. Experts believe the latest outbreak could have spread first through gay social networks and at locations frequented by men who have sex with men, including European saunas and festivals. Now, the monkeypox outbreak has highlighted disparities in access to health care for gay and bisexual men in these United States, where there are simply not enough vaccines and providers able to administer antiviral treatments to help all those seeking to protect themselves from infection. As our country's healthcare system scrambles to respond, many experts have in mind the public health response to the AIDS epidemic of the 1980s, where gay men were scapegoated and died of the disease in large numbers when effective treatments were not yet available. According to the United States CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, monkeypox mainly spreads through close physical contact between humans, although it can also be spread by a pregnant person to their fetus through the placenta, and when a person touches contaminated clothes and other items. Symptoms of monkeypox infection include fever, muscle pain, and a rash or pox-like blisters. In its guidance for public health messaging on monkeypox for gay and bisexual men, the CDC said it's important to reach any disproportionately affected community with non-alarmist, fact-based messaging about monkeypox that provides people with tools they can use to protect themselves and others. Thus, the head of the World Health Organization has suggested that men who have sex with men temporarily limit their number of sexual partners while monkeypox cases increase within their community, a shift in messaging from the Global Health Agency days after it raised its threat alert level for the monkeypox outbreak. The World Health Organizational Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. Ghebreyesus is a black trash piece of shit who's in the pocket of the communist Chinese who refused to say that COVID was a global emergency until the Red Chinese gave him the go-ahead, which was far too late for anyone to do anything. Made the comments Wednesday midweek during a news briefing in which he said 98% of monkeypox cases have been reported in men who have sex with men. By the way, this makes it effectively exclusively a gay disease as it's manifesting right now. But yeah, if you make a mistake, you could catch it. Anyhow, while emphasizing that anyone exposed can get monkeypox, Tedros urged countries to reduce the risk of transmission to other vulnerable groups, including children, pregnant people, and those with weak immune systems, himself stating that as long as governments take the appropriate measures and individuals stay informed and protect themselves from the virus, in his words, this is an outbreak that can be stopped. For men who have sex with men, this includes, for the moment, reducing your number of sexual partners, reconsidering sex with new partners, and exchanging contact details with any new partners to enable follow-up if needed. Now, Tedros, the World Health Organizational Chief, or Director General is the title that they use, said he made the final call last Saturday after members of the committee remained split on whether the high alert declaration was warranted. One of the reasons for the hesitation was a lack of evidence that monkeypox is spreading among the wider population. Tedros, whose Wednesday recommendations appear to be more specific than past World Health Organizational guidance has ever been, has asserted that any effective response to the outbreak must empower communities of men who have sex with men to reduce the risk of infection and onward transmission. But the response must be shaped in ways that safeguard human rights and dignity. Himself adding that, in his words, stigma and discrimination can be as dangerous as any virus and can fuel the outbreak. So, important words, well taken. And as he called for caution in monkeypox messaging in May, Matthew Cavanaugh, the Deputy Executive Director of the Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS, concluded that, to quote as he, experience shows that stigmatizing rhetoric can quickly disable evidence-based response by stoking cycles of fear, driving people away from health services, impeding efforts to identify cases, and encouraging ineffective, punitive measures. Now, all of that being said about the monkeypox brings us directly to the Wuhan virus. It asked, of course, the COVID-19. Now, I'm reading some comments from the chat room, sourcing from Guangji. And so thank you. Thank you for your input. Now, granted, I've brought up AIDS before as basically bioengineered. So Guangji essentially agrees with that, feels that these are all patented bioweapons. I don't know about the monkeypox in that regard, but he's pointing out about, of course, the Ethiopian house nigger who's running the World Health Organization, who I have held in utter contempt because of what he did concerning the COVID. The World Health Organizational Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, as our man or lady Guangji says in the chat room, that guy said it's okay for the old to die from C-19, but it's unfortunate that children are going to die. That sounds about his speed, as my dad would say, or the man who raised and guided me. Yeah, that's, well, I'm not surprised. That's easy to believe. But taking us back to COVID-19, this was something that new studies conclude that animals sold at a seafood market in Wuhan, China, are most certainly what started the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, this is what I've said before. This was due to the Russian deployment of the weaponized African swine fever, which wound up killing the pig population of China. So everybody was eating anything they could find. They were grabbing anything up to and including the national animal, pandas, to put in these wet markets. And this is where people were exposed to all kinds of animals in order to find some protein replacement for pigs that had all been killed off. And the end result was that these animals being put together in this unnatural exposure situation, cage next to cage on top of cage, with droppings dropping from one animal onto another. This is where batshit was dropped on a pangolin, and the pangolin ultimately was the transfer animal to human beings. Most of the time it's avian swine flu, where you get a bird. A bat is not a bird, it's a flying mammal. You usually get a bird that is dropping turds into pig feed, and then the pigs get eaten by people, and it's a transfer from the pigs. Even if they're not eaten by people, you can catch diseases from pigs because they're just like you, to the point where they can take a pig's heart valve and replace your heart valve with it. That's called a porcine valve replacement. And they've replaced a man's heart with a pig's heart. It was a Pakistani doctor that did that. So the man died because he caught, guess what? African swine fever. And it killed his pig heart. And killed him. There you go. At any rate, in this situation, this is where you had a biomass soup, and what emerged out of that was COVID. So in June, the World Health Organization recommended that scientists continue to research all possible origins of the coronavirus outbreak, including a lab leak. In one of the new studies published Tuesday of ̔CHUỷΝΓG-GUÍYＵÈ, last week, researchers determined that the earliest COVID-19 cases were centered at the Wuhan market among vendors who sold live animals or people who shopped there. Another study confirmed that the first animal-to-human transmission in all probability happened around November 18th, 2019, and that an early version of the virus was found only in people who had a direct connection to the Wuhan market. Meanwhile, authorities in Wuhan shut down a district of about 1 million people after detecting 4 asymptomatic COVID cases on the latest transmission day before tonight, on my transmission day of Wednesday, midweek last. The Communist Chinese government said that all restaurant dining, entertainment venues, places of worship, and public transportation have been suspended for at least 3 days, 72 hours, into this weekend as temporary control measures. And after a years-long pandemic pause, 43 million Americans have, by this point, or soon will, receive notice, in about 5 weeks, to resume their federal student loan payments, unless President Joe Biden pushes back the expiration date again. However, if the administration acts similarly to the last time it announced a payment pause, borrowers could have learned of a new extension sometime last week. Now, the United States government underestimated the cost of the student loan program by billions. And, if you can't take the heat, baby, it's hot outside. 'Tis most likely, I think it's all too likely, most of you hate hot weather. In fact, the majority of you have probably always hated hot weather. And judging by what most of you tell me, I'm quite sure that you always will hate hot weather. Now, my tether in Texas, the lovely Crystal River, and I have been monitoring with horror the heat wave that has sent temperatures in her city above 100 degrees every day for the last the last fortnight, literally 14 nights. It is 12 weeks. It has been just as bad in much of Europe, where triple-digit temperatures have scorched England, France, and Spain. Then again, things aren't much better in Boston, where the thermometer on Sunday afternoon, officially reached 100 degrees. That was last week, or last Sunday. I didn't even get a chance to check out what's going on in American cities this Sunday before I came on transmission. So my imparting the knowledge that climate change will mean much more severe heat waves and many more of them in the years ahead. If that makes you break out in a sweat, or would if so many of you weren't already schwitzing, then all I can say is nothing will. Okay, so we're getting Guanji on a roll there in the chat room. That being said, of course, in its most recent assessment report, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, leaves little doubt that more extreme heat is on the way. The report's authors reach for their strongest language to make the point, and here I read it therefrom: it is virtually certain that hot extremes, including heat waves, have become more frequent and more intense across most land regions since the 1950s, while cold extremes, including cold waves, have become less frequent and less severe, with high confidence that human-induced climate change is the main driver of these changes. Some recent hot extremes observed over the past decade would have been extremely unlikely to occur without human influence on the climate system. Now, those emphases by italics are in the report, and they get no objection from me. Like it or not, this planet is getting warmer, and more hot spells like the current one are in our future. But there be twa silver linings. One is that heat predictions for these United States are somewhat less dire than for other regions of the planet. The federal government's latest National Climate Assessment points out that while the frequency of intense hot spells experienced by Americans since the 1960s, you know, that decade into which I was born, into this vale of tears, has been increasing, we are still well below the record set nearly a century ago. Said report reads, heat wave magnitude reached a maximum in the 1930s. The Dust Bowl era of the 1930s remains the peak period for extreme heat. The other silver lining is considerably more encouraging. The decrease in extreme cold is saving many more lives than the increase in heat waves is costing. You see, worldwide, cold weather kills far more people than hot weather. A study published last summer in The Lancet found that between the years 2000 and 2019, there were nearly 5.1 million deaths caused by extreme temperatures. About 500,000 of those deaths were heat-related, while nearly 4.6 million were cold-related. It may come as a surprise to those of you sweltering in the current heat wave, but in terms of temperature-related deaths, the net effect of the planet's warming trend has been, so far, to keep more people alive. But that doesn't diminish the peril of the heat now roasting so much of the northern hemisphere. Thousands of Europeans have died in recent days. Though fewer, there have been deaths from heat stroke in these United States as well. Yet deadly as the heat can be, it would be vastly more lethal were it not for fossil fuels. Thanks to the electricity generated by oil, coal, and natural gas, and the modern technology it makes possible, the worldwide death rate from all climate-related disasters, not only heat and cold waves, but also droughts, floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes, has plummeted in modern times. In the 1920s, there were an estimated 241 deaths per million people each year due to extreme weather. By the first decade of the 21st century, that number had fallen to 5.4 deaths per million, notwithstanding the quadrupling of the human population and much more comprehensive reporting of such events. According to the physicist ̔SÖJÏN Kūnin, a former Caltech provost who was President Obama's Undersecretary for Science in the Department of Energy, to quote his T, weather-related death rates fell dramatically during the past 100 years, even as the globe warmed 1.2 degrees Celsius. They're about 80 times less frequent today than they were a century ago. That's largely due to better tracking of storms, better flood control, better medical care, and improved resilience as countries have developed. But wildfire evacuations are very hard to plan. The science of when to evacuate a community and how is still in its infancy. The world needs to start planning for the age of fire. Tens of thousands of people around the world have been evacuated this summer because of wildfires. Fires are burning in Portugal and Italy and Greece and Spain and France and California and Alaska and Texas. And yet, when it comes to things like planning evacuations, best practices don't really exist. There be no book to consult, no checklist to follow. The reason for this is that wildfire evacuation research is still in its infancy. Zhilei Jiao, a professor in the University of Florida's Department of Civil and Coastal Engineering, has confirmed that wildfires only started to emerge as a major disaster in recent years. Even so, all pyrological fire experts concur there's enough of an understanding now to start creating a playbook, one that could save lives. Tom Kova, a geography professor at the University of Utah, has been researching wildfire evacuations for nearly 30 years. In 1991, he was evacuated from the tunnel fire in the Oakland Hills that Colonel Michael Aquino called myself to claim his cultists started on my birthday, October 20th, simply to taunt myself, which remains the third most deadly fire in California's history by now. At that time, it was the most. It took, global warming, or rather burning, to create 2 wildfires that would beat that. Now, Tom Kova realized the importance of the topic then, as I did, himself explaining to myself, I'd seen the future. By 1993, he was in graduate school studying such evacuations, thus concluding, in his own words, we spent 100 years developing codes for buildings. They're really good now, but for communities at risk of wildfires, we don't really have anything. Now, evacuation planning for wildfires is particularly tricky. Nuclear power plant failures, a focus in the 1980s after the accident at 3 Mile Island, happened at, nuclear power plants, which don't tend to move. That makes mapping any escape route much easier. Hurricanes always hit from the same direction and can be monitored for days in advance as tropical storms. Earthquakes strike on faults, tsunamis on the coasts. Wildfires, meanwhile, can spark all over the place, grow to any size, and move in any direction. So, how long does a community typically need to escape wildfire? Developing a benchmark for, say, a city of 10,000 is tricky. Researchers can develop simulations, but they don't have a ton of real-world data. And wildfire evacuation time is actually 2 separate things. The time it takes someone to depart their home and their time spent in transit. Before anything else, a person needs to learn that they're being evacuated. This alert might come in the form of a push notification or a helicopter flying overhead shouting, "Evacuate now!" or even seeing smoke or flames. Then people need a moment to grab their pets and pick up their kids before loading into the car, if they have a car. Others will need to find one. Transit time involves even more variables: the design of the roadways themselves, traffic jams, and the number of exit routes. I myself have noted that people drive slower in smoky conditions because they're afraid of accidents. More vulnerable populations, including older people and those with disabilities, may find evacuations extra challenging, putting them at greater risk. One study used real-world data about people's behavior during 2018's California Camp Fire. That was California's deadliest fire to date. To simulate hundreds of potential wildfire scenarios. Researchers were then able to see how variables such as a person's age and resources influenced his or her evacuation time. The largest proportion of people in the simulation cleared town in an hour and 40 minutes, but the model spit out travel times up to 11 hours. Sarah Grejura, one of the study's authoresses, has explained that different people are going to have totally different experiences evacuating. People who were under the age of 65, had lived in the community for a shorter period of time, had a smartphone, and made more than 50,000 United States dollars in annual income, all tended to get out faster. Running from wildfire isn't the only option. Another is to hunker down. In 2008, Westmount College in Santa Barbara protected its students from a wildfire by sending everyone to a cinder block gym rather than trying to corral an entire student body off campus. There be two schools of thought on this. One views evacuating as Plan A and sheltering as Plan B. The other, an opinion popular among researchers in Australia, shout out there to Tricia, flips those priorities. Policymakers could require a mix, asking a town to have a 4-hour evacuation plan, for example, but also an extra protected gathering place in case people are not able to flee a fast-moving fire. Some codes and standards already exist for construction in wildland-adjacent areas, like I was talking about, where our man Sammy Romero is quarantining now, where forests meet the cul-de-sac, and in that wildland-urban interface, where fire meets humans. But a lot of this work focuses on the standards for the homes themselves, rather than the broader community. Rules about fireproof roofs are great, but so would be benchmarks for the number of exit routes a city needs in case of evacuation. A few nonprofits and officials are pushing to make sure that communities are better prepared. The NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, runs a FireWise program in which neighbors work with local fire experts to conduct regular community wildfire risk assessments. The program currently has 2,000 member communities. Lorraine Carley, the group's vice presidentess of outreach and advocacy, has affirmed that the NFPA would like to see, in her words, much greater use of codes and standards about how we build and where we build. Voluntary action by homeowners and communities is only going to get us so far. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, encourages planners to use an inclusive whole community approach by accounting for everyone who lives, works, and spends time in their area and getting them involved, even running drills. My golden state of deep blue California, which tends to lead the rest of the country on fire issues for reasons that should be obvious to anyone who's listened to me throughout the past, has some regulations in place. As of New Year's Day this year, January 1st of 2022, our state requires counties and cities to identify evacuation routes and locations for earthquakes, fires, and other disasters, and to update them as necessary as part of general safety planning. Some areas must have the wildfire part of these safety plans reviewed by the state's Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, which assesses them on a case-by-case basis. Edith Hannigan, the board's executrix officier, she told me as much. The State Attorney General's office, which has backed a couple of lawsuits against developers planning to build in areas threatened by fire, is working on guidance on planning and analyzing proposed developments in areas that pose a wildfire risk. Per Ali Mosla, the director of the B. John Garrick Institute for the Risk Sciences at UCLA. There is momentum, but wildfire is far behind other natural disasters, unfortunately, in terms of fundamental understanding and best practices. Now, I myself propose that standards could be broken out by type of community, having, say, 10 different models, depending on the characteristics of a city. Community A might need 4 hours, while Community B might need 6. They might need different numbers of evacuation routes and different sorts of community warning systems. Existing tools and simulations, like the one run on campfire data, can help guide policymakers. Not speaking to campfires in general, that campfire data refers to California's specific campfire. Having a plan, unfortunately, is no guarantee against tragedy. The city of Paradise, California, flattened into ash by that same fire back in 2018, had an evacuation plan and had even run drills. Michael John Gollner of UC Berkeley had explained to me that with big fires, there are limits to what even a lot of preparation can do. In his words, if embers are jumping 5 miles, hopscotching one after another, there may just not be something we can design for in California. Enrico Ronchi, an evacuation modeling professor at Lund University in Sweden, has asserted that gold-level community standards for wildfire risk management would have a lot of appeal worldwide. To illustrate just how much has changed and how quickly, he shared a story. A few years ago, he and some colleagues wanted to study the potential evacuation of 100,000 people from a wildfire. To quote his team, people were saying, "Oh, you are nuts," and telling his team that they were planning to study a sci-fi scenario. Then a fire in Canada forced the evacuation of 80,000 people. He has since reported that now they're starting to take him and his field seriously. Okay, let's bring on George Knight, who says he's here if I need him. Now, he should be able to just jump on the call. Try that, George. See if you can jump on.
Hello, Douglas.
There we are. Okay, so tell us what's going on. Oh, my God. Let me tell you something. I want you to know that here in the United States, we've had, of all things, record temperatures are sending UPS, the United Parcel System Service drivers, to the hospital. And now they're demanding heat protections. So I don't know if you've encountered something similar, but, you know, you could start off with that and then kind of clock us in from there with what's on your mind.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I actually saw that. There was a footage actually that was uploaded to social media that had this, I think it was a UPS driver or another delivery service driver who passed out at the front door. There was a Ring doorbell and he just passed out because of heat exhaustion. Yeah, God. It's absolutely awful. So yeah, absolutely, and that's just because they're overworked. You know, they're being forced to work in this weather, in this temperature. Yeah, these temperatures are just it's unbelievable. Yeah. But it's the same here. Today we're overcast, we're shadowy, so it's quite cool in the UK at this moment.
Thank God. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you're grateful, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's nothing worse. I think last week it was absolute scorcher, so it was unbearable to, because you're just outside, you're working in that heat, and you're physically working, and you just move. You do you step forward, and you're sweating. Like, I have to drink so much water just to replenish what I'm losing.
Yes,
it's just crazy.
It's true. Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
And by all means, you know, so you know, aside from that, I hope everything's going well, as smooth as it can be. How's your work going in general, other than the heat? Are people? Yeah, because I'm sure that when it was hot, that everyone you're dealing with must be impacted as well. You must be visiting people who are also impacted by the heat, and that's got to change everybody's behavior. So a cool day like this must make it easier on everyone, or is that the case? Tell us what you're running into.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, it makes the world of difference. Yeah, it's just been unbearable. The temperatures have been, they're like record high. They're so, like I said, you take a few steps forward and you're sweating. Your whole entire body is sweltering, and it's just, and so in a physical job where you're like physically working, you're using your strength, you're using your muscles, and it's just way too much. But they've give us health warning issue. They've issued out these warnings. Just advising us to apply sun cream to protect ourselves from sun rays, just to make sure you drink plenty of water. And if you do need to, go anywhere, to cool down, a supermarket's always a good place to pop into just to cool down. But even like, it's really funny. There's a supermarket chain in the UK called Iceland, and we went in there. Me just by myself, we went in there to just to get some ice bags for home, and the aircon wasn't working, and all those freezers were emitting so much heat. It was hotter in there than it was outside. I was like, Jesus Christ!
My God,
that was awful.
Imagine working there. Imagine working.
Yeah, the women were like behind the counter, were just going, "Yeah, the aircon's not working. We're moaning about outside, but it's actually hotter in there. It's crazy." But the other thing with work is this is the second day of industrial action, so there are strikes going on. So last Friday was the first industrial action. 40,000 employees from BT Openreach were on strike, and on the day of strike, they're going to like these exchanges to create these picket lines. So if anyone wants to go into exchange, they're giving them some grief why they're not striking. So if you're working, you get you get harassment for not going on strike if you chosen to work, because if you got a strike you don't get paid. So, and I thought it's more sensible to go to work, get paid, and there's 40,000 people striking on my behalf. So I was like, it's a win-win for me if I go to work.
Right.
So that's why I'm working. But we got 66 members in our team, and 8 of us were working last Friday. So that's like 58 people did not go to work.
Oh my God, that's the overwhelming majority. Probably because the heat is what I would presume. But
yeah, I would love to, Douglas. I would love to, have the day off today, but it's more beneficial if I go to work. It means I can come on here and get paid.
Yes.
And it's an easy day. It's not like there's actual work out there, because I've actually cancelled a lot of the work because there's so many people on strike. There's not a lot of work out there, so they've cancelled a lot of it. So it's quite a breezy day. Yeah,
cool. I'm glad to hear that. And by the way, forgive me. It's hard to keep track of everyone. Sarah's back to work as a nurse, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how's she handling that? Yeah, I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, she's working today, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. Okay. And that was something, last week, the last transmission, I said in the chat room, I was going to say like, oh yeah, I'll come on and we'll discuss, because obviously, what was her name? That young lady that was on last transmission. She said about COVID being a biological weapon.
Oh, and Christine Fontaine, yes.
Yes. And I was going to come on and we can but you did a brilliant job anyway. You started speaking about it, and then she had to go.
Yes. So. That's right. Oh, that's right. You were here. That's right. I think you were with me at the time. You basically were listening while I started talking about the African swine fever and basically, how, but by the way, I just at a few minutes ago, I was talking about the studies that have now proven that, basically beyond any doubt, that it was a product of the, because of the wet markets in China, just grabbing whatever animals they could with the death of all those pigs, then all these different animals were exposed to each other. And what's normally avian swine flu, what's normally the situation in which the birds are shitting into pig feed, and then the pigs transfer that to the humans, it was a bat and a pangolin at this point. It was a bat and a pangolin, and that wound up transferring into humans. And so sad, so tragic, and again, something we can thank the Russians for ultimately, and and the communist Chinese for for basically paying the house nigger who runs the World Health Organization so that he wouldn't announce that this was a worldwide catastrophe forever. He just held back on it. It's all led to where we're at now. I mean, we can all thank all those parties of assholes, but basically the Sino-Slavic axis in particular for everything we're going through with this. So obviously they're the enemy. Okay, so such being said, you know that already. And what else has been going on with yourself and the world that you want to bring to our attention? You can, by the way, probably better than I myself, describe to people the stupidity of Iron Sky and what they're showing compared to the reality of what is the motivating engine or the propulsion of the Third Reich's aerocraft or spatial craft. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely, Doug. Thank you. And I just want to people be aware I've avoided watching that movie entirely. I've only ever seen the trailer, and in the trailer, this is how I know that they showed these Honolulu spacecraft, what the Third Reich have produced, and you can tell, like, just by looking at it, it looks more like Star Wars. But they're dish shaped, but they look like the Millennium Falcon sort of, the aesthetic, the cosmetic side of the look of the craft looks more of a Star Wars, Star Trekky. No, not Star Trekky, because they're more chrome, more smoother.
Right.
Theoretically. But when you look at the trailer, I've only ever seen the trailer to Iron Sky. I think there's multiple movies of it now. I know there's 1 and 2.
Yeah, there's at least 2 in the franchise, and they're just horrible. And you're not missing anything. Go on.
No. Absolutely, I obviously know the narrative about why it was produced in the first place, and just looking at it, you think, this is, and most people, the idea of it was just to get people normalized to the Third Reich in exile, but it's also like it just looks like a comedy sort of. It's just something that is just out there to just basically for comedy reasons, just for morbid entertainment, and most people, with their antithetical, contentment for the Third Reich as been propagandized over the decades, they look at it and they just think it's a massive joke.
Right. Well, here's what it goes back to. What it harkens back to is the World War II propaganda, where they're dehumanizing the enemy by making them like the Three Stooges. So they basically show the enemy as this buffoon kind of enemy that is to be laughed at, and that they want you to laugh while watching the enemy die, that watching the enemy die is funny. This is what Dr. Seuss was promoting throughout World War II, and this is the kind of stuff for anybody who wants to see something that is exemplary of this. There is on YouTube, you can look these old World War II cartoons up, like Tokyo Jokio is, and they show Hitler and the Japanese as indistinguishable. And so the Germans and the Japanese become effectively just kind of one axis race to the Americans. So they basically show them is something to be made fun of and be portrayed as a laughingstock, and that they therefore they're dehumanizing the enemy through that. This is what that propaganda of Iron Sky harkens back to. And you have to ask yourself, why is this film being made when World War II is over so many years ago? I mean, the majority of people who engaged in World War II are dead. Why is this film being made? And the reality should be obvious, because the 1,000-year Reich is still extant, and that they are basically making this as a propaganda film against it, because they are expecting the West allies to go to war against the 1,000-year Reich. Now, we just had this individual who was on with us with the latest episode, Ian West, who was talking about the underground tunnels that he feels at this point extend worldwide. And what I was disambiguating for the sake of the Real Tech Geek, I was disambiguating that from the 1,000-year Reich in exile, because what the Third Reich did was it colonized all of the natural caverns that were extraordinarily large, that were carved out by water erosion and basically connected by underground river systems. And they've since tunneled into other caverns, but they have always occupied the natural cavern systems. Whereas in terms of the Americans and the Allies, they're just creating tunnels that are obviously not that deep. When I pointed out that Ian West is claiming, and I've no reason to disbelieve him, but he's claiming that he has basically an underground maglev that passes by his home, or maybe even directly under his home. And he says that when it passes, he can feel it. So obviously that's like, you know, living in an apartment in New York City and the tram's passing by. And, you know, if the maglev is so close, you can feel it. These things can't be more than, 20 feet underground or something. I mean, this has got to be like, you know, at the most 100 feet underground where you can feel vibrations from moving maglevs or something like that. I mean, basically, these are not deep. These are a system of tunnels that the Allies have built, but they do not intercourse with or invade the territory of the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. So people have to understand these are like two different planets. These people effectively, but what the Allies were preparing all these tunnels for that Ian West was talking about, tunnels under Disney and the like, basically the Allies are preparing for the fact that, as our man George Knight has said before, with global burning, eventually the only place to go will be underground. So this is what the Allies have been preparing for with these underground tunnel systems, but obviously they expect at some point that they will be going to war with the Reich, and hence the production of films like Iron Sky and first-person shooters like Killzone, and therefore this is what they're consistently prepping for. So take it from there, George.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. That's brilliant. I just love that. Thank you for sharing that and articulating all that. It's so important, and that's the thing that's why I do what I do, is just to spread this awareness, just to stay out there. It just needs to be out there. So this is just preempting everyone and preparing everyone for this this ultimate but the final battle. it will be a final what do you want to call it? A final. What do you want to call it? Not the end of like a tournament or something. It's like
an end game. The term they usually use is something like end game, and
Thank you. The end game, so to speak, of the final. You know, this is the propaganda has been going on for decades of the Third Reich, and it's very important for people to understand this. And it's very hard when I've tried to present this in the past to people such as, you know, people that I know personally. They find it very hard to comprehend, simply because, you know, through propaganda movies and through documentaries and textbooks and going through, you know, our educational system in academia, they tell you that basically what happened in the end of the Second World War, as far as the world knows it, they just simply believe that the Germans surrendered and there was no more Reich. That's just how they've been told to perceive it. Like all of a sudden they went through a process afterwards for denazification, to denazify every German so they're no longer Nazified. And that's the propaganda that they tell you, that they tell you about. And like you listen to Douglas's past transmissions and his past work and what he's presented in the years, he's always said like at the end of proactive prosecution of hostilities, there was, you know, just prior to it, beg your pardon, there was 180 million Germanic peoples. Yeah. There was 180 million throughout Europe, and it wasn't just in Germany itself. It was throughout Austria and Lithuania, Estonia, all over the Baltic, that these were Germanic peoples. And at the
Don't
end
forget
of
the Volga Germans in Ukraine. Go on.
Yeah, and that as well, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and you've got, you know, 180 million Germanic peoples, and 10% of that population were part of the National Socialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. They were National Socialists. And that was just 10% of the population. And then 10% of that population was SS members, was Schutzstaffel members. And then it goes down the chain like that. It goes down further. So you're talking about like such a minority amount of people, but everyone seems to think that every German wasn't a Nazi. And like I said last transmission, that you play video games where they're fighting Germans, but they don't call them Germans, they call them Nazis. The Wehrmacht were Nazis, according to these video games. You play Call of Duty, they're not Germans. The Wehrmacht are not the German army, they're Nazis. And that's how they present it. And so people cannot comprehend this. They don't ask these questions. Well, what happened to him? They just simply believe that Adolphus Jacob Hitler, Douglas's father, killed himself. That's just what they believe. And yeah, you got all these on the History Channel, all these documentaries coming out saying Finding Hitler.
Yes, Hunting Hitler. That's the title. It's an alliterative. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Dozens of episodes.
Yeah.
And by the way, I watched very briefly, going back a week or two ago, this Joe Rogan podcast, because it just came up, right? It came up with, we're interviewing the guy, and I forgot his name. I know it begins with a T. The guy who produced those series, and oh my god, I was there like just completely shocked, and I was just like rolling my eyes the entire time, laughing, just like, oh my god, these guys are literally insane. Like Joe Rogan was there saying to this guy who was producing these series that, they don't know. He talks about Argentina, about you could go down to Argentina and there are all these. You have to correct me here, Douglas. What's the correct term for these Germanic towns and villages that were extant just after the Second World War, that they were all colonies by Germans,
right. I forget myself. The Bundes, I think the term Bundes was used a lot, but the colonies, when it came to Argentina, it was basically, honestly, I'm going blank. But I know what you mean.
Yeah, me too, Douglas.
Yeah. But basically, there were there were German colonies that were, say, for instance, established even before World War II. Just so people understand this, Friedrich Nietzsche's sister, Frau Forster Nietzsche, who basically took over his estate, she was, unlike Nietzsche himself, who was just basically a rogue philosopher. She, on the other hand, was very much a ardent Nazi, and she took over his estate, and she helped to fund a Aryan colony, not just German, but Nordic Aryan in Paraguay. And so there are deep German colonies that go well into the jungle that were not discovered by people for decades, and they were established long before World War II. So the German presence in South America has always been very pervasive and very historically has been there for a long time, since before World War I, before World War II. They were basically expanding into South America, and as Guanji says, they were effectively all over South America. I mean, that's basically, if you ever take a look at Ladislas Farrago, I believe is the man's name. And Ladislas Farrago was one of the original researchers into the post-war Reich. And he was the highest reputation. He was a Hungarian military historian. And basically, when he wrote about the Third Reich in South America, I'm trying to remember the title of the book because this was something that we had at the Presidio Military Base Library. That was one of the few publicly accessible books on the subject, and it was titled Aftermath. And the subtitle was Martin Bormann and the Fourth Reich. And the cover illustration was a map of South America, and it was covered with the Hakenkreuz, the swastika. He was implying that basically South America, since the end of World War II, was basically Nazified. That was basically what he was implying. And so this is not sensationalism. This is not stupidity, but definitely what is probably what our man George Knight was encountering through Joe Rogan is probably this guy and the Hunting Hitler archivist guy. Were they essentially saying it all stopped there? That was basically South America, and they didn't go beyond that to Antarctica and Unterland, or
no?
Or what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. They didn't go as far as that. The guy has no idea. Right. But it was quite, because he was explaining that Joe Rogan was responding. His reaction was I just can't believe it that, there are these people down there that they could get away with doing what they're doing. And in Chile as well, they were talking about Chile also.
Right.
The Chile, because, they were saying that Joseph Mengele relocated to Chile. And so they had some of Joseph Mengele remarried in the Chilean. I'm trying to think what he actually called it, but he was just basically explaining. And I wasn't paying much attention to it because I already knew this was all just, just bull.
Right. Well, I mean, there's an element of truth to it, but the problem is they're not. They're like stopping short. Is what they're doing. They're stopping short.
Yeah.
And just go on.
Yeah. No, sorry, Doug, you should carry on.
I was just going to say, with Joseph Mengele, who we were speaking of earlier, it's important to remember that, like so many of these members of the power community of the Third Reich that simply stayed on the surface world, many of them simply because they were too old to acclimate to the new frontier in Unterland. They did their part on the surface world, basically with things like banking and the financial structural support by which to launder money to basically carry supplies down into Unterland. So there had to be an enormous infrastructure established on the surface world. So this is the importance of the South American Reich. So the importance of that, and I know for a fact that the Chilean major Nazi colony was Colonia Dividad, is probably what they were bringing up. That was a major one that achieved a lot of notoriety. And but there were, of course, colonies throughout Central and South America with Joseph Mengele. He was all over, and he was originally established in Paraguay and then moved into Chile more than likely. So, I mean, I don't doubt that the individual who does the Hunting Hitler series, what he is pointing out is basically Hitler escaped. There's nothing to argue with there. I mean, so he's basically proven that definitively. So he's proven that beyond argument. And if you watch the Hunting Hitler series, which is like what? I mean, like at this point, it feels like it's 200 episodes. It's basically the amount of research that went into everyone who just basically it's kind of like this guy has basically contacted so many people. I'm sure that much of it has remained on the cutting room floor. I mean, just what's made it to what he showed, it's basically hundreds of people said, yeah, I ran across Adolf Hitler, and yeah, Adolf Hitler was here, like Adolf Hitler slept here overnight on his way, down to South America. So, I mean, all of these people definitively, conclusively point out the fact that Hitler escaped. And so that's why, I just, so that's the important message and the service that individual provides, so you take that for what it's worth. It just basically, he takes it down there where, of course, that doesn't stop Joe Rogan from being an idiot. And of course, he's just going to absorb this information, and he's going to be basically saying what he says, which is probably something stupid. I'm surprised he didn't say something stupid like, oh, why don't we invade South America or something like that. I'm surprised he didn't say something stupid like that.
They were saying some incredibly insane things. I'll explain in a second, Douglas, actually. The individual's name's Tim Kennedy. I just looked it up. His name's Tim Kennedy. And there's 3 seasons now and 8 episodes. But at the start of the interview, he as you said, definitively told Joe Rogan, no, Adolf Hitler did not die in the Führer bunker. He did not take his own life. He escaped, and he had lived for years after the war. And that's what he told him. He goes, no, there's no doubt about it. It's been proven he was alive after the war. And that is just, and Joe Rogan's like, whoa, no. It was like, but both guys were saying insane things. Like Tim Kennedy was saying when he was down there in Argentina, when he was interviewing these people, and he only described it was like you're walking throughout Berlin. It was literally, you saw swastikas everywhere. Yeah. And he was saying it was just like you're walking in just in the 1930s in Germany. It was just like you're walking throughout Berlin in the 1930s. And
you remember I said that if you were in Buenos Aires in the 1970s, you would have thought you were in Berlin in the 1930s. Yes.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. Yeah. But he was saying that when these people were talking, this guy, Tim Kennedy, because he's a former Marine, he's U.S. Special Army Forces operator, and he's an MMA fighter also. He said he wanted to kill him. He said he was there and he just wanted to kill him. He said he was looking at him and he had to contain himself, but he wanted to literally just strangle him.
And then he's saying he was looking at Hitler, is what he was saying.
he was these people that were talking, that were living there when he was interviewing them, even though they're like third generation, they're long descendant of the Third Reich, and these were actually descendants from members of the Nazi Party, the National Socialist Party, and he was saying he just wanted to kill him
because he's so indoctrinated. See, this is racial hatred. This is basically.
I was thinking, this is insane. Yeah. An individual saying he wants to kill someone. I was like, this guy should not. He needs to be castrated. He needs to,
Thank you. He needs to be chemically castrated. Yes, they can't allow his children to reproduce because he's only going to raise monsters. By the way, Shelley Rain says they should have just asked you, Doug. Yeah, thank you, honey. But of course, then, that would take them. If you think Joe Rogan was saying, I don't believe this, then you should hear what he would say if Douglas Dietrich were there talking to him. He would just basically probably melt down and go into some kind of freak out. So, so they're interviewing. But was this the guy who made the Hunting Hitler documentary? Who's this ex-Marine or Special Forces guy who's saying I wanted to kill them, or somebody else? Or it was the guy who made the documentary who was saying this?
Yeah, Tim Kennedy, this individual who was part of the investigation team into hunting Hitler, and he said that he wanted to kill him. He wanted to just strangle him. He was looking at him, and he was just like, I just wanted to kill them all. Yeah. He was just saying that because he's obviously saying he's a killer. He served in Iraq. He's a former Marine.
Well, I think what he's saying is beyond that is basically what he's trying to do. This is what he's trying to do is basically what he's deathly afraid of. He's afraid of anyone identifying him as a Nazi sympathizer because he's so involved with this. So then the loser has to overcompensate. And so to convince people that he's a good guy, he has to say, I just wanted to kill them all. Because obviously the question is going to come up there from all of these indoctrinated people. Why didn't you kill them while you were down there? These are Nazis. Why didn't you do something? And so of course he has to say this. And of course this is not to defend him. He's still a piece of shit. But at the same time, he's provided a service. And besides that, aside from that, he hasn't hurt anyone because he's basically an impotent wimp. So there you go. I mean, that's the most impotent wimp of all, is somebody who sits there and says, I just wanted to kill them all. I mean, those are the biggest, most impotent wimps of all. If it just shows us that, well, you didn't because you couldn't. That's why. You didn't because you couldn't. So, you just told us how impotent you are. So he's obviously an idiot, and he's trying to make himself sound like, and what is he catering to? He's basically reinforcing the video game paradigm. It's that when you see these people, you have to kill them. It's reflexive. This is reflexive. In other words, that this is supposed to be your healthy response. This is supposed to be your immediate response. It's supposed to be instinctive. They want to make this instinctive in you because this is, to them, a race war. So, and basically, like I told Aaron Tice earlier, Aaron said he himself got German background, and he never thought of it like this. He said he grew up playing those video games, and I was explaining to him the overwhelming majority of white Americans are of German descent, and they grow up playing these video games, killing Germans. They're really just being indoctrinated to kill themselves. It's a form of auto-destruction. You're basically being indoctrinated to hate yourself and kill yourself. And he said, I never thought of it like that. So, as Shelley Rain says, these are the woman bashers. These are basically the same people who are woman bashers who pull this shit. Anyhow, so go on. Take it.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And I do apologize. I just wanted to share that because it was just something that I just briefly, just skimmed over that interview. Did say he was just talking about his experience down in Argentina when he was interviewing these people that were of the Third Reich, the descendants of the Third Reich, their family members, generations down the line, and I just thought it was insane the way he was talking about it, and his just response, and like you said, it's instinctive. It's what they're programmed to initially do. As soon as you see these people, you're instinctively, what you do as a response when you see him is you want to kill him, and that's just. Yeah.
And this is the sickness of the indoctrination of our system from cradle to grave is based on racial hatred of the quote unquote Nazi enemy. The basically the German enemy is what they are inculcating into your very genes. They want to imprint this on your DNA if they could. So this is what we're dealing with. And so
Yeah.
Iron Sky is part of that nonsense. All of this is like basically everyone grow out of it. That's essentially the service we provide. And it's certainly why they attack me. Oh, by the way, just so that you can respond to this because you're the man to do it, there's an individual who came on earlier, and he was an idiot who, you can look at this when the episode uploads, when the episode publishes, when it uploads and the chat uploads, which usually takes a day later, then you can look through all of the comments and you'll notice there's some guy at the beginning, a real piece of shit. He's too far up for me to scroll up to now. And I don't even remember his name, but you'll see it. And he's an idiot who basically says, oh, my research proves you were never at the library. He just came on, and said this greeting and then said, my research proves you were never at the library. First off, there's no way his research could prove that I was never at the library because there's nothing to research, in the sense that, as our man George Knight will express, there's no records available. He talked to the man who was in charge of civilian records. And as he said, for civilian contractors, there's no records. They're just not maintained. So you can't prove a negative. You can't prove someone was not there. But, as Sammy Romero said, I took him to see the incinerator site, so he knows they were there. And so this was, but basically this is what they're left with. But you can add on to that anything that you feel is significant or relevant, and we'll continue the subject, of course.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. No, well, it's just like, when you, going back a few years ago, you look at the what the gang stalks were all saying, that there was no such thing as an incinerator on site the Presidio military base, like anywhere. And then you go on the cleanup records, because they've actually got the records in the public domain where people can access this. That you look up the cleanup and how much it costs. It cost millions of dollars to clear up the site. After the Presidio was shut down, they had to do the cleanup of the Presidio site itself all over the military base. You just look it up and it tells you about multiple incinerators, and it gives you their locations and everything.
Thank you. But beyond that, just the sheer insanity of how can a military base, which is a high security base that has to have, it's dealing with all kinds of state secrets by its very nature as a defense organization, how could it not have incinerators? Just the idea that a military base would not have incinerators is as absurd as anything you can suggest. It's beyond insane. Yes. Oh, by the way, Guanji says, I've listened to you for years. Much of what I've followed up on has been verified. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And so go on. Yes, George. Yes.
Yeah, so it's as simple as that, Douglas. And it's just like anyone can actually do their due diligence. It's out there. It's just people don't know what they're searching for half the time. They're typing in the wrong thing and they can't find it. But it's just like with things like that. You can find that it's proof. It's hard objective evidence that there was incinerators. There was multiple incinerators on site the Presidio military base. That's like saying, it was just like all these people that deny the Holocaust as well. They say, oh look, there's no chimneys. All these like people like David Irvin, there's no chimneys. How could they have incinerators where there's no chimneys? Like, it's the same thing that the gangsters were saying. There's no chimneys there. Like, oh my Lord. Like, Jesus Christ. And then you got, sorry, it just made me want to go off on a tangent then about the Holocaust, like people that deny it.
It's an excellent, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Richard K. Cole Jr. Started off as a Holocaust denier. And so that was the Martian Marine. What he cut his teeth on, his big trip in the old days was, before he came across myself, was Holocaust denial. And as a matter of fact, that was what I was brought on to address by the people who interviewed me on that episode that, thank God, is uploaded on the Odyssey channel of John Warrington. We, of course, were talking about the Holocaust to a degree with that individual. It was called the 9/11 Truth Channel or something like that, the old channel it used to be on. Yeah, and that was the first one that our man George Knight saw about me. And
because when you do any research into it, you come across Holocaust denial. So before I discovered Douglas, it was plenty of stuff out there about it. So I already knew what they were trying to, they were out there. These people that deny the Holocaust, they were already trying to present it like people that say the moon landers were fake, or just like, they show you pieces, and they try to present it like, oh, this is a fact, and it's really not. It goes into denying actual history. It goes into denying reality itself, and that's what they come down to. It's really quite insane. It's quite upsetting, and it's offensive.
Yes.
And then when I watched, you know, the 2-part video that Douglas produced, it just puts things into perspective. And he's always emphasized to people that, you know, when you look at the Jews in Israel itself, they tell you, like this Benjamin Netanyahu, he's a Holocaust denier. They will tell you that only 6 million were executed. Right. Whereas Douglas has always said, no, he's always recognized there have been 12 million, because the matrilineal lineage of the bloodline of Jewish descent, they don't class you as Jewish in Israel unless you're born from your mother's side, as she was the heritage starts from your mother. So but you look at the Nuremberg, the Nuremberg race laws, if you have quarter Jewish blood in you, you're considered Jewish.
Yes.
So they only recognize half the numbers. And if you go by the actual documents of the Third Reich, they recognize they killed 12 million. 12 million were executed. So Douglas has always emphasized that. People have always downplayed the Holocaust.
Yeah.
They denied the numbers, and it goes into everything else that they denied with numbers.
Yes.
It's just like the deaths of coronavirus have been downplayed.
Thank you.
Millions have died.
Yes. No, it's so true. It's so true.
Yeah.
And just think of the agenda in terms of the. It's not just Israel. It's the entire Jewish diaspora has, to a large extent, to probably, I would say, the majority of them, at least until recently. And it's not even so much that some have come to some kind of enlightenment and said, oh, God, it was 12 million or something. It's really that most of them, this is completely unfair. But basically, I wouldn't say that they don't care, but they just don't know. But really, when it comes to the Jewish diaspora's early days, meaning that after the establishment of the State of Israel, when you had an overwhelming amount of American Jews and British Jews supporting it, at that point, all of them shared the same kind of ideological kind of bent. They might have had different political persuasions. Some were conservative, some were liberal, progressive. But it used to be the majority of them agreed about Israel. That's no longer the case at all. The vast majority of liberal, progressive Jewish people do not really like Israel. But all that being qualified, originally, certainly at the time that I was dealing with the Simon Wiesenthal, and it's no longer called that. They no longer call it the Simon Wiesenthal Holocaust or museum, etc. The organization changed its name to, I think, simply Holocaust Memorial Organization. Yeah, and so what they said was, when I was dealing with them from the library and talking about Nazi records that had been taken by the Allies and were slated for destruction decades later, I was talking to them about the 12 million, 6 million dichotomy, and they were just saying, well, we only count from the matrilineal. So it wasn't just in Israel, it was just Jews everywhere, only counted from the matrilineal inheritance. They would say that we don't count someone as Jewish except through the matrilineal, the mother's line. And so that means we didn't count these other people who were killed. And I said, I just said, that's just awful. I said, that's so fucking inhuman. But their answer was simply, we don't count them as Jews, so we don't really bring them up. And in other words, what they were just basically saying, since we don't think they're really Jewish, they don't really matter. It's basically what they were saying. And that was the horror of their stance. And Guanji points out, by the way, I met many death camp survivors when I was a child in New York City, and Aaron Tice and I were pointing out earlier, those that did survive were in excellent health and had extremely long lifespans, and many of them are still alive today and in good health. And this is because many of them were subject to basically experiments by Mengele that extended their lives and expanded their elixir. And so those that survived tended to benefit, and they by the way, that doesn't rationalize the Holocaust or justify it, but just to put it in context. So there we have that, and take it from there. In terms of what else is on your mind?
Oh, thank you, Douglas. We keep talking about so much. I mean, we we just say one thing, it could bring up a whole new subject. It's just, we could go on and on and on.
Yeah.
And it's something, and to do with more about the Holocaust than 9/11, I would like to, something I will go into in the future and future transmissions, most certainly, because that was the thing that, when I watched that for the very first time, I could already verify what Douglas was already saying, because I already done my own research prior to me even knowing Douglas existed. I was already aware of the Havara agreement, the transfer agreement, which basically translates to move in house. Yeah. So I was fully aware of this by Edwin Black, the author who wrote the book, The Transfer Agreement. It's a book that I recommend people do purchase. And it actually mentions in there, and I've got to find the page on it, because I have the book, a hard copy of the book. It talks about the Jewish Autonomous Oblast in what would now is occupied Russian Federation territory. They've occupied it after the the establishment.
That's right.
Yeah, after the Second World War, and it was what the Japanese established, and
yes.
That goes back to the Sino-Russo War that was definitively won by the Japanese thanks to Jacob Schiff. Is that his name, Douglas? I had it there on the edge of my tongue. It's Jacob Schiff. He was a Jewish individual who lived in New York, who financed and funded the Japanese Russo.
That's correct. That's correct. The Russo-Japanese War. Yeah. That's correct.
Russo-Japanese
War.
Yeah,
absolutely. This is because
Jacob Schiff.
He was a Jew who escaped, a Jewish man who escaped the Russian anti-Jewish pogroms.
Yes.
And
Boris Russia. Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, Guanji wants to know how to spell Havara, so it's spelled H-A apostrophe A V-A-R-A. Now, I'm horrible at spelling without writing it down, but I believe that's it. Ha-avara. Think of it like that. It's two A's. H-double-A.
Yeah, it's two A's.
Yeah.
It's two A's. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah.
Yeah. H-double-A-V-A-R-A. And so and between those two A's, put in a couple of apostrophes and you've got it down, at least one apostrophe, and you'll find it. But basically it's called the Transfer Agreement. And by the way, the author of that book, Mr. Black, I don't know whether he ultimately had to leave Israel, but he received death threats from fellow Jews. Yes, his fellow Jewish people in, I think he was Israeli or at least was living there, and he's definitely was Jewish but anyhow, many fellow Jewish people felt he was a race traitor, and they sent him death threats. I mean, this plagued him the rest of his life. So yeah, and I don't know how much you know about that or how many other details you can provide about that. Yeah.
Thank you. And like I learned from you, Douglas, also that he had his name changed. It's Black. It's not his actual surname. It's actually what you call an alias. He's that changed by Depot. Yeah, he had it changed legally to escape.
Thank you. Thank you. I did. I don't consciously recall that, but that makes perfect sense because that doesn't sound like a normally Jewish name. And beyond that, you can see the pun in it. He went black, he went black, like undercover, like off the books. So in other words, he took that name so that he could, hide, right? So that makes sense. There's a poetry to what he did, but that's awful. Yes, I know. That's awful. Holy shit. It makes so much sense. I mean, and as our man George Knight says, when it comes to Netanyahu and so many people like that, Netanyahu began to affiliate with these neo-Nazi groups in Eastern Europe that were affiliated with Putin and shit. And that's because he felt the radicalized right in Israel, which was governing Israel forever through Netanyahu, they all feel that the neo-Nazis, these people who have nothing to do with the 1,000-year Reich, they all feel that these neo-Nazis, these racists on the surface world, are their ideological next of kin. They really feel affinity with them. This is why Netanyahu's son was cavorting with David Duke, and I brought this up in the past. All these neo-Nazis were saying Netanyahu's son was a real mensch, in other words, they were saying he was like one of theirs and shit because he was putting up these Judeo-phobic cartoons of, the big-nosed Jewish merchant rubbing his hands together and shit. It's like, he was like one of the most Judeo-phobic people you can imagine. I mean, even Israelis were saying that the Netanyahu's son needs to enter serious counseling. This is because, these are people who are they're guilty of everything that that they project onto the Nazis, and they basically are committing a kind of genocide in Palestine. I mean, it's just horrific. And so, yeah, there you go. I mean, we could go on about this for hours.
Hours.
Yeah,
thank you, Douglas. And Netanyahu isn't even his surname, isn't even his real last name. His actual last name is Milikaliski, and his father, Ben Zion Netanyahu, is actually Ben Zion Milikaliski, and he was the personal secretary to Vladimir Jabotinsky. And so there's a whole lineage there, and even the Likud party, which is the dominant party in Israel, which he won several terms, which is why he's the longest reigning and the most elected prime minister in history. That is basically the successor to the Irgun terrorist group that was established by what's his name? Oh God, it's what's his name? Sorry, beg your pardon. He was a former prime minister, and he was
Moshe Dayan.
Menachem Begin.
Oh, Menachem Begin. Yes, thank you.
Oh my lord, yeah, former recognized terrorist, labeled terrorist of the Irgun group who bombed the King David Hotel.
Yes.
Oh my lord, that was 1946, I believe. I think that was when the King David Hotel. People have to look this up. I have to look it up very quickly. But yeah, I already did my research on all that. The British government, because it was it was obviously mandated by the British in Palestine at that time, prior to the establishment of the State of Israel, prior to the United Nations resolutions that established it. Mandated occupied Palestine was run by the British government, and he bombed the King David Hotel. He was responsible for it. I'm trying to think what year that was. I think
I thought it was before World War II. They were considered, because at that time, of course, the Third Reich was supporting getting the Jews out of Germany, and those who were trying to establish a homeland in Palestine. Basically, that was something that only the fascists and the Nazis were supporting, because the British colonialists certainly didn't want that project to come to any fruition. And so they were considered Nazi terrorists, Nazi affiliated terrorists. And then during when the State of Israel was formally recognized by the United States and Stalin, both Truman and Stalin, in a race to the bottom, when they were both racing each other to recognize it first. Truman won that race, by the way. Basically, at that time, they began this whole propaganda campaign where you would hear only about Jews who were resisting the Germans. And these were extremely rare cases, and these were like cases in which, say, for instance, certain Jews would volunteer for service, and they wound up being used in certain units, some of them aerial, some of them special boat patrols in the Mediterranean. But these were like Jewish people who were very much in the minority. The vast majority of the people who established Israel were collaborating with the Nazis. And collaborating in the sense that the Zionism, which was this very radical military movement, paramilitary movement, their idea was, and you can look up, Herzl, I believe, is the man who stated it. He said, you must destroy the diaspora, or the diaspora will destroy you. So they were determined to have a massive kill-off of many of the Jewish people to force, ultimately, the survivors to resettle in Palestine. That was their objective. And so this is ultimately what came to fruition, and ultimately why Herbert, Mazur, yes, thank you. He was the man who helped Heinrich Himmler escape. Along with, so basically he was the head of the World Jewish Council, and he met with Heinrich Himmler just before the Third Reich's collapse on the surface world, and so they helped organize the escape. In exchange, by the way, for a bunch of women from concentration camps. Basically, they said, the problem is most of the Zionists are a bunch of militant terrorists, and guess what? As tends to be the case with militant terrorist networks, they're all men, right? So they said, we need women, and so Heinrich Himmler provided them a bunch of Jewish women from the concentration camps. That was a deal that the man himself stated when he wrote his book on the subject. That's so that went down right on Hitler's birthday, or right after. So there you have that, and so as Guanji points out, there were even coins with swastika and the Star of David or Shield of David, on the same coin. Those were struck by Joseph Goebbels to celebrate the Jewish Nazi collaboration in Palestine, and so all of this is something that people need to understand and appreciate. And aside from all of that, obviously, George Knight's interest has been investigating every trail that I've exposed, and he's investigated pretty much all of them. So he's gone on to retain information that I myself don't even remember, and that's good. When he brings it up, I do remember it, but I don't consciously often recollect it. So beyond all that, what else is on your mind? Cut loose with anything that you think is important.
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, so much. Yeah, so much. And it's just like when. Prior to me, discovering Douglas, it was the other area that I was investigating was 9/11. I did that for 12 years, going into, and there's so many different conspiracy peddling areas where, there are people saying this and that. But that led me to Israel also with the another terrorist organization group that was known as the Haganah group. Frank Lowy, who was basically the Port Authority in New York owned those buildings, those World Trade Center buildings, those complexes, all 7 of the complexes for years since they were erected initially in the 1970s. The Port Authority owned those buildings and they're filled with asbestos. So nobody wanted these buildings, and a lot of the levels were vacant. They were literally just left open with no one occupying them. Yeah. So all these office, these are all sectioned off, and these were all office areas, buildings that different companies had a level on, and so nobody wanted to own these buildings. But you had these two individual men, one named Frank Lowy, who was a leaseholder of those buildings, and you got Larry Silverstein.
Yeah,
Larry Silverstein was the main leaseholder of those complexes, and they only got the lease only 6 weeks prior to 9/11.
Yes.
And Frank Lowy is a former commando for the Haganah group. Okay. He had affiliation and ties to the Haganah terrorist organization.
By the way, so that's spelled, I believe that's spelled Hagan or double Nah, and I believe
AH.
Yeah. And so Haganah, and Haganah is Jewish or Hebrew for "we shall not forget," or something like that. Something along those lines. Basically, we shall not forget. And so Haganah was one of they were famous for being involved with violent, they basically had the philosophy of, quote unquote, "we will terrorize the terrorists," which is how they classified all Palestinians to be terrorists. You know how all Germans are Nazis in the video game? So all Palestinians are terrorists. That's the same kind of mentality. So basically their idea was to terrorize them, but they were also participating in the original, quote unquote, Nazi hunting campaigns. Many of them were involved with that. So that makes perfect sense that Silverstein was involved with them, and then became involved with basically ultimately 9/11. It makes perfect sense. So and go on. And so because this is the connection which I had never really dared to explore. I never really dared myself to explore the Jewish connection. It was sensitive enough what I was already exposing. So that just would have made it. My fear was basically I would be declared a Judeophobe. Basically, what they use the term anti-Semite, which I hate for reasons that are obvious. I've gone into this before, but so go on.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, exactly. Most people don't realize that the term Semitic encompasses all Arab-speaking people, as well as Sephardi Jews, which are Semitic peoples.
Thank you.
And we could go on about this, and it's something that most people aren't aware of.
Well,
so it's
they're becoming more aware of it through the term Hazar, but this is part of the problem. Yes. Of course, when you talk about the Israelis, the original founders of the Israeli state were overwhelmingly Eastern European Jews who were descendants from the Hazar, which are not even ethnically Jewish. They're Turkic.
No.
They're Turkic. And so this is why Arthur Koestler, who wrote that book, The 13th Tribe, he was also someone who suffered because of it. Not nearly as bad as Mr. Black did, but because Arthur Koestler was renowned as an academic. So he was already established. So when he wrote The 13th Tribe, he was exposing something that became basically an easy tag word to use, because a lot of people stopped using the term Zionist because that became affiliated with, Palestinians organizations. They would say, are you a Palestinian for using that term, or some kind of sympathizer, or some kind of, Judeophobe, basically a Nazi or anti-Semite's the term they would use for people who use the term Zionist. So they started using Hazar as kind of like a code word. But yeah, understand this, it's accurate in the sense that originally the majority of these people in Israel were Hazar, essentially, but they're Turkic and they're Ashkenazim. So generally the Ashkenazim are that they're not really ethnically Jewish. They're Turkish descendant peoples who converted to Judaism, and they're from the Tartarian Peninsula, essentially. Then again, you have that fascination. Now you have the use of the term Tartarian Empire all over the place, which refers to this fantasy utopia of some past empire that people imagine was, I don't know, in tune with nature or something. And then you have the use of the term Hazar just basically as the enemy. So that's become it's like you're using terms that refer to the same place geographically, essentially. So this is kind of like the confusing nature of so many of these people. But our man George Knight is not going down any of these rabbit holes. He's basically talking about the fact that Sephardim Jews are ethnically, genetically indistinct from Arabic peoples. They're basically the same Semitic peoples, and therefore when you use the term anti-Semitic, you're encompassing all of them. So don't use that term. Use the term Judeophobia so that people understand what you mean when you're talking about people who are just plain Jew haters. With that, we return to what our man who's going down. George Knight is more courageous than I am, so he's going down a path of investigation and exposition right now that I never dared to go. So take it away.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And and this is what ultimately led me to, to discover Douglas, because it's through my investigations through all this. And then obviously I got, my perspective on everything of the Holocaust and 9/11 changed after discovering Douglas, which, what came to my attention through my research prior with the connection between the Israelis. It was Israeli nationals in New York that had ties to Israel that were working at those World Trade Center complexes. The reality of 9/11 itself, it was obviously the hijackers themselves were from Saudi. They were Saudi descent. Their heritage comes from Saudi Arabia. So was Osama bin Laden. And we could talk about Osama bin Laden as well. Something, me and Douglas know a lot about, the reason why he was so alienated by the Americans, and why he had so much contempt for them occupying the most holy land of, what would you call it, the land of Islam.
Well, basically the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, and the land that was the same, shall we say, basically the nation that was at this point administering Al-Makkah and Al-Madinah, the most holy places of Islam. Again, this is part of the problem of what happened when they dismantled the Ottoman Empire, was that the Ottoman Turks used to manage that. And, now the Saudis are managing it, and they're totally corrupt. The real people who should have been managing it all along is His Highness the King of Jordan, and so it really needs to be back under their protection again. But in terms of two other things to bring up here that come to my mind, months before the 9/11 attack, there were all of these quote-unquote Jewish exchange students, rather Israeli exchange students, that were going all over the place, like taking surveys and like knocking on people's doors and asking them questions like in a survey. Very bizarre. And then, of course, there were the dancing Israelis. There was the film of the Israelis who just were dancing in the air and shouting and, in glee when the towers went down. Just bizarre. So, so stick more to that, because that's more, that's more in keeping with the the path we're going down now with this. So whatever you make of that or know about that, do share.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas, very much so, because they were actually documenting the event. They actually had prior knowledge to the attacks themselves. So this is where people, this is basically to say that 9/11 was caused by a Jewish conspiracy is Judeophobic. It had nothing to do with them actually being responsible for those 9/11 attacks. What happened on that day had nothing to do with Israel to a degree, but they had knowledge. They had prior knowledge to the attacks coming. Even this instant messages service called, I don't know how it's spelled, but it's pronounced Udigo. It's a instant messages service in Israel. Gave out this prompter, this message 2 hours prior to the attacks on the World Trade Center. It was given a message saying, "Do not show up to work because something's going to happen." They got a message prior to the event actually happening, before this incident actually took place. So they had prior knowledge.
Just to contextualize that, practically every nation on Earth had at least one citizen who died in those towers when they collapsed. The only two nations on Earth who did not have citizens dying in the Twin Towers when they collapsed were the House of Saud and Israel, who both knew the attacks were going to happen. So what we can say is this was a, shall we say, Saudi-Israeli conspiracy. This was a Saudi-Israeli conspiracy that involved Jewish Americans like Silverstein. And of course, it has a third party, and that's the Americans like George Bush Jr. And one of his brothers was running the security in the Twin Towers, and they basically had explosive sniffing dogs that would patrol those towers because of the original attempt to bring the towers down with a car bomb down in the carport years before. And they recalled all of the bomb sniffing dogs 2 weeks before the attacks. And that's when, of course, they planted all of the explosives that brought the towers down. And please, everybody, it was simply controlled demolition. You can see that. It's not no goddamn death ray. It's not no goddamn scalar weaponry. It's fucking, controlled demolitions. If it were scalar weaponry, the buildings would have collapsed differently. In fact, they probably would have collapsed sideways and taken down entire city blocks with them. So, it would have been far more damaging if a Tesla weapon was used. And it's no goddamn heat ray melting through. I mean, that's bullshit. Just come on. If you believe that, you're out of your head. So it's controlled demolition. This is when they were all planted, and it didn't take long. It doesn't take long. People do this overnight. People will plant demolitions in a building overnight that's going to be demolished the next day. So, so this is what happened in those Twin Towers, and it was terrible. And by the way, the reason that half these towers were empty was because, nobody could afford to rent that office space. It was so astronomically expensive. Nobody could afford to lease it on average. And so this is what was killing Silverstein. He basically purchased it, and it was half empty, and he knew that he would make a killing bringing the towers down because the insurance would net him, return on investment that was worth billions. So he made himself a multi-billionaire by taking those towers down. So he had that motivation going as well. And then and the Israelis, the reason the Israelis were all dancing and singing and why they were so happy about it, because they said, now we know that the third party in the conspiracy, the Bush dynasty, George W. Bush Jr. would declare war on Iraq and ultimately Iran. They knew that this would be, both the Saudis and the Israelis looked on Saddam Hussein as the enemy then, and they look on Iran as the enemy now. So they knew that George Bush Jr. would use this as an excuse to declare war on Saddam Hussein. That's why the Israelis were dancing. And as for George Bush Jr. And his entire, it's like I said before, what was most damning was the day of the collapse. And all of us, of course, every one of us, George Knight, myself, no matter where you were, you're traumatized. And George W. Bush, he ordered every plane, including military planes, grounded because they didn't know who the enemy was. Civilian planes were being used as weapons. So they ordered all civilian and military planes grounded, except for George Bush Jr., making certain that planes were operational, civilian planes, jumbo jets, 747s, were operational to fly Osama bin Laden's 400 or half a thousand relatives, because they all had big families that all had 20 children each, out of Boston in particular, where the majority of them lived. So, I mean, here's everybody's traumatized. What are we doing? What's happening? And all George Bush Jr., the president of the United States, can think of is, what can I do to help Osama bin Laden? Now that's damning. That's damning. At that point, this man needs to be taken out. And yes, this I'll say publicly, George Bush Jr. needs to be taken out and killed slowly. He needs to be tortured to death. He needs to be revived with smelling salts and tortured again every time he faints. And kept alive for as long as possible, years hopefully, just dying. This man is so evil, and it doesn't matter that he's an idiot and a moron. This is where you could almost agree with Viviana Sanchez that he's the Antichrist. I mean, you know, just the audacity. And Silverstein as well. Of course, Silverstein, the king of the House of Saud, Netanyahu, who was president of Israel at the time. All of these people belong together in a circus cage, being tormented till they fucking die for our entertainment for what they did. I'm sorry, take it from there, George.
Oh yeah, thank you, and yeah, thank you, Douglas. Thank you for saying that. And the other another thing people can reference and look up is you had the former prime minister prior to 9/11, Ehud Barak, went on a BBC television program, a news station program, and actually presented just after the towers had collapsed. He was telling the narrative that Osama bin Laden was responsible, and you got the presenter there saying, "We don't know he's responsible or not. This is on the day. This is within minutes of the towers collapsing." And Ehud Barak is saying that we need to invade Iraq, we need to invade Afghanistan, we need to invade Libya, and he's telling the narrative. And this is just after the towers have actually just collapsed. Ehud Barak is there on a BBC news television broadcast saying the narrative, saying it was Osama bin Laden.
What was Barak's position again? What was his position again?
Ehud Barak was he was the former prime minister prior to 9/11 of Israel. And he already knew the narrative. He already knew it, and he was presenting it as the towers were falling, literally minutes or within an hour.
This is basically, of course, Israel running America's foreign policy. This is basically, the American empire's foreign policy for all too long was run by Israel and the House of Saud. So you had this Saudi Zionist, Zionist division in terms of occupation of the United States. I mean, forget this bullshit fantasy of the man in the high castle where America's divided between Germany and Japan. The reality is it's divided between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And that's essentially the two parties that have been running America's empire and using its troops as their own mercenaries. It's so yes, disgusting. And Likud, of course, thank God, has been superseded by a coalition government for however long that lasts. But as I said, right now, just so people understand this, Israel is on the verge of a civil war itself. First off, all of the reactionary traditionalist Jews who are basically hyper-religious, the people who have turned Israel into a kind of theocracy, they basically are, they look on the people who are the secular Jews as like traitors. And the secular Jews are the ones who serve in the military because all the real hyper-religious Jews use a religious exemption. So it's the secular Jews that are fighting in the Israeli Defense Force for policies that most of them don't even agree with. Whereas the hyper-reactionary Jews who want those policies, the exterminatory policies towards Palestinians, they're the ones who won't fight. So what you're going to have ultimately is these Israeli factions fighting each other. And basically, the liberal progressive faction is modernist and does not want this genocidal state. The hyper-reactionaries do. And the end result is you're going to have a civil war there, just like we're going to have here, just like Britain was headed towards until the war in Ukraine. It was basically a Brexit-oriented civil war that was developing in Britain. And basically, Ukraine saved Britannia. This is why the British people are providing such support to Ukraine, because Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine brought the British back on the continent. It's kind of like, the British were gone from the continent. Hitler chased them off with Dunkirk. And then what happened was Mussolini invaded Greece, and then the British were brought back onto the continent again. It was how the British got back on the continent, was through Mussolini's invasion of Greece. So it's kind of like that's how the British were with Brexit. They were chased off the continent, and then Putin brought them back. Putalini, as I call him, kind of like Putin Mussolini, portmanteau there, brought him back onto the continent thanks to Ukraine. So the ironies of history just keep repeating themselves. So go on, take it from there, George.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, very much appreciate it, actually. That's it's delightful. It's just Christ, where should I go from here? It's just, there's so much. I could just present fact after fact. It's all, anyone can verify it as well. This is all stuff that's in the public domain. People could just vet this. So I could take it in any direction, Douglas. Did you want me to come off this subject now, or?
It's up to you. I mean, I just figured that we've done a good job letting people know that we're aware of the 9/11 situation, and of course, you don't want to I'm talking to our listeners. You don't want to make too much of it, but honestly, it's astonishing when we introduce Yamasaki, the architect, the Japanese-American architect, who built the Twin Towers.
Yes.
It just blows your fucking mind, because this is the guy who built buildings to be destroyed. And Yamasaki was this Japanese-American architect who Gary States and I did an entire special on. And so hopefully that episode's still up there on Odyssey on the John Warrington channel. And of course, John Warrington's another Englishman, like our man, Mr. George Knight. And of course, that idiot Salman Sheikh was complaining about both these Englishmen. And by the way, his pulling down the Christine Joanna Hart interview, it just exposes so much about him. I think now that's decisive. Whoever's listening and is in connection with Christine Joanna Hart, let her know. I'll try and contact her. Honestly, I think that's probably the best sign. She wants me to be friends again. I don't know if we can. I don't know how much help we can provide each other, but do let her know. I'll seriously be trying to contact her in the near future, and then I don't know exactly what we can do for each other, but there should be something we can do just based on the fact that Salman Sheikh interviewing her and then taking that down just goes to show what a piece of shit he is. Talk about exploiting people and wasting her time.
Yeah, exactly. She took the time out to actually talk to him.
Yeah.
It's like, no. And she wanted, she's agreeing to that, so a video gets uploaded and then it just gets retracted. Like that's quite disrespectful to her.
Yes, absolutely.
And I do remember at the end of the interview, because of course I did skim through some things, just whatever. But then at the end of it, I remember her saying, because I went back to review it to see what positive things she was saying, because I was wanting to come back on and explain to you, Douglas, what the positive things she was actually saying, but she said many positive things. She was basically just saying, you are who you are, and there's no doubt about that. But at the end of it, she was like, I've got to go now. I've got another interview, and I'm already, they're asking me to come on now. So she was like, I have to go. And he was like, oh, okay, thank you, coming on. You're talking.
Oh, dude. He's such a piece of shit. Do you know that lunatic? He annually, to show you his state of mental delusion, because he thinks he's a Freemason and that somehow, I don't know, that he's taken seriously because of that, this crazy son of a bitch. Annually, he writes a letter to the Queen of England. He writes
I know.
Did you know that?
Him. Yeah, because he was uploading on Facebook, and it's just like, he's just like, he's proud of it. He's doing like, I'm writing letters and I got a response from her.
Did he really? It was some form response from her staff, right?
It's from her staff, exactly. It wouldn't be from the Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just, incredible. It was just absolutely incredible. Yeah. Like, I really, everything he was doing on social media was literally just to try and get fishing for likes. It was just literally fishing for attention. Everything. To his pull-up, his dick ups. Proper pull-ups, which I always wanted to tell him. This is that time when, I was like, I respected the man. And I wanted to say, no, you're not doing it right. I want to just critique you. I want to, it's positive criticism. It's constructive criticism to make, I want to help you in a way. I want you to actually be able to pull up your actual body, not do these flips, not to wave your hips around like that, thrust your dick in the air. When you get out, don't do that. That's all it was. And it was just like he was doing, like, you could do dozens of them. And he's just trying to show off. Yeah. Trying to show off, but it's not. Whereas people with the knowledge and the know-how and the eye know that's not how you do a pull-up.
Thank you.
And it's like, going to the park, having ice cream and saying that life is wonderful. Talking about life is, he's blessed.
Yeah, every day. Well, it is for him because he doesn't
work.
Yeah, he doesn't work.
Well, it's great for you because you don't have a job. You sit at home, you can do whatever you want. You go to the park, do some dick-ups, and eat ice cream. On your parents' money, or whoever's money.
Yeah, that's right. And then use his parents' money to travel to London, travel to Pakistan, and just,
which is a lot of money.
Yes.
That's a hell of a lot of money.
Yes. I mean, and he's disgusting. Anyhow, and by the way, I find it funny when he complains about, and then I gave Dietrich money, like he was giving me thousands or something. I mean, everybody, I want everyone to know, shout out to a young man who contributed some money recently, and I have to look up the PayPal because, I'm going to take this as the thought that counts. And so this individual doesn't seem to say, keep me anonymous, so I'll name him. Shout out right now to Christimony. The individual's name is Christimony, basically. Christian Timony is the man's name. So he didn't say keep me anonymous, so shout out to him. He donated $8.52. So that's fine. Every little bit helps. And so I always need some spending money on the PayPal. So everybody, go ahead and keep that card loaded. And but this is something like Salman Sheikh wasn't too far above that level. He was basically $25 here, $50 here. Yeah, $100 there. And this is something that helps, but he the way he's bitching about it, he makes it sound like he sank thousands of dollars into me and shit. It's and it's not like he didn't get his pay back. He was on here on my show every day, anytime he wanted to come on, so he could like promote his chicken shit little YouTube channel and his little books and shit. So it's basically like he was paying for some advertising and he got to advertise himself to promote his love bullshit. I'm the peaceful Muslim rather than the one with the suicide bomb because I'm too chicken shit to do myself in. And life is too good because I don't want to give up all those buckets of ice cream every day. That's why I don't put on the suicide bomb. Besides, my gut hangs out and the suicide bomb wouldn't fit. I'd have to find a belt that straps it, like around a camel hump and shit. And then, it just goes downhill from there. But what was the other thing that comes to my mind with that, aside from Christian Timothy and the our man George Knight has kind of like a fund going where people can contribute to his honeymoon. And since I don't believe I've ever gotten a single contribution from England other than from George Knight, George Knight, tell people where they can send money to your fund.
No, I don't have a pot or anything like that, Douglas. It was literally just friends and family that came to the wedding we asked them, if you want to give us a present, don't buy us a toaster or anything like that, which is what a common thing people buy. We just said we just want donations, so we can fund. And sorry, someone just strode past me and just gave me a right glare. He's just driven off now. But no, it's literally just so we can go pay for our honeymoon. But I don't want any of the viewers to donate any money. I don't want to ask for that because that's not what I'm here for. And like Douglas said with Salman, and I just wanted to interject also at that point, Douglas, because I noticed for years he was only sending $25. Yeah. Because you had these options. You could send 25, 50, 100 or 200.
That's right.
And he was only sending 25. And it was every show. Douglas comes on and tells the viewers who's been donating. He'll give out these recognitions. And basically, he said, basically this. Sorry, just driven past again. But yeah, this guy would only send Sam would only send Douglas $25, and I would always be like, why is he doing? Why is he doing that? He's obviously trying to get something out of it. He's not sending it because he's sincere or he wants to help him. He's sending the money and he's trying to gain something out of it by sending the minimum as possible.
Thank you.
As little as he could.
Yes.
That's why he was never on Douglas's side. He was always on a different side because he wasn't sincere. And like the money what I've sent in the past, which was years now, it was to help Douglas pay for his rent, which I sent 200, and then another 200. I think it was was it 100 one time and 200 another, and that was to help Douglas pay.
At least, yeah, and it was around twice. And you're the only person who's ever contributed from England. Yeah,
thank you. Yeah, that makes me really special, Douglas. Thank you very much. That's made me feel
it
really
does. And for what it's worth, of course, John Warrington, of course, does everything with labor. John Warrington, of course, helps with archiving. So these are both heavy contributors. These are both wonderful individuals. But I'm so glad that when Salman Sheikh went to England, he didn't meet either one of them, though he kept, he wanted to meet John Warrington, and John Warrington just told him to go fuck himself. And
I just didn't respond to him.
Yeah, and you just didn't respond to him, which to him is the same thing, by the way, because he's so fucking hypersensitive. He's so fucking bitchy. That's why, when Christine Joanna Hart told him, oh, I've got another interview, I have to go right now, he must have taken that as so offensive. Now she's, leaving me. It's either that or he was relieved because, like Samuel Romero said, he doesn't know how to talk to a woman because, she doesn't have a penis and he's not really attracted to her anyway. So he's just, he's just so fucked up in so many ways. But all that being said,
exactly.
Yeah,
he's not gonna.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Sorry, Doug. I was just going to say, he's not going to have a girlfriend ever in the future if he calls them his sister. I mean, they're going to think, oh, that's weird. I'm not going to be your... I'm not going to be... I don't want to be with someone like you. You're going to call me your sister.
Right, but then again, he's not interested in any girlfriend. That's we all know he's not interested in that.
Yeah, because he's obviously... He's not hetero, is he? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because look, I mean, the money he's spending based on traveling all over the world and eating ice cream and, not working. I mean, obviously this man has got all this money from his parents, and, your average Muslim parents want the son to marry, right? They want him to have kids and extend the bloodline, and he's not doing that. So he's gay. There's no other word for it, because with that money, he could surround himself with white chicks if he wanted. This is the joke him and... I only say this because the joke him and Daniel Larola kept making, hey, where the white woman at? Hey, where the white woman at? He could surround himself with white women with the money he's got. He could surround himself with some nice Pakistani girl, a mail-order bride. But no, yes, there we have. I gotta admit, I hate to say it, he's the fun butt of jokes. He really is. It is.
It is. And it's like, I was thinking, if I actually met with him, what are we going to sit around and talk about? I was thinking, I was just thinking it would be awkward because he wants to meet up with me, but what are we gonna do? He wants to hang out.
Thank you.
But what kind of conversation will we having? Just talking about Douglas. That's all it would be. And I was like, that's all we'll be talking. Where's the, what we got in common? Nothing. There's nothing in common.
Thank you. That was what made him so weird. And you notice one thing with all these people he was trying to meet, whether it was, and when he went down to New York, he was trying to hook up with Peter Moon, and Peter Moon did the same thing you did, just basically blew him off. But this was after he sent Peter Moon a copy of his chicken shit little book, on, love everybody and all that bullshit, which it doesn't represent at all. But, everybody, he's trying to hook up with Peter Moon, George Knight, John Ward, but James and Reese, ultimately, obviously, they hit it off big time because, what else are you going to do? You meet someone like Salman Sheikh, there's nothing to talk about, so they're going to wind up fucking each other. I mean, so they were meant for each other. But when it comes to, no, he never came here to meet me. Not that I'm complaining, but that's interesting because his only connection with all these other people was myself.
Exactly, Douglas. Yeah, the only thing he had in common was yourself, and that's how he met everyone else.
Yeah, there you go. And then took a few with him, which is, he's welcome to him. Yeah, Daniel Arola and James and Reese. It's like, thank you. That was like, oh, you know what? And the best thing he ever did for me was when he went into every one of my videos, which, as I remind everyone, they're all properly timestamped now, going back to June 6th of 2021. So take advantage of that. But, you know, at least to that time and beyond, you had the ษ์Sheikh comment that was entered under each one of them. Oh, Allah bless my brother Douglas. And he took the time, because he doesn't work, he could do this. He took the time and erased every one of those statements from each video. He had to go to each video and delete each statement he made. And I just think, wow, that's something I always wanted him to do, because it was always so creepy to have his face there and he's just promoting his YouTube channel and he's just saying something that I find creepy as hell. So thank God he did that, and he did it for free. It was like he was working for me as slave labor. I didn't even have to pay him. So, oh my God, I'm so grateful he did that, because, you know, his comments were just so, just so creepy.
Cringy.
Yes, cringy and creepy, and thank God he took the time to do that. Thanks, Simon. And I didn't even have to pay you. Thanks, fucker. Thanks, sucker. And so there you go with that. I mean, oh my fucking God. So just grateful for that as well. And so that being said, now I hope that, you know, because, you know, Sarah's right sometimes. I mean, is it conceivable that somebody may be taunting you or terrorizing you driving by like that, and then the dog barking and all that, or are you safe?
Did you hear that? Yeah, thank you. I'm glad it didn't interrupt you. Yeah, there was the dog barking there was another dog on my side of the street. So I'm just parked on this road at the moment by my next customer, and so yeah, there was a little dog walking on the right, and this big, massive, great big Labrador just started going roar, 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 roar at the other dog. And yeah, that was really strange how this car just pulled up beside me and just glared in at me. And yeah, it's just very, very bizarre. And then just drove off and then drove back again, the same, you know, the opposite way, to drive past me again and just to look in. Very, very strange. But I have no idea. I don't know if it's because I'm in my work van and of course all the strikes are going on.
But
no idea.
It basically, keep yourself safe. You know, be alert.
It's a dangerous world out there. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Oh my God! Even in England, where they've got, you know, a fairly good control on firearms, still, I mean, you know, it's like our man can tell you, George Knight went into London and he couldn't see any police around, and all he saw were a bunch of violent drunks.
Yeah.
or worse yet, narcotized. Not even just drunk.
Yeah, it's everywhere, Douglas. Yeah, it's the people that are scary. It's the actual people itself, and it's just like, you know, when you're a motorist, when you're driving on the road, it's not yourself you've got to be concerned about. It's other motorists on the road, and it's just like you walking down the street. It's not you got to be wary of. It's everyone else around you.
Yeah, no,
and,
it's awful.
Yeah, and it's just like, you know, how I've always presented, just like how Douglas has always said about gun control in the United States and his position on guns. You know, we're both supporters of limited gun control. You know, limited to a limited degree. Of course, I support the right to bear arms for the principle. You got to be careful and protective of yourself against everyone else who are insane.
Yes.
Because they're the ones with the guns.
Yes.
So you need to be able to protect yourself. So that's the reason. But of course, you know, it's well, like we've emphasized, it's limited gun control, and it's very difficult. And especially in the UK, they have a different perspective, a different viewpoint on guns, because we don't have guns. You know, you can have a license to buy a shotgun in the UK for hunting reasons, or a rifle for hunting reasons. If you have a license, you can do it, but you can't go out there and just purchase a gun for, you know, we haven't got that, you know, the constitutional rights like in the United States. So it's very hard for people to actually understand that. And then people in the UK just feel like, oh yeah, they should just ban all guns. They should just ban them all. And like, I remember on the stag do, coming back the following day, I actually presented to to my friends about the congressional income. Is it discretional or congressional? I think it's the congressional income of the United States. The taxations, 51% goes towards the Defense Department, goes towards the defense budget. So the majority of the taxations goes towards paying for a defense, you know, for a defense department, because you know, there's no such thing as a Department of War anymore. Ever since, you know, ever since
the Americans lost World War II. And
like, people can look it up. up 1948 was the last time they had a Department of War. It was dismantled because 1947 because the basically they had to dissolve it and dismantle it because of the Japanese demands during the peace talk down processes. But anyway, that's a different subject. But yeah, when I was telling them that, you don't need a military defense department. You don't need. I was explaining to them because the majority of the taxations goes towards a defense budget, which is 51% of all the congressional or I think it's discretional.
The truth is, I know what you're talking about, and I can't remember the name either. So don't even trip. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, but basically half of America's budget, half of America's annual budget basically goes to the Department of Defense. And the military branches, if you're talking about the wealthy 1%, that's it. You know what I mean?
That's it. Thank you. And that is what I was going to allude to, Douglas. That's what I was moving on to. I was going to say that all armed forces, all branches of the services in the Defense Department, you're talking about all branches of service. So the armed forces, the Coast Guard, the reserves, the 100,000 bureaucrats, the everyone that's a civilian also that works for the Department of Defense, the Department of Defense, the DOD. When you encompass all of them, it comprised of less than 1% of the population. It's less than 2 million people, I would say. Is that right, Douglas? Would you say about less than 2?
Yeah, pretty much. That's the 1%. Go on.
And then you got like a population of 320 million people, and then 50 million illegal immigrants. It's less than 1% of the population, but the majority of the taxation goes towards the DOD, the Department of Defense. So it's the defense budget that all the majority of the taxation goes to. And I said, what do you need a defense? What do you need a defense department for? Since, all these, like I said, 50 illegal immigrants crossing the border, they're not protecting you from these illegal immigrants invading the United States.
That's because they need them for labor. Exactly. But you know what? Do you remember when I was speaking? I don't know if you're busy, so I don't expect you to hear every episode or every inch of every episode, but or every minute of every episode, more proper to say. But I was speaking about this book that I'll give it to you privately later because and to John Warrington if he's interested. But there's this book I was talking about that was talking about basically a United States descending into chaos. And I brought up an example of why I felt this book is something I really don't want to give the title out for, because I just feel, it's either required reading, and maybe someday I'll give the title for it because it is so on the money, so accurate. But at the same time, I don't want it to become a reality where people read this and say, okay, this is what's going to happen, and just kind of thereby reinforce the mimetic, reinforce the trope, so that we all enter that reality. People can realize a reality if enough people agree on it, and then the reality becomes a reality just by the vision of it. But I was bringing up an example of a book that I thought was kind of comparable, which was, of course, The King in Yellow. And when I was speaking of The King in Yellow, this was this play that was written that the conceit was that it drove men mad, that the majority of people who read it would go insane, and that's what the author Robert Chambers was writing of. And he was talking about this book, The King in Yellow, and all over the world it had created a raging sensation, and people were committing violent acts or killing themselves because they were reading this stage play. And it just had such an impact on their so paradigm shattering that they were acting on their impulses. So I felt that this book is kind of parallel to that. So what I'll give is a clue that probably shouldn't give. That might make it easier for people to find, but I still doubt anyone can find it without the title. But basically, it's basically written by a British author. So a British author wrote this book on basically America descending into further and further chaos. And he writes it from the perspective, generally, of an Englishman who's kind of like an exchange teacher, and instead of an exchange student, like an exchange teacher. And so, of course, as an Englishman, he's talking about the difference between the American and English firearm situation. And so the book automatically starts off with that dichotomy. And so when it comes to this individual, he's like acting as a detached historian, an Englishman in America as it disintegrates. So then, of course, it went to the interlude, which at the time it was published was just universal. Everybody was worried about the Watts riots and all the black riots. So it goes deep into these kinds of black issues, which at this point in history just strike me as dated. And it's just, quite frankly, it just doesn't do justice to the kind of situation that extant today. It's that the race issue is still there and in some ways still the same thing, but at the same time, it's just, how would I say it? It's just so close to reality, there's no point in my even reading it. This is what makes the book so fucking frightening. But when it was published and released, it was basically published and released only in the British Commonwealth. So it's like release was like in Britain, the Bermuda Islands, Jamaica, places like that. It's, these old English publications in popular mass media paperbacks. There were English publications that were only released in the Commonwealth, and Americans only got them rarely. And so this was one of those English language books that was like that. And so, yeah, unless you know what to look for, most Americans could never find it. But privately, I'll share the title with you, and maybe you can track down a copy and give me your feedback on it. I personally, I can't go through it. I just can't make it through it. It's just too resonant of everything that's happening now. I mean, and frighteningly so. Now, granted, we're not necessarily this bad yet. Basically, it opens up with a massacre, and the man committing the massacre is quite realistically a Marine Corps veteran. And so this Marine Corps veteran is basically on campus, and he's shooting the place up. And the way the English author describes it, the police arrive, and it's like they wind up basically fighting with the public because the public has so many guns that everybody is pulling out a firearm and starting to fire at this guy, and they're all starting to shoot each other. So the police wind up shooting other people to stop them from shooting other people. I mean, we're not that bad yet. That hasn't happened yet. But for this guy to predict it getting to that point in 1963, 68, something like that, I mean, this is mind-boggling. I mean, it's holy shit. This guy really knew. He somehow he knew. This is how we know some people are precognizant and prescient. There we go with that. And well, dear brother, anything else you want to bring up, or are you going?
Happy to do whatever, Douglas. Yeah, happy to any direction, or if anything you need, anything you wanted to ask, or anything at all, really. Or did you need to go into monologue soon?
I'll probably, go into monologue and just see what I can cover for tonight. But honestly, I'm so glad you dropped in, and you're always welcome. And you cover topics that are so important. If you, but anything, feel free. If there's anything else you feel that you can emphasize or share with us that you think is important, or something you feel we should be paying attention to in terms of current events, by all means, share that with us. Take us to the top of the hour. It's right now it's 8:53 where I'm at, so it's probably what time is it where you're at? Something 53, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's 9:53.
9:53 in the afternoon. What? Oh, the morning. 9:53 in the morning, right? Here it's 8:53 at night. 8:53. Oh, no, excuse me. It's 8 hours and 53 minutes. It's 1:52 a.m. here. 1:52 a.m. here. We're 8 hours and 53 minutes into transmission. So I think in terms of the transmission, when I'm doing transmission, of course. So with a few minutes to the top of the hour, take us to the top of the hour.
Brilliant. Yes.
Tell us.
Yeah, brilliant, Douglas. Oh God, and I'm trying to think because there's so much to bring up. And do you know what? There's at times I don't have many questions to ever, personally ask you of anything, to do with historical, context or anything like that. But at this point, at this moment, I haven't got any questions. But sometimes, I'll be pondering around my day, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, I want to ask Douglas about this. And it's like at this moment, it's like, oh God, I can't
write
even
those
think of any
down.
question.
Write those down. You know
Yeah,
what you
I'll
need
have
to do?
to.
You need to put them. You need to enter them as entries into your iPad. If you have an iPad or a cell phone, enter them as notes to yourself, and then you can bring them up when we're speaking like this. By the way,
Yes.
so I don't know if you heard this, but so I was telling Sammy Romero and Peter Moon about it. But basically what had happened was my Meals on Wheels went up for reevaluation. And because of the COVID, all of those interns that used to interview me, and they all had a burr up their ass because they're interns, right? So they all want to prove that they can do their job. They were always very detail oriented and trying to, follow everything, every rule. But they're all gone now because of COVID. They're all gone now. So it was just this older guy who actually works with the Institute on Aging. And he didn't give a shit. So when he was interviewing me, he's just calling me from home, and he was putting it off. He was the only interview where I had to get back to him because he really wasn't pursuing me to get the interview done. So I had to make certain, because I didn't want to forget it, that he performed his reevaluation. So when he was doing that, we got into a long conversation. And he was this gay guy originally from New York. And I was telling him about the Presidio Military Base Library, which is now owned by his organization, the Institute on Aging, and how I had taken ̔CHUselvfølgINGG-GUÍYUÈ and Peter Moon there to see the library when we saw that it was owned by the Institute on Aging. And then the second time I went with Sammy Romero, we saw a bunch of old people exercising in the library. By the way, in both cases, just so people know, I took ̔CHUselvfølgINGG-GUÍYUÈ and Peter Moon and Sammy Romero all around almost a full circuit of the library to show them where the incinerators were, where the supercomputers were, really big computers that we had on site, and the infrastructure that was built around them are torn down, in either case. And you could see where these facilities were. So I was pointing that out to people. But when I was there with Sammy Romero, we saw a bunch of old people exercising in what used to be the library. And I said, wow, it's a gym now. I said, I guess it's a gym for the local community. Then I found out from him, the guy doing my reevaluation, he said, that's for our organization to make people with severe Alzheimer's. You have to prove that the patient has severe degenerate dementia for them to enter that program, and then they have to pay a lot for it unless they're on Medicare and Medi-Cal. And but then they get in there and they make them exercise to bring them back in their bodies so that they're not in their head where they're all lost in senile dementia. So that's what the library is being used for now. The people who are morbidly senile. There's something totally fitting about that. This makes perfect sense for the library to become that. And but just wanted to share that with you. Isn't that bizarre? Is that?
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, crazy, isn't it? It's just such a small world as well.
Yeah.
My God. Thank you.
So
thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, it's basically administered now by the same organization that reevaluates me for Meals on Wheels. So that's mind-blowing. It's just mind-blowing. Yeah. And so I was telling him about the history of the library and, how that ultimately brought the Institute on Aging into the building. And he was mind-blown. And after what I told him, he said, you're crazy. He didn't mean that negatively. It meant like, you're crazy to have gone through, to have stood up against these people at the time that I had. And,
exactly.
Yeah, there you go with that. And well, we love you dearly, and share that love with Sarah, and keep yourself safe. And God knows this is why she doesn't want you talking to me.
And like you've always said, Douglas, it's only because she cares. She cares. So it's positive, I guess.
Yes.
A bit frustrated on my part because but.
Yes.
No, but much appreciated. Thank you for having me on and talking to me, Douglas. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated. And I'll look forward to being on with you shortly in the near future for more.
Wednesday. Yeah, what day is today? Is today what day is it where you're at in London? You're way ahead of us.
Yeah.
What is it? Monday? Is it Monday? It's
Yeah,
Monday. Okay, so maybe
days,
Wednesday,
yeah.
Thursday. You're Thursday, right? It would.
Yeah, it'll be Thursday. Yeah, exactly. Oh wow! No, incredible, Douglas. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
Bless you, and you have a blessed day. Thank you so much. Love you dearly. Yeah,
Thank you for everything.
Safe.
Thank you, Douglas.
By the way, do me a favor, and you can hang up. I guess we still got the geek on. I'm sorry, Real Tech. We still have Real Tech on, and so that'll leave the phone on. Okay. Bless you.
Yeah, you take care, Douglas. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye for now. Thank you. And that, of course, is George Knight, quite the gentleman, wonderful human being. And, of course, we still have Real Tech with us. So in the time we have remaining, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, we've got about 3 hours. So let's see what I can cover. I do want people to understand that I was talking about the heat, and miserable as the heat is, modern air conditioning in homes, offices, and public buildings makes it infinitely more bearable. That was a point underscored by President Biden during his visit to Massachusetts last week, when he proposed a program to help fund community cooling centers and the distribution of efficient air conditioners, the better to help, in his words, millions of people suffering from extreme heat at home. And with nearly 90% of American households already using some form of air conditioning, the United States is far ahead of the rest of the world in its ability to adapt to the heat surges. In Europe, by contrast, only 10% of homes have AC. In India, just 5%. So the global demand for air conditioning will soar in coming years. That, in turn, will add to the skyrocketing demand for electricity. And by a wide margin, most of the world's energy still comes from burning fossil fuels. Now, barring some unexpected discovery or scientific breakthrough, humanity is still a long, long way from being able to rely on carbon-free energy. As the climate burns in the years ahead, global demand for air conditioning and all of this electricity will unfortunately cycle back into exacerbating the problem. Meanwhile, these heat waves are hideous, and people need to keep cool. In the household of an anonymous listener, they recently purchased another window air conditioner to add to the 5 they've already got going. It went into the kitchen, one of the 2 hottest rooms in their house. The other one, in case you're wondering, is their office. I wince at the thought of what they're paying for the electricity to keep those window units running. But boy, are they glad that electricity is available. But there's a mind-blowing detail that only just came to light. The price of power. As reported the morning of Monday opening last work week by Bloomberg, London avoided blackouts last week by briefly paying an astonishing 11,700 United States dollars per megawatt hour, over 5,000% more than the regular spot price, for electricity sent over from Belgium. There be 2 underlying problems here. The first is the climate emergency, with the extreme weather it increasingly generates. The other is underinvestment in the power grid, which is far from being a particularly British issue. For the South Africans, like Elon Musk, who was born there, it might feel like developing nations' problems are starting to cross over into the more industrialized world, though there's a hell of a way to go yet. Over there, in Elon Musk's native South Africa, the state power utility Eskom operates a rickety grid that makes rolling load-shedding blackouts a daily reality. There, in the land of the Tesla mogul's birth, it is pretty much essential to install an unofficial app on your phone, Eskom Se Push. That's a quite amusing name that I sadly cannot explain in any family-friendly transmission. Not that we're family-friendly, but we're rest assured, it's not flattering to Eskom. That informs you of the timing and severity of your area's scheduled blackouts in South Africa. Eskom's near failure weighs very heavily on the South African economy and its public debt. Europe obviously isn't anywhere near that sort of crisis, but recent events have shown it is not immune. The Russian Empire may not have realized Europe's worst energy fears by turning off its gas supplies entirely, but the artificial constraints it is imposing on those flows have already forced the United German government to bail out local energy giant Uniper to the tune of 15 billion United States dollars. And a more serious disruption could yet come. Greece is the latest country to unveil a contingency plan for that eventuality that would include rolling blackouts in the worst case. Again, Europe's power grids aren't about to fall apart, but the days of taking electricity for granted 24/7 may be numbered. The solution to climate change is already here. We're just ignoring it. We're just over a week on from a searing heat wave and the British Empire's hottest day on record. Lives were lost, fires destroyed homes, and buildings burnt to a cinder. Moments like this aren't just summer, and they're not just like the heat wave that happened in 1976. What we witnessed the week before last, as many British Met Office experts would tell you, was not normal. But it is a sign of things to come if we don't acknowledge that we're in a climate emergency and act accordingly. It's now incumbent on us to reflect on how we've ended up here and consider what we can do to change it. The fundamental reason is that our economy, society, politics, and way of life are all at odds with what our planet is able to withstand. Across the Atlantic in the week before ञ'ETHNOWARRIOR, week before last, British Parliament's Environmental Audit Committee grilled the bosses of oil giants. It was staggering to hear the CEO of Harbour Energy admit that her own company could be judged incompetent for its failure to adapt to climate reality by skilling up to invest in renewables. These companies are getting ever richer from relentlessly pumping climate-wrecking oil and gas. BP, British Petroleum, the people who fucked over our Caribbean Sea on the Gulf of Mexico, raked in 4.9 billion pounds sterling in profit. And Shell Oil, 7.3 billion pounds sterling in just the first 3 months of this year. And it's not just the fossil fuel companies. The bosses of the water companies have been exposed for shamelessly awarding themselves bumper bonuses on top of already hefty pay packets, all while presiding over the contamination of the greater British imperial water supplies and the dumping of raw sewage into their rivers and seas. Energy bills, meanwhile, could reach 3,250 pounds sterling in October, according to energy experts at Cornwall Insight, plunging 8.2 million households into fuel poverty. And that's taking into account former Chancellor Rishi, I think they call him Rishi Sunak's, clearly inadequate 400 pounds sterling energy bill rebate. Yet when the government could be helping to insulate their homes to slash energy bills and reduce climate emissions, creating new green jobs in the process, its spending on energy efficiency is currently 1.4 billion pounds sterling short of its own 2019 manifesto commitment. These are all examples of an approach that fundamentally isn't fit for purpose. One based on a broken economic model, which prioritizes growth above all else, including the health of people and of the life-giving planet that sustains us all. This is why my latest transmission days, Finis Hore, or closing hours, as dated Thursday the 28th of July, into Earth Overshoot Day, was so significant. It marked the date when our consumption of the Earth's resources started to exceed its capacity to regenerate them. And even though we'd not even made it through 7 months into 2022 by midweek last, the date for this year had already arrived. In other words, our ecological balance is in the red. This might all sound rather doom-laden. A climate emergency right on our doorstep, the systemic failures of governments and big corporations. and unparalleled overexploitation of Earth's resources. But we don't need to be, and that's because the solutions are already here. There are big, bold ideas to protect our climate, transform our economy, and restore the natural world just waiting to be adopted. And the good news is that decarbonizing our economy and restoring nature offers us the opportunity to fix an economic model that is not only driving environmental damage, but also failing the vast majority of people across the United Kingdom in particular, as the fallout from COVID-19 has so brutally exposed. It's not even delivering on its own terms. According to the International Monetary Fund, they're now set for the slowest growth in the G7, the top 7 economies in the world. They, the Britons, need a new economic model, which puts people's quality of life and well-being first. That means growing the right things, like thriving communities, and less growth of the wrong things, like climate-wrecking fossil fuels. We have positive solutions on the climate as well. We could be, and should be, adopting a street-by-street, local authority-led, mass-scale home insulation program, free for those who need it. This would not only reduce energy bills, exemplary ~GUÍYUÈ, a typical 3-bedroom semi-detached house in the Greater British Empire could save £310 a year by installing loft and cavity wall insulation, but crucially, it'll slash carbon emissions. The cheapest, greenest energy is the energy we don't use. When our generous natural world is facing irreversible damage, we should be recognizing its value and importance, rather than exploiting it for capital gain. The United Nations Biodiversity Summit in December is an opportunity to agree to start living within the limits of our planet, to curb harmful industrial agriculture, plastic pollution, and wildlife destruction through hard-fought international cooperation. Earth Overshoot Day was never about any one person, any one community, or any one country. It's global. Individuals certainly have the power to make a difference through the choices we make in our homes, about what we eat, or how we travel, but to truly create a world where the climate and nature emergencies are brought under control, where we can all live healthy, happy, and fulfilled lives, we need governments and businesses to align their policies and strategies with the reality of a planet of finite resources. This is our precious home, and it's time to stop destroying it. Time instead to restore, regenerate, and renew. So in wake of Earth Overshoot Day's week milestoning 2022, let's close the month by making that our purpose and aim to thrive rather than mindlessly grow. Oh, shit. 'Tis in just such spirit that the United Kingdom politicians are turning on the Communist Chinese Empire. In the race to succeed British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, both Rishi Sunak, most recently the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and Liz Truss, currently the Foreign Ministress, have made anti-China policies central to their foreign policy platforms. Sunak's policy, launched on Monday, called Red China the largest threat to Britain this century, and said he would close all 30 Confucius Institutes, cultural centers controlled by Beijing, in Britannia. Sunak's maneuver, in part, intends to head off an attack line from Truss, pointing to the business-friendly approach to Beijing that Sunak pushed as recently as yesteryear. But it also shows how far the United Kingdom's Conservative Party has swung since 2015, when Sunak's predecessor as Chancellor George Osborne called Britain China's best partner in the West and spracketh of a new golden era for relations, language that was quickly picked up by the Commu Chinese media. Historically, Tory members of parliament on delegations to Beijing were keen to praise the Communist Chinese government and dismiss all human rights concerns, even in private. That trend picked up after Brexit, in the hope that Red China could somehow substitute for the European Union in importing British goods. Because it was presumed that Britain could never stand up to China, because when they left Brexit, they would not have the power of the EU behind them to negotiate any good trade deal. I mean, does anyone really think Red China would give anywhere near as good a deal when they were standing on Britain's own? The true consequences were going to be laid bare, watching how the Brits wouldn't be able to stand on principle because they knew that a nation of billions, Red China, can affect them economically much more than they ever can the Red Chinese after they left the European Union, especially if it's no deal. Madness. I don't understand how some people actually even thought they would grow stronger outside of the European Union. They would have been weaker, would have been on their own, would not have gotten anywhere near the same deals. Their international standing would also be reduced, as they wouldn't be able to stand on principles, as people could fuck them far more than they would be fucked by fiddling with trade terms. Think about stuff like Vlad Putin exerting pressure by banning export goods from countries that he's squabbling with. So they were going to not just become an island nation. Think about if Scotland wants another referendum. Britannia will initially just shrink and shrink and shrink. This was so needless, so pointless, all because some people thought the National Health Service would get $250 million more a week, that leaving the EU would give us our sovereignty back, and that the country's full, someone needs to tackle the immigration. You know, I was just shaking my head. All of those nostalgic pensioners would not even live to see what they've caused, and the people that will don't have the understanding to see what they caused. However, the impact of the pandemic, an increasingly aggressive Beijing, and the end of Hong Kong's independence have led to the collapse of the Sino-British or the Sino-Anglian relationship. Red China's popularity with the greater British public, never high, has plummeted to historic lows. This is also a testament to the long-term work of a small number of human rights advocates and Red China hawks within the Conservative Party, such as former fellow party leadership contender Tom Tugendhat. So, whenever I see forum discussions, the general attitude appears to be that Britain can't do anything because Hong Kong is so far away and Red China's so powerful. Actually, the greater British Empire can really fuck around with China, ignoring wider strategic considerations about the cost/benefit of engaging in such actions. I could just point out that the United Kingdom is not powerless and the Communist Chinese Empire not invulnerable. So, for example, the United Kingdom could deepen cooperation with countries with border disputes with Red China, such as Vietnam and Asian India, issue statements of supports for those countries in their border disputes in exchange for deeper trade ties, start engaging with my Taiwan, above all else, treat it like the independent sovereign nation that we are, engage with meetings with Tsai Ing-wen, the presidentress, to bolster trade ties, get more involved with and support the Americans in exercising freedom of navigation exercises in the South China Sea in exchange for American support with their own national interests in the greater British Empire, and bar communist Chinese investment in the United Kingdom's infrastructure, as the British did when they canceled Huawei's contract. And at the time, I thought they were going to go with Cisco to curry favor from the Americans, but they went Scandinavian instead, which is even better. But if the United Kingdom really wants to play dirty, they can leak fake news to discredit Communist Chinese Party activities through, for example, its Confucius Network, and propagate bad news stories about Chinese investment in Africa. If the United Kingdom were to stay in the EU, the United Kingdom could also hamstring Communist Chinese influence in Europe by using their voting powers, currying favor with other EU members in exchange for them not accepting Chinese infrastructure and investment, then it would have been a case of being open to scaling back on such activities in return for communist Chinese non-interference with Hong Kong, which was not followed up on because the British did not stay in union, but a lot of people who are just, shall I say, when I see them discussing this at all on various venues, they seem to think of power in 20th century terms, with power being decided on who can field the largest and best armies on the battlefield. Well, power in the 21st century is all about weaponizing information to your own advantage, to further your own national interest. The Russian Empire understands this perfectly, and they've been highly effective in abusing disinformation. In their own language, disinformatia, to exert their influence and power abroad, punching well above their weight. Don't forget they're only the 12th largest economy in the world before we applied sanctions against them. They were already behind Italy, Brazil, and even South Korea. Now they're way behind, and the Russian economy is imploding. If the United Kingdom put its mind to it, there's no reason they couldn't surpass the Russians in information warfare capability because they have a lot of natural advantages already. They have a wide network of allies, well-established diplomatic networks, global news networks, and international media presence to challenge the communist Chinese. Red China doesn't have the allies they do, or any real allies for that matter. It doesn't have the global media presence, nor the cultural soft power the British have. The one thing it does have is money, but that alone doesn't entirely negate the other factors I've already mentioned. Again, I'm not even saying the British should take on Red China in relation to Hong Kong, even though they should. I'm simply pointing out that the United Kingdom is far from powerless in terms of dealing with the Communist Chinese Empire. They could make life very difficult for the Communist Chinese Party if they wanted to. This is what brings us to the phenomenon of power shrinkage. Leaked data betrays that Red China's population is shrinking fast. Communist China's population decline cannot overtake America's economy. By the end of this century, Red China's population size is expected to drop considerably. That will impact the distribution of global power. The Communist Chinese Empire is a declining power, and that's the problem. The United States needs to prepare for a major world war, not because its rival is rising, but because of the opposite. As Red China's economic miracle fades, its leaders will become more inclined, indeed forced, to take all risks. Still, a shrinking China can't overtake America. But if U.S. democracy continues to decay, what's the point of being on top? In 2009, on the heels of an American-driven international financial crisis, a book by a British journalist, Martin Jacques, exploded out of the gates of the publishing world and, for a time, dominated perceptions of what many saw then and now as perhaps the most important questions in global affairs. Whither China? And with its stirring rise, what will its impact be on the distribution of global power? Surprisingly, for a 550-page book, half 1,000 and half 100 pages, the title alone told you nearly everything you needed to know about its contents. The title reading, When China Rules the World. Subtitled, The Rise of the Middle Kingdom and the End of the Western World. Now, Jacques made a variety of claims under this rubric, but Trois stood out by far. By more or less mechanical extrapolation, he predicted that Red China would surpass the United States in gross domestic product by the middle of the 2030s, on its way toward becoming a truly dominant economic weight in the world later this century. Some of the ramifications of this, or so Jacques wrote, were that Mandarin Chinese, 普通话国语, the national language, would rival or replace English as a global language. Beijing would effectively become the political capital of the world, and the world's other population giant, Asian India, would be forced to accept China as the leading power in its neighborhood and off the shores of what India might otherwise consider its own natural sphere of influence. Jacques' projections already looked hopelessly naive and out of date today. But at the time, the book hit a sweet spot, both in terms of pessimism in the West about that long dominant part of the world's ability to sustain its global position, and in terms of awe about Red China's then ongoing economic performance and its overall implications for others. I myself am skeptical of, but nonetheless reserve judgment on, Jacques' other big categorical claim, that Red China's rise should be understood as a civilizational phenomenon, and that the large empire, with the most impressive economic performance stretching at that point across several decades, was succeeding in building a political system and style of governance that rendered Western ideas about such things as democracy, rule of law, and so-called free market economics obsolete. In a vivid illustration of the fickleness not just of book publishing but also of public opinion, one of Jacques' most important predecessors in the realm of idea-shaping works on China for the general public was published a mere 8 years earlier, sold extremely well, and came to completely opposite conclusions. Like Jacques' book, the title tells you nearly everything you need to know. Here I refer to American barrister Gordon Chang's The Coming Collapse of China. We needn't dwell here very long on Chang's argument because it has already been more than 2 decades since its release. A sure disqualification of his thesis, which said China only appeared to be prospering and stable. In reality, the country was barely coherent, its political system anachronistic and dysfunctional, and its economy utterly unprepared for the competition with foreign companies that he said was bound to arrive with Red China's then pending entry into the World Trade Organization. Chang, who is a U.S. citizen but ethnically Chinese, as confident in his predictions as Jacques was, even assigned a deadline for the demise of Communist Party rule in Red China, saying it would not survive beyond 2010. The point of raising these trois examples as literal bookends for popularizing attempts to assess Red China's direction and the implications of its fortunes is not to criticize them, per se, but rather to propose a much more powerful and, I believe, reliable heuristic for gauging Red China's prospects than the kind of straight-line GDP projections and ideological arguments used by these and many other authors. And although not foolproof, especially for distant projections, the basis I offer here to you tonight is far less subject to annual or cyclical fluctuations, the vicissitudes of policy, or even occasional changes in national leadership. Demographics. As Howard W. French first wrote in 2016 and then expanded upon in his 2017 book titled Everything Under the Heavens, subtitled How the Past Helped Shape China's Push for Global Power, China's population dynamics constitute one of the most powerful but regularly underappreciated factors shaping the world today, and they have only worsened since then. Among other things, They help explain Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's determination as he asserts Red China's positions more forcefully than his recent predecessors. There is a personal factor involved here too, of course, but Red China's leaders surely know that their country's moment of maximum opportunity in the world is now, at the tail end of decades of fast economic growth, and that the resources for global diplomacy, influence building, and the military investment will soon come under tremendous pressure from the need to fund more prosaic but inescapably necessary things, such as much more robust Social Security, national health insurance, and retirement systems. Because during the period of Red China's sharpest ascent, the empire benefited immensely from what experts call a demographic dividend, meaning a population structure strongly skewed toward young people of prime working age as opposed to older adults. Now, with astonishing speed, the balance of Red China's population ratios is shifting in the opposite direction, and the dramatic effects of this are increasingly coupled with a secular decline in the empire's overall population. A newly released revision of the United Nations Population Division's demographic projections concludes that by the end of this century, Red China will no longer be the most populous country in the world. Perhaps even more surprising to those other than myself, according to the UN's newest projections, Red China will be almost exactly half the size of Asian India, which is expected to have 1.53 billion people by 2100. To those who object that the year 2100 Anno Domini is too far off to be of practical relevance, well, by 2050, mid-century, Asian India, with 1.67 billion people, will already have around 300 million more people than the Communist Chinese Empire. For any of those skeptical of this kind of modeling, it is worth pointing out that many experts consider the United Nations median scenario, which this data has been drawn from, is, if anything, overly cautious and completely understates matters. This is completely borne out by the UN's own periodic revisions. The newly issued projection, for example, says Red China's population has begun to decline this year, 9 years earlier than it had predicted in 2019, and that Asian India's population will surpass that of Communist China in 2023, next year, and 7 years earlier than predicted in that 3-year-old revision. Yi Fujian, a longtime analyst of Red China's population dynamics at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, believes that even this does not go far enough, and cites what he has documented are leaked Communist Chinese documents that show the empire's present population to be 1.28 billion people rather than the 1.41 billion people that is officially claimed. Here, right away, one can say goodbye to one of Jacques' biggest claims. Red China will almost certainly not have an economy that towers over that of the current incumbent, these United States. That is for the simple reason that gross domestic product is a measurement of the average labor output in an economy multiplied by the total number of workers. Although this could certainly change, productivity growth per worker in Red China has been declining in recent years following strong gains earlier on in the empire's economic reform era. Having anything remotely in that order of half as many people as Red China has today will have profoundly negative consequences for the empire's overall economic size. Now mindest ye, I did not say or mean necessarily that it would have profoundly negative consequences for the country. Red China could do well with far fewer people in terms of stress on its environment and severe crowding in its cities. It just won't have an economy that towers far above every other by the crude measurement of GDP so favored by ̶CHUmě and in most conventional analyses of global power distribution. And barring ecological disaster or catastrophic mismanagement, Red China will not be in a position to lord over Asian India either. What are the geopolitical implications for the West? Red China's working age population is already decreasing moderately, and as already low fertility rates remain depressed and the median age of the population increases, it is predicted to begin a phase of sharp decline in the next decade. If one follows the United Nations projections all the way to the end of this century, the size of the American population will be slightly more than half that of Red China's, a dramatic relative increase compared to less than a quarter today. Given that current per capita income in these United States is nearly 6 times greater than in Red China in nominal terms, and 3.6 times higher in terms of purchasing power parity, even if the United States were to lose its lead in overall economic size sometime in the next few years, the contrasting population dynamics of the two empires make it likely that America would soon regain the lead. This is a good place or time to make clear what this argument is and is not about. Firstly, it should not be taken as an encouragement for any smug complacency. More than most countries, or rather empires, the United States has a large measure of control over one of the most important determinants of its future prosperity: whether our population will continue to grow or not as well as how fast. This is because compared to our chief competitors, whether the Communist Chinese Empire, the European Union, the Russian Empire, or even Asian India, the United States has a strong tradition of immigration, in that its doors are relatively open to immigrants, and people from all over the world strongly desire to immigrate here. This is an advantage that the United States, or rather the American empire, of which the United States is but the core, has treated with a combination of blinkered policy, paralysis, and popular scorn in this century, with many politicians, particularly in the Republican Party, promoting the false ideas that our country is overrun with immigrants, leading to overcrowding, rampant crime, and the collapse of public finances. In the next decade or two, as the pace of aging increases in the global north, many countries will be forced to compete for immigrants. Success in the global economy will thus depend on the ability of their political classes to resist the demagogic temptations of xenophobia and racism, as well as craft policies that can help sustain a positive and controlled flow of immigrants and ensure their successful integration into our society. The Communist Chinese Empire, unlike these United States, has almost no experience with such matters. To an extent that few people in the rich world yet realize, in the decades to come, Africa will be the dominant reservoir of ambitious working-age people in the world. This will particularly test people in the global north, including Red China, whose traditional elite notions of identity are deeply bound up in race like nothing has before. As I have sprakathon many times, now is the time for the rich and powerful countries of the world to end their relegation of Africa to the neglected stepchild's dining table and engage with the Dark Continent in a way that can help strongly boost general prosperity there as a matter of justice and urgency. It would help if they realized that it will soon become a matter of self-interest for them too, because prosperity in Africa will both moderate migration and elevate the level of education and training of the young people who leave the Dark Continent and whom the rich world will increasingly be unable to do without. I also do not, as so many analysts do, take global preeminence as an absolute good in and of itself. What kind of power a country aspires to be is a more important question, in my view, than the more commonplace obsession over whether a country can sustain its rank, supplant others, or stay on top. Here, too, these United States is in bad need of a renewal. A good portion of what political scientists call our comprehensive power stems from our soft power. By this, I mean more than the influence of our entertainment industry or popular culture. Part of the American appeal to other countries, despite our many faults, has long been our perceived attachment to democracy, including, of course, our popular suffrage, but also other things, such as our freedom of speech, institutional checks and balances, rule of law, social and economic mobility, and work on behalf of shared prosperity and democracy for others. To varying degrees, these attributes have been in crisis during this century in what is still the world's most powerful empire. If these United States cannot renew ourselves in terms of virtues like those I've just articulated, the appeal we have long exerted on others will increasingly dissipate, and at some point down the road, the time will come to ask the question, what's the point of being number one? The jury is out, meanwhile, on whether what Jacques sees as a distinctive civilizational approach to governance in Red China will withstand the test of time. That is, whether Beijing's brand of communized authoritarianism will enable their empire to meet the enormous challenges that loom with the coming end of their high-growth era and the rapid shrinking and aging of their population. For the time being, however, for these United States, deepening our democratic credentials seems like a wise bet to me. It is in this context that Nancy Pelosi has departed on an Asia trip as the world watches for a possible Taiwan stop. Even as Communist-Chinese propagandists are threatening severe consequences on my Taiwan if Pelosi visits. So, understand, as I kill the sex bots in the chat room and say goodnight to Guanji, who said such. Good night. Hugs if you're a man, kisses if you're a woman. Basically, getting back on thread of narrative here, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is flying to Asia. The second most powerful politician in these United States will visit Singapore, Indonesia, and the Empire of Japan. She is also likely to visit my Taiwan between the Indonesia and Japanese legs of the trip. A Chinese state media figure has warned that mainland China will carry out severe punishment on my Taiwan should House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visit. Communist China is obviously enraged over this. On Thursday, the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping himself used a video call with President Joe Biden to warn that those who play with fire get burnt. U.S. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's upcoming possible trip to my Taiwan has caused a ruckus in Washington as well, with dire talk that Red China could shoot down her plane or the visit could trigger a full-blown crisis. On Tuesday, U.S. officials poured cold water on some of these claims while still expressing concerns about the visit's timing, with Sino-American relations at a low point. The Communist-Chinese ambassador to these United States, Qin Zhang's bellicose speech delivered the week before last at the Aspen Security Forum didn't help. Hu Zijin, a commentator for Red China's state-affiliated Global Times, warned yesterday via Twitter, if Pelosi really visits Taiwan as planned, the Tsai Ing-wen authorities are accomplice. The mainland will definitely carry out severe punishment actions on Taiwan at the same time. The unbearable consequences will fall on Tsai authorities. It was the second time in as many days that Hu had taken to his social media account to threaten dire consequences should our California Democrat touch down on my island. The day before yesterday, he warned, if U.S. fighter jets escort Pelosi's plane into Taiwan, it is an invasion. The PLA, that's the People's Liberation Army, has the right to forcibly dispel Pelosi's plane and the U.S. fighter jets, including firing warning shots and making tactical movement of obstruction. If ineffective, then shoot them down. The speaker left for an Asian trip on Friday, but it is unclear if she will stop in my Taiwan, an island of 24 million people that remains disputed between our government and mainland China. The Biden administration and Department of Defense officials have repeatedly said the decision was up to Pelosi, but President Joe Biden did say last week that the military was concerned about it. On Friday, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said, there's no reason for it to come to that, to come to blows, to come to increased physical tension. There's no reason for that because there's been no change in American policy with respect to one China. So as to why Pelosi's planned visit to Taiwan is such a big deal for the Communist Chinese Empire, Xi and Chinese Communist Party orthodoxy hold that my Taiwan is not only a breakaway province, but also a betrayal of the greater Chinese Communist destiny. Xi sees himself as the helmsman leading the ship of destiny to a future of unparalleled global hegemony. A democratic, sovereign Taiwan is a very physical obstacle to that destination. To Beijing, a democratic Taiwan is a cancer that, one way or another, must be eradicated. Put simply, it cannot coexist with Communist China. The timing of Pelosi's visit is also aggravating to Beijing. Xi is preparing for an approaching confirmation for a third term as the Communist Party's General Secretary. Xi may even be immortalized with the Maoist title of Chairman. That makes this a time of great joint personal political significance for Xi. He wants to present an image of unquestioned strength and competence at home and abroad. This presentation of strength is particularly important for Xi, who is unusually paranoid even by the standard of autocratic dictators. The images of Pelosi landing on my Taiwan, especially via a U.S. military aerocraft, would undercut Xi's desired leadership narrative. Xi would view Pelosi's presence as a highly personal insult. It is this personal year of consequence for Xi That underlines why so many American advisors believe Pelosi is making a mistake going to my Taiwan now. 3 times, Joe Biden has suggested a shift in the long-standing U.S. policy of strategic ambiguity over whether Washington would militarily intervene against any Red Chinese attack on my Taiwan. While the White House has backtracked each time, Biden's rhetoric has alarmed Beijing. Most U.S. intelligence and military analysts that I personally have spoken to or read the works of believe that Red China is likely to conduct a military operation to secure my Taiwan before 2030. Pelosi's visit will only reinforce Xi's desire to rip off the Band-Aid sooner rather than later. Contrary to the thinking of some, the relatively unified Western response to the Russian Empire's invasion of Ukraine is likely to encourage, rather than deter, Xi's attack-sooner impulses. This is not to say that Pelosi should cancel her trip. Now that Beijing has so overtly and aggressively threatened against her visit, she must go ahead with it. To do otherwise would undermine allies far beyond Taiwan and encourage Red Chinese aggression in other domains. Nevertheless, that same issue of public presentation also underlines why Xi cannot now offer a weak response to her visit. The presence of the Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group near the Taiwan Strait will not deter Red China from taking some kind of military reprisal. This is no longer the 1990s. Xi's reprisal is unlikely to involve a direct threat to Pelosi, but it will be significant. So Pelosi's Taiwan visit will stir conflict. The precise purpose of Pelosi's trip is not clear. My Taiwan values any American support, but it has received plenty in recent years. The House Speaker is committed to backing My Taiwan and is a strong opponent of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, and, as Mike Chinoy writes in Foreign Policy magazine, she is also given to dramatic gestures. Chinese officials, or communist Chinese officials, the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, take Taiwan and any support for my self-ruled island extremely seriously. Even accidentally acknowledging a separate Taiwan can end a political career. Officials have gone to diplomatically self-destructive ends to avoid doing so. Pelosi is strongly disliked by the communist Chinese media and their officials, to say the least. This visit will be seen as a failure on the part of Qin Gang and other diplomats in these United States, which is one reason they are performing supranationalism. Beijing's reaction will hopefully be tightly controlled from the top dictatorship, especially since Pelosi has signaled the trip well in advance. If it's not, there is a risk that mid-level officials or even military personnel could take performative actions for the sake of their own career. One problem is that Red China's leadership assumes that decisions like this are made from the top down, as they are behind the Great Wall. U.S. President Joe Biden spracketh to communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping on Thursday, but it was always unlikely he could persuade his commu-Chinese counterpart that he cannot stop the House Speaker from traveling. President Joe Biden and dictator Xi Jinping of the Communist Chinese Empire held their first conversation in 4 months, talking for more than 12 hours on the phone. That 12-hour phone call between President Biden and Chinese dictator Xi Jinping on the 28th of July has by all evidence done nothing to defuse the situation. Red China's official summary of the conversation quoted Xi warning President Biden that those who play with fire will perish thereby. Even Commu-Sina analysts charged with studying these United States tend to interpret actions through a conspiratorial lens, seeing an exaggerated role for the intelligence and security services. Those with more nuanced views fear speaking out against the prevailing narrative and being accused of being soft on the enemy. That said, Beijing's public language in response to Pelosi's proposed trip has so far been comparatively muted. Meaning it's just, we'll blow her out of the sky, as opposed to, we're going to nuke you. Officials have made the usual blustering statements, but this is all relatively normal language when it comes to my Taiwan, and it hasn't received much play online or in domestic media. As the Taiwanology expert Wen Tisung pointed out, it's also far below the threshold of language generally associated with military action. So where did the dire U.S. warnings come from? There are reports that Red China's language is more threatening than usual in private, and that there could be a repeat of the 2012 Diaoyu Islands crisis with the Empire of Japan, which was sparked by mutual miscommunication. And the U.S. military is correctly conscious that Pelosi's visit could mean repositioning U.S. naval and aero assets as their Commu-Chinese counterparts intensify patrols, which could produce risky but accidental clashes. The U.S. military may also be spooked by what it called compelling evidence that Red China believed the United States might launch an attack from back in October of 2020. The military thinks it's not a good idea right now. That's a direct quote of U.S. President Joe Biden's observation in late July about House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's planned trip to my Taiwan, which is reportedly scheduled for, well, this weekend, or rather this week, as beginning tonight. Talk in Washington in the last year has overhyped the imminent threat to my Taiwan, thanks to the breakdown in Sino-American relations. Yet such trepidation seems to be well warranted. Pelosi herself acknowledged as much. When asked about the president's remarks, she said, "Maybe the military was afraid our plane would get shot down or something like that by the Chinese." Those statements reveal that the United States has definitive intelligence or even a private warning from Red China that it is planning an unprecedented, highly escalatory response if Pelosi does indeed visit Taipei, the capital of my island nation. Security hawks have seized the discussion around Pelosi's trip as further demonstration that the Chinese could strike at any moment. To be sure, that risk has increased under Xi, as has communist Chinese military activity. Friday, on the Ingraham angle, author and China expert Gordon Chang explained why communist Chinese threats to shoot down House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's plane on her potential Taiwan trip may not be bluster. Jason Chaffetz said, "You know an awful lot about what's going on here. What's your response to this blustering by China?" By the way, Gordon Chang is to be respected, if for nothing else, the fact that he's ethnically Chinese. And as a U.S. citizen, he said, to quote his T, "This very well may not be bluster. It's inconceivable to us that the PLA, People's Liberation Army, would shoot down Pelosi's plane. But you've got to remember, at this very instant, there are 4 Chinese warships in Japanese territorial water in the Senkakus in the East China Sea. There are Chinese troops deep into Indian-controlled territory in Ladakh, in the Himalayas. A few weeks ago, the Chinese provoked a crisis in the South China Sea with the Philippines. China is lashing out. It might be Taiwan, but it might be someplace else. This is an extremely dangerous regime at this moment." However, the consolidation of Xi's rule cometh as his administration faces significant headwinds both at home and abroad. Red China is currently coping with a socio-economic crisis caused by a collapsing property market, local debt, and its zero-COVID policy, a diplomatic crisis caused by aggressive communist Chinese nationalism and its reaction to the conflict in Ukraine, and a political crisis as Xi solidifies all power ahead of the 20th CCP, or Communist Chinese Party Congress, later this year. That has already strained the Chinese system to its limits. Even carrying out maneuvers short of war would exert a cost Beijing might not be able to pay at the moment. Framing Pelosi's trip in terms of U.S. strength or weakness, as Republicans have done, is a particularly dangerous road to go down. Although it appeals to politicians, fear of looking weak is bad motivation for geopolitical decisions, even minor ones. What these discussions reveal most of all is a Sino-American relationship stripped of most of the ballast that used to keep it afloat, now in danger of being tipped over by small waves. So this is why I must advise you on surviving the next Taiwan Strait crisis. Washington must be ready for a showdown with or without a Pelosi trip. Pelosi's potential visit leaves U.S. policymakers few good options. If she cancels the trip, it would likely embolden China to increase its coercion of My Taiwan and deal a blow to the Taiwanese public's confidence in their future. On the other hand, a visit would probably provoke a crisis, as Red China would feel compelled to respond lest its threats be seen as hollow. It would be wrong to think, however, that Pelosi's travel plans will determine whether a showdown materializes in the Taiwan Strait. In reality, the American empire and the Communist Chinese empire are barreling toward such a crisis regardless, and it will be far riskier than previous standoffs. Red China, possessing significant military capabilities and less concerned about preserving its relations with these United States, is now far more willing to respond to a perceived provocation with escalation than it was during previous crises. Given the probability of a crisis, or even a conflict, these United States must prioritize ensuring that we have the capability to come to My Taiwan's defense and helping My Taiwan ready itself for potential invasion. This agenda, more than any symbolic gestures, should guide the American approach in the critical years ahead. It's not the first time. For all the attention that Pelosi's trip is attracting, it is not unprecedented. There have been similar visits in the past, which are fully consistent with the American One China policy, under which the United States recognizes the People's Republic of China, the communists on the mainland, as the sole legal government of China, acknowledges, but does not ignore or endorse, China's position that there is but one China and that Taiwan is part of China, and maintains unofficial relations with My Taiwan in context of the other trois factors I've just articulated. Pelosi is not the first Speaker of the House to visit. Newt Gingrich met with Taiwanese President Lee Teng-hui in Taipei circa 1997. To be sure, Gingrich was a Republican speaker during a Democratic administration. Pelosi and Biden, in contrast, belong to the same party, making it look like it's a direct order from her commander-in-chief. For that reason, Chinese Communist officials believe she is acting in coordination with the White House. Still, congressional delegations routinely visit My Taiwan. Past administrations have sent cabinet-level officials to my island, China. In 2020, Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar visited Taipei, the capital of island China in which I myself was born. Pelosi would travel on U.S. military aerocraft, but that is also nothing new. In June of 2021, for instance, 3 U.S. senators arrived in My Taiwan aboard a United States Air Force plane. What sets Pelosi's visit apart is that it would occur at a time when Beijing believes that the United States is moving away from its one China policy. And there have been noticeable changes in U.S. diplomacy toward my Taiwan in recent years. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo sent his congratulations to Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen on her inauguration in 2020. The Trump administration hosted my Taiwan's diplomats at the State Department and in other federal government buildings, which has remained the practice during the Biden administration. Secretary of State Antony Blinken publicly referred to my Taiwan as a country. Bless his heart. And we have 2 hours remaining in which I will attempt to articulate all that I can. Now, the Biden administration extended an invitation to my Taiwan's representative in these United States to attend Biden's inauguration and invited my Taiwan to participate in its Summit for Democracy. Administration officials also leaked to the media that U.S. military personnel are in my Taiwan training our forces. None of these maneuvers are tantamount to diplomatic recognition, but Beijing may view Pelosi's trip as an opportunity to send a message that the American empire must stop what Red China sees as an intentional pattern. Aside from attempting to halt the strengthening of Amero-Taiwanese ties, China's reaction to Pelosi's potential visit is in part the product of unfortunate timing. The Chi-Com dictator, Xi Jinping, will be seeking an unprecedented third term as head of the Chinese Communist Party this fall. He likely fears that high-level public American support for my Taiwan will make him look weak and not in control of critical relationships and undermine his standing. More important, Beijing's reaction reveals its growing comfort with the prospect of a crisis over my Taiwan. As Xi faces economic headwinds at home and growing resentment over his strict zero-COVID policy, he may have concluded that a Taiwan crisis could rally the public and shore up his popularity. Xi may also have decided that international support for my Taiwan is growing too strong, especially in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Both Taiwan and Ukraine are relatively young democracies that exist next to much larger authoritarian neighbors with long-standing designs on their territory. Leaders around the world have taken note of the parallels. Xi may feel he needs to deter countries from working with Taipei to increase its defenses and resilience. He could also find Pelosi's visit to be an advantageous pretext for large-scale military exercises, which could test the People's Liberation Army's preparedness for complex operations. That could provide him clues as to whether Red China's military would fare better than the Russian Empire's did in Ukraine, and gauge how these United States and my Taiwan would react. So, China arms up! The last Taiwan Strait crisis occurred more than a quarter century ago. The instigating event was the 1995 address Li Tenghui gave at his alma mater, Cornell University, on what he dubbed Taiwan's democratization experience. The fact that the Taiwanese president was granted a visa to visit these United States after Secretary of State Warren Christopher assured his Communist-Chinese counterpart that Li would not be allowed to enter the country enraged Beijing. In retaliation, the Chinese military conducted missile tests and exercises in the Taiwan Strait. This prompted Secretary of Defense William Perry to announce that the United States would dispatch 2 aircraft carrier strike groups to the area, demonstrating that the American empire was prepared to intervene to repel a communist Chinese invasion. Since then, Red China has developed a more robust toolkit to punish Taiwan. Whereas my Taiwan's military budget exceeded Red China's in 1994, Red China now outspends my Taiwan by a factor of 20. In recent years, Red China has become bolder in its coercive military maneuvers. Look no further than its near daily incursions into my Taiwan's Aero Defense Identification Zone, or ADIZ, A-D-I-Z. To send a message, the Communist Chinese Empire will now have to do something that rises significantly above that kind of baiting, which means its options are increasingly escalatory. In addition to its military advantage, the Communist Chinese Empire has significantly more leverage over my Taiwan's economy. At the time of the 1995 through 1996 crises, Taiwan's exports to the mainland accounted for 1/3 of 1% of its total exports. Today, that figure is 30%. Red China could choose to cut off its market to many Taiwanese goods, a move that would be difficult for my Taiwan or the American Empire to counter. It is not just relations between mainland China and my Taiwan that have evolved. During previous crises, Red China had an overriding interest in preserving a constructive relationship with these United States. This was true during the 1995 through 96 crisis, the standoff sparked by the accidental U.S. bombing of the CHICOM embassy in Beograd, the capital of Serbia, in 1999, and an incident in 2001 when a Commu-Chinese fighter jet collided with a United States reconnaissance aircraft. In all these cases, Commu-Chinese leaders ultimately sought a way to de-escalate tensions. Now, however, with Sino-American relations in a freefall, Xi may believe there is little left to preserve. So there be trouble ahead. A far more dangerous era for cross-strait relations is in the offing. Xi has set an objective of achieving Red China's great rejuvenation by 2049, 100 years after they took power on the mainland. Unification with Taiwan is a precondition for that goal. And he may want to move more rapidly than that timeline suggests. Xi is unlikely to live to see 2049. He would be approaching 100 years of age, and has said that this issue cannot be passed from generation to generation. This is almost biblical. That implies he would like to at least make significant progress on the question of Taiwan's status, or resolve it altogether on his watch. As CIA Director William J. Burns recently said, "I wouldn't underestimate President Xi's determination to assert Red China's control, the People's Republic of China's control, over Taiwan. I think the risks of that become as higher, it seems to us, the further into this decade that you get." After cementing his rule at the upcoming Party Congress and having sidelined rivals and placed loyalists in critical positions, Xi will have a freer hand for pursuing his objectives. To head off the worst possible outcomes of this dangerous new phase, the Biden administration should initiate a comprehensive review of American policy toward my Taiwan. This is long overdue, given that the last such review took place in 1994, and there have been significant changes in cross-strait dynamics in the intervening years. A guiding principle of American policy must be deterring a communist Chinese attack on my Taiwan. To that end, the American empire must make clear that it will use force in coming to my Taiwan's defense. In addition to such assurances, The United States government must improve Taiwan's combat capabilities. The United States must assist Taiwan in reforming our reserve forces and developing territorial defense forces while pushing Taipei, the capital of island China, to increase its defense spending and invest in asymmetric capabilities such as missiles, sea mines, nautical explosives, and portable aero defenses. American policymakers must also work with my Taiwan to prepare our civilian population for a potential Communist Chinese attack. This would entail planning for how to maintain adequate food, fuel, and medical supplies during an all-out conflict. Meanwhile, to lower the chances of a conflagration, these United States should reconsider gestures that will inflame tensions but do not meaningfully increase deterrence or my Taiwan's resilience. Bilateral security cooperation between these United States and my Taiwan will need to grow in the coming years, but such activities should never be made public. High-level American officials should visit when there is a substantive reason for doing so, such as discussing Amero-Taiwanese trade relations or cooperation on global health issues. If the United States believes that a crisis is brewing, a high-level symbolic trip could be useful to send a signal to the Communist Chinese on the mainland, but until that day arrives, senior officials would have been advised to not touch down in Taipei just for the sake of doing so. By that standard, Pelosi's planned visit would be considered ill-advised, presenting a lose-lose situation. Because although Taiwan is unlikely to secure any tangible gains, it will bear the brunt of any Communist Chinese response. But Pelosi seems unlikely to cancel her trip. She may feel that this is her last opportunity to show her support for my Taiwan, given that she is unlikely to remain Speaker following the midterm elections. Plus, a bedrock of her political career has been taking a tough stance on Red China. Now that the visit has become public and there is significant bipartisan support in Congress for her trip, there will also be political fallout if her plans end in a cancellation. The best outcome, then, would otherwise have been for Pelosi to delay her trip until after the midterms, but before the next session of Congress, which would coincide with the aftermath of Red China's Party Congress. Xi would likely sell any delays as a Communist Chinese victory, much as Communist Chinese President Jiang Zemin cast the 1995 through 1996 crisis in the same light. And Pelosi would still have been able to count a trip as part of her legacy. In the meantime, Pelosi could have introduced legislation that would have increased Taiwan's defense capabilities, potentially including provisions such as prioritizing arms deliveries to the island or starting a foreign military financing program with Taipei. A bill could also grant the Biden administration authority to negotiate a comprehensive trade deal with my Taiwan. In preparing a future crisis over my Taiwan, such substantive measures would have been far more meaningful than any symbolic gesture. But as I look into the chat room to see if there's more sex bots attacking, Guanji says, I heard she's not going to Formosa. But he also says, to hell with Winnie the Pooh, which is, of course, the nickname for Xi Jinping. On the mainland, he qualifies. And he says, protect Taiwan and Japan. I'm grateful, certainly, for his input. But as things are now so situated, House Speaker Pelosi must go to Taiwan. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi Democrat from my California, may have been unwise to plan a visit to my Taiwan in August. Regardless, now that Pelosi's intended trip has been made public, however, the Speaker of the House must follow through with it. Pelosi's responsibility bears note in light of escalating Chinese threats against any visit. Chinese officials have even suggested that their response might entail a military component. These threats demand attention. Still, to cancel now, or to now cancel this visit, would signal American hesitation in support of our most sacrosanct principle, human freedom, or survival in the case of the microchips without which civilization will collapse, which are overwhelmingly produced in my Taiwan. On the moral level, it would undermine a small and courageous democracy and signal weakness to allies desperately seeking more of the opposite. To Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Ali Khamenei, and Kim Jong-un, it would signal that America can be threatened into quiet submission. This is not to say that Pelosi's trip is a simple consideration. On the contrary, there are compelling reasons to suggest this was a poor time for the Speaker of the House to plan a public visit to my Taiwan. American tensions with the Communist Chinese Empire are already high. Xi is looking toward a pivotal coronation later this year as Communist Party chairman, the first since Mao Zedong. As China prepares for this fall's 20th Party Congress, the odds grow stronger by the day that Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping will emerge from the meeting having secured a third term in office. This will mark a break with Chinese precedent since Deng Xiaoping wrote a 2-term limit into the country's constitution in 1982. A limit that was removed in 2018. Xi, who took office in 2013 and is now 69 years of age, could foreseeably extend his tenure well into the 2030s. In Xi's view, that status would crown him as the dictator destined to assure Red China's global supremacy in the 21st century. Xi thus has both domestic and foreign policy reasons to present strength. And facing growing disquiet over the party's autocratic rule at home and increasing skepticism of Red China's actions abroad, Xi cannot allow the American empire to make him appear weak. Xi views his ability to subjugate my Taiwan, either through political action or military force, as symbiotic to his own destiny of world leadership. Put simply, the only thing Xi fears more than his inability to restore my Taiwan to the motherland is the failure of a military operation to do so. The United States, the American empire, must leverage that fear. Deterring the Communist Chinese Empire's conduct of an invasion, embargo, or missile onslaught against my Taiwan is the best means of protecting my Taiwan's democratic sovereignty at the minimum cost. While my Taiwan matters for all the moral, economic, and political reasons regarding our relationship with the American empire, it also matters for the associated credibility of the post-Second World War international democratic order. But deterring Red China from attacking my Taiwan also requires Red China's recognition of two other considerations. First, that my Taiwan is willing and able to do far more urgently in its own defense. My island democracy continues to spend far less on defense and reservist training than it should. Second, Red China must also know that the American empire is highly likely to intervene militarily in my Taiwan's defense. American credibility, then, will be crucial in determining how the question of my Taiwan's future is answered. And that brings us back to Pelosi. Were the speakeress to cancel her trip now under Chi-Com and White House pressure, she would signal America's lack of seriousness about standing up and defending our values and interests. If the American empire cannot withstand Red China's vague rhetorical threats to cancel a political visit, for example, how can America be expected to withstand swarms of People's Liberation Army drones, missiles, aerocraft, and even infantry targeting the U.S. Navy? After all, those swarms will provide a certain greeting reception for any U.S. military forces that move to defend my Taiwan in the event of war. For Pelosi to back down now would not show diplomatic nuance, but rather decided nervousness. A nervousness that is especially dangerous in the face of brutal and determined adversaries. There are ways to mitigate the risks of Pelosi's trip sparking a communist Chinese overreaction. For one, the speakeress should fly to my Taipei by civilian aeroliner rather than a U.S. military aerocraft. This would signal the peaceful nature of Pelosi's visit while mitigating Red China's means of threatening Pelosi's delegation. The sight and symbolism of a U.S. military aerocraft landing on what the communist Chinese mainland views as its own territory to deliver the second most powerful U.S. politician to meet with officials whom Red China views as traitors would risk forcing Xi into a corner if he felt forced to lash out. A U.S. military aerocraft would also risk undercutting America's ability to earn international support for the visit. Furthermore, Pelosi should limit the duration and associated publicization of the trip until its completion. This would strike a balance between showing presence and poking the communist Chinese dragon. But Pelosi must go to my Taiwan. The trip has now been announced. Backing down now would send a terrible message to my Taiwan, the communist Chinese empire, and all the rest of the world. The American empire must stand firm with a simple message. Our officers and officials will not yield to threats. Wherever so invited by a sovereign democratic government, they will travel as desired. Incidentally, a 25-ton, 10-story Commu-Chinese core stage rocket booster made an uncontrolled re-entry into Earth's atmosphere yesterday and was seen breaking up over northern Borneo before crashing into the Indian Ocean. But it's not yet known if the falling debris crashed onto populated areas. And as NASA and Roscosmos were laying plans to transition to other stations post-ISS after the literal fall of the International Space Station, the announcement came as that the Russian Empire says it will leave the International Space Station after 2024. All while, down to earth, Vladimir Putin has extended the war in Ukraine to a second front in Europe. You see, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has extended the war in Ukraine to its second front by messing up with European gas supplies. The Russian state gas giant Gazprom had announced that it would further slash natural gas flows to Europe to 20% of Nord Stream 1's capacity from Wednesday, leaving the European Union member states to ration the use of natural gas amid the fears of a worsening global energy crisis. Daniel Jürgen, vice chairman of Standard & Poor's Global, S&P Global, told Yahoo Finance Live in an interview that Vladimir Putin has really extended the war in Ukraine to a second front, which is the energy front in Europe. He's trying to not enable them to achieve what they need, drive up prices, break the coalition. Governments are breaking, and that's what Putin wants to see. And he's using energy to get there. I think it actually could get worse. He goes on to say that the German economics minister, who has warned it could lead to a lemon-style contagion, more likely it would be a deep recession because it would radiate out from Europe to the rest of the global economy. Now, the result of high gas prices can be seen hurting the economies around Europe. In fact, a Munich-based think tank, IFO Institute's report showed that while the EU member state United Germany is on the cusp of a recession, as the country's business confidence has slumped to its lowest level since June of 2020, the year before yesteryear. According to Clemens Fust, the president of the IFO Institute, the threat of a gas shortage and high energy prices due to the Russia-Ukraine war is weighing on Europa's largest economy. Greeks and other southern Europeans could now be feeling schadenfreude as United Germany faces the collapse of its economic model in the face of the Ukraine war and the new Cold War with Communist China. But with a democratic Europe in the balance, this is no time to gloat. Have sympathy for Germany, even if it's the kind of sympathy you would have for the devil. It is never easy to wake up to the news that your country's business model is busted. It is difficult to acknowledge the obvious, that your political leaders had either been deluded or lying to you when they assured you for decades that your hard-earned living standards were safe, that your immediate future now relies on the kindness of foreigners determined to crush you, that the European Union, in which you had placed your trust, had been engaging in a permanent concealment exercise, that your EU partners to whom you are now appealing for help look at you as a villain whose comeuppance is long overdue, that economic elites in your own Vaterland or the fatherland are those beyond the immediate boundaries and borders of Germania, are seeking novel ways to ensure that your country remains stuck, that you must endure massive, painful changes to ensure that nothing changes. Well, the Greeks know this feeling. They experienced it in their bones in early 2010. Today, it is the United Germans who are facing a wall of condescension, antipathy, even mockery. Ironic as it may seem, no Europeans are better placed than the Greeks to understand that the Germans deserve us better, that their current predicament is the result of the collective European failure, and that no one, least of all the long-suffering Greeks, Southern Italians, Spaniards, and Portuguese, who used to acronymmously be referenced and acrimoniously denigrated by the acronym PIGS, P-I-G-S, Portuguese, Italians, Greeks, and Spaniards, the pigs, that they least of all benefit from schadenfreude. The tables have been turned on United Germany because its economic model relied on repressed wages, cheap Russian gas, and excellence in mid-tech mechanical engineering, particularly manufacturing cars with internal combustion engines. This resulted in massive trade surpluses during 4 distinct post-World War II phases under the U.S.-led Bretton Woods monetary agreement system, which provided fixed exchange rates and market access to Europe, Asia, and the Americas. Then, after the collapse of Bretton Woods, when the single European market proved highly lucrative for German exports, again following the introduction of the euro, when vendor financing opened the floodgates for both goods and capital flowing from the United Germany to Europe's periphery. Europe's periphery, I meant to say before my Chinese accent took over. And finally, when Red China's hunger for intermediate and final manufacturing products took up the slack after the euro crisis dampened demand for United German goods in southern Europe. United Germans are now slowly coming to terms with the demise of their economic model and are beginning to see through the multifaceted big lie their elites were repeating for 3 decades. Fiscal surpluses were not prudence in action, but rather a monumental failure during the long years of ultra-low interest rates to invest in clean energy, critical infrastructure, and the crucial technologies of the future, batteries and artificial intelligence. The United Germany's dependence on Russian gas and Communist Chinese demand was never sustainable in the long term, and they are not mere bugs that can be ironed out. The claim that the German model was compatible with Europe's monetary union is also being exposed as false. Lacking a fiscal and a political union, the EU was always going to saddle Club Med governments, banks, and corporations with unpayable debts, which eventually would force the European Central Bank to choose between letting the euro die and embarking upon a permanent bankruptcy concealment project. United Germans are realizing this today as they observe a hamstrung ECB, European Central Bank, which is damned if it raises interest rates substantially, causing Italy and others to implode, and damned if it doesn't, allowing runaway inflation thereby. Founded in 1998, the ECB is the prime component of the euro system and the European system of central banks, as well as one of 7 institutions of the European Union, and as such it is one of the world's most important central banks. While it never should have been the ECB's job to save the euro from its flawed foundations, United Germans can see that their politicians lied to them that their economic model could survive the 2008 crisis as long as other Eurozone countries practiced enough austerity. They are also coming to understand that their leaders' stimulus phobia led to permanent socialism for the Southern European oligarchs, the Franco-German bankers, and various zombified corporations. Once upon a time, those who criticized the notion that every Eurozone country should become like United Germany objected that the German model worked only because no one else had adopted it. Today, with the end of cheap gas and the American empire's new Cold War with the Communist Chinese, the United German model is kaput, even for United Germany. Yes, United German exports will rebound, aided by the low value of the euro. Volkswagen will sell a lot more electric cars once supply chains are restored. BASF will bounce back once energy supplies are secured. Its headquarters located in Ludwigshafen, United Germany. Ludwigshafen. BASF SE is a United German multinational chemical company and the largest chemical producer in the world. What will not return is the Allied German model. A large chunk of Volkswagen's revenues will go to the Communist Chinese Empire, whence the battery technologies come, and mountains of value will shift from the chemical industry to AI-related sectors. Some United German friends are pinning their hopes on the falling euro to restore the German model to health. It won't. Low savings countries with a structural trade deficit, like Greece or Ghana in Africa, do benefit from devaluation. High savings countries with a structural trade surplus do not. All that happens is that poorer domestic consumers subsidize richer exporters, which is precisely the opposite of what the United German social economy needs. My message to German friends, Kameraden, is simple. Quit mourning. Cut through the denial, anger, bargaining, and depression, and start designing a new economic model. Unlike the Greeks, you still have enough sovereignty to do so without the permission of creditors. But first, you must resolve a critical political dilemma. Do you want Dein wie Vereint Deutschland, the new united Germany, to retain political and fiscal sovereignty? If so, your new model will never work within this Eurozone of NATO. When the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, was founded, their objectives, as they said, was keep the Allies united, keep the Russians out, and keep the Germans down. You must pioneer the post-NATO world, in which united Germany becomes the center of a new Warsaw Pact. Using Belarus and Ukraine, White Russia and the Ukraine, as your bulwark against the Slavs in the barbarous lands beyond. If you do not want to go back to the Deutschmark, you need a model embedded within an imperial democratic co-regnal European Reichsfederation. A hearkening under a constitutional monarchy of the Kaiser in co-regnum with the other monarchs of Eastern and Central Europe into a reconfiguration of the Holy Roman Empire, the Reich that lasted 1,000 years. Anything else will continue the big lie with which you are now painfully coming to terms. Meanwhile, this side of the Atlantic, Trump recently told us his master plan. Now, in the time we have remaining, a final hour, I can get into that, or perhaps more significantly, speak to the concept of Christian nationalism that we've been dealing with. We'll see how much we can burn through. On Tuesday of ̔CHUˈINGG-GUÍYUÈ, an ex-president who had tried to overturn a democratic election by violence returned to Washington, D.C. to call for law and order. Again and again, the speech reversed reality. The ex-president, who had spread an actual big lie against the legitimacy of the 2020 election, tried to appropriate the phrase big lie to use against his opponents. The ex-president, who had fired an acting FBI director days before that official's pension was due to be vested, lamented that police officers might lose their pension for doing their job. Yet scrape aside the audacity, the self-pity, and the self-aggrandizement, and there was indeed an idea in Donald Trump's speech at a conference hosted by the America First Policy Institute. A sinister idea, but one to take seriously. Trump sketched out a vision that a new Republican Congress could enact sweeping new emergency powers for the next Republican president. The president would be empowered to disregard state jurisdiction over criminal law. The president would be allowed to push aside a weak, foolish, and stupid governor and to fire radical and racist prosecutors. Racist here meaning anti-white. The president could federalize state national guards for law enforcement duties, stop and frisk suspects for illegal weapons, and impose death sentences on drug dealers after expedited trials. Much of this may be hot air. All of it would require enormous legal changes, and some of it would require the 6-3 conservative majority on the Supreme Court to overturn established precedents. But they've already done that. So you should listen to Trump's speech less as an agenda of things to be done and more as an indication of the direction of Trump's thought. The Trump Republican Party faces a strategic problem and a constitutional opportunity. The problem is that under Trump, the Republican Party is a minority force in American life. The opportunity is that an ever more unbalanced federal structure can enable a minority party based in many small states to control the majority population that lives in fewer big states. Abortion rights are one area where Republicans can use this opportunity, but that is not an area that especially interests Donald Trump. Instead, and as always, the opportunity that most fascinates Trump is the opportunity to use, or rather abuse, the law as a weapon to shield his own wrongdoing, a weapon to weld against his political opponents. Trump's first term was mitigated by his ignorance, indolence, and incompetence. Since the humiliation of his 2020 defeat, however, Trump has been studying how to use a second chance if he gets one. The one abiding interest of his life, revenge, will provide that impetus. Next time, he will have the wholehearted support of a White House staff selected to enable him. Next time, he will have the backing in Congress of a party remade in his own image. Next time, he'll be acting to ensure that his opponents never again get a next time of their own. He may not succeed, but he'll know what he's trying to do. Because the walls are finally starting to close in. Speculations are arising that Donald Trump could announce he is running for a second term early. So expect Trump to announce his 2024 run soon, because Trump's get-out-of-jail-free card is a second presidential run. I myself will be shocked if Donald Trump does not announce his candidacy in short order. Why, you may ask? Because for the first time since he became president, beguiling Republican voters with his astonishing upset in 2016, Trump seems to be losing his iron grip on Republican voters. Sure, he still has many avid cultists, but that sense of control and command over the party, the awe at his sheer ability to survive and prevail even when he loses, is suddenly looking a bit weak. Watching his appearances over the last couple of weeks, it appears that Trump is aware of the shift, and since giving up is clearly not in his nature, particularly when the need for vengeance and vindication is his reason for being, he will have to try to grab the spotlight and take control sooner rather than later. In fact, it's been a bad summer. The January 6th committee hearings have obviously gotten under Trump's skin. His shrill, shrieking tantrums on Truth Social, his sad social media platform, attest to that. He seems brittle and unfocused at his own rallies, even though his most devoted cultists still cheer for his patented insults and chant along with the greatest hits. The act is stale, but he's too narcissistic to admit it. On Tuesday, Trump went back to Washington, D.C. for the first time since his ignominious departure on January 20th of 2021. He was there ostensibly to deliver a policy speech on law and order, but when has he ever delivered such a thing? He had his prepared remarks, which sounded suspiciously like a reworked version of his infamous American Carnage inaugural address, but as usual, he quickly devolved into his shtick, whining about the 2020 election and mocking people for sport. His only policy pronouncements were an idea to round up homeless people to put them in camps outside of America's cities, the summary execution of drug dealers, and allowing the president to call in the National Guard to crack open heads without regard to governors' wishes, basically turning the service into a presidential Praetorian Guard. Of course, Trump has never read, nor would he ever understand, the Constitution, and has shown repeatedly that he doesn't care about it, so any protestations that these ideas are unconstitutional and un-American would fall on deaf ears. But his crowd of DC sycophants seemed to love it all. Still, it was a ragged performance, verging on a nostalgia act, and you get the sense that on some level he knows it. He also must know that he's losing elite right-wing media support. It is clear that the Murdoch empire is cutting him loose. Fox News isn't showing his appearance live anymore, and even had the temerity to counter-program his rally last week with a fawning interview with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Trump's young upstart rival for the MAGA crown. Both the New York Post and the Wall Street Journal turned against Trump in scathing editorials asserting that he is unworthy to run again. Anchor Brett Baer hosted Liz Cheney, his January 6th nemesis, and allowed her to make the case against him for the Fox News audience. The evening opinion hosts are still with him, but they'll go where their audience goes. And the Murdochs have evidently decided that they won't lose their audience if they extricate themselves from the Trump orbit. Perhaps more telling than anything is the fact that the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's small donor fundraising has fallen out of bed. Polls still show that people say they are enthusiastic about voting, and many of them say they still love Donald Trump, but they are not putting their money where their mouths are. You know, they're basically starving enough where they have to stuff food in their pie holes instead. Trump is almost certainly aware of this. It's about money, after all, his first love. So all of this adds up to what they used to call back in the 90s Clinton fatigue, which was just a sense of exhaustion with the endless drama. Many of the pundits attributed Al Gore's loss to George W. Bush in 2000 to the knowledge among the voters that the Republicans were going to dog him just as they did his predecessor, and they just weren't up for any more of it. Trump fatigue has got to be 100 times worse. He made Clinton look like an amateur when it came as to the scandals, the worst of which was that he tried to stage a coup d'etat and incited an insurrection in order to prevent the peaceful transfer of presidential power. The news on that front is devastating. The Washington Post reported late Tuesday that the Justice Department, or DOJ, is investigating Trump's actions leading up to January 6th, citing 4 people familiar with the matter. Attorney General Merrick Garland, meanwhile, declined to rule out prosecuting Trump in an interview with NBC News' Lester Holt on Tuesday. This cometh after top aides to Vice President Mike Pence testified to the federal grand jury probing the Capitol riot last week. The testimony of Pence's former Pence Chief of Staff, Mark Short, the most high-profile Trump official known to have appeared before the grand jury, is a sign that the DOJ's investigation of the attack and the fake elector plot is heating up. While the Republican poll numbers haven't moved much in response to the January 6th hearings, opinion among independents has shifted, and there can be little doubt that the ceaseless drumbeat of criticism from his own former staff and appointees, as shown in the hearings, has contributed to the Trump fatigue. Having to defend his actions against these accusations from fellow Republicans, members of his own White House, causes uncomfortable emotional dissonance, and even his stalwart supporters are feeling the weight of it. More importantly, the legal threats are becoming very serious. That plan to have fake electors send alternate ballots for Trump, a plan which the January 6th committee has established Trump approved, may be the plot that nails him. The New York Times obtained copies of damning emails sent among Trump's cadre of co-conspirators, which includes the head of the Republican National Committee, Ronna McDaniel, one of which even said, "We would just be sending in fake electoral votes to Pence so that someone in Congress can make an objection when they start counting votes and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted." This case is being actively investigated by both the Justice Department and the Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney. We don't know exactly what Pence's former top aide and consul testified about last week, but as the Washington Post reported on Tuesday night, the case has been building for many months, with phone records of former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows obtained last April, which may explain why they declined to prosecute him for the congressional contempt charge. The Post concluded that Trump himself may be under criminal investigation for the attempt to delay or obstruct an official proceeding, with which many of the 850 defendants in the January 6th insurrection cases have been charged. And yes, he is also possibly being investigated for fraud. Election fraud! For that fake elector scheme. Oh, the irony. That's not even all of the pressure that has been brought to bear on Trump in the last couple of weeks. As many of us have observed, Trump is not only driven to run again in 2024 to redeem himself as the one true president, but he is also convinced that being an official candidate gives him some protection against all this legal exposure. He'll claim it's all a political witch hunt, as he has been doing nonstop for more than 6 years now. The question is if Trump fatigue makes that relentless mantra have the effect of making him even less politically appealing. There are warning signs everywhere that it's a risky gambit. But if there's one thing former President Donald Trump knows very well, it's the fact that the Department of Justice has a hard and fast policy against indicting a sitting president. He heard it hundreds of times during the Mueller investigation from every TV lawyer in the country, as well as his own, including the White House counsel. And even though the Mueller report laid out several possible counts of obstruction of justice, clearly intended to be triggered once Trump was out of office, nothing ever happened. It's pretty clear that Trump understands the presidency to be a get-out-of-jail-free card. Right now, he could probably use one. On Tuesday, the special grand jury convened by the Fulton County, Georgia's district attorney's office issued a number of subpoenas to Trump's CROOKE election team to testify about the Trump campaign's post-election pressure to overturn the election in 2020. Lawyers Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Jenna Ellis, Clayton Mitchell, Jackie Pick-Deason, and Kenneth Chesbrough were called, along with Senator Lindsey Graham. Giuliani, you'll recall, testified at a hearing after the election in which he claimed he had proof that Georgia election workers pulled suitcases full of ballots out from under a table to pad Biden's vote count, a charge which was investigated and completely refuted by the Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office. That didn't stop Giuliani and others, including Trump himself, from spreading the lie anyway, resulting in death threats to the electoral workers they targeted with their bogus story, Ruby Freeman and her daughter Shaye Moss, both of whom movingly testified before the January 6th committee. Giuliani has never backed off his claims to this day. John Eastman, the constitutional scholar most responsible for the plot to have Mike Pence single-handedly reject the Electoral College votes on January 6th, also appeared at a hearing and told Georgia officials that they had the power to simply appoint new electors for Donald Trump, which is, of course, batshit crazy. Ellis wrote some memos passing on the same rationales, and she and Deason spracket at the same hearing. Chesbrough is alleged to have worked with a local Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent chairman to get fake electors to meet secretly in the state capitol. Last but not least, Senator Graham called up Georgia's Secretary of State twice to see if there wasn't some way they could throw out absentee votes for Biden. Trump himself wasn't subpoenaed, but since Raffensperger had reportedly already testified, and they may have introduced the audio recording of Trump attempting to coerce him into finding one more vote than he needed to overturn the election, perhaps it's unnecessary. There's plenty of evidence of his attempts to strong-arm Georgia officials into cheating on his behalf without hearing a word from him at all. These subpoenas came as on the heels of a flurry of activity in recent days by the Justice Department, in which John Eastman and former DOJ official Jeffrey Clark were served search warrants, and various Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent activists and officials around the country who were involved in the fake elector scheme were served with federal subpoenas. The fake elector scheme is of particular interest to the feds for the simple reason that there is a paper trail proving that in Wisconsin, Nevada, Georgia, Arizona, and Michigan, they signed certificates which claimed they were their states' duly appointed electors. In 12 other states, someone had the presence of mind to add language which said those votes would only be counted if the courts determined that the original count was invalid. According to various legal observers, these false statements could easily lead to charges of defrauding the United States. They tried to fraudulently cast votes in the Electoral College. It truly is the most egregious example of electoral fraud in American history. The irony of that is so thick, you can only cut through it with a chainsaw. Meanwhile, we have the January 6th committee making news every week with more evidence of Trump and his henchmen organizing the attempted coup d'etat from the White House itself. The last hearing, featuring testimony by Cassidy Hutchinson, a former aide to the White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, proved that Trump was aware of the potential for violence on January 6th and even knew there were armed people in the crowd when he riled them all up and told them to go to the Capitol. Trump was particularly perturbed by this testimony and had been engaged in hysterical character assassination ever since, posting insult after insult on his Truth Social account day after day. All of this coming to a head with reports that big donors are spending heavily on some of his potential rivals for the nomination, who smell blood in the water, has Trump and his people putting out the word that he may be planning to announce his candidacy for 2024 before the midterms, perhaps any day now. It may be that he wants to crush these nascent candidacies, and there are good reasons for him to want to get the money flowing away from such upstarts as Ron DeSantis, who is almost certainly preparing a bid. According to the New York Times, Republican officials are ambivalent about this early announcement because they don't want to relitigate his false claims of electoral fraud and give Democrats a chance to use Trump as a foil during the midterm elections. But Trump himself doesn't care about that. His personal needs are far more urgent. The Guardian reports that Trump has reportedly told advisors that declaring a run for the White House now would allow him to strengthen his argument that other criminal investigations against him in New York and Georgia are politically motivated. It's also possible that he believes that the DOJ, Department of Justice, being burned by the scandal with James Comey and the Hillary Clinton email debacle of 2016, simply cannot indict a former president, presidential candidate, and frontrunner for the nomination before an election, even if it's years in advance. He would certainly make hay out of it if they tried. The sooner he announces, the safer he believes he will be. Sadly, he may be right. Donald Trump is dangerously close to proving that presidents are above the law. How many times have you heard it? No one is above the law. Yet that aphorism of American democracy has been a myth when it comes to presidents. Fortunately, few presidents have shown such a penchant for criminality as Donald John Trump, and none have done so to a more heinous end, threatening our very system of government. To stay in office, he worked to overturn a historically free and fair election and to prevent the peaceful transfer of presidential power. Even in failing, Trump undermined democracy. Many millions of Americans, Republicans all, wrongly believe President Biden stole the 2020 election. The Justice Department, under Attorney General Merrick Garland, should take all the time it needs to build a case against Trump for his central role in the insurrection of January 6, 2021, one that is strong enough to persuade a unanimous jury beyond a reasonable doubt, and thus ensure, as Representativist Liz Cheney says, that Trump never gets anywhere near the Oval Office ever again. But unless justice does charge and prosecute the unrepentant former president, the truth will be clear. One man is above the law. Garland has repeatedly insisted otherwise, without naming Trump. His exasperation was evident last week when, after his latest reassurance that the law reaches all Americans, a reporter challenged him. Even a former president? Came as the reply. I don't know how to... Maybe I'll say that again. No person is above the law in this country. I can't say it more clearly than that. Days later, NBC anchor Lester Holt came at Garland again, but asked whether Garland worried that the indictment of a former president, and perhaps a candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. The Attorney General did not buckle. He said, "We pursue justice without fear or favor. We intend to hold anyone who was criminally responsible for events surrounding January 6th for any attempt to interfere with the lawful transfer of power from one administration to another accountable." Prove it! Presidents current and former inarguably enjoy a higher bar to prosecution, and not without reason, the national interest. For sitting presidents, the Justice Department has held since Richard Nixon's time that criminally indicting an incumbent would impermissibly undermine the capacity of the executive branch to perform its constitutionally assigned functions. Thus, Special Counsel Robert S. Mueller III did not indict Trump in 2019, despite detailing 10 damning instances suggesting he'd obstructed justice in the investigation of Russia's interference in the 2016 election, rendering Trump a traitor and a Russian asset. For former presidents, there are not constitutional restraints to prosecution, but there are practical political red flags, especially for Donald Trump. Because inevitably, all too many Americans, a minority, various polls do prove, but a significant one, will see any Justice Department prosecution of Trump as partisan, especially when the government is headed by the opposite party and by the man who was Trump's once and perhaps future political rival. Failure to convict could elevate Trump politically, just as he was emboldened after Senate Republicans prevented his conviction in 2 impeachments. And trying Trump could spark rounds of revenge prosecutions as the parties swap power over time. Yet the ramifications of not putting Trump in the dock, and ideally in an orange jumpsuit, will be even worse. On that, I'm with the 2 renegade Republicans on the House's January 6th committee. Cheney recently warned that letting a president get away with treasonous activities is a much graver constitutional threat than prosecuting him. On Monday, Representative Adam Kinzinger said, "If we just wash this under the rug, there is going to be somebody else. Whether it's Donald Trump in 2024 or somebody else somewhere down the line that recognizes that was the floor of their behavior and pushes even more. And we cannot survive that." After all the chants of Trump's magats to lock her up and hang Mike Pence, the karmic prospect that it would be Trump who's actually threatened with jail time, with a rope to figuratively hang him, unspooled by testimony from his own inner circle, is especially satisfying. Seriously, though, the evidence we're aware of, there's more, argues for charges of fraud, seditious conspiracy, conspiracy to obstruct a government proceeding, Congress's January 6th session to certify Biden's victory, or all of the above. From election night on, Trump has insisted he was defrauded of re-election, although top advisors told him otherwise. He pressured Justice Department officials to confirm such fraud despite their denials thereof, himself saying, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen." He urged Republican office holders in states Biden won to back bogus pro-Trump slates to the Electoral College. He summoned his MAGA army to Washington for Congress's January 6th session, and then, knowing his cultists were armed, urged them to march on the Capitol. For 3 hours, he did nothing to stop the rampage. Instead, he called Republican senators to goad them to keep trying to block Biden's electoral certification. In 1974, when I was too young to understand, like most Americans, I reflexively opposed President Ford's pardon of Richard Nixon for his Watergate actions and other crimes in office. A quarter century later, however, older and wiser, I approved when the John F. Kennedy Library Foundation gave its Profile in Courage award to Gerald Ford for his unpopular act to help a divided nation. Put that scandal behind us. But now I've come full circle. Had Nixon been prosecuted for his crimes, we would not be without a precedent for trying Donald Trump. Instead, we'd have proof that, indeed, no man is above the law. This is what brings us to spiritual politics. Marjorie Taylor Greene's words on Christian nationalism are a wake-up call. In less than an hour we have remaining. Republican representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene explicitly labeled herself a Christian nationalist last Saturday. This shocking statement by a sitting member of Congress should serve as a wake-up call to everyone, and particularly, I believe, to Christians. All true Christians. Last Saturday, in an interview while attending the Turning Point USA Student Action Summit in Florida, Marjorie Greene said, "We need to be the party of nationalism, and I'm a Christian, and I say it proudly, we should be Christian nationalists." Her self-avowal of Christian nationalism follows her claim last month that Christian nationalism is nothing to be afraid of, and that the movement will solve school shootings and sexual immorality, her words, in America. For years, I have been closely tracking Christian nationalism and sounding the alarm about it. Greene's recent comments mark an alarming shift in the public conversation about Christian nationalism. Until recently, the public figures who most embrace Christian nationalism in their rhetoric and policies have either denied its existence or claimed that those of us who are calling it out are engaging in name-calling. But Marjorie Greene is evidently reading from a different script now, explicitly embracing the identity as her own and urging others to join her. She is not alone in doing so. Greene's embrace of Christian nationalism follows closely after troubling remarks from Colorado Republican Representative Lauren Boebert. 2 days before her primary election and victory in late June, she said at a church, "The church is supposed to direct the government. The government is not supposed to direct the church. I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk." And as CNN has reported, public opinion polling proves that support for Christian nationalism is growing among false Christians. Christian nationalism is a political ideology and a cultural framework that merges Christian and American identities, distorting both the Christian faith and America's promise of religious freedom. It relies heavily on a false narrative of America as a Christian nation, founded by Christians in order to privilege Christianity. This mythical history betrays the work of the framers to create a federal government that would remain neutral when it comes to religion, neither promoting nor denigrating it, a deliberate break with the state-established religions of the colonies. Though not new, Christian nationalism has been exploited in recent years by politicians like former President Donald Trump to further an us versus them mentality and send a message that only Christians can be real Americans. Growing support for Christian nationalism comes at a time when the political ideology behind it poses increasingly urgent threats to American democracy and to religious freedom. Perhaps the most chilling example of Christian nationalism came on the most public of world stages for some Trump cultists during the January 6th insurrection. Earlier this year, BJC, the Baptist Joint Committee for Religious Liberty, co-published the only comprehensive report documenting the role of Christian nationalism in coalescing and intensifying support for those who violently attacked the Capitol. I care about dismantling Christian nationalism both because I'm a practicing Christian and because I'm an American nationalist. And no, those identities are not the same. As Christians, we cannot allow Greene, Boebert, or Trump to distort our faith without a fight. We must speak loudly when our faith is abused as a political tool. We must uproot it from our own churches and communities, and we must form alliances with religious minorities and the non-religious who suffer the impact of Christian nationalism the most. Religion, and Christianity in particular, has flourished in America not because of government aid or favoritism, but for the opposite reason. Religion's freedom from government control. Government involvement in religious affairs does not aid the free exercise of religion at all. And as Christians, we are called to love our neighbors rather than make them feel unwelcome in their own country. As historian J. Martisby has written, to follow Christ is to reject the Christian nationalist ideology. Marjorie Taylor Greene and her allies can follow Jesus' teachings or the teachings of Christian nationalism, but they cannot do both. Christian nationalism, while pervasive and long-standing, cannot be normalized. I think Christians, who continue to make up a majority of Americans, have a special responsibility to step up at this critical moment to reject Christian nationalism. Christian lawmakers should choose a different path from Greene and Boebert by calling out Christian nationalism without ignoring their own faith and the religious pluralism that is a significant part of our country's identity. Christian nationalism runs wild in a society where its peddlers are the only ones talking about the role of Christianity in a public life. Worse yet is a situation when the only detractors from Christian nationalism are the non-religious, which furthers the false narrative that the only choices for our country are Christian nationalism or no religious expression at all, a false binary. Religious expression in these United States, from the founding era to the present, has been remarkably diverse, with a growing number of Americans who are simply not religiously affiliated at all. It should not be difficult for Christian lawmakers who hold very different policy views to reject Christian nationalism. Illinois Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger responded to Boebert's comments by calling them out and clarifying that, "I say this as a Christian." Yet the Republican Party is increasingly accepting of Christian nationalist appeals, such as Pennsylvania gubernatorial candidate Doug Mastriano, the party of former President George W. Bush, who rightly affirmed during the immediate aftermath of 9/11 that "we do not fight Islam," has given way to a party dominated by Donald Trump. On Saturday, at the same Turning Point USA Student Action Summit, where Greene also appeared, Trump said, "As long as we are confident and united, the tyrants we are fighting do not stand a chance, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and God alone." Christian lawmakers don't need to erase their faith from politics. The conscientious Baptist, Georgia Democrat Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock, has modeled what it looks like for a pastor to serve in Congress without insisting on a privileged place for Christianity in law and society. Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford, a former Baptist youth pastor, and Delaware Democrat Senator Chris Coons, who was an ordained elder in the Presbyterian Church, USA, have found ways to work together out of their common Christian concerns. Of course, it's not just Christian political leaders that need to do better. It is all of us. In 2019, a group of prominent Christian leaders launched the Christians Against Christian Nationalism campaign. More than 25,000 Christians have joined the campaign as they seek to elevate an alternative to an alternative Christian public witness. But we all have work to do, because it's not just the relatively few self-proclaimed Christian nationalists we have to worry about. It's the way the ideology infects so much of American politics and American Christianity, often without us even realizing it. American Christians can and should be self-critical about the ways our faith and our country have been influenced by Christian nationalism. And we need to come together to loudly reject those who would embrace it as their identity and as a policy direction for the American empire. Their perversion of American history shaped trois key Supreme Court decisions. 'Tis the Christian right's perversion of history paid off on abortion and guns. Trois crucial Supreme Court rulings in June hinged on history, one on abortion and one on gun rights. The court's conservative majority applied a nostalgic view of the past to make it harder to limit the right to carry a concealed firearm. Meanwhile, Justice Samuel A. Alito Jr. argued in the Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization ruling that any right not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution must be rooted in our nation's history and tradition, and claimed that the right to an abortion did not meet this standard. In both cases, however, historians quickly pointed out that the court's conservatives mangled the history. Justice Elena Kagan and other critics proved that the conservative justices are playing the role of amateur historians, a job well outside the scope of their duties and training. But the court's conservatives did not invent this history. They merely borrowed it from the Christian right. In the 1970s, white conservative Christians needed a strategy to reclaim the political and cultural power they believed was rightfully theirs. They abhorred the changes wrought by liberal activists in the previous decade that threatened the racial, religious, and sexual hierarchies they believed to be ordained by God. They mourned the Supreme Court's decisions to ban school-sponsored prayer and devotional Bible reading in public schools, legalize abortion, and curtail government aid to religious institutions. They longed for the America of their childhoods. A message coalesced. America needed to return to its old righteous ways. The changes of the 1960s and early 1970s were not progress, but decline. To save the nation, Americas needed to emulate the past. To do that, however, white conservative Christians needed a narrative of the past that indicted the present and supported their vision for the future. So their leaders and intellectuals created one. In that Christian heritage story, the United States was founded by devout proto-evangelical Christians in a unique covenant with the Christian God. As the 1977 best-selling book, titled The Light and the Glory, so put it, in the virgin wilderness of America, God was making his most significant attempt since ancient Israel to create a new Israel of people living in obedience to the laws of God through faith in Jesus Christ. This new Christian heritage story taught Americans to revere the founding era as the most morally authoritative moment in the American past, when Christian heroes and their God worked together to make a righteous new nation. In that story, life was uncomplicated by musings on power and privilege. White Christian men ruled the country, and white Christian women ruled the home. Liberal historians of the 1960s and 1970s had corrupted American history with their critiques of the founders and their desire to tell the stories of women, peoples of color, and other marginalized groups. This Christian heritage narrative saved American history by denying any mistakes made by the founders or the other white Christian heroes. From this perspective, Americans should emulate the past, not learn from its mistakes. Soon, the Bible and American history blended into one continuous story of God's plan for the world's salvation, sometimes literally. To celebrate the American bicentennial in 1976, the Reverend Jerry Falwell's fundamentalist Christian ministry published a special edition of the King James Bible that included biographies of U.S. presidents, the texts of the Declaration of Independence, and the U.S. Constitution, and essays on America's Christian heritage and the Christian foundations of our nation. Now, I've already pointed out in the past why you, unless you're a British member of the Church of England, should even be paying attention to the King James Bible. That is not your Bible. That's not the Bible that the Pilgrims brought to these United States. So that you understand it, basically, the Bible that is the true Christian Bible is the Geneva Bible, as produced by the Gutenberg printing press. Basically, King James I in 1611 was unhappy with the stilted style and moldy prose of the Geneva Bible, and he commissioned a brand new version chock full of these and thous and all the rest of the latest slang that was generated single-handedly by William Shakespeare. Too lazy and uneducated to do the translation himself, he hired a bevy of academics from Oxford and Cambridge to do all the heavy lifting, and then slapped his name on the result. A Bible that wasn't any more accurate than its predecessor, but wound up being cast in a charmingly poetic brand of 17th century English that we associate today with Shakespeare, ruffled collars and the like. I mean, what could be more arrogant than strutting around with a crown and a scepter pretending that thanks to God you are on a higher plane of being than your fellow man? How about rewriting the Word of God and putting your name on it? And so on its supposed beauty rather than its merits, the King James Bible has survived, even spawning a movement of King James-only fanatics, Baptists mostly, who maintain that the King's comedies were divinely inspired, as tuned into God's still small voice as Moses at the top of Mount Sinai. If you believe that, let me tell you about how I'm the living reincarnation of King James himself, and all the back taxes you owe me. Anyhow, imagine a King James Bible taken by Jerry Falwell, and then combined with the Constitution and a bunch of patriotic propagandistic bullshit, and Falwell continued to preach this message for the rest of the 1970s, including through his I Love America rallies. He founded the so-called moral majority, which was neither, circa 1979, arguing that despite the moral sickness which pervades our society, God has not finished with us as a nation. Well, other leaders of the nascent Christian right made similar arguments. Beverly LaHaye founded Concerned Woman for America in the late 1970s to inform women in America of the erosion of our historical Judeo-Christian moral standards. Equipped with that mishistory, conservative Christian women could work to protect the traditional family through prayer and political action primarily aimed at thwarting feminist policy proposals. As new conservative Christian organizations formed through the 1980s and 1990s, the Christian heritage story united them into a cohesive movement to restore the nation. Conservative Christian leaders found allies at other conservative organizations. The Heritage Foundation gave money, office space, and advice to the founders of the Christian Voice, a lobbying organization committed to returning America to traditional values. Meanwhile, the Federalist Society preached a new gospel of judicial interpretation called originalism. According to law professor, or professoress, Ann Southworth, both the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society mediated between the Christian right and other factions of the conservative movement, uniting them in their shared goal of turning back the clock on, well, all the way back to an imagined point in the past. In other words, taking us backward by a century or two. This nostalgic reimagining of the past accomplished trois strategic objectives for the Christian right in the late 1970s and 1980s. By the way, I'm being told that YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, that you might be experiencing buffering. Let me know. I want you to participate in the chat room and provide myself feedback. I certainly need it for technical issues we might be experiencing. Let me know if you can hear me. At any rate, as I said, there were two strategic goals for the Christian Front. Christian Nationalist Front. These aren't true Christians. First, by providing examples of past Christians who participated in worldly politics, it activated conservative Christians to vote and campaign at a grassroots level. Their support proved crucial in the election and re-election of former President Ronald Reagan, and they became a key constituency of the Republican Party from that point forward. Second, an important legal argument was embedded in this perversion of American history. The idea that Christianity and the American government were thoroughly entangled in the past, and that the courts had erred in attempting to fully separate church and state in the mid-20th century. That legal argument, however, hinged on the notion that anyone could interpret the past, just as Protestants believed that anyone could interpret the Bible. Christian heritage proponents saw no need for specialized training or professional expertise, in part because they took the written records of the past at face value with little interrogation of context or the potential that narrators might be unreliable. Okay, Good Morning Greater Realm says it's working fine for me. God bless you, and I mean that in the most sincere Christian sense. Thank you so much. As the Christian legal movement emerged in the 1980s, its lawyers relied on this approach to history, mishistory, to gradually undo what they saw as the damage of the Supreme Court's efforts to decenter Christianity in American law and policy. They tended to include long lists of quotes about Christianity from the founders to support their arguments, typically failing to provide context for these quotes and ignoring the possibility that other contemporary Americans might have disagreed. Over time, conservative Christian lawyers persuaded the court that if the founders engaged in public displays of religion and directed government money to religious organizations, today's government should do the same in any number of ways. States could display the Ten Commandments on state property. Religious leaders could offer prayer at city council meetings, and government money could resurface at a church playground or pay tuition to a private religious school. Who could argue against the precedent of history and traditions? In Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization and New York State Pistol and Rifle Association versus Bruin, Alito and Justice Clarence Thomas, respectively, replicated the Christian heritage story, both in content and in method of inquiry. Like Christian heritage proponents, they relocated America's moral standards in the past, primarily in the founding era. Any innovations since then are not progress, but a sign of decline. And the simplistic past they described make us no room for contradictory sources, marginalized voices from that time period, or errors that Americans should not want to replicate. This past, the court so tells us, sets the boundaries of our constitutional rights today. We all must live by this distorted view of history now, even though many Americans will die because of it. Under the guise of upholding America's history and traditions, the court's conservatives have finally established the Christian rights values as the law of this land for the first time in American history. If men were targets, abortion bans would be unimaginable. Imagine if men were held responsible for the pregnancies they cause. Wouldn't that be just simple equality? Consider, the state should require listing the genetic father on every birth certificate, not at the discretion of the mother. So each parent, biological or relational, can be held equally responsible for the child. All that's needed is for the government to collect DNA from all sperm-producing individuals, create a national registry against which to match all babies when they're born, and then garnish wages from anyone who procreates but is not actively involved in rearing their child, unless that child has been placed for adoption. Consider this my modest proposal for our times. If states can force girls, women, transgender men, and non-binary people to give birth, regardless of age or consent, and despite the perils of lost freedom, health, and dignity that bring irreversible legal, political, social, and financial consequences, then surely the government can take a cheek swab from all ejaculating males. Genetic testing would serve many public interests. If the sudden disappearance of abortion access leads to more births, states may wish to identify new sources for financial support, other than single mothers and taxpayers. Men who father multiple children and try to evade responsibility, like Daniel Arola, could be required to pay into an insurance fund that would help cover the costs of unwanted pregnancies. If you're finding it hard to imagine any politician or most citizens going along with all of this, that's exactly my point. Why does it seem improbable that the state would interfere with bodily autonomy, sexual freedom, and financial independence? Because this effort would mostly affect cisgendered, heterosexual men. Somehow, their rights do matter. Nearly half of these United States now has draconian restrictions on women's bodily autonomy. Yet governments continue to recognize that men have a right to privacy. Pregnant people should have that right too. The DNA database proposal is my thought experiment, virtually guaranteed never to happen given men's political dominance. But it's useful to prove, or at least betray, society's assumptions and injustice. The fact is, men who sire children and try to avoid responsibility have long been able to get away with it, while the costs and risks are put on the mothers. However you feel about abortion rights, surely everyone can agree that having men take responsibility for their offspring is the fair thing in our current environment. If we're going to force women to have babies, we cannot allow men exemption from parental responsibility. By the way, Good Morning Greater Realm says, "You're welcome. I found you from the Sean Bond collaboration. Since I work nights, I've been listening to you. Bless you." Thank you so much, and bless Sean Bond. Now, in the few minutes we have remaining, if a pregnancy were as life-altering for men as it obviously is for women, men would immediately have to take charge of their reproductive lives, just as women have since the dawn of time. No more carefree sexual encounters for heterosexual men. Let's welcome men to the Supreme Court's brave new world, one without reproductive choice. Perhaps this government interference in their private lives would inspire empathy in some men and change how they think about not only abortion, but also social supports like parental leave and other family programs. Alternatively, new laws affecting men might lead to an uprising against those new laws. Either scenario underscores my point. Men would be forced to deal with constraints on their freedom as they never have before. I've imagined this thought experiment in a deliberately radical fashion. What would it look like for men to bear even a fraction of the responsibility and to suffer a fraction of the invasion of privacy that pregnant people face? Equality could come through this imposition on men's sexuality, or we could restore the rights of pregnant people that have been chipped away for years and struck down this summer. Our politics and law should reflect what people want. A strong majority of American citizens already support the right to privacy in reproductive matters and believe abortion should be legal. We need to return to respect for full bodily autonomy for all sexes. It's precisely because we cannot imagine men being affected by such laws that some Americans think abortion bans are a reasonable policy option. The court is often seen as a guardian of democracy, even though it is itself an intrinsically undemocratic institution, where judges are appointed as opposed to elected. And yet the Supreme Court dominates our democracy. Judicial review gives any 5 justices power over our entire government. Why? The United States calls itself the world's oldest democracy, which would be true if the world began circa 1965. That was the year John Lewis marched to the Edmund Pettus Bridge. The president said, "We shall overcome," and Congress passed the Voting Rights Act, which allowed many citizens to exercise their right to vote for the first time. Yet the legislation of 1965, enacted the year before I was born, was not Congress's first attempt to build a multiracial democracy. A century earlier, lawmakers enacted a half-dozen laws that protected the right to vote, punished political violence, and banned racial discrimination in public places. But as Frederick Douglass lamented in 1883, those laws were grievously wounded and cut down during his lifetime. Their assassin was the Supreme Court. In 1876, as it struck down the first Federal Voting Rights Act, the court wrote, "It would certainly be dangerous if the legislature could set a net large enough to catch all possible offenders." That same year of a white mob that murdered more than 100 black voters, the court wrote, "It does not appear that it was their intent to interfere with any right granted or secured by the Constitution." Comest 1903, as it explained why federal law was powerless to stop the great mass of the white population that intends to keep the blacks from voting, the court wrote, "A name on a piece of paper will not defeat them." Because the Supreme Court undermined or ignored Congress's attempts to enforce the Constitution, the racial caste system that we know as Jim Crow emerged like an invasive species. With the court's approval, white people in the South terrorized black voters, disenfranchised them, and enacted state laws to codify their place at the bottom of a racial hierarchy. Today, as American democracy enters a midlife crisis, this Supreme Court has often been heralded as democracy's guardian. Decisions dating from 1954's Brown versus Board of Education are seen by many as essential responses to the tyranny of the majority. Yet it appears that the court has reverted to its older ways. In 2013, a justice sneered at Congress's nearly unanimous reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act, calling it the perpetuation of a racial entitlement. He was soon joined by 4 of his reactionary colleagues in the Shelby County decision, which treated a central provision of the Voting Rights Act as beyond Congress's power to enact appropriate legislation. And in its Brnovich decision, this same late month of July, but yesteryear, the court struck a second dagger into the act, calling it too radical to be enforced as so written. In the wake of these decisions, as before, Jim Crow laws are reemerging. By declining to enforce federal laws because it disagrees with Congress about whether they're constitutionally appropriate, the Supreme Court has functioned as an anti-democratic institution that guarantees only anti-democratic results. In his inaugural address in 1861, President Abraham Lincoln offered perhaps the best argument for why Congress, and not the Supreme Court, must have the final word on what the Constitution requires. The court had just held, in its infamous Dred Scott decision, that Congress had no power to restrict the spread of slavery. To which Lincoln did sayest, "The candid citizen must confess that if the policy of the government upon vital questions affecting the whole people is to be irrevocably fixed by the Supreme Court, the people will have ceased to be their own rulers, having to that extent practically resigned their government into the hands of that eminent tribunal." Lincoln thought that a self-governing people should have the power to determine what their own fundamental law meant. Lincoln's argument wasn't that the Constitution shouldn't be enforced, but rather that the Congress was the best institution to enforce it. Most of the Constitution's limits are vague. The 15th Amendment permits Congress to enact appropriate legislation to protect the right to vote, for example, while the 5th Amendment prohibits Congress from violating the due process of law for as long as these limits have existed. There have been passionate disagreements over what they require. Congress offers a relatively democratic method for resolving these disputes. If people or state governments disagree about a law's constitutionality, they can campaign to repeal that law. By contrast, when the Supreme Court decides not to enforce a federal law, the justices in the majority effectively declare that their view is superior to everyone else's. Even if the president, more than 500 members of Congress, and 4 justices interpret the Constitution as permitting a law, if 5 reactionary justices disagree, then the law is not enforced. This was the scenario in 2013, when 5 members of the court held that a key section of the Voting Rights Act was not appropriate legislation. Yet, no democratic procedure requires the justices to think of themselves as political equals with people who disagree with them. And while later generations of justices can revisit and overturn any of the court's precedents, everyone else has the formal power to overrule the court only if 2/3 of both houses of Congress and 3/4 of the 50 or half a hundred states in union approve a constitutional amendment. Indeed, it's difficult to explain why, in a democracy, the constitutional interpretation of 5 justices should be superior to the constitutional interpretation of the elected officials who appointed and confirmed them. Now, I should be asking that question again on Wednesday. We will return and class will be back in session. Obviously, one of my objectives is to provide my listeners an education in civics that they never had in school. This is, of course, where, well, we'll return to next transmission. And, of course, while I'm safe and swam to shore this month, and can probably maintain myself